Chapter 1. Open your eyes. I am the Shadow Emperor. At Sangnan Second High School, Class 2 of the second year. During this self-study period, the class monitor plays Armored Warrior, Emperor Knight, while whispers and murmurs fill the classroom. In the back row, by the window, a young boy with a head of snowy white hair is soundly asleep. While it appears he is merely dozing, he has, in fact, been dead for some time. A soul from another realm has effortlessly taken residence in this body, yet remains trapped in a state of slumber, ensnared within a mental expanse. Within this mental realm, darkness prevails. Amidst the shadows floats a palace, where a white-haired youth lies. Awaken, Li Ziye. Open your eyes swiftly, for I am the Shadow Emperor, your long-lost father. Beside the boy hovers a humanoid shadow, its features obscured, save for a pair of crimson eyes. Awaken. Open your eyes. The Shadow Emperor gently taps the boy's shoulder. Li Ziye, my son, rise at once. If you do not awaken soon, your physical form shall perish. Li Ziye rubs his eyes and sits up, bewildered, and realizes he is indeed in a classroom. How'd I end up here? Shouldn't I be at home playing with my Shadow Emperor model? What am I doing here? He looks around, puzzled, glancing at the screen displaying Armored Warrior, Emperor Knight. Hiss! Suddenly, a wave of pain courses through his head. What the heck, this memory feels off. This is Class 2 of the second year at Sangnan Second High School. In that instant, the memories of the original body merge completely with Li Ziye. In truth, this body originally belonged to him. It merely lacked transitional memories, leading him to mistakenly believe he had transmigrated here. Essentially, he had strayed from the Shadow Universe. He first arrived in reality Earth before coming here, only to find himself inexplicably stripped of a portion of his memories, along with his powers, or perhaps he had forgotten how to wield them. How can a mere ordinary person navigate this world? Upon realizing his surroundings, Li Ziye's face turned pale, embodying a sense of despair as he leaned against the window. Let all be destroyed, I am weary. It is worth noting that the Li family had only recently moved to Sangnan City, free from concerns regarding the mundane realm. It's so hot. Suddenly, Li Ziye feels a burning sensation near his chest. Instinctively, he reaches down and touches a necklace. Upon removing it and inspecting it closely, he is taken aback. It is strikingly similar to the crystal necklace from Armored Warrior, yet it differs from all others depicted in the show. The chain appears ordinary, but the pendant is remarkable. Encircled with a silver lining, it features 5 small protrusions representing the 5 elements, with a central circular stone bearing a design reminiscent of an inverted yin-yang symbol. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Even more astonishing, the stone occasionally reveals a hollowed-out visage of an emperor, as though it breathes, a truly wondrous phenomenon. It feels a bit itchy, could it be burning my skin? Suddenly, Li Ziye felt an intense itch where the necklace had previously burned him. Looking down, he was startled to discover an unusual tattoo near his chest. Although he could not discern its exact design, he instinctively understood that this tattoo symbolized the Shadow 5 elements. It was all rather perplexing. Could this be the golden finger that allows me to traverse realms? Li Ziye mused as he readjusted the necklace, propping his chin on his hand. Li Ziye is the summoner of the Radiant Emperor's armor. Could it be that I, Li Ziye, am a Shadow Emperor? With that, the necklace emitted a slight burn, as if in response. The following day, at the second high school of Sangnan City, in Class 2 of the second year, Li Ziye had barely settled down for a quick nap when he heard the sound of the classroom door opening. Turning his gaze, he spotted a youth draped in black satin. Li Ziye has arrived. He inhaled sharply, instinctively caressing his crystal necklace. The gears are about to start turning. As the youth entered, the previously boisterous classroom fell into a hush. Moments later, the students warmly welcomed the youth enveloped in black satin. Subsequently, led by enthusiastic female classmates and flanked by eager male classmates, Li Ziye found himself seated at the same desk as Li Ziye before he could fully comprehend the situation. Classmate Ziye, a girl with a ponytail, approached. I am Jiang Qian, the class monitor of Year 2-2. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me. I am Li Yifei. I can accompany you to the restroom or for meals. I am Li Ziye. You may call me Zai. One by one, they introduced themselves, their fervor leaving Lin Ziye somewhat bewildered, prompting only instinctual politeness in response. Why do you all know me? Lin Ziye asked, puzzled. At that moment, Li Ziye cracked open a boiled egg, meticulously peeling it. "Did you know classmate Li Ziye?" he said, breaking the egg in half and consuming one portion. "This egg in my hand was sent by your aunt. Every student in our class received one, and they entrusted us to take good care of you." He then offered the other half to Li Ziye. "Aunt?" "She." Li Ziye froze momentarily, mechanically accepting the boiled egg and stuffing it into his mouth, tears streaming down his cheeks as the black satin obscured his eyes, glistening with moisture. Top, top, top. The sound of high heels echoed crisply. The students immediately recognized that the teacher had arrived and promptly returned to their seats. "Everyone, please take out your textbooks and turn to page 91. Today, we will discuss this section regarding the modern history of the Great Xia and the various challenges it faced. Today's lesson was particularly detailed. However, Li Ziye hardly paid attention, as he was already well-versed in the material. The Dark Mist? The deities? Li Ziye was indifferent. His sole focus was on how to fully activate the Shadow 5 Elements bloodline, facilitating the summoning of the Shadow Emperor's armor for a display of grandeur. He held his phone, examining the photograph of the tattoo, while the other hand perused a leisurely book on the theory of the 5 elements, thoroughly engrossed. In his mind, 5 shadowy figures continuously took shape: 4 males and 1 female. 5 great shadow guardians. Evil wood, evil fire, evil earth, evil metal, evil water. Li Ziye painstakingly identified, unable to suppress a derisive spit. Aren't these just 5 expendable pawns? What purpose do they serve in this world? Young master, we are actually quite formidable. Please believe in us, won't you? Evilwood scratched his head. Those are merely slanders from the bright realm to tarnish our reputation. You cannot trust them. Suddenly, the 5 great shadow guardians in his mind began to speak. Alive? In an instant, Li Ziye felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, collapsing onto the table, whereupon he fell into a deep slumber, his consciousness transported to another realm. Li Ziye plummeted from the layers of dark clouds. Thud! After an unknown duration, he landed directly in the embrace of evil water. Li Ziye, my son, you have finally arrived. A commanding voice echoed from behind, slightly sinister, evoking a sense of fear. Instinctively, he turned to look. Li Ziye's eyes widened in astonishment as he leapt from evil water's arms, circling around the source of the voice, gazing upwards in awe. With legs like a rhinoceros, a dragon's body, eagle arms, a mastiff's back, and tiger shoulders, the figure bore an exceedingly dark shield on its chest, complemented by grand Cape Standard attire for a powerful being. The main body was black, adorned with silver accents, and the tiger-headed shoulder cannons glowed with a menacing red light. At the center of the belt was the reverse yin-yang, surrounded by shadow element crystals, the base color red, exuding an eerie sensation. Occasionally, blood-red patterns would flow across the armor. Goodness, the Shadow Emperor truly replicated the Emperor's armor? The strongest sovereign of the Shadow Universe, the sole rival to the supreme heavenly Emperor of the Bright Realm. Why is he here? Why does he refer to me as son? Am I of such esteemed lineage? In a fleeting moment, Li Ziye's mind raced with numerous thoughts, almost admiring his own imagination. My son, continue. The Shadow Emperor tore open a rift in the void with his left hand, and a box automatically flew out, landing in Li Ziye's grasp. Any discerning eye could immediately recognize the true nature of this box. A sealing box. My son, this is what I recently seized from that old man in the Bright Realm. The Shadow Emperor waved his hand, mending the torn space. I have modified it. It should aid you in achieving greatness in that world. Following this, he gestured in a circular motion, abruptly clapping his hands together. With a hum, a set of shadow magic stickers appeared. My son, this is a collection of shadow magic stickers, each containing a magic spirit stone, which you can utilize to create your own unique beast of power. With that, the Shadow Emperor handed them to Li Ziye. Go forth, my son. Make your mark, whether it be in destruction or protection, it is entirely up to your will. Boldly pursue your desires, and know that I shall always support you. Then, the Shadow Emperor's figure gradually faded away, vanishing without a trace. Am I the prince of the Shadow Universe? Li Ziye gazed down at the 2 treasures in his arms. Isn't this a bit too abstract? Chapter 2. Shadow Realm Training Method. Enduring the electric shock. Suddenly, a figure clad in black robes appeared before me. The person gently removed their hood, revealing a face strikingly similar to that of the venerable elder of the sacred mountain, visage adorned with white hair and a long beard, radiating kindness. Young master, I presume you have already met our lord, the sacred mountain elder said, stroking his beard with a smile. Before you rush to inquire, allow this old man to introduce himself. I am the high priest of the shadow universe. After a brief pause, the high priest bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to you, young master. Henceforth, I shall guide you in the art of combat and in unlocking the formidable powers that lie within your bloodline. Oh, replied Li Ziye, nodding in a manner that suggested he understood only partially. Then I shall rely on you. Shall we commence at once? The high priest smiled and nodded in agreement. He then led Li Ziye to a training ground. Step 1. Immerse yourself in thunder and lightning. To bask in the electric energy will sufficiently stimulate your blood and cells, fortify your willpower, and enhance your command over your own intentions. The high priest spoke with fervor. No wonder West Zhao often found himself struck by lightning. It truly was a training method for the shadow universe, huh? Li Ziye looked bewildered and quickly waved his hands, shaking his head. And most esteemed high priest, could we perhaps consider a simpler approach? Perhaps practicing some southern fist techniques instead? I feel that starting with electrotherapy might not be the best idea. Guardians of the Five formed the array. However, the high priest did not grant him the opportunity to decline. Yes, high priest. In an instant, the 5 shadow guardians formed an electrolysis array encircling Li Ziye. Roar! Li Ziye emitted a cry that was anything but human. Stop! Please stop. Are you trying to kill your master? Let us conclude this round of body refinement here. There is someone outside seeking you. The lightning surged for an indeterminate duration, and it was only after what felt like an eternity that the high priest's voice rang out once more, allowing Li Ziye to catch his breath. I can't believe this. Upon regaining his senses, Li Ziye instinctively uttered an expletive. Li Ziye, stand up this instant. Upon hearing the profanity, the instructor, who had been calling his name, immediately darkened in countenance and hurled a piece of chalk with lethal intent. The power of that chalk was unimaginable. It soared from the teacher's desk to the back row, heading straight for Li Ziye's forehead. Yet, Li Ziye merely squinted slightly and swiftly extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the chalk. With a flick of his fingers, he sent it hurtling toward the blackboard. Bang! The chalk collided with the blackboard, shattering into a fine powder. The classroom fell into stunned silence, and the instructor's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Well, it seems that the electric treatment was not in vain, Li Ziye mused, glancing at his hands with a mix of surprise and delight. The efficiency of becoming stronger is truly remarkable. It's simply impeccable. Ahem, the instructor coughed to disperse the chalk dust, his face a mask of fury. Li Ziye, that is enough. Get out and stand in the hall as punishment. Ding, ding, ding. Just as she finished speaking, the class ended. Oomph. Upon hearing the bell, the teacher shot a fierce glare at Li Ziye, packed up her books, and left, but not before delivering a parting remark. Li Ziye, if you act like this again, I will have to call your parents. Once the teacher departed, the classroom erupted in chatter. Ziye, can you teach us that chalk-catching trick? Male classmates flocked to Li Ziye, their faces alight with eagerness to learn, with some even attempting to bribe him with spicy strips. Sorry, I can't teach you. Li Ziye shrugged, an expression of helplessness on his face. Your reflexes are too slow. By the time you react, the chalk will have already hit you. With that, the classmates dispersed, whispering among themselves. In the following classes, Li Ziye often found himself drowsy, retreating to that special space for training. However, apart from the first session involving electric therapy, the subsequent ones were quite normal. For instance, this time he practiced Shadow, 5 elements combat technique Shadow, Blazing Blade, and Shadow, Flame Fist. These were personally taught by the evil Fire Guardian, with the evil Gold acting as a sparring partner. While more like a human target, given his tough skin. Due to his habitual napping during class, Li Ziye decided to head directly to the rooftop, finding a comfortable spot to lie down. It is worth mentioning that the original body possessed a super genius buff. Thus, all the teachers turned a blind eye, neither taking attendance nor deducting points. Time flew by, and the day came to a swift conclusion. The bell for the end of evening study rang, signaling the end of a tiring day for all students and teachers. Pairs of students left the classroom. Zai, shall we walk together? Wang Xiao approached him, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. We're going the same way, and we can also escort Lin Ziye. We can't let those eggs go to waste. Sure, Li Ziye replied without a second thought. Besides the fact that Wang Xiao lived in the same neighborhood as the original body, he intended to bask in Lin Ziye's light and perhaps encounter a ghostly-faced man to test the effects of the shadow-modified demon sealing box. Suddenly, Li Yifei dashed over. Count me in. Thus, Li Ziye joined a large group, escorting Lin Ziye, even taking on the role of vanguard. As moments ticked by, the group ventured further from the school, with classmates gradually bidding farewell and departing. After a few more minutes, only 6 individuals remained beside Lin Ziye. Li Ziye used his phone as a flashlight, leading the way at the front, while the other 5 stayed close to Lin Ziye. Bro, did you spray cologne? At that moment, Li Yifei zipped over, greedily inhaling the air. Zai, you smell amazing. It's so enticing, I almost want to take a bite. He licked his lips. Li Ziye frowned, quickly distancing himself. Back off. Keep your distance, I'm not interested in you. Even if I were, you're not my type, got it? In that instant, he understood something profound. The shadow, 5 elements bloodline, represented the purest dark power from the shadow universe, and it was quite appealing to certain undesirable elements, such as the one before him, Li Yifei. Alternatively, one might refer to him as the Nanda Serpent Demon. At present, the identity of Li Yifei remains undisclosed, rendering it unwise to eliminate him directly for now. One must bide their time and observe the circumstances closely. It is essential to ascertain whether the intrusion of the Shadow Realm has instigated any alterations in this world. I have no interest in the matters of Dragon Yang. I merely find your presence quite alluring, Li Yifei remarked, smirking slightly before inhaling deeply, returning to the main group with a sense of fulfillment. The others erupted into laughter, and even Lin Ziye struggled to maintain his composure. As they journeyed, the group engaged in discussions centered around the mist, which led to the emergence of several factions due to differing perspectives. There were the optimists, who firmly believed that revival was improbable, the scientific faction natural disaster theory, which adhered to a more empirical viewpoint, and the metaphysics faction, led by Lin Ziye. I stand with you, Ziye, declared Li Ziye, becoming the second supporter of the metaphysical camp. However, I do not imply that you're all mistaken. My point is that this mist is undoubtedly complex and cannot be easily elucidated by a singular explanation. After a brief pause, he added, in any case, trust in your own intuition. As the atmosphere began to veer towards an academic dispute, class leader Jiang Qian swiftly intervened to mediate. Enough. None of this is of great importance. What truly matters is that the day of survival grants us a 3-day holiday. Perhaps we should contemplate how best to spend our time off, shouldn't we? Indeed, came a consensus. Chapter 3. Shadows of Hope. In a light-hearted exchange, they arrived at an intersection. All right, Li Ziye said, playfully hooking his arm around Wang Xiao's shoulder, glancing at the others. We shall turn here. The route beyond is not convenient. We shall take our leave now. See you tomorrow. Just then, Wang Xiao, gazing into the depths of the alley, inexplicably shivered. Wang Xiao, Zai, Li Yifei suddenly interjected, his demeanor tense as he inquired, may I ask, do you both reside in the new district adjacent to the old city? Yes, why do you ask? Li Ziye replied. Li Yifei hesitated, ultimately exhaling deeply. I merely wanted to advise you to be exceedingly cautious on your way home. Avoid any unsavory characters. Pray, elaborate. Li Ziye turned, leaning against the wall. I'm quite fond of stories. Since there is a tale to be told, I shall delay my departure. Although Wang Xiao remained silent, he too appeared eager to listen. Well, Li Yifei stammered for a moment, gathering his resolve. I've heard that the old city has recently been rather tumultuous. It is rumored that a psychopathic killer is on the loose. Is that true? Li Ziye kazwali inkirat. Indeed, it is true. Would I deceive you? Li Yifei cast a mysterious glance around, lowering his voice. My father works at the police station, and he has insider information. At least dozens of incidents have occurred in the old city. You must believe me. The reason you haven't seen in the news is that there are peculiarities surrounding these events. Very peculiar indeed. It is said that the victims had their entire faces gruesomely devoured. The methods employed were exceedingly brutal, leaving nothing but a heap of flesh and skeletal remains. Just hearing my father describe it sends shivers down my spine. If I were to witness it firsthand, I would surely perish from fright. As his words hung in the air, an eerie wind swept through, causing everyone to shudder in unison. Among them, Jiang Qian turned pale with fear. Yet, Li Ziye appeared unfazed, as if the chilling breeze were no more than a gentle spring zephyr to him, a prince of the shadow realm. "Are you out of your mind?" Jiang Qian exclaimed, her face ashen, as she playfully struck Li Yifei with her small fists. "What sort of ghost stories are you telling at this hour? Who do you wish to terrify?" Gazing into the dark, foreboding alley ahead, an uneasy feeling crept into the hearts of the group. At that moment, Wang Xiao began to reconsider his decision, contemplating whether to seek refuge at a friend's house for the night. Then, a more unsettling remark was made. "Li Yifei, are you certain?" Lin Chie's voice was hauntingly low, exuding an eerie chill. "Can you truly ascertain that these incidents are man-made?" "Chia, why would you say that?" Jiang Qian trembled slightly. The others shivered anew, their apprehension growing. Perhaps it is just as Chia posits. These occurrences may not stem from human actions at all. Li Ziye then added, "If they were indeed human-made, a citywide manhunt would have been initiated long ago. It is simply implausible that such horrors could transpire without a trace, especially with so many lives lost. This entire situation reeks of the abnormal, a pervading aura of the uncanny." Indeed, when Li Ziye uttered those words, it was not to dissuade them from their path or to allow them to evade their impending doom. Rather, it was merely to instill fear within them. If they were frightened, they might buy themselves a little more time. However, once the moment arrived and the realm of mundane deities stirred, they would inevitably meet their end. If they remained unperturbed, it was simply their fated demise. Silence. A silence more profound than silence itself. Observing the current situation, it was evident that they had been thoroughly intimidated, likely too frightened to traverse that path. "You two truly are inseparable companions." Jiang Qian, in her frustration, stamped her foot as if to dispel the terror gnawing at her insides. "Enough already. Do you not realize how terrifying this is? If we continue, I might lose the courage to move. I still need to return home. Is this some sort of ghost story?" Wang Sha shrugged, initially intending to depart, but then hesitated. "I'm not afraid. I merely wish to linger a bit longer with you all, so please don't misunderstand." Suddenly, a peculiar scent wafted through the air, reminiscent of something that had rotted and fermented in a sewer for countless days. The group collectively furrowed their brows. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanying the odor was a series of heavy footsteps that seemed inhuman, akin to a creature of considerable size, yet smaller than a giant beast. Buzz, buzz, buzz at that moment. The shadow modification, sealing demon box, within Li Ziye's backpack vibrated ominously. "This is bad. The ghostly figure has caught wind of the shadow bloodline scent and is drawn to us. Now is the time to flee. I shall cover your retreat." In an instinctive reaction, Li Ziye shouted this command, swiftly pulling Wang Sha and the others along, urging them towards safety. Though Lin Chie was blind, his speed was unfaltering. "Do not look back. Keep running." However, Wang Sha's curiosity gradually overtook his senses, compelling him to glance back. Whereupon he beheld a sight that would take a lifetime to heal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 monstrous beings emerged, grotesque beyond comprehension. They possessed human-like limbs and heads, yet ran on all fours, their physiques resembling towering iron monuments, their faces contorted into ghastly visages, with tongues long and serpentine, writhing with agility. Goodness, they're monsters! In that instant, Wang Sha's perception of reality shattered, and he could not suppress a cry of despair. Upon hearing this, the others quickened their pace, surpassing Lin Chie, who had initially led the way. Li Ziye intentionally lagged behind, aspiring to play the hero. Though he wielded the darkest of powers, at that moment, he genuinely yearned to fulfill a childhood dream of heroism. Suddenly, he bit into his finger, releasing the scent of the shadow bloodline more pungently. "Beasts, follow me." With the strength of one, he drew away 4 of the monsters. The remaining 2, however, relentlessly pursued Lin Chie, as if oblivious to the enticing aroma. Minutes later, an enraged roar echoed from another direction. "Damn it, I refuse to yield." It was the voice of Lin Chie, and, as his words fell, A golden beam of light descended from the horizon, illuminating a nearby alley as brightly as day. In that moment, it seemed unlikely that anyone else would be harmed. In a secluded dead end, Li Ziye ceased his flight and turned to confront the four ghastly figures with predatory gazes. He forcefully removed the dark crystal from around his neck. "Now, it is your turn to flee." He raised the dark crystal above his head towards the moon, and the crystal, bathed in moonlight, revealed the visage of the Shadow Emperor. In an instant, a black and silver armored belt materialized around his waist. Li Ziye placed the crystal into the belt's recess and pressed it gently, causing the surrounding time to come to an abrupt standstill. Shadow Emperor Armor, Merge. Chapter for the ultimate darkness beyond the earth, in realms far surpassing the Milky Way. It seemed as though the darkness beyond all stars had suddenly acquired self-awareness, and a pitch-black figure gradually emerged, the entirety of the galaxy appearing as diminutive as a mere rag in its grasp. The darkness was far more abundant than the light. Crimson eyes opened, proclaiming its arrival to the cosmos. Through unfathomable distances, those eyes beheld the blue-white planet shrouded in mist, a flicker of disdain crossing their depths, as if a mere breath could disperse the fog. Yet, such an act was beneath its consideration. The inaugural battle of my progeny must be nothing short of spectacular. Under its command, the intangible darkness gradually took form, manifesting as a dragon, a demonic dragon, forged from the very essence of all darkness in the universe. In that moment, it seemed as if the entire cosmos was enveloped in ultimate darkness. The stars appeared dimmed. The moon. Archangel Michael stood, sword in hand, acutely aware of the tangible darkness surrounding him. Fearing to open his eyes, cold sweat perpetually beating upon his brow. His heart was tumultuous. Meanwhile, the fog on earth began to churn, an array of indescribable voices whispering. Night had fallen, and silence was demanded. The voice of the shadowy figure echoed from the cosmos' edge, instantly quelling the unnameable murmurs. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Archangel Michael, filled with dread, gazed toward a certain direction, the star that ought to illuminate the solar system, the sun. However, at that moment, the sun no longer radiated its gentle light, but was instead engulfed by a violent crimson glow, a pitch-black dragon's head emerging, voraciously consuming the boundless darkness of the universe. This dragon was the demonic dragon. Using the sun as a waypoint, it traversed directly from the cosmic frontier to the solar system. The demonic dragon continuously took shape, ultimately stretching to lengths measurable in light years, its scales dark as ink yet exuding an eerie luster. Its horns were imposing and regal. Where its claws passed, the void fractured, giving rise to claw-shaped black holes. The demonic dragon opened its eyes, crimson slit pupils gazing down upon the solar system, locking onto the mist-enshrouded blue-white planet, letting out a thunderous roar as it descended. As it plunged, it compressed its form. Target, Earth Great Xia, Sangnan City, an unknown dead-end alley. Soon, the demonic dragon compressed itself to 1,000 meters, breaking through the atmosphere and plunging vertically, merging with Li Ziye on the ground. In that instant, Li Ziye was enveloped by darkness and blood-red light, the entire earth succumbing to complete darkness. The lights extinguished. The dragon's body, eagle's wings, tiger's shoulders, mastiff's back, and rhinoceros legs formed sequentially. Boom! The ultimate darkness instantaneously condensed. The Shadow Emperor armor completed its fusion, and light re-emerged on Earth. The demonic dragon entered the body. The demonic eyes opened. Blood-red light coursed over the armor, the eyes gleaming with a sinister crimson glow. The entire process appeared lengthy, yet it transpired in less than a second. Time resumed its flow. At the very moment the armor completed its fusion, a wave of energy erupted, effortlessly obliterating a demon-faced figure and the entire alley, reducing it to ashes in an instant. Thud! The Shadow Emperor stepped forward delicately, as if traversing an unfathomable distance, arriving directly before a demon-faced adversary, delivering a single punch that sent it sprawling. Almost instantly, he unleashed 2 more strikes, propelling the remaining 2 demon-faced entities away. This was not an act of annihilation, but rather a physical translocation. Whoosh! In the next moment, the Shadow Emperor found himself in an empty expanse. Crack, crack, crack. After a brief interlude, the three demon-faced figures soared into this new location, landing steadily under the influence of the Shadow Emperor's magnetic field. With a grand gesture, the Shadow Emperor invoked dark energy, tracing a Taiji symbol before him with his hands, then gathering this dark energy and explosively releasing it outward in a vast radius. Utter darkness. Boom! The dark energy erupted instantaneously, annihilating the three demon-faced figures within the span of a breath. Following this, he struck a valve at his side, summoning the Shadow Modification Sealing Box, which collected the dispersed remnants of the demon-faced beings from the air, refining them into a magic seal. Suddenly, the Shadow Emperor gazed skyward. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a beam of dark energy descended from the heavens, transporting him back to the alley he had just vacated. At that moment, the voice of the Shadow Emperor resonated within his mind. My son, although I have bestowed upon you all the dark powers of this universe, you can only harness a mere fraction of that strength. Do not become complacent. Continue to strive. As his words faded, the Shadow Emperor's armor disassembled. Exhaling deeply, Li Ziye stretched his limbs, exclaiming, I thought I could play at maximum level right away. Turns out I still need to train. Nevertheless, that was quite exhilarating. Little did he realize the profound impact his transformation had wrought. I felt as though I had gone blind just now. Me too, I couldn't see a thing. Even the lights were out, and my phone fell into a pit. I'm not joking. I could have sworn I heard a disdainful chuckle echoing from the heavens. Could that be the legendary contempt of the divine? And what was that beam of light before the complete darkness? I distinctly saw a black dragon descending from the sky. I am not exaggerating. It felt overwhelmingly real and nearly frightened me to death. In a moment, the online forums and the streets of Sangnan City erupted in chaos. 2 minutes prior, on a desolate street, the air shimmered as if disturbed by rippling water, the disturbances growing increasingly potent, revealing 5 figures cloaked in black and red emerging from within. Nearby stood no entry ahead sign. After confirming the area was clear, one of the figures retracted the sign. In an instant, the illusion shrouding the street shattered, unveiling the grim reality beneath. Mangled remnants of monsters scattered about, blood flowing like rivers, dyeing the entire street of vivid crimson. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky, illuminating half of the heavens. 5 individuals gazed simultaneously, their eyes brimming with astonishment. What was that sound? It could not be mistaken. The forbidden ruins had manifested in the world, and moreover, it was the divine ruins. At that moment, a cloaked figure named Hong Ing inquired, Xiang Nan, do you claim this is a divine ruin? Which deity's domain does it belong to? This aura. Wu Xiangnan fixed his unwavering gaze upon the dissipating beam of light, contemplating that if his senses were accurate, this divine ruin must undoubtedly belong to the deity designated as 003, the king of angels, Michael. In the next instant, the entire world was engulfed in darkness. Utter darkness. Among the 5, none could perceive one another, even losing their sense of time and space. This darkness was palpable, exuding a far more potent aura, one they felt surpassed the so-called gods. After a moment, the concept of light re-emerged in the world. True darkness, Wu Xiangnan murmured, gazing at the shadows by the roadside. Could it be that a deity commanding the concept of darkness has descended? Meanwhile, at Lin Shiye's residence, this darkness, this malevolence. Yang Jin stood upon the balcony, gazing at the horizon and the extraterrestrial. Well, that did not belong to this realm. Who could it be? A helper to them? Or a friend to us? The little black dog barked, woof. You suggest we take it step by step? That does seem prudent. Woof. Just now, a hapless cloaked figure was nearly flung away by the residual force of the shadowed emperor armor from the adjacent alley, fortunate to be at a safe distance. Moreover, this old district is sparsely populated, so no casualties occurred, merely the destruction of some aged and antiquated structures. This unfortunate soul is named Zhao Kongcheng. He, along with the 5 on the other street, belongs to an organization known as the Night Watchman. However, Zhao Kongcheng is not an ordinary night watchman. He does not possess his own forbidden ruins, but rather is an exceptionally fit, ordinary individual. What exactly transpired just now? He glanced towards the alley that had been utterly devastated. Why did two divine presences emerge consecutively this night? It truly perplexed him. Thus, Zhao Kongcheng, adhering to the responsibilities of a night watchman, resolved to investigate further. Even if this venture could prove perilous, he vowed not to betray his oath. I, old Zhao, shall venture forth and endeavor to relay any valuable information, even at the cost of my life. Chapter 5. Zhao Kongcheng. When Zhao Kongcheng arrived at his destination, he was taken aback. Within the nameless alley, two youths were engaged in battle with two ghost-faced beings. One was a white-haired youth, while the other, wielding a half-staff, was locked in combat with one of the ghostly adversaries. The white-haired youth was particularly astonishing, brandishing a curved machete. He moved with such vigor that he left the ghost-faced creature utterly disoriented. Ultimately, he concluded the skirmish with a fist engulfed in blood-red flames. This remarkable individual was none other than Li Ziye, who had come to rescue Li Ziye, and his weapon was the true armament of the Fiery Guardian, known as the Shadow Flame Blade. His finishing move was the Shadow Flame Fist. Due to his inability to control the residual energy from the armor's fusion, fearing that it might harm Li Ziye, he had no choice but to rely on his physical prowess to combat the foes. His reliance on physical abilities stemmed from the fact that upon being found by the Shadow Emperor, he had transformed into a quintessential denizen of the Shadow Realm, capable of harnessing elemental powers without armor, albeit at a diminished capacity. Only with the enhancement of the armor could he truly unleash his formidable strength. The other youth, with the half-staff, was indeed Li Ziye. His battle, however, was far from effortless, requiring considerable time and effort before he finally vanquished his opponent. Gasping for breath, the two found a spot to rest and began to regulate their breathing and calm their states of mind. Truth be told, engaging in physical combat was exceedingly exhausting. The ghost-faced beings had been eradicated. Instinctively, Zhao Kongcheng retrieved his phone to report the situation, notifying logistics to promptly clean the battlefield. After delivering his message, he settled down next to the two youths. The three exchanged silent glances, and the atmosphere became palpably tense, yet none dared to break the silence. However, the ambience soon took on an odd quality. The other two began to scrutinize Li Ziye in unison, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine. He wished to utter something to alleviate the tension, but the words eluded him. Li Ziye instinctively stroked the dark crystal pendant around his neck. This gesture was a habit inherited from his previous self, who would fidget with his necklace whenever feeling awkward or contemplative, a behavior that had become instinctual. After a prolonged silence, he blurted out a rather nonsensical question. Do you both think I was cool just now? Li Ziye, Zhao Kongcheng, I think you were quite impressive. At that moment, Zhao could ascertain that the two overwhelmingly potent divine auras emanated from these youths, and a subtle scheme began to take root in his mind. This dashing white-haired youth, I see potential in you to become a hero. Why not join me in contributing to the noble cause of safeguarding the homes of countless families? As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a disdainful glance from Li Ziye. Of course, that sounds fine, Li Ziye replied, rising to brush off the dust from his clothing. However, you must not disturb my family or allow them to come into contact with such matters. His willingness to comply stemmed primarily from his shadow, elemental bloodline. If he were to remain at home, it was likely that by the following day, his household would be besieged by mythological beings. Thus, joining the Night Watchers was undoubtedly his optimal choice, without question. Certainly, it is far superior to that nonsensical church. Since you have no issues, we are undoubtedly in the clear as well. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled, patting his chest. He then turned to Li Ziye, my friend. Would you care to? However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Ziye firmly declined, leaving no room for negotiation. I refuse. It is too perilous. After stating these three phrases, Li Ziye turned and departed without a trace of hesitation. Wait, come back. Zhao Kongcheng appeared bewildered, then helplessly glanced at Li Ziye. Your classmate possesses quite the character, doesn't he? Off he goes without a second thought. Perhaps with more encounters, he might relent. Li Ziye patted old Zhao's shoulder, seemingly offering consolation. That lad is merely shy. Once he becomes familiar, he may be persuaded. Keep trying. Of course, this was purely serious nonsense. All right then, Zhao Kongchang scoffed, then inquired, "The silver-haired fellow, shall we head back to the base now? Or would you prefer I come for you another day?" "Now is fine." The two walked side by side towards the alley's exit. "Silver-haired brother, how old are you?" 20, in terms of virtual age. "I am Zhao Kongchang. You may call me Kongchang Gu or Old Zhao, whichever you prefer." Zhao Kongchang introduced himself first, pausing for a moment before asking, "And you, what is your name?" "Li Ziye." After a brief hesitation, Li Ziye elaborated, "Li from dawn, Z from the midnight hour, and Yi from night." Zhao Kongchang nodded. "Where do you reside?" "Shadow Street, Unit 1, the Shadow Realm Garden, Apartment 301. Clearly, Li Ziye was indulging in a bit of whimsical banter. The location was rather, well, obscure, so it was perfectly normal that he hadn't heard of it. Along the way, the two exchanged conversation. "Zai," Zhao Kongchang suddenly reminded, "it's quite late now. You should call home and let them know, so they needn't worry. I have already updated them via WeChat." "That is good." After walking for a while, Li Ziye sensed something amiss. "Old Zhao, where's your car?" He looked perplexed, repeatedly asking, "We've walked quite a distance, yet I still haven't seen your vehicle." "The car is gone." Zhao Kongchang shrugged, his expression pained. It was parked next to that dead end, but it was blasted away by a surge of energy. Pausing for a moment, he muttered to himself, "I must get the captain to reimburse me. I just acquired that car. Oh, then it's no problem." Upon hearing this, Li Ziye felt somewhat guilty and resigned himself to walking. After a short while, he asked, "How much longer do we have to walk? What is the distance?" "I'm not sure." Zhao Kongchang shook his head. "In any case, it's not a short journey. Driving would take half an hour, so on foot. I estimate it would be around 2 hours." 2 hours? Li Ziye sighed, feeling a twinge of regret for having transformed in that dead end. Had it not been for the shockwave from the armor fusion that obliterated Zhao Kongchang's vehicle, we would have undoubtedly arrived at the Peace Affairs office by now. Half an hour later, "Old Zhao, I no longer wish to continue," Li Ziye lamented, perched on the stone curb by the roadside, sipping from a can of red. "I'm utterly fatigued. Why on earth is this journey so long?" Zhao Kongchang, however, appeared unfazed. "Come now, cease your lamentations. Consider it a beneficial exercise for your stamina." He grasped Li Ziye's arm with a firm pull. "Brother Ziye, endure just a little longer. We should reach our destination in about an hour and a half." "Old Zhao, why not call someone to come pick us up?" "Forget it. They're on a mission themselves and likely exhausted. Let's persevere on foot. It won't take too long." Truth be told, had Li Ziye not feared that the aftermath of the armor fusion might inadvertently end Zhao Kongchang's life, he would have long since teleported there using the Shadow Emperor or summoned the Shadow Emperor's steed. "I shouldn't have suggested tonight. I should have insisted that you all come for me tomorrow. Brother Ziye, just a few more steps, and we shall arrive. If need be, I shall carry you." "Never mind. I shall walk on my own." Chapter 6. He has escaped. At long last they arrived. The two pushed open the doors of the peace office. "Everyone, look at me. I have an announcement." Zhao Kongchang inhaled deeply, his excitement palpable as he proclaimed, "Call the captain out. I have encountered 2 incredible treasures, but I only managed to bring one back." The 4 individuals within the room paid him no mind. Some were sharpening knives, others were cleaning guns. A few were engrossed in their mobile devices, while others slumbered soundly. None acknowledged his fervor. "Indeed, there is a great treasure," he shouted once more, unwilling to relent. "Old Zhao, the captain is still outside battling the Demon Face King." Wu Xiangnan emerged from the inner room. "Why don't you take a moment to rest? We can discuss matters when he returns." In the next instant, Wu Xiangnan felt a formidable presence approach, as if facing a dire adversary. A dark force loomed, exuding a pressure akin to that of a deity. Compared to this aura, the Susanoo of Takamagara seemed trivial, almost like a mere trifle. At that moment, Li Ziye entered. Weariness etched upon his features. The size of the room and the presence of its occupants were of no concern to him. Without hesitation, he plopped down onto the sofa, fortuitously beside Hong Ying. Wu Xiangnan could distinctly sense the lingering aura of darkness surrounding the white-haired youth. "May I inquire your name?" he asked. "Greetings, I am Li Ziye. You may call me Ziye," he replied politely, rising to extend his hand. "I am the great treasure that Old Zhao mentioned. I look forward to your guidance." Vice Captain of the Night Watch Team 136 in Sanan City, Wu Xiangnan, he stepped forward to shake his hand, discreetly assessing him. It is a pleasure to meet you, Zai. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongcheng eagerly introduced the great treasure to the group. Was there not a period of complete darkness recently? He, Li Ziye, is the instigator, the very agent of the dark god. Pausing, old Zhao continued, I also noticed the agent of the light pillar, but he managed to flee. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiangnan came to a realization. They decided to temporarily set aside the matter of the mythical agent and focus on the present situation. Zai, do tell us which deity you represent. Hong Ying inquired with curiosity, playfully offering a bag of chips. Please share with us, all right? I'll treat you to these chips. Li Ziye had no intention of concealing the truth. On the contrary, he aimed to embellish his stature magnificently. Humility? Such a concept did not exist in the lexicon of the Shadow Realm. I am Li Ziye, the inheritor of the Shadow Emperor's armor, the representative of the Supreme Emperor of the Shadow Realm, the Prince of the Shadow Universe, and the scion of the 5 great guardians, master of all extraordinary beasts. Rather than shrouding his identity in secrecy, he opted for outright revelation. After all, he was not a warrior of light. Was there any need for confidentiality regarding his identity? The 5, including Zhao Kongcheng, were left bewildered. What? Is this not from the special effects series Armor Warrior? Could it be that Armor Warrior is a documentary? Apart from the captain, who was still absent, Wu Xiangnan was the most senior member present. Yet he too bore a perplexed expression. What on earth is happening? My mind feels as though it might explode. Have we a newcomer? At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the door, and a blood-stained man stepped in. It was Chun Mai, the captain. Old Zhao Xiangnan, what are you all discussing? It seems lively. May I join the merriment? The others greeted him in return. Captain, you have finally returned. Hong Ying cheerfully approached him. I have a question for you. Do you believe the events depicted in Armored Warriors are real? Like the Shadow Universe and such? Chun Mai appeared bewildered. If the Tokusatsu series were genuine, then where were the golden Armored Warriors to save the Earth? He shook his head, hung his cloak on the coat rack by the door, and walked over to the water dispenser to fill a cup with hot water, placing it beside Li Ziye. Who might you be, young brother? With a renewed sense of purpose, Li Ziye became a reciter. I am Li Ziye, the heir of the Shadow Emperor armor, the representative of the Supreme Emperor of the Shadow Realm, the Prince of the Shadow Universe, and the young Lord of the 5 Protectors, master of all the supernatural beasts. As he concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The Shadow Emperor armor? The Supreme Emperor of the Shadow Realm? The Shadow Universe? Chun Mai stroked his chin, deep in thought, remaining silent for a considerable time, only sipping water and muttering to himself. Are you certain you are not jesting with me? He asked with a subtly perplexed expression. The others fell into a stunned silence. Allow me to clarify, Li Ziye said after taking a sip of water to clear his throat. The so-called Shadow Universe is a 5th-dimensional realm, where the 5th dimension signifies limitless energy. The primary governing body of the Shadow Universe is referred to as the Shadow Realm, and the Supreme Emperor of the Shadow Realm is simply known as the Shadow Emperor. He paused before continuing. The Armored Warriors Tokusatsu series was produced under the auspices of the Light Universe, which grossly misrepresents our Shadow Universe. Upon finishing his explanation, the Peace Affairs office fell into a hushed silence. Only the sound of a few heartbeats could be heard. The others gasped in disbelief, finding the matter utterly absurd and momentarily unable to accept it. They began to discuss fervently. All right, Chun Mai gestured for silence and turned to Li Ziye. Young brother, would you be so kind as to share what kind of divine ruins the Shadow Emperor has bestowed upon you? In simpler terms, what abilities have you been granted? This is merely a formality. I hope you do not mind. He added that the information would be kept strictly confidential, which should assure him. Li Ziye was not surprised. The dominion of the Shadow Realm, the right to inherit the Shadow Emperor armor, he replied with a smile. I can only disclose this much. I haven't fully grasped it myself yet. The others nodded thoughtfully, their curiosity piqued. Can you show us what the armor looks like? Hong Ying inquired. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Li Ziye shook his head, casting an apologetic glance at old Zhao. The residual force from the armor fusion was too intense for me to control effectively. Just 2 hours prior, this had resulted in the destruction of old Zhao's vehicle. Yes, Zhao Kongcheng fervently nodded. Captain, you must reimburse me. This was my brand new car. Please, do not interrupt, Chun Mai interjected, redirecting his gaze toward Li Ziye. What does he bestow upon you in this divine wasteland? Or what does he demand in return? At the mention of this matter, Li Ziye appeared equally bewildered. He grants me the freedom to choose, whether it be destruction or protection. All is under his aegis, allowing me to indulge as I please. A profound silence enveloped the group once more. Is he your father? So casual? Bestowing immense power without consequence? Shimai observed Li Ziye intently. The implication of his words suggested that the so-called Shadow Emperor operated from a position of chaos, defying simple moral dichotomies, and could be interpreted as harboring no malice toward humanity, or perhaps displaying disdain for the fog-laden earth. I am Chinmai, captain of Team 136. With that, Chinmai ceased his contemplation and extended his hand with a welcoming smile. We are pleased to have you join Team 136, Li Ziye. However, until the official approval is granted, you are not yet a formal member. I understand. I comprehend fully, Li Ziye nodded repeatedly. Old Zhao informed me about the regulations during our journey. I am aware that every September there are training sessions for new recruits. At present, I am solely concerned with the matters of food and lodging. As a temporary member, I am not entitled to meals or accommodation. Chapter 7. The Jeep training method, is it really not included? When Li Ziye truly heard those words, his lips involuntarily twitched. If it's not included for the team, then I shall take it upon myself. Hong Ying eagerly raised her hand. Look at me, Ziye. My home is quite spacious. Is that true, sister? Li Ziye asked with wide eyes. If he could reside in the home of the formidable Hong Ying, it would undoubtedly be advantageous, sparing him the concerns of being stealthily invaded while training in his dreams. Although in an unconscious state, the Shadow Emperor armor would protect its master. One must consider that it was a battle AI left behind by the Shadow Emperor. What if, in a moment of excitement, it unleashed a skill that obliterated an entire city? Thus, ensuring Li Ziye's safety was paramount for the well-being of the city. With just a single utterance of sister, even a falsehood could become a reality. Hong Ying patted his shoulder, grinning with vitality. From now on, Sister Hong Ying will shield you. No one will dare to bully you. Thereafter, Li Ziye acquainted himself with a few others. Si Xiaonan, the master of covert photography, Lung Xian, and when Qima each took turns introducing themselves. He had begun to assimilate into this small team. At this juncture, the evening had grown late. Li Ziye bid farewell to the others and accompanied Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan to her grand villa. On the second floor, there was a guest room, which would serve as Li Ziye's temporary residence for the month. Though modest in size, it exuded comfort, and he was thoroughly satisfied. Good night. Li Ziye exchanged good nights with the two girls and nestled into his bed. Soon, he fell into a deep slumber, and his consciousness entered a peculiar realm known as the shadow space. Young master, you have arrived. The seemingly benevolent yet ruthlessly cunning high priest stood in his usual spot, waiting for him with a smile. You old fraud. Li Ziye shot him an irritated glare. Put on the hood. Your face irks me. Which of your training methods is truly human-compatible? The high priest remained silent, continuing to smile. With a thought, Li Ziye summoned the shadow modification sealing box, retrieving the ghost face man magic sticker from within. Instantly, a series of relevant information materialized around the magic sticker in virtual text. Creature, ghost face man, gender, unknown, realm, lantern evaluation, inferior to a mutant beast. Did the Shadow Emperor even leave an evaluation? Li Ziye couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that even a bug transformed into a mutant beast would surpass this. He turned to the high priest and inquired, how do I refine and absorb this? Wait until it is fully transformed into a magic spirit stone, the high priest replied with a smile, stroking his beard. For now, let us focus on enhancing your endurance. With that, the old man astonishingly conjured Jeep with his bare hands. Several hours later, do not stop, keep running. The Jeep emitted a piercing honk, accompanied by the stern voice of the high priest, young master, if you stop, the vehicle will indeed collide. Damn it, the high priest continues to pursue me. Li Ziye sprinted ahead, his arms flailing, daring not to pause for even a moment. After all, without his armor, a blow from the Jeep would surely be excruciating. Do not stop. Damn it. How do you train people? Young master, do not halt. Keep running. The high priest shouted while pressing the horn. You can stop only when the jeep runs out of fuel. Outside the training ground, the 5 guardians savored their shadowy watermelon with delight. That old fool, the high priest, is truly insidious. The malevolent water guardian took a bite of watermelon, glancing down with concern. How could the delicately skinned young master endure such intense training? Who says the high priest is bad? He trains quite well, chuckled the malevolent gold guardian, devouring the fruit. Serves the young master right for always treating me as a punching bag. The other 3 guardians silently munched on their watermelon, saying nothing. This space existed as a realm unto itself. The passage of time was uncertain, no matter how long the training lasted outside. It was merely the span of a single night. After what felt like an eternity, the detestable jeep, a beast of extraordinary abilities, finally ran out of fuel. But Li Ziye was in a worse state, collapsing onto the ground. Next, I shall teach you a set of boxing techniques, the high priest declared, stepping down from the vehicle, helping Li Ziye to his feet. This was a cosmic boxing style, reminiscent of Earth's Southern Fist. Can I take a break? At that moment, Li Ziye was on the verge of tears, with grievances unspoken. Ha! 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 Complaints came too late. The high priest had already made his move. The wind from his punches howled, striking with astonishing speed and tremendous force, exuding an overwhelming ferocity, as if Li Ziye were merely a target. Hiss! The 5 guardians simultaneously shut their eyes. Bang! 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 Li Ziye instinctively tried to defend himself, but he mostly endured blows, soon left with a bruised face. Yet his boxing skills became increasingly refined. His body reacted swiftly, yet his mind lagged, often leaving openings. Young master, your awareness must keep pace. You cannot rely solely on instinct. With that, the high priest knocked Li Ziye to the ground, cheerfully lifting him up again. Let's continue. You shall not leave until you master this cosmic boxing style. Strike quickly, steadily, fiercely. Young master, you must attack with the intent to vanquish this old fool, or you will never keep up. As he spoke, he toppled Li Ziye repeatedly. At that moment, Li Ziye let out a battle cry, casting aside his doubts. Fully immersing himself in the cosmic Southern Fist, striking with fierce determination. I refuse to believe I cannot master this boxing style. Prepare to take a beating, old man. Yet he was not reckless. He evaded when necessary. As time ticked away, he surprisingly found himself exchanging blows with the high priest. Meanwhile, Li Ziye's body, in a state of unconsciousness, practiced the Southern Fist of the universe within the confines of his bedroom, synchronously training with his consciousness in a shadow space. The night passed, and as midday approached, it was time for lunch. Yet, Li Ziye remained oblivious, still engaged in his training within the shadow realm. Creak! The door suddenly swung open, and Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan cautiously peered in. Xiaonan, why is he practicing boxing? Sister Hong Ying, I believe he is sleepwalking. In the room, Li Ziye's body continued to throw punches unconsciously, utterly unaware that the door had been opened, and he nearly struck them with a wild punch. A shrill scream pierced the air. In that instant, Li Ziye's awareness returned, and upon opening his eyes, he found his fist perilously close to Hong Ying's delicate face, causing him to panic momentarily. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were here. He hastily clasped his hands in apology. Wait, that's not right. He abruptly changed his tone, placing his hands over his chest. What are you 2 girls doing in my room? Are you plotting something nefarious against me? Don't go accusing me without reason. As she spoke, Hong Ying pulled out her phone to check the time. It's already noon. I was worried you might sleep yourself to death, which is why Xiaonan and I came to check on you. You were sleepwalking and nearly hit me, and now you're blaming me? Chapter 8. The Mysterious Weapons Well. Let us not dwell on those matters any longer. Hong Ying, have we prepared our lunch yet? Li Ziye licked his lips, feeling a pang of hunger and longing for something to eat. Clever as he was, he deftly shifted the conversation from the topic of practicing punches to that of lunch. Buzz! Buzz! At that moment, the shadow-modified ceiling box within his backpack vibrated. Li Ziye opened his backpack to find the Taiji pattern on the ceiling box flickering twice, conveying certain information. Transformation successful. Absorption can commence at any time. This message was encrypted at a cosmic level, invisible to anyone but Li Ziye himself. Even the vibrations, sounds, and the appearance of the ceiling box were imperceptible to ordinary people. This was a manifestation of advanced technology from a higher dimensional universe. You still wish to have lunch? Hong Ying, with her arms crossed, pouted slightly, declaring that there might be no time left. The captain had instructed them to report to the base promptly and learn some fundamental knowledge. So you can forego your meal. After a pause, she added with a smile, "Who told you to sleep in? Come on, let us go. We can grab a meat bun on the way to tide you over." "Very well," Li Ziye shrugged. "Allow me to freshen up. Shortly, I will join you at the base." With that, he gently pushed past the two women and made his way to the restroom. He removed his shirt and splashed some water on his face. In the mirror, Li Ziye's well-defined torso reflected back, devoid of any excess flesh, embodying an exquisite aesthetic. He scrutinized the tattoo adorning his chest, just below the collarbone, which bore a design symbolizing fire, now seemingly more pronounced. Though it had become more conspicuous, it remained no larger than a thumb, the entire pattern roughly equivalent in size to his crystal necklace. After washing his hair, he gave it a quick blow-dry. "Let us go." Li Ziye pushed open the restroom door and called out to the two women, informing them that he was ready and not to keep their companions waiting. "Oh, so you are aware they are waiting for you?" Hong Ying chuckled. The three of them exited the villa and drove towards the base of the Night Watcher Team 136, the Peace Affairs office. "Ding dong, welcome." As the melodious voice of a digital female greeted him, Li Ziye stepped through the office doors. Upon entering, he found, as he had anticipated, that the office was engaged in various inconspicuous yet serious tasks during the day, such as taking on cases from elderly ladies investigating their unfaithful partners or rescuing kittens stranded in trees. In short, they were involved in a myriad of activities. Team 136 truly comprises an intriguing group of individuals. A smile crept across Li Ziye's face, since the Shadow Emperor had granted him the freedom to act at will. He resolved to do his utmost to protect each one of them. With this thought, his fists instinctively clenched. Exhaling deeply, Li Ziye ventured into the inner room, while Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan remained outside, managing various requests in the front office. Inside the inner room, "Ziye, you are late. You mustn't carry on like this once you are officially recognized. Otherwise, your salary will be docked. Since you've arrived, please take a seat. Here are some materials for your careful perusal." Only Wu Xiangnan and Wen Qima were busy organizing documents and various basic materials. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, they looked up, smiled, and gestured for you to sit down. Certainly, once confirmed, tardiness will be a thing of the past. Li Ziye chuckled, found a place to sit comfortably, and picked up the Night Watcher's manual. However, he did not rush to read. Instead, he inquired with a grin, "Is our team's activity funding reliant on those external business ventures?" "Not at all," Wen Qima replied, shaking his head as he poured a glass of water for him. "Our funding is entirely allocated from above. Those external endeavors are merely a facade to distract from the truth while allowing us to earn a little extra. It appears salaries will be dispersed as expected. If we had to engage in part-time jobs to make ends meet, it would be better to send the ability beasts out to seize resources." Having come to this realization, Li Ziye nodded and ceased further conversation, patiently immersing himself in the book. To be honest, he was not one to possess the patience required to read extensively. "Deputy, where have Qima and old Zhao gone? What about the captain and the others?" Not long after, Li Ziye found himself unable to focus and initiate a conversation, despite knowing it to be trivial. "Old Zhao went to check on your classmate, while the captain and Lung Xian are investigating the Ghost Face King." After relaying this information, Wu Xiangnan glanced at him and smiled, saying, "Ziye, these matters are currently unrelated to you. Just focus on your reading and learning. Reading is rather dull." Li Ziye shook his head, feeling a strong reluctance within. "All right then." Wu Xiangnan merely smiled, saying, "Let me briefly introduce you to the foundational knowledge that a Night Watcher must be aware of, and you can explore the rest at your leisure another day. First, let me introduce you to the realms of the Forbidden Ruins." Pausing, he asked Ziye, "Can you guess what delineates these realms?" "Spiritual energy, I suppose." "Correct, which indicates you've at least glanced at it a couple of times." Wu Xiangnan applauded lightly before continuing with a detailed explanation. "In our human system, spiritual energy categorizes the Forbidden Ruins into 6 major realms. The first realm, Zhan realm, where spiritual energy resembles the still water of a teacup, minimal and unchanging. The second realm, Qi realm, where spiritual energy is akin to a pond, plentiful yet still. Do you understand this explanation? Wu Xiangnan paused, and upon seeing Li Ziye nod, he continued, the subsequent realms can be inferred similarly. So I will merely introduce the names of the realms to you. The third realm is Chuan realm. The fourth realm is Hai realm. The fifth realm is Wuliang realm. The sixth realm is Klein realm. Next, I will impart some knowledge regarding the divine sequence and the forbidden ruins. This knowledge is crucial, and you must pay close attention. Do not let your mind wander. Do you understand? The arrangement of the divine sequence is based on observational order, unrelated to the strength of the deities, while the forbidden ruin sequence is arranged according to levels of danger. The core foundational knowledge ends here. The rest, you shall explore in your own time. After speaking, Wu Xiangnan took a sip of water to moisten his throat. Ziye, having completed our cultural studies, shall we engage in a physical education session to stretch our limbs? This sentiment was well received. Li Ziye nodded in agreement. It is important to note that Li Ziye's situation was exceedingly unique. Following Chun Mai's submission of his information to headquarters yesterday, the response was one of utmost gravity. They repeatedly instructed the Night Watch Team 136 to ensure he remained tethered to the human faction, under no circumstances allowing him to succumb to darkness. After all, that moment of utter blackness had greatly alarmed the human elite, resembling an apocalyptic calamity more than mere fog. Thus, the members of Team 136 treated Li Ziye with the utmost care, providing him with top-tier amenities in every aspect, save for accommodations and meals. Soon, they arrived at the basement. The spacious underground chamber left Li Ziye profoundly astonished. They proceeded directly to the training ground, which, as the name suggests, was the designated area for Team 130 SXS regular drills. Equipped with an array of weapons, armor, and apparatus, the facility even housed special instruments not yet disclosed to the public, truly befitting an organization established to confront enigmatic creatures and deities. On the training ground, Ziye, this time I shall serve as your sparring partner, Wen Shima declared, donning his protective gear. Let us begin. Select a suitable weapon, and I will teach you some fundamental close combat techniques. Li Ziye approached the weapon rack and chose an extraordinary weapon, the Qian Kun Ryu Dao, drawn to it because of its resemblance to the flame blade. Shima, I am ready. In no time, he donned his protective gear and assumed the stance of the shadow flame blade technique, poised to commence. Shall you strike first, or shall I? In the audience, upon witnessing Li Ziye's choice of such an unusual weapon, Hong Ying pouted. Why not select a firearm? If he had chosen a gun, I could have offered him guidance. None of us in the team are familiar with this weapon. Sister Hong Ying. Perhaps he is trained with this peculiar weapon on his own, Si Xiaonan chuckled. Chapter 9. Old Zhao, perhaps you should seek elsewhere. You may proceed first. After all, you are the newcomer. With that, Wen Shima assumed a stance, poised for an imminent counterattack. Be cautious. No sooner had he spoken than Li Ziye charged forward. Halting abruptly as he approached, pivoting on his left foot, he executed a swift rotation, delivering a downward slash aimed at the neck and collarbone, an assassination technique. Clang! As an experienced night watchman, Wen Shima reacted with remarkable speed, parrying the blow with his sword. Immediately, Li Ziye's wrist flicked, and the Qian Kun Ryu knife followed suit, diverting Wen Shima's sword with its hilt and thrusting downwards with the blade. Clang! Clearly, Wen Shima managed to block it again, preparing to counterattack. Brother Shima, I have one. However, Li Ziye's thrust was merely a feint. His movements shifted instantly, transitioning from a thrust to an upward slice. At this moment, it was too late for Wen Shima to adjust his stance. The blade grazed perilously close to Wen Shima's left eye. Although it was a training knife with an unsharpened edge, any impact upon the delicate eye could leave a lasting scar, a mere hair's breadth away from a disfigurement. It is essential to note that while Li Ziye appeared to be a novice, he had already endured countless battles within the shadow space. If he did not practice diligently, he risked being rendered unrecognizable during sparring sessions with a formidable Jin Hu Fa. Thus, he was compelled to master the art of knife fighting. As for why he did not pursue swordsmanship, He deemed it unnecessary. Given the intensity of the dark blade, the ability to chop and slash was sufficient. Hiss. When Chima inhaled sharply, Zai, have you trained before? Your skills are not those of a mere student. Your overwhelming offensive prowess has left me defensively parrying, unable to retaliate. Just a little practice, Li Ziye replied, flicking the Qian Kuan Ryu knife and performing a flourish. No. Suddenly, he smiled, resting the blade on his shoulder. More accurately, I possess a modicum of skill in various disciplines, not just with this Qian Kuan Ryu knife. At that moment, the audience erupted in excitement. What? Zai won? Hong Ying stared in disbelief at the duel unfolding before her. How could this be possible? Chima was a master at the pool realm, with extensive combat experience. Losing in merely 3 exchanges? Si Xiaonan gaped, momentarily at a loss for words. It seems old Zhao has indeed discovered a remarkable talent. Wu Xiangnan crossed her arms, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. Li Ziye must be retained within the Night Watchman organization at all costs. We must cultivate a favorable relationship, allowing him to perceive our goodwill. In mere seconds, her mind raced with countless thoughts. Without resorting to the Forbidden Ruins, Li Ziye had subdued a seasoned Night Watchman solely through martial prowess. This achievement was nothing short of extraordinary for a true super rookie. Although the strength of divine agents is common knowledge, that is not the crux of the matter. This undeniable fact would not invite scrutiny. The issue lies in the fact that he only became the divine agent yesterday. If we consider from last night, it has not even been 24 hours, let alone having undergone systematic training. This is utterly abnormal. It's simply ludicrous, almost eerie. The life of the universe never ceases. And then there's the Earth Tiger Knight, who is to summon the Earth Tiger armor. Suddenly, someone's phone rang, bringing Wu Xiangnan back to reality. Huh? Li Ziye answered the call, and moments later, his brow furrowed. School? What school? ISNT today a holiday? No holiday? Then why didn't you call me in the morning? With that, he hung up the phone. Vice Captain, the teacher wants me to go back. If I return, it will seriously hinder my training. He set down his weapon, removed his armor, and walked towards Wu Xiangnan. You would think that our esteemed organization, the Night Watchers, could assist me in resolving my academic status, right? The kind that doesn't require attending classes, but still allows for graduation. After saying this, he found a spot to sit down. I've already prepared everything for you, Wu Xiangnan said with a smile, patting Li Ziye on the shoulder. Zai shortly. Xiaonan will take you to school to handle the necessary procedures, after which you can focus solely on your training. Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement. To this, Li Ziye was not surprised. After all, this was basic protocol. After a while, he suddenly inquired, Vice Captain, do temporary members get assigned vehicles? I don't ask for much, just a motorcycle. How about it? Logically, one would not receive a vehicle. Wu Xiangnan pondered for a moment, feigning difficulty. If you absolutely must have a motorcycle, it is not impossible. I will personally cover the cost, and once you secure your position and receive your salary, I shall deduct it from your first month's pay. Vice Captain, then it's settled. I, Li Ziye, may not be well educated, but do not deceive me. In the afternoon, as evening approached, at Sangnan City No. 2 Middle School, a sleek motorcycle in black and silver sped towards the entrance, executing a stylish drift before halting beside a street-side eatery. It was none other than Li Ziye and Si Xiaonan, arriving to process his academic registration. This motorcycle was the one Wu Xiangnan had promised, delivered that very noon. With a sigh of relief, Li Ziye removed his helmet, shaking off his flattened white hair. Zai, do you see that? Is that Kong Xingge? Si Xiaonan leaped off the back seat, pointing at a disheartened man not far ahead. He can't possibly be lurking here all the time, can he? That must be exhausting. Lao Zhao, come over and join us for a bite. By this time, Li Ziye had already ordered a spread of dishes and 2 cans of beer. I didn't eat lunch. I guess you didn't either. Stop lurking and come eat something. Zhao Kongsheng was taken aback. Oh, I'm coming, he responded. Then, with a swift motion, he extinguished his cigarette, but underfoot, wearing a dejected expression as he approached. Gulp as soon as he sat down, he cracked open a can of beer and began to drink. Brother Zai, did you know? Zhao Kongcheng savagely bit into a bowl of white rice, exclaiming his frustration after waiting since 7 in the morning. I've nearly made myself sick with coffee. Look at my eyes. He suddenly pointed to his bloodshot gaze. I've been waiting so long that my eyes are red and swollen. Yet I haven't seen even a glimpse of that boy. You're his classmate. Do you have any idea where he has gone? I don't know, Li Ziye replied, shaking his head in bewilderment. Perhaps he didn't come to school. Why not check his house or the city library? You might run into him. He took a sip of beer, smiling lightly. After all, it's certainly better than aimlessly waiting here at the school gate. You're right, Zhao. Conching nodded, finishing his meal swiftly before standing up. Well, they say the youth have the brains. I shall take my leave now. You two enjoy your meal. As Li Ziye watched Zhao Conching depart, his expression shifted. With the frail body of a mortal, he had joined the Night Watchers to protect the flickering lights of countless homes, pouring his blood and sweat into this noble cause. For those who gather warmth for the masses, they must not perish in the snowstorm. For those who pave the way to freedom, they must not become ensnared in thorns. For those who seek to safeguard the lives of the people, they must not fade away in silence. Zhao Conching's fate. He, Li Ziye, had resolved to intervene. The tide of fate could not be altered. He would defy it, since the Shadow Emperor had decreed that Li Ziye should act freely, with everything under his control. He had no reason to remain passive. Action was imperative. At that moment, a blank magical seal materialized in Li Ziye's hand. With a flick of his finger, it landed on a passing wolf dog, transforming into a magical spirit stone that merged with it. He immediately established a telepathic connection with the stone. Keep an eye on Lao Zhao. Do not let him notice you. Inform me of any developments. Oh, the wolf dog's eyes gleamed with a purple light. Now transformed into a supernatural beast, it maintained its disguise as a wolf dog. After howling, it stealthily trailed Zhao Conching. This particular magical seal had been improved, granting the supernatural beast the ability of mimicry. At this moment, it could be referred to as the evil wolf beast too. 0+. All these subtle maneuvers went unnoticed by Si Xiaonan. Let us depart, Sister Xiaonan, Li Ziye said, rising to settle the bill. It's getting late. We must head to the school to complete the paperwork, or else the principal will leave for the day. Chapter 10. The storm approaches upon entering the campus. They made a beeline for the principal's office. Mr. Principal, please assist Li Ziye with his enrollment issues. He intends to enlist in the military. As they pushed the door open, Si Xiaonan presented a document emblazoned with a national emblem, and the necessary formalities were swiftly completed. However, this document was not a night watchman's credential. Rather, it was an official permit that could be displayed openly, proving remarkably useful in such circumstances. This was a privilege reserved for heroes. Take care, the principal said as he watched the two depart from his office. Soon after, they passed by the classroom of Class 2, Year 2. Li Ziye paused momentarily, casting a deep glance at a particular individual within, but then quickly moved on, having no intention of entering to bid farewell to his classmates. Ziye, why don't you speak to your classmates? Si Xiaonan inquired, somewhat perplexed. After all, they had shared their school years together, and now that he was joining the organization, it was likely they would not meet again. There's no need, Li Ziye replied, shaking his head. His expression remained inscrutable as he continued walking forward, hands tucked into his pockets, preferring to minimize contact with ordinary people. That makes sense, Si Xiaonan nodded, hastening to catch up with him. The two soon exited the campus. Hold on tight, Xiaonan. Li Ziye mounted his motorcycle, donned his helmet, ignited the engine, and with a roar, sped off. Si Xiaonan instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, fearing she might be thrown off. Meanwhile, Zhao Conching had successfully captured Lin Ziye, heading toward a dynamic and passionate themed suite. As they raced along, Li Ziye suddenly felt playful. He gradually reduced his speed before abruptly braking, causing Si Xiaonan to lean against him due to inertia. The sensation was undeniable, though one could say it was tolerable. Just then, the traffic light turned red. Si Xiaonan, noticing this, felt her words catch in her throat, unable to voice her thoughts. Yet she felt a twinge of annoyance and discreetly pinched the soft flesh at Li Ziye's lower back. Hee, Li Ziye chuckled. Xiaonan, was that thrilling? Not at all thrilling. Si Xiaonan retorted, pinching him again, her cheeks slightly flushed. Do you have any idea how you nearly scared me to death with that sudden stop? I thought I was going to fly off. As the light turned green, the playful banter ceased. and Li Ziye focused intently on steering the motorcycle toward the base of Team 136. The scenery along the way transformed rapidly. The tail lights of the motorcycle wove through the traffic, painting a vibrant picture against the backdrop of the night streets. The sounds of honking horns and the shouts of drivers filled the air, all contributing to an atmosphere that felt strikingly real. Yet, the entirety of this city existed as a marvel founded upon the realm of mundane deities, and one day, all of this would dissipate like a mirage. Contemplating this, Li Ziye's mood inexplicably grew heavy. Upon returning to the base, known as the Peace Office, he was astonished to find Zhao Kongcheng already there, seated on the sofa, continuously puffing on an unfamiliar cigarette, his expression complex as he gazed out the window. "Old Zhao, did you catch Lin Ziye?" Li Ziye sat beside him, waving away the smoke. "You should smoke less, otherwise, lung cancer will be your fate." Zhao Kongcheng instinctively nodded, but then shook his head. After a moment of silence, he sighed deeply. "He has disappeared. I have searched everywhere, yet I cannot find him. It seems I must give up." As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Ziye knew he was lying. He had undoubtedly encountered Lin Ziye, but was reluctant to disrupt Lin Ziye's world. He believed it unwise to thrust a mature high school student, burdened with concerns, into the role of a hero. Such reckless endeavors should be left to adults. Although he understood Lin Ziye's significance and felt compelled to bring the boy back, he truly found himself incapable of doing so. Suddenly, Zhao Kongcheng stood up, grabbed an envelope, and left, driving away in a newly acquired black car from the Peace Affairs office. As he departed, dark clouds began to envelop the night sky. Sighing, Li Ziye walked to the balcony, gazing at the gathering storm clouds before turning back inside, opening a secret passage to the underground activity space. There was still time. Refining the magic stone extracted from the three-headed ghost was of utmost importance. Strengthening himself was the only hard truth. He entered the meditation room. Sitting cross-legged with his palms facing upward, his consciousness gradually sinking. He entered the shadow space deep within his mind. Under the guidance of the high priest, he swiftly refined the magic stone, enhancing his physique. Indeed, as the young master, his comprehension was remarkable. The high priest nodded in satisfaction. Having mastered both sword and fist techniques, it was now time to teach him footwork, the core of any combat technique. Without proper footwork, no matter how well one trained, it would remain unremarkable. Li Ziye was completely absorbed in his practice, oblivious to the passage of time. At that moment, a day had passed in the shadow space, while barely an hour had elapsed in the outside world. However, the time flow within this space was adjustable. A day and an hour were not its limits, merely sufficient for the current phase. "Young master, it is time." The high priest suddenly appeared, halting the training. "Come with me. The emperor has just devised a new gadget he wishes for you to see." With that, he summoned a black domain. The black domain was a small, five-dimensional space, capable of transporting individuals swiftly. "Very well," Li Ziye replied, following him. In no time, they arrived at an ancient palace featuring a large, high-tech screen and a semi-transparent barrel-shaped device. "What is this?" Li Ziye inquired, observing curiously. "Could be for checking various bodily metrics." "What does the Shadow Emperor intend to do with this contraption?" He stroked his chin, pondering, sensing something amiss with its overwhelming technological aura. If it were a touch more mysterious, it would feel just right. "Young master, please step inside." The high priest opened the entrance to the device, gesturing invitingly. "This is the detection instrument, the latest modified device from the Emperor capable of perfectly assessing your current state, thus facilitating targeted cultivation." Li Ziye nodded and entered. Buzz, the instrument activated, spinning rapidly, nearly causing Li Ziye to feel queasy. As the device operated, various metrics gradually appeared on the large screen. Shadow, concentration of 5 elements bloodline, 100, bloodline potential development level, 5. Mental strength, self, mental strength equivalent conversion, Zen realm, willpower strength, low level of self, armor mastery, 1, 5, combat performance evaluation, unable to assess at present. As the last armor fusion was assisted by the Shadow Emperor, making it impossible to gauge the true combat level. The rankings are categorized as Geng, Ji, Wu Ding, Bing, Yi, and Jia, with Geng representing an ordinary person. However, Jia is not the pinnacle. It merely signifies the upper limit of this instrument, not Li Ziye's ultimate potential. Am I truly this mediocre? Exiting the instrument, Li Ziye gazed at the screen, incredulous. Could there be an error in the data? My first summoning was the ultimate Shadow Emperor. How could I be so lacking? Young master, it appears I must clarify this for you, the high priest said, stroking his beard. For your first fusion, the Emperor temporarily lifted the restrictions on your armor to allow you to make a splendid debut. If that's the case. Upon hearing this, Li Ziye nodded thoughtfully. So, if I were to summon on my own, I could only call forth an ordinary Shadow Emperor armor? Your bloodline is exceptionally pure, yet your current physique is too frail to sustain the consumption of the ultimate armor, which is why the Emperor has imposed limitations, guiding you to gradually enhance and develop your abilities, the High Priest explained. Indeed, I must level up on my own. Subsequently, Li Ziye withdrew from the depths of his consciousness from the shadow space. Demon Face King. Old Zhao, I am coming. Chapter 11. The Feast of Shadows. A thunderous crash echoed as lightning rent the ominous clouds, unleashing a torrential downpour. The howling wind roared, and the cacophony of thunder intensified, enveloping the world in a stifling darkness beneath the dull sky. The feeble glow of the indoor lights paled in comparison to the ferocity of the storm, with flashes of lightning offering fleeting glimpses of illumination. Pushing open the office door, Li Ziye emerged clad in a waterproof long coat, striding into the garage where his motorcycle awaited. Despite it being merely 6:30, night had already descended. It was summer, yet the tempest raged. The rain, while fierce, fell at a moderate pace. As he rode through the rain-soaked night, droplets cascaded down the visor of his helmet, resembling tears streaming down his face. The journey felt interminably long, as if he would never reach his destination. Fortunately, this was merely an illusion. Accelerating swiftly, he soon arrived in the old district. Amidst the torrential rain, he searched for the black van belonging to Zhao Kongsheng. Guided by the coordinates transmitted from the Wolf Beast 2.0+, he swiftly located it. The black van was parked near the entrance of a dilapidated residential complex. Moments later, Zhao Kongsheng emerged from the building, a small umbrella in hand. He opened the door and leisurely settled inside, comfortably retrieving a pack of cigarettes, ready to savor a rare moment of tranquility. Old Zhao, the Ghost-Face King is en route to your location. At that instant, his earpiece crackled to life with the urgent voice of Deputy Wu Xiangnan. What? Zhao Kongsheng's hand trembled violently, causing the cigarette pack to tumble to the ground, his pupils constricting in shock. Before his mind could fully process the information, his body sprang into action. Donning a dark crimson cloak, he hefted a large suitcase and leaped from the vehicle, neglecting to close the door, and sprinted into the rain. As the cold water streamed down his cheeks, though it was summer rain, it felt particularly frigid, a chill that seeped deep into his heart. Can you confirm this? Zhao Kongsheng panted as he ran. Not entirely. Wu Xiangnan's voice crackled through the earpiece. 10 minutes ago, our logistics search team uncovered traces related to the Ghost-Face King. Based on its trajectory, we can deduce it has only 2 potential destinations. What are those 2? Your old district or the city center? What should we do? Split into 2 teams? In theory, yes, but the city center is more complex, making it difficult to evacuate civilians. If it manifests there, the consequences could be catastrophic. So before Wu Xiangnan could finish, Zhao Kongsheng understood the implication. Are we just going to abandon the old district? His voice was laced with anger and accusation. Have you considered the lives of the people here? If the Ghost-Face King appears, do they deserve to be devoured? Old Zhao, calm down. Wu Xiangnan's voice grew serious in an instant. That is not my intention. How could I ever abandon the residents of the old town? Hong Ying has already taken people there. Your sole responsibility is to expedite the evacuation. He added, should you encounter the Phantom King, never engage it directly. It is beyond your capabilities. If necessary, seal it with the boundless void. Zhao Kongsheng, visibly helpless, unclenched his fists. Understood. This was a race against time. There was no room for distractions, and the residents of the old town must be evacuated with utmost urgency. Zhao Kongsheng moved with astonishing speed, and as splashes of water erupted beneath his feet, he had already dashed far away. In the shadows, Li Ziye watched him gradually recede, choosing not to reveal himself immediately, but instead waiting for an opportune moment. Otherwise, he risked triggering an unnecessary butterfly effect. At present, Li Ziye felt hunger pangs. He intended to visit Lin Ziye's home for a meal, hoping to express his goodwill toward Yang Jian. Before long, Li Ziye arrived at Lin Ziye's doorstep ahead of Zhao Kongqing. He knocked softly. "What brings you here?" Lin Ziye opened the door, his face adorned with confusion. "Wait, Li Ziye, how did you know where I live?" "I'm hungry, so I came to mooch a meal, if that is all right." Li Ziye leaned against the doorframe, preventing it from closing. "Don't worry, I'm not here to persuade you. I'm genuinely famished." "Chia, is that your classmate outside?" At that moment, Annie approached, having heard the voices. "It's cold outside. Hurry and invite him in for some warm food. We won't miss an extra pair of chopsticks." "Auntie, you're truly wonderful," Li Ziye responded candidly, stepping inside and plopping down at the dining table. "I'm Li Ziye, Lin Ziye's classmate. My home is empty tonight, and I'm absolutely starving. I hope I'm not imposing." "Your classmates? How splendid. You both must get along well." Auntie beamed, serving him a piece of sweet and sour ribs. Despite his current demeanor, this boy is quite decent. "Absolutely," Li Ziye responded enthusiastically, cradling his bowl as he began to feast without a hint of reservation. "You, Li Ziye, you are quite earnest." Lin Ziye chuckled, bemused. At the table, Yang Jin observed Li Ziye closely while eating. This individual radiated an aura of darkness, yet he perceived no malice. He pondered inwardly, could he truly be a helper from beyond? A few minutes later, Zhao Kongqing finally arrived. He gazed at the familiar low-rise buildings, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. Just moments ago, he had departed from this very place, and now, having barely settled into the car outside the community, he found himself returning to urge Lin Ziye's family to evacuate swiftly. It was somewhat embarrassing. Yet, in the face of grave matters, pride held no value. Just as he prepared to stride forward and knock on the door, an unbearable stench assaulted his nostrils. Familiar. Far too familiar. This is the essence of the ghastly visage, yet it is exacerbated by several degrees. Undoubtedly, the king of the faceless has arrived. In an instant, Zhao Kongqing's pupils constricted, and he abruptly halted his steps. He meticulously attuned himself to every detail, sparing no corner from his scrutiny, ultimately focusing on a nearby manhole cover. The foul stench grew increasingly pronounced. Reporting in, Zhao Kongqing inhaled deeply, positioned the large case securely, and activated his earpiece. "Watcher Zhao Kongqing, I have detected the king of the faceless in the old residential area." As he spoke, he pressed a button on the case. With a resounding click, the suitcase sprang open, revealing 3 neatly arranged and pristine notice boards. He placed one on the ground and, grasping the other 2, sprinted toward another location. "Received," came the voice through the earpiece. "I have made all the necessary arrangements. The night watchers are en route to the old residential area. Hong Ying and the others will arrive shortly. Deploy Boundless Void to contain him for 10 minutes. That should suffice." Xiangnan, "You know it cannot contain him for even 10 minutes better than I do." By the time the message returned, Zhao Kongqing's mind was already resolute. "Old Zhao, you must not confront him directly." Old Zhao, he understood that Boundless Void was merely a barrier for concealing combat. Incapable of restraining the king of the faceless for 10 minutes, he could only buy time through conflict. He could not permit the king of the faceless to harm others before his eyes. With a thunderous crash, the manhole cover was sent soaring, and a grotesque arm of a monstrous being erupted from the sewer, followed by a creature of immense proportions, far surpassing the ghastly visage. Simultaneously, Zhao Kongqing had set the last notice board in place. Witnessing this, he felt no fear. Only tranquility filled his heart. He bit into his fingertip, letting a drop of blood stain the surface of the notice board. "Xiangnan, do you remember that vow?" Zhao Kongqing gazed at the monstrous figure before him, slightly crouching as he prepared to unleash the barrier, his peripheral vision fixed on the nearby diminutive residential building. "When the dark night descends, I shall stand before multitudes this time. I stand not before multitudes, but behind me is the entire world of that child. Thus I cannot retreat. The lookout, too, is a night watcher. Do not underestimate me." With that declaration, he brought his hands together with fervor. An invisible curtain enveloped the small triangular area formed by the 3 notice boards. The Forbidden Ruins, Boundless Void. Chapter 12. The Dark Rescues Suddenly. A bat repeatedly collided with the window, causing Li Ziye's eyes to brighten. He activated the Starry Night Dancer, but as soon as he did, he could no longer remain seated. He swiftly grabbed the individual who was engrossed in their meal, slipped on his shoes, and dashed outside. "Xiaoqi, what on earth are you doing?" Annie exclaimed, alarmed. "I just remembered something important. I must step out." The rain intensified, pouring down relentlessly. Zhao Kongsheng, cigarette in mouth, repeatedly pressed the lighter, but each time a spark flickered to life, it was extinguished by the deluge from above. "Alas," he sighed, a hint of frustration evident. "What bad luck. Can't a man even enjoy a smoke in peace?" Not far away, the towering figure of the ghost-faced king loomed, its grotesque features and menacing form resembling a demon of the rain-soaked night, emanating an oppressive aura. Unlike ordinary ghost-faced beings, this creature walked upright, its hands liberated, exuding the appearance of a muscular man, if one could overlook its ghastly visage and long, protruding tongue. Overall, it bore a striking resemblance to humanity. As the rain fell, crimson streams flowed from the ghost-faced king's body, revealing numerous deep gashes, each wound exposing bone. A truly harrowing sight. Yet, the ferocity radiating from it was far from trivial. Despite the creature's evident disarray, Zhao Kongqing regarded it with utmost caution, unwilling to lower his guard. After all, he was merely an ordinary mortal, a watcher without the protection of a forbidden domain. On this rain-drenched night, with a cigarette that would not ignite, a cloaked general wielding a straight sword stood resolute, prepared for battle. In the blink of an eye, both opponents surged into action. Clang! The sharp claws clashed against the sturdy blade, sending forth brilliant sparks. Clang! 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 The sound of metal striking metal resonated incessantly. Both combatants moved with incredible speed, yet the ghost-faced king was clearly swifter. After 3 swift strikes, Zhao Kongsheng was sent flying, crashing awkwardly onto the muddy, worn ground. The disparity between them was insurmountable, a chasm that skill alone could not bridge. Although Zhao Kongsheng had once been a legendary soldier, facing a mythic creature endowed with the powers of a forbidden domain and extraordinary physical prowess was akin to comparing clouds to dirt. Though skilled and experienced, Zhao Kongsheng lacked the requisite attributes to match his opponent. "Damn it, are mythic beings truly that formidable?" Zhao Kongsheng muttered as he rose from the mud, spitting out the soggy remnants of a cigarette. "If only I had a forbidden domain, I could slay you in an instant." Suddenly, footsteps echoed. "Old Zhao, I will grant you a forbidden domain now. Let me see how you plan to kill it." Li Ziye entered from the outside, the boundless void appearing as if it were merely an illusion, while Li Ziye remained outside, anxiously watching, unable to enter for the moment. "What brings you here?" Zhao Kongsheng was momentarily taken aback, and then he erupted in anger. "Get out of here immediately. This is not a place for you to play the hero. It is far too perilous. How did you even get in? This is no joke. A fully equipped Shadow Emperor with the bloodline of the 5 elements is not a trifling matter. It possesses an inherent shadow magnetic field and capabilities of the Black Domain. Wherever it wishes to go, it can indeed go. However, the consumption of the Black Domain is immense. For the time being, it serves merely as a show of bravado." With each step that Li Ziye took, a part of the Shadow Emperor armor materialized alongside him, and by the time he stood before the Ghost-Faced King, the armor had fully integrated. Yet, it was merely the ordinary Shadow Emperor. With a single punch, he sent the Ghost-Faced King soaring into the sky. Suddenly, the Shadow Emperor positioned his left hand across his waist, letting his right hand fall gently. As they converged, a ripple of temporal fluctuations spread out, causing time itself to come to a standstill. Zen seal. He then casually picked up a stone and infused it with the power of shadow, gold element, transforming the unremarkable stone into dark, gold shadow stone. This was one of the powers bestowed by the Shadow Emperor. The radiation of this dark gold shadow stone was immense, capable of instantly bestowing an ordinary person with the shadow, 5 elements bloodline. "Old Zhao, catch this." The Shadow Emperor tossed the stone toward him. Try to feel its power. It's far more exhilarating than the ghost goddess invocation. However, Zhao Kongcheng remained motionless. Damn, I forgot you can't move right now, the Shadow Emperor muttered softly, repeating the earlier Zen seal gesture to restore the flow of time. With a thud, the Ghost-Faced King crashed back to the ground. Roar! The Ghost-Faced King was enraged, bellowing furiously at the two, his voice rumbling like thunder. Almost immediately, a gigantic and grotesque, ghostly visage began to materialize on the ground, striking terror into the hearts of those who beheld it. It seemed that the Shadow Emperor's earlier punch had not been particularly effective. What the hell? Why is it so agitated? Zhao Kongqing's expression changed dramatically, instinctively exclaiming, Forbidden Void Sequence, 176, Ghost Face Reality. Zai, be extremely cautious. It still has the stamina to initiate the Forbidden Void. Despite his precarious state, Zhao Kongqing was quick to warn him. He felt as though the world was upside down. Dizziness overwhelmed him, and he tightened every muscle just to avoid collapsing, his vision spiraling as if trapped in a rapidly spinning kaleidoscope, chaotic and disordered. Roar! The furious roars emanated from all directions, making it impossible to discern the Ghost-Faced King's location. Bang! 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 Outside the boundless void, Li Ziye was relentlessly assaulting the barrier. Zhao Kongqing, let me in. I can help you now, he shouted, pounding more fervently. I know you're inside. I just saw Li Ziye go in. His voice grew increasingly louder, and his strikes grew more intense. Get back. He has armor for protection. What do you have? Zhao Kongqing cursed and urged him, return to your meal. Don't wander aimlessly. Get lost. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath, summoning the fearlessness he once possessed, and shouted, Get out of here. Bang, bang, bang. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Li Ziye forcefully collided with the barrier, asserting, though I may fear for my life, the one thing I despise most in this lifetime is being indebted to others. Within the domain, Zhao Kongqing was once again sent flying, lying on the ground for quite some time. He gasped for air, struggling to stand with the aid of his sword. Li Ziye, listen to me. You need to return and have your meal. Don't linger here. You cannot enter. Cough, cough. While I may lack a forbidden domain and a realm, this boundless void can indeed block anyone beneath the pool realm. Cough, cough. Either I open the door willingly or I can only perish in battle. You can't even, cough, break through this barrier. To confront that monster here would be tantamount to courting death. Zhao Kongqing kept a vigilant watch around him, ever wary of the Ghost-Faced King's assault, his breath growing increasingly labored. As his last words echoed into the silence, the exterior fell utterly quiet. All sounds vanished, as if Li Ziye had already departed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He smiled. Brother Zai, let me handle it. Zhao Kongqing pulled out a badge, urging you. Take this opportunity while I hold it back to escape quickly. Don't waste a lifetime trying to be a hero. Click. A slender needle sprang from the badge. Brother, your potential is immense, but you have yet to mature. Do not be reckless. Do not accompany me to my demise here. Your future holds much greater promise. Old Zhao, I must say, I find that remark unappealing. The Shadow Emperor tapped the valve at his waist, summoning a weapon seal, and with a touch, the Shadow Emperor's flame blade materialized in his hand. Tonight, this hero shall be mine. Immediately, the red visor turned black, shutting off his vision. Close your eyes. Open your heart. Roar. At that moment, the Ghost-Faced King lunged at Zhao Kongqing. You are here. Simultaneously, the Shadow Emperor detected its voice and presence, accelerating forward to confront it, delivering a swift slash that, however, missed its target. Then, with a sudden sideways kick, bang! The ambushing Ghost-Faced King was sent flying several meters by the force of the blow. While I may not yet wield overwhelming power, the Shadow Emperor draws near, and to deal with you is more than sufficient. Prepare to meet your end, Ghost-Faced King. With that, he once again tapped the valve. A lethal seal shot forth, expanding before him to a door-like size, inscribed with the character Kill. Using the tip of the Shadow Emperor's flame blade, he struck the lethal seal. As he moved, the seal transformed into dark, fiery energy, absorbed by the blade, which began to radiate a blood-red glow. Then, the Shadow Emperor swung his blade fiercely, unleashing the scorching, blood-colored prison fire, enveloping the heat wave that sliced through the rainy night, instantly evaporating the raindrops in its path. Whoosh! The prison fire blade surged towards the Ghost Face King. The Ghost Face King, suppressed by the shadow magnetic field, found itself utterly immobilized, resigned to waiting for its demise. This predicament stemmed from its injury to the core essence, rendering it significantly weaker. Otherwise, even the shadow magnetic field would not possess the capability to transcend realms to subdue an adversary, particularly considering that Li Ziye's bloodline potential had only been developed to a mere 5. Shadow Emperor's Divine Execution / in reference to the Seal of Magic / This is merely a self-created skill. After all, it would be rather peculiar for the Shadow Emperor to utilize Seal of Magic. Boom! Moments later, the infernal blade struck the Ghost Face King, precisely targeting its forehead, cleaving it in two, with viscera spilling forth and blood evaporating before it could splatter. A chilling wail erupted from the severed remains of the Ghost Face King. Its life force gradually waned, its struggles becoming increasingly feeble, descending into a state of tranquility. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a series of muffled footsteps approached. It was the malevolent wolf beast 2.0+, revealing its true form, which voraciously devoured the remnants of the Ghost Face King before it could be absorbed by the shadow-modified seal of Magic Box. You don't engage in battle, yet you arrive to feast afterward? The Shadow Emperor's armor disintegrated as Li Ziye advanced, delivering a kick. Do you have the audacity to eat this? Was Ti supposed to have you watch over old Zhao? Why didn't you assist him in battling the foes? Oh, the wolf beast 2.0+ shook its body, seemingly aggrieved. In truth, as a newly awakened ability beast, it possessed merely the strength of the Zhan realm, being a mere ordinary wolf transformed without enhancement. Its presence here was solely due to the Shadow Emperor having recently cleaved through the boundless void. All right, I understand you couldn't enter before, Li Ziye sighed, no longer holding it accountable. However, remember this. Next time, you are not permitted to eat indiscriminately. You may only consume what I explicitly allow. Do you comprehend? Oh, the wolf beast 2.0+ acknowledged its understanding. Clatter. Witnessing the entire spectacle, Zhao Kongcheng stood in a state of shock, the star blade slipping from his grasp and crashing to the ground. What? Is this all resolved? He looked down at the needle mark on his body, on the verge of tears, lamenting whether he had merely sacrificed himself to ghostly god-s summon, facing an imminent death without purpose. This was hardly fair. He had just awakened 083, eclipsing moonlight, yet there was no time to utilize it. The Ghost Face King had been cleaved in half, only to be devoured by a large dog. You summon it? Hearing this, Li Ziye hurriedly ran over, seizing Zhao Kongcheng's hand. Why did you summon ghostly goddess summit? Did I not promise you a forbidden abyss upon my entry? When did you say that? Zhao Kongcheng was taken aback. I stated it from the very beginning. Li Ziye retrieved the dark golden shadow stone from his pocket. This stone allows you to summon armor, just like I can. You neglected its use, yet you summoned ghostly goddess summon. What did I give this to you? Forget it, that is not important. Li Ziye sighed and, with a sense of resignation, gently patted his shoulder. Old Zhao, your body has already been fortified by this stone. Perhaps you can withstand the side effects of demon goddess call. I wish you the best of luck. Zhao Kongcheng, W. Chapter 13. Zhao Kongcheng, who says I am dead. My dear deskmate, have you seen enough? Suddenly, Li Ziye turned his gaze towards another direction, where a searing gap appeared in the boundless void. What deskmate? Who is that? Where did this opening come from? Zhao Kongcheng regained his senses and looked over. Could it possibly be that brat Lin Ziye who caused this? Surely not. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ziye stepped forth. Zhao Kongcheng. What on earth is going on? He looked up at the sky, a visage of self-doubt adorning his face. Why are these two young men so formidable? Is it possible that I, Zhao, have lost my dignity? Never mind, it matters not. For death awaits us all. Wait a moment. What a side effect from the ghost goddess summon? Why has it not yet arrived? I was prepared to await my demise. No, hold on. Why am I not in pain at all? On the contrary, I feel invigorated. Could that radiant dark silver stone be so extraordinary? This stone, It truly appears to be remarkable. With this thought, Zhao Kongcheng retrieved the dark golden shadow stone, weighed it in his hands, sensing the immense power contained within, yet pondering how to wield it. Subsequently, he sought a quiet place to delve into his research, clutching the stone. Meanwhile, the rain began to taper off. Lin Ziye felt the droplets cascade upon him, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he surveyed his surroundings. His heart a tumult of emotions, just a hair's breadth away. Had it not been for Zhao Kongcheng's desperate resistance and Li Ziye's covert protection under the guise of seeking a meal, his family would have surely succumbed to the gluttony of the Ghost-Faced King. He could scarcely fathom how bloody and brutal that scene would have been. "My dear deskmate, up until now, you owe me 2 favors." Li Ziye approached, patting his shoulder, teasingly declaring, "Let me clarify, I am no saint. I am one who would seek to repay a debt of gratitude." Though unspoken, Lin Ziye, with his astute intellect, grasped the deeper implications of this statement. Yet he hesitated, he struggled, his heart reluctant to abandon his family. "Zai, perhaps, let it be." At this moment, Zhao Kongcheng discerned his turmoil, urging, "Let us not dwell on this notion of repayment. If he does not wish to join, let us not compel him, shall we?" "Old Zhao, you are mistaken. You are doing him a disservice." With that, Li Ziye's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness. He had no choice. He must accompany us. The moment one has been favored by the divine, they're no longer an ordinary being, forever severed from mundane existence. Do you understand? His voice, though not loud, resonated with conviction. His expression was one of utmost solemnity. This was neither jest nor threat. Power attracts power. Once one transcends the ordinary, even without seeking trouble, trouble shall seek them. If Lin Ziye does not come with us, trouble will inevitably find him. Isolated and defenseless, no matter how formidable he may be, he can only ensure his own safety, while his family may not be so fortunate. Let us speak of certain matters I have encountered in my foundational texts, particularly regarding the ancient god sect. Upon discovering Lin Ziye's remarkable talent, they exhibit a relentless obsession, akin to madness, pursuing their objectives without respite. How can he possibly face them alone? Before he had even matured, he had already been ensnared by their machinations. Do you comprehend this? Li Ziye inhaled deeply and extended his hand, proclaiming, "You possess no alternative. Extend your hand and accompany me." Lin Ziye, after a brief pause, he continued, "I too have family, and I cannot bear the thought of leaving them. Yet, I chose to join the Night Watchers, not for any other reason, but because I understand that my presence with my family would only bring them trouble." He then pressed on, "Do you truly believe your circumstances are superior to mine? We possess no choices." Upon hearing these words, Lin Ziye was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he realized the truth in them. How could an extraordinary individual ever relish a mundane existence? Perhaps that demon mass king had come solely for his own interest. The more he contemplated, the more he found these words profoundly resonant, each syllable striking his very soul. He recognized that he could no longer cling to the allure of the ordinary. Previously, he had been indifferent to safeguarding the lives of countless beings and the warmth of their homes. Now he understood. His own family was an inseparable part of the vast tapestry of existence. He grasped that protecting the homes of others was no different from safeguarding his own. With a decisive clap, Lin Ziye declared, "Very well. I shall join you, extending my hand to the Night Watchers, as long as my family remains untouched." Zhao Kongcheng stared in disbelief at the 2 clasped hands. What? A mere lecture sufficed for persuasion? Why do my words fail to carry such weight? Old Zhao, your youthfulness is your folly," Li Ziye remarked, casting a glance his way. "Your ideals of heroism are no longer persuasive. The times have changed, and one must illuminate the stakes involved." Truthfully, even Li Ziye felt somewhat bewildered. To be candid, he lacked the confidence that he could persuade Lin Ziye in one breath. A contingency plan was at the ready. Should Lin Ziye dare to refuse, he would clandestinely conjure a batch of cannon-fodder mutant beasts to instill fear in him, ensuring he understood the dangers that permeate this world. "Not that I fear Lin Ziye's refusal," he mused. "Is that so?" Zhao Kongcheng scratched his head, pondering. "It seems I am indeed too youthful. Yet, Wait a moment. I am actually older than you. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I take pleasure in it. Thus, amidst the gentle patter of rain, the trio walked side by side, gradually receding into the distance. As they continued onward, Li Ziye spotted his motorcycle and promptly mounted it, propelling himself forward with his legs while maintaining pace with the other two. After a while, he queried old Zhao, "Why did you park your vehicle at the entrance of the community? Could you not drive it in?" "I cannot," Zhao Kongcheng replied with a shake of his head and a weary sigh. "My van is too large, and the roads in this old residential area are too narrow, making it impractical." "Very well then," Li Ziye nodded in understanding. Suddenly, he asked eagerly, "Old Zhao, are you a local? Think carefully before you answer. This is of utmost importance." "No," Zhao Kongcheng replied without hesitation. "I moved here in recent years to support Songnan City." He then blinked, a look of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, "What is the matter?" "That is excellent," came the response. Meanwhile, Hong Ying rushed back to their previous location. She was taken aback by the chaotic scene before her. A street in disarray, shattered signposts, the absence of Zhao Kongcheng and the Ghost-Faced King, and a badge lying on the ground, one that had activated the ghost god's call. In that instant, an unsettling thought crept into her mind. "Xiangnan, Vice Captain. I." Her voice faltered. "It seems I have arrived too late. All that remains is this wreckage. Old Zhao and the Ghost-Faced King are nowhere to be found, just this badge on the ground." On the other end of the earpiece, Wu Xiangnan's expression changed dramatically. "What did you say? Old Zhao and the Ghost-Faced King are both missing? You only found a badge? One that had been used with the ghost god's call? How could this be? Is it possible that old Zhao has already perished?" This thought began to take root, and Wu Xiangnan instinctively rubbed his forehead, his face darkening. He then made several calls and attempted to reach out via the communicator, but received no response, forcing him to entertain the grim possibility. In an instant, a wave of sorrow spread throughout Team 136. However, the reality was quite different. Both the phone and communicator had been shattered by the Ghost-Faced King. The badge had simply fallen unnoticed, and old Zhao was perfectly fine, having only endured a beating. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the peace office, a black van and a black and silver motorcycle approached from distance, parking in the designated area where 3 individuals disembarked. Among them, Zhao Kongcheng was the first to push open the door. Although he was covered in mud and had a bruised visage, his spirits were evidently high. Inside, Wu Xiangnan was taken aback, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "Old Zhao, you're alive? Who said I was dead?" Zhao Kongcheng replied, looking bewildered before enthusiastically adding, "I'm just fine. Not only am I alive, but I have also awakened the Forbidden Ruin Sequence 083, Vanishing Life, Flashing Moon." Chapter 14, The Death of the Ghost-Faced King, and he was even devoured by a dog. "What? Lao Zhao, could you please elucidate the details of what transpired?" Wu Xiangnan, momentarily taken aback, handed him a glass of water, urging him to recount the events in detail. His tone was particularly grave, for this matter was of utmost significance. "Very well," Zhao Kongqing nodded, draining the glass at his side. He then began, "After I opened the boundless void, I engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the Ghost-Faced King. Just then, Brother Ziye entered. In order to prevent a promising talent from meeting a tragic end, I directly administered a ghostly spirit needle. Subsequently, I awakened the Forbidden Void Sequence 083, Eclipsed Life and Moon. I had initially intended to fight the Ghost-Faced King to the bitter end, to embrace my fate as a true hero, to indulge in the thrill of using the Forbidden Void. However, Brother Ziye conjured a special blade from thin air and cleaved the Ghost-Faced King in two. In the end, the corpse of the Ghost-Faced King was devoured by the dog that Brother Ziye had raised. Oh, and he also gifted me a stone, which spared me from the side effects of the ghostly spirit needle. Upon hearing the entire account, Wu Xiangnan immediately fell into deep contemplation. "Please hold your tongue. I need a moment to digest this." His mind raced, akin to a CPU processing information at lightning speed, as if wisps of white smoke were emanating from his head. What is this situation? A single strike cleaved the Ghost-Faced King, and he fed it to a dog? Wu Xiangnan was utterly unable to maintain his composure, his eyes bulging with disbelief, his jaw dropping in shock. At that moment, Li Ziye entered, removed his helmet, and shook out his flattened white hair. Deputy team leader, what's the matter with you? He casually found a seat and began to munch on the snacks laid out on the table, observing Wu Xiangnan's ghostly expression. Oh, you're back? Wu Xiangnan finally regained his composure upon hearing the inquiry, cautiously asking, I just heard Lao Zhao mention that you cleaved the Ghost-Face King in two and fed it to a dog? Pretty much, Li Ziye nodded, though there's one detail that differs. I didn't feed the dog. It came over on its own to eat. I had intended to give it anything. You two are not jesting with me, are you? Wu Xiangnan's lips twitched, his face a mask of incredulity. A dog consuming a mythical creature? I'm not joking. That dog is no ordinary canine. Li Ziye shook his head, then elaborated, strictly speaking, that dog is a super creature created by the deity behind me, completely obedient to my will. It can usually disguise itself as a regular large wolf dog. I see. This must be one of your divine void abilities. Wu Xiangnan nodded thoughtfully, then posed one final question. May I inquire how you helped Lao Zhao avoid the side effects of the ghostly spirit needle? As far as I know, no one has ever escaped the ironclad rule of certain death upon use. This, I cannot explain myself. Li Ziye shrugged and smiled, saying, Deputy Leader, I recall mentioning from the very beginning that my deity hails from another universe. It is hardly surprising that they can accomplish this. As his words fell, an enveloping silence descended, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. On the surface, Wu Xiangnan remained silent, yet internally, a tempest brewed within him. This incident had further solidified one undeniable truth. He must never antagonize Li Ziye. One must recognize that Li Ziye had only just become divine agent for a day, and his power was already terrifyingly formidable. It is conceivable how formidable the strength of that supreme deity from the Shadow Universe, known as the Shadow Emperor, must be, a deity yet to be catalogued. Although Wu Xiangnan was immensely curious about other abilities, he understood that further inquiries would be unwelcome. Thus, he shifted his focus to another divine agent. Meanwhile, Lin Ziye surveyed the Peace Affairs office with wide-eyed curiosity. Hello, I am Lin Ziye, he declared upon sensing their gaze. I am the Seraphim agent you speak of, and I have come to join the Night Watch. After a brief silence, Wu Xiangnan introduced himself. Greetings, I am Wu Xiangnan, the deputy leader of the 136th Night Watch team stationed in Songnan City. After his introduction, he proceeded to follow protocol, asking Lin Ziye, what prompts your desire to join the Night Watch now, when you previously expressed such resistance? I had no choice, Lin Ziye replied matter-of-factly. Wu Xiangnan nodded, refraining from further questioning. This reason was compelling enough. As a divine agent, one truly had no alternatives. It was either join the Night Watch, become a target for the Ancient One Church, or face an inexplicable demise. As night deepened, the others gradually returned to the Peace Affairs office. Among them, Captain Chun Mai busied himself with assisting Lin Ziye in the enrollment process for the Night Watch. Meanwhile, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, Wen Qima, and Lung Xian gathered together, engaging in conversation primarily revolving around the demise of the Ghost-Face King. Zhao Kongcheng lounged on the sofa, requesting Si Xiaonan's help to heal his injuries while sharing his thoughts. However, Li Ziye, the focal point of the discussion, remained disengaged, seated in a corner and munching on snacks, with no intention of boasting about his accomplishments. After all, to speak of one's own deeds and prowess would be rather unbecoming. Thus, it sufficed to sit quietly and appear formidable, concealing the fact that he secretly relished the praise and admiration of others. Moments later, Lung Xian discreetly excused himself, quietly retrieving a camera and stealthily capturing a group photo of everyone, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Click! Suddenly, the sound of another shutter echoed. Howl! Howl! The beast known as Evil Wolf 2.0+ in its half-wolf, half-human form, held a mobile phone, capturing the footage of the scene that Lung Xian had secretly recorded. This was indeed the true group photograph. There's a werewolf. Lung Xian exclaimed in alarm. Captain, we're in serious trouble. A mythical creature like a werewolf has come knocking at our door. We must eliminate it immediately. With that, everyone swiftly drew their weapons, intending to engage in combat right there in the office, with the exception of Wu Xiangnan and Zhao Kongsheng, who remained composed, fully aware of what this werewolf truly was. Stop! 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 Upon witnessing the commotion, Li Ziye hastily intervened. This is my summoned subordinate. It is completely loyal to me and one of us. Everyone, sheathe your weapons, he implored, addressing Hong Yingjie, Xiaonan, Qi Mo, and the others. It poses no threat, so lower your arms. After much persuasion, he finally managed to convince them to put their weapons away. Shortly thereafter, Lin Zie's application to join the team was processed, making him a temporary member, albeit one without provisions for food and lodging. However, the hand of fate had set its course. Lin Zie ultimately revealed the 10-year deadline. After 10 years, regardless of the circumstances, he would have to depart. Puffed. Li Ziye, sipping tea, suddenly spewed it out, chuckling inexplicably. Could this be the legendary force of world correction? He maintained a facade of composure while internally mocking the notion that some narratives were simply immutable. Was Lin Ziye, the 10-year guy, truly destined for this? Upon learning that there would be no food or lodging provided, Lin Ziye panicked. If you don't provide meals or a place to stay, am I supposed to sleep on the streets for a month? He inquired anxiously. At that moment, Zhao Kongsheng quietly raised his hand. Little brother Ziye, why not come stay at my place? He smiled, adding, to be honest, my home is quite spacious. It will be no problem for you to stay for a month. Thus, instead of residing at Hong Yingjie's villa, Lin Ziye became a guest at Zhao's home. As for the letter Lin Ziye had written to his aunt, it was entrusted to Chunmai and Wenqima for delivery. The following day, at an old residential complex within a low-rise building, Ms. Wang Fong was reassured by Wenqima. Rest assured, we are a legitimate force. Lin Ziye's enlistment in the Urumqi military was duly authorized. There are no hidden dangers involved. Upon hearing this, the aunt's body trembled. Heat and tea go to Chi-Chi-Har. Chapter 15. Zhao's Dream of a General. Shadow, Snow Mastiff Armor, combine. In the shadowy realm of the training ground, the 5 guardians lounged in rocking chairs, relishing their time with shadow watermelons. Before them lay an untouched half of a large watermelon. A silver-haired youth descended the stairs and seized the other half of the watermelon, promptly indulging himself with a spoon. Young master, are you prepared to endure the electric currents? Evil Gene inquired, glancing at Li Ziye, his 6 eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Ziye returned the watermelon to the table and nodded. Let us begin. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his mind, bracing himself for the day's electric body refinement technique. Immediately, the 5 guardians formed an electrolytic array, surging currents rushing toward Li Ziye. Time passed second by second. Finally, Li Ziye concluded his electric treatment and made his way to the palace. The text on the large screen gradually transformed. Companion, Evil Wolf Beast 2. 0+ companion abilities, cloning, high-speed movement, phantom face, Li Ziye's eyes sparkled with delight. He had not anticipated that it would inherit the Forbidden Ruins after consuming the Phantom King. Quite impressive, indeed, truly worthy of being an advanced version of a supernatural beast. Shadow 5 Elements Bloodline Concentration, 100, Bloodline Potential Development Level, 7. 5. Mental Strength, Upper Tier, Mental Strength Equivalent. Zhanjing, Willpower Strength, Mid-Tier, Armor Mastery, 10th Combat Performance Evaluation, Normal Combat Power, Low-Grade Wu, Armor Combat Power, Low-Grade Ding. The Bloodline Potential had increased by 2, and Armor Mastery had risen by 8. 5. Li Ziye nodded thoughtfully, instinctively stroking his chin. In essence, it simply referred to proficiency. It seemed imperative to actively engage in monster slaying henceforth, emulating General Duanmu, and becoming a mythological beast of destruction. The more monsters he defeated, the stronger he would become. The stronger he became, the more monsters he could vanquish. A virtuous cycle. At this moment, he possessed an exceptionally clear understanding of his future path. Step, step, step. The Grand Priest approached, a smile gracing his face as he stroked his beard. It appeared that the young master had now comprehended the path he ought to pursue, and mastering the armor was surely within reach. Li Ziye nodded in affirmation. Come on, old dang, it's time to teach me marksmanship. The Grand Priest shook his head slightly, remaining silent as he effortlessly lifted him, transporting him through the dark domain to the training ground, where he was deposited beside the evil water guardian. Let her teach you the basics first. I shall instruct you in advanced marksmanship thereafter. Subsequently, Li Ziye began his sparring session with the evil water guardian. Lacking any experience with long weapons, he could only endure a one-sided beating. "Sister Water, can we ease up a bit?" he pleaded. "Apologies, young master, but if I were to hold back, the Grand Priest would surely reprimand me," she replied. Hearing this, Li Ziye felt a surge of frustration, yet he was powerless to change his fate. Gradually absorbing the techniques and principles of the shadow meteor marksmanship amidst the relentless onslaught. His desire to master firearms stemmed from a remark made by the High Priest the previous day. The High Priest had astonishingly informed him that unless he fully mastered the 5 primary weapons, the Shadow Flame Blade, Shadow Meteor Gun, Shadow Windhawk Sword, Shadow Earth Splitter, and Shadow Thunder Axe, he would be unable to summon the Extreme Dark Sword. What did it mean that one must first master all 5 primary weapons in order to summon the Extreme Dark Sword? This stipulation caused him considerable distress. Thus, he began learning the Shadow Meteor Gun technique today. As he practiced, Li Ziye could distinctly feel the transformation of the Shadow 5 Elements bloodline within him. Its development evidently heightened, particularly in his grasp of Shadow Water Element. He now comprehended fully that each weapon corresponded to one of the Shadow 5 elements, and only upon mastering all could they be fused into the ultimate darkness, allowing him to summon the Extreme Dark Sword and the Extreme Dark Shield, thereby upgrading to the ultimate Shadow Emperor. Ha ha! I have attained enlightenment. With a clearer understanding of the rules, Li Ziye seemed to have transformed, learning and comprehending at a faster pace, and experiencing fewer beatings. The enhancement of his bloodline brought about a profound change in his physique. In addition to the Shadow Magnetic Field and the Black Domain, he gained an extra ability, Shadow Demon Eye. This ability, derived from the crimson eyes of the Shadow Emperor, allowed him to perceive the essence of other souls, see through the surface of things, and possess exceptionally heightened dynamic vision. After a day and night of intense competition with the Water Mistress, the dawn of the next day found Li Ziye arriving early at the Peace Affairs office. Upon entering, he immediately sensed an intriguing situation unfolding. On the office's sofa sat a woman in her 50s, indignantly leaning on her cane while adjusting her reading glasses. "My husband is not like that. He is straying," she exclaimed. "I would like you to investigate whether he is indeed being unfaithful." The elderly woman animatedly expressed her grievances, tearfully alleging that her husband was involved with another elderly woman. "I believe you are right," Li Ziye interjected deliberately. "This is utterly outrageous. Rest assured, you can trust our office. We will pursue this matter to the end. As long as the payment is sufficient, I will personally assist you in confronting the infidelity. Indeed, our office will certainly help resolve your issue," Hong Ying chimed in softly. Just then, another melodious electronic voice announced, "Ding dong, welcome," as Li Ziye pushed open the door and entered. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was taken aback. Most of the members of Team 136 were engaged in lively conversation with the elderly couple, including Li Ziye, who was also a temporary team member. What was going on? He instinctively blurted out, then turned his gaze toward Li Ziye. "Just a normal day at work, earning a few coins." Li Ziye smiled and opened the door to the inner room. "My dear deskmate, you may leave now. There's no need to be dazed. Let them handle the situation outside. Let's proceed inside." He turned and entered the inner chamber, revealing a secret passage leading to an underground activity space. Li Ziye followed closely behind, accompanied by Wen Qima. The business at the storefront was entirely entrusted to Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, the 2 young ladies. As they descended, they engaged in conversation. The extensive scope of the Peace Affairs Office's operations truly astonished Li Ziye. It was even more all-encompassing than the general service shop depicted in anime, eagerly undertaking nearly every conceivable task. Amidst their banter, the trio arrived at the training ground. There, 3 individuals were present: the captain, the deputy, and Zhao Kongsheng. The first 2 were seated in meditation, honing their mental fortitude, while the latter fiddled with a glowing stone. "Old Zhao, let us spar," Li Ziye exclaimed, pulling Zhao Kongsheng to the combat area. "I shall teach you how to wield the power of that stone, and in the process, I'll try out some new techniques." "Are we using Forbidden Realms?" Zhao Kongsheng scratched his head. "I wish to test its might." I awakened with great difficulty the other day, and didn't he have the chance to use it? All is fair game, just know your limits. This implied that there were no strict restrictions as long as one stayed composed. The duel drew the attention of everyone present, including Chun Mai, who was instructing Li Ziye. Captain Chun had heard of Li Ziye's extraordinary talent and formidable combat prowess, but had yet to witness it firsthand. This was his opportunity to observe closely. In the combat zone, the two faced each other. With a powerful shout from Li Ziye, the Shadow Emperor armor instantly enveloped him, transforming into the Shadow Black Rhinoceros armor. The only distinction from the light and shadow armor was the color of the eye and chest lights, which were red instead of yellow. The other aspects remained unchanged. Buzz. In that fleeting moment, the appearance of the Shadow Emperor armor resonated with Zhao Kongqing's dark gold shadow stone. Instantly, the Shadow Snow Mastiff armor manifested. Old Zhao, come learn from me. Li Ziye urja. He then twisted the left valve of the Shadow Black Rhinoceros armor's belt, producing a weapon sticker. With a gesture, the Shadow Meteor gun materialized in his hands. Mimicking him, the Shadow Snow Mastiff summoned the Shadow Thunder Axe. Although he had never wielded an axe before, Zhao Kongqing felt confident. Be cautious, Brother Zai. My forbidden realm is quite formidable. As soon as he spoke, a dark aura enveloped the axe blade. Forbidden Sequence 083, Moonlight of Demise. With a fierce swing, a black crescent, soaring 4 to 5 meters high, was launched at incredible speed. Clang! The Shadow Black Rhinoceros did not falter. It blocked the attack with its heavy shoulder armor adorned with twin horns, producing a brilliant flash of sparks as the black crescent shattered upon impact. Wow! Old Zhao, your Forbidden Realm's damage is rather intense, he remarked, flexing his right shoulder, which emitted a series of pain sounds. Ouch! This is heavy armor, and it nearly couldn't withstand it. This was not due to his inadequacy, but rather because Old Zhao's buffs had reached their maximum capacity. The Shadow Snow Mastiff was originally a suit of armor renowned for its formidable offensive capabilities. Now, when combined with his Oblivion Moonlit Flash, it is imbued with an array of damage-enhancing buffs, making any lack of significant damage quite unusual. At this moment in the audience, when Shima exclaimed, Old Zhao is indeed a genius. If his Oblivion Moonlit Flash were to strike the demon-faced king, I dare say it could cleave it in two. It seems he is destined to become a formidable force on the front lines. The ability to bestow the power of summoning armor upon others is truly remarkable. Chun Mai's gaze deepened as he fixated on the two suits below. The Shadow Emperor, bestowing upon Li Ziye the Divine Ruins, appeared as though he had divided all his powers and granted them to him. Chapter 16. Is this a dual lamp realm? Be cautious, Brother Zai. The Shadow Snow Mastiff advanced with an axe in hand. Swiftly, the Shadow Black Rhino reacted, raising its firearm to parry. Seizing the opportunity to rotate the valve on its left belt, summoning the auxiliary weapon, the Shadow Water Armor Shield. It was time to get serious. Immediately, the shield deflected the Shadow Thunder Axe. Withdrawing to a safe distance, it assumed a stance reminiscent of a dual-wielding black rhino clad in armor. Yet, the Shadow Snow Mastiff remained silent, relentlessly unleashing the technique, Annihilation Flash Moon. Clang, clang, clang. Under the dual wielding of gun and shield, the Shadow Black Rhino seemed to disregard these assaults, deftly dispersing a crescent of black energy with a shot, using its shield to block successive dark crescents, all while advancing. As the two armored figures intertwined, fierce sparks erupted around them. The clashing of armor resonated like a delightful symphony in the ears of the onlookers. The Shadow Snow Mastiff's offensive was relentless, each move pressing forward with intensity. The Shadow Black Rhino could only adopt a defensive posture, yet it managed to execute perfect blocks each time, seizing the moments to counterattack. Moreover, with each blow absorbed by the Shadow Water Armor Shield, a portion of the energy was siphoned. When it was time to retaliate, the horn atop the shield would extend, striking like a fist blade against the adversary. Clang, clang, clang. The two armored beings battled fiercely, the symphony of combat ongoing. What exactly is this fellow Zai up to? When Chima pondered, recalling their previous sparring session, which had been far from playful, Today, however, he seemed to have adopted a defensive counterattack style with the shield and gun. Chenmai rose, his expression grave. "Captain, have you discerned something?" Wu Xiangnan inquired quietly, casting a glance. "I have." Chenmai nodded, his gaze towards Li Ziye now imbued with a hint of admiration. "This young man is using himself as a whetstone, assisting old Zhao in familiarizing himself with his power. He truly is a good lad." The other two exchanged thoughtful nods. "Old Zhao, if you're struggling with your weapon, feel free to switch," the Shadow Black Rhino suggested. "Your set of Snow Mastiff armor includes not only an axe, but also a baton, nunchaku, and a chain axe. You might find something you prefer." "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" The Shadow Snow Mastiff replied, adjusting the valve to summon the weapon label for the Shadow Thunder Baton, stowing away the axe. With a flourish, he gripped a pair of dark silver batons, flexed his wrists, and with a mighty roar, charged forward, channeling black energy into the batons as he ran. Whoosh! Black crescent-shaped blades erupted from the tips of the batons. Under the influence of Annihilation, Flash Moon, and the Force of Gold, the batons transformed into dual blades. "Now this feels much better." With that, he swung towards the Shadow Black Rhino. As the crescent blades descended, they gradually expanded, resembling a pair of blades stretching over 10 meters in length. Shadow Torrent Thrust. With no means of evasion, the Shadow Black Rhino swiftly activated the valve, summoning the Fatal Strike label for thrust. The tip of its firearm lightly touched the label, drawing upon the dark water element's power to unleash a colossal spiraling attack. Boom! The obsidian crescent blade clashed with the emerald spiral attack, instantly generating a tremendous shockwave that ripped through the specially crafted ground, sending tremors throughout the entire subterranean arena. In an instant, a cloud of dust erupted. A few spectators in the stands coughed from the choking haze. Clang! 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 The two armored combatants continued their fierce battle, unable to determine a victor, with one side delivering relentless assaults and the other exhibiting impenetrable defense, a perfect stalemate. At that moment, the shadowy Snow Mastiff had mastered the release of its ultimate technique, combining it with the power of the fleeting Life's Crescent, unleashing a pitch-black slash capable of bypassing most defenses. However, the Shadow Black Rhinoceros disregarded the rules of engagement, activating its meditative seal to freeze time and space. Subsequently, it switched its armor to the Shadow Emperor armor. Time and space soon resumed their normal flow. The Shadow Emperor drew a blood-red Tai Chi symbol before gathering dark energy and unleashing it in a cataclysmic explosion. The overwhelming dark energy shattered the fleeting Life's thunder slash. A tremendous roar echoed as the ground collapsed and walls crumbled. Had it not been for the timely retraction of force, this blow might have obliterated the entire underground expanse. The Shadow Snow Mastiff was sent hurtling away, gradually disintegrating in midair, only fully breaking apart upon landing. Thus Zhao Kongcheng suffered no tangible harm, merely exhausting his stamina. Chenmai was momentarily bewildered. What had begun as a friendly spar had escalated into chaos. Such a colossal disturbance would undoubtedly attract the attention of those above, jeopardizing several business dealings. After calming the elderly spectators, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan hurriedly rushed downstairs. You could train all you want, but there is no need to escalate to such extremes. Cough, 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 cough. As they entered, the two women were immediately overwhelmed by the dust, which brought them to tears. A hum echoed. Someone had kindly adjusted the ventilation system to a more effective mode, alleviating some of the smoke and dust, gradually clarifying the visibility for everyone. The competition area lay in utter disarray. Had the impact spread any further, the load-bearing pillars would have been shattered. Zhao Kongcheng lay sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. Step, step, step. The Shadow Emperor had intended to make a grand entrance through the smoke, but after just 2 steps, it disintegrated. Li Ziye knelt on one knee, visibly exhausted, propping himself up with one arm as he gasped for breath. Without adequate stamina, had he recklessly employed this technique? His control over dark energy was still not particularly refined. It was as if out of 10 units of dark energy condensed, 8 would backfire upon him. The disintegration was entirely due to the heaven and earth's extreme darkness. The first time, the Shadow Emperor had assistance, which had prevented any mishaps. This time, however, it was solely his own doing, resulting in a disastrous failure. The crowd gathered around, chattering incessantly. After a brief tumult, one of the slumbering figures stirred awake. Cough, cough. Chun Mai cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Starting today, our Team 136 has gained a formidable addition to our frontline strength. Congratulations to Old Zhao." The applause erupted, a cacophony of clapping and cheers. I knew it. Old Zhao is undoubtedly a genius. Zhao Kongcheng, beaming with joy, brushed his nose, momentarily forgetting the pain in his body. Now I can participate in combat operations openly and with pride. Ha! The clamor continued, vibrant and lively. All right, everyone, please settle down. Chun Mai gestured for silence and continued. Regarding Old Zhao's situation, I will report accordingly. Please remember, do not disseminate this information privately. It is of great significance. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Zhao Kongcheng, Li Ziye, you two listen closely. Chun Mai's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he stated, "The destruction of the training ground is a grave offense. Wages will be deducted to fund its repairs." "It doesn't matter. I'm just a temporary worker, so I have no wages," Li Ziye shrugged nonchalantly. "Go ahead and deduct it from my future pay." Zhao Kongcheng's once jubilant expression fell immediately. Huh. Chapter 17. Chun Mai is about to shine due to the fact that a certain individual is merely a temporary team member. There are no wages to be deducted. After thorough and repeated discussions among the group, Zhao Kongcheng was assigned full responsibility. He could forget about his salary until the underground activity space was repaired. No. Why should this be? Zhao Kongcheng attempted to argue. Raising his voice, "I was in this mess with him. Why am I solely responsible? Does he bear no responsibility at all?" Old Zhao, just accept it, Wen Qima said while sweeping the floor. Not only is he a temporary team member, but he is also a student without financial means. He cannot be held accountable. Sighing helplessly, Zhao Kongcheng slowly replied, "You have a point, and moreover, he has assisted me greatly. It would be unreasonable to place the blame solely on him." The group busied themselves cleaning up the mess. Amidst their labor, laughter filled the air, yet their efficiency was surprisingly low. After 2.5 hours, the underground activity space was finally tidied up. "You two come here," Chun Mai said, putting down the tool he was using, beckoning Li Ziye and Li Ziye. The two exchanged glances and walked over. "You both are aware of the training schedule, and with over a month until it begins, we cannot afford to waste this precious time. We must impart all the necessary knowledge to you." By this point, the three had reached the lounge. "Come, take a seat." Chun Mai gestured for them to sit. "You were students before, but now you are about to embark on intense training. I understand this is sudden for you, but it is imperative. After all, you are to join our team, and if you do not perform well during training, it will reflect poorly on us. Do you comprehend?" Li Ziye nodded, while Li Ziye expressed his understanding without any objections. The former's mindset was, training is just training. After all, a rainy day is just an excuse to let off steam. The latter's perspective was, life is precious. Slacking off is akin to a slow demise. As for slacking off, for Li Ziye, normal training felt like a holiday, akin to a leisure activity. "So how should we train?" Li Ziye inquired eagerly. In truth, Li Ziye had intended to speak first, but his words were not as swift as Lin's. "In the morning, practice swordsmanship with me. In the afternoon, train in forbidden techniques with Qima. And in the evening, practice firearms with Lung Xian, specifically hot weapons." With that, Chun Mai led the two to a slightly smaller training ground, free from distractions, allowing for more focused practice. "Who wants to go first?" Chun Mai asked, retrieving 2 training wooden swords from a nearby rack and adjusting his grip. "We are about to begin." "I have an objection." Li Ziye suddenly raised his hand, speaking earnestly. "Captain, I request to practice firearms with Sister Honging, specifically with cold weapons like the spear. I seek your permission." "That is not permissible. Swordsmanship is essential training." Chun Mai shook his head, his expression impassive as he tossed a wooden sword to Li Ziye. The sword was standard equipment for every night watchman, while firearms required a special application and a longer weight, thus necessitating practice with the sword first. "Very well," Li Ziye conceded, catching the wooden sword toss his way. Though he longed to protest that he did not utilize the star blade and that his combat relied on armor fusion, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, The Star Blade was forged by the Queen Mother of the West, and who knew if it might prove effective? "Let us begin," he said. Upon hearing this, Li Ziye instinctively tightened his grip on the wooden sword, inhaling deeply but remaining motionless. The wooden sword felt exceedingly foreign in his hands. He had never wielded such a conventional weapon before. He found himself momentarily paralyzed. Currently, he was only proficient in the flame sword technique, which was a derivative of the Chinquan sun and moon sword technique, as well as the meteor spear technique. He truly had no mastery over the sword. It was beyond his capabilities. To him, the wooden sword was scarcely superior to a mere stick for kindling. His expression darkened. To engage would be akin to a rogue brawling, which would be disgraceful. Yet to remain idle was even more humiliating. Should he employ cosmic fist techniques with a wooden sword? That seemed inappropriate. The cosmic fist was designed to complement special weapons like the flame sword or nunchaku, not a plain, unremarkable straight sword. What is that expression on your face? Can such a demeanor protect what you wish to safeguard? Li Ziye, swing your sword. Charge at me. With the directive issued, Li Ziye had no choice but to act. He took a deep breath, lowering his body, spreading his legs apart, his left hand guarding in front, while he positioned the wooden sword against his left arm. In a moment of inhalation, he exerted his strength, transitioning to wielding the sword with both hands, propelling himself forward. He thrust, channeling his power into the wooden sword. He launched a direct stab, an ultimate offensive with no defense. In response to the rapid thrust, Chunmai swiftly dodged, countering with a slicing strike. Observing this, Li Ziye instinctively raised his left forearm to block the blade. "Stop!" Chunmai suddenly called out, his brow furrowed deeply. "Ziye, although we are training, you must treat it as if it were real combat. In actual combat, if you block with your forearm, you would incapacitate your arm. Do you understand?" "Huh?" The abrupt halt left Li Ziye momentarily bewildered, his expression exceedingly nuanced. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Before a fight, he would always merge with his armor. What sword could possibly penetrate the Shadow Emperor armor? In the face of unbreakable attacks, did he truly need to dodge or parry? Chunmai sighed and resumed his stance. "Li Ziye, we will continue. Remember, do not use your body to block the sword again." After several rounds, similar situations repeatedly arose, causing Chunmai's frown to deepen, his patience wearing thin. What was wrong with this lad? He relentlessly attacked without regard for defense, either using his chest to block strikes or his forearm. He was recklessly exchanging openings for offensive opportunities, a dangerously reckless approach. "Captain, what is wrong? You seem on the verge of losing your temper," Li Ziye inquired, scratching his head in confusion. "Is my combat strategy flawed? Is it not sufficient to simply slay the opponent? Defensive maneuvers often squander opportunities for offense." Chunmai inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "If you prefer not to defend, you could simply evade the attack, creating a safe distance to strike when a moment is right. One cannot recklessly absorb blows head-on." Upon uttering these words, he silently observed Li Ziye, internally fraying at the seams while outwardly upholding the guise of a captain. "I am astounded. I have never encountered anyone so reckless. Using one's forearm to block a blade is one thing, but to use one's chest? Trading injuries in such a manner is utterly nonsensical. Captain, have you perhaps misunderstood something?" Li Ziye rested his wooden sword upon his shoulder, one hand on his hip, catching his breath before continuing. "In actual combat, I will certainly don my armor, particularly the thickest plates on my chest and forearms." Chunmai, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. After a moment, he replied, "I am aware that you can summon your armor, but during the training camp in a month, you cannot summon it at will. What if you inadvertently harm a future comrade? That is why I must teach you how to fight without relying on your armor." At this, Li Ziye appeared to grasp the concept fully. "Li Ziye, do you understand now?" Chunmai shook his hands to reset his focus. "If you comprehend, let us proceed. This will be the final repetition for today. I do not wish to witness you employing an injury for injury tactic again." Li Ziye nodded and advanced with his blade. Utilizing the remarkable dynamic vision granted by Shadow Demon Eye, he accurately tracked Chunmai's attack trajectory, either perfectly evading and countering or deftly parrying and retaliating. His aggression in attack significantly diminished, leaning more towards a defensive counter strategy. Did you activate divine ruins? Chunmai inquired, observing the sudden crimson glow in Li Ziye's eyes. Must you resort to your abilities at every turn? Is there no cost to your powers? No cost at all, Li Ziye admitted candidly. What did you say? Chunmai paused for half a second in disbelief before waving his hand dismissively. Leave and send Lin Ziye in. You may return to rest. And do not forget about the training at noon. Li Ziye nodded and departed. At that moment, Lin Ziye's gaze sharpened as he gripped the hilt of his sword, swiftly charging towards Chunmai in an attempt to seize the initiative. However, 3 seconds later, his agonized screams echoed throughout the underground training space, growing increasingly desperate. Amidst the cacophony, Li Ziye ascended from the underground arena and headed upstairs. Finished already? On the sofa, Wen Shimal looked up as he entered, greeting him before inquiring, Ziye, why is your left forearm swollen? It's likely from the after effects of our sparring, Li Ziye replied, glancing down without much concern. I received a few hits while practicing with the captain, but it's nothing serious. Chapter 18. A modicum of skill engaging in practice with the captain. Sustaining merely a few strikes is indeed impressive. I did not misjudge you. When Shimal gently patted Li Ziye's shoulder and guided him to a secluded spot to sit. After exchanging some casual conversation, Wen Shimal, slightly apprehensive, began to rub his hands together. Ziye, I have a few inquiries I hope you won't mind answering, all right? Come on. We're buddies. Just ask away. The vice captain of Xiangnan had assigned me the task of clarifying your specific circumstances. Wen Shimal, with his hands clasped on the table, spoke in a notably serious tone. As far as I know, the deity you represent has never been observed, and the divine ruins remain a mystery. Furthermore, the headquarters has conducted an investigation in recent days, yielding no results. Therefore, I hope you can provide us with a more detailed account. He was not mistaken. The Night Watch headquarters had indeed been probing into the Shadow Emperor. However, the only materials available were fictional accounts related to the online series Armored Warriors, devoid of any substantial information. This could not be blamed on them. After all, the Shadow Universe is a 5-dimensional realm, and the visibility of Armored Warriors was merely due to the actions of the Light Universe, which sent representatives to Earth to promote themselves, as well as to produce a pseudo-documentary in the dark about the family Shadow Realm. My dear Chimal, could it be that I had already been forthright from the beginning? Li Ziye remarked with a bemused expression, yet patiently elaborated. On the day I reported in, I clearly stated that the powers bestowed upon me are dominion over the Shadow Realm and inheritance of the Armored Warriors. Moreover, I have already demonstrated these abilities to you. The ferocious wolf beast that took our picture last night exemplified dominion over the Shadow Realm, while today's spar with Old Zhao showcased inheritance of the Armored Warriors. I have not concealed anything, so isn't this inquiry redundant? When Shimo remained outwardly silent, internally sighing in exasperation. He understood that this was indeed a superfluous question, yet it was a directive from above. Is it easy for me? My superior refrains from prying into others' privacy, leaving me to bear the burden. So, what are the specific functions of the Shadow Emperor armor? Drawing a deep breath, when Shima opened his notebook, jotting down notes, and continued to inquire, what about the other set of armor you wore this morning? And how did Old Zhao acquire his armor? Although it felt somewhat intrusive to dig deeper, it was a standard procedure, one from which no one could evade. In response, Li Ziye was not overly perturbed. After all, they were almost entirely uninformed. Sharing a tidbit while concealing some trump cards would likely go unnoticed. To put it plainly, the specific function of the Shadow Emperor armor is to enhance strength, allowing one to transcend 1 or 2 major realms to eliminate mythical creatures, along with an overall augmentation of physical capabilities. The armor donned this morning is referred to as the Shadow Black Rhinoceros armor, which focuses on defense and counterattacks, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities and serving as a subordinate armor to the Shadow Emperor armor. Old Zhao's armor is known as the Shadow Snow Mastiff armor, emphasizing extreme offensive power while equally possessing formidable defense, also belonging to the lineage of the Shadow Emperor armor. Indeed, it was I who conferred upon him the privilege of summoning armor. As the words fell, when Kim Yuo's hand, which had been diligently recording, momentarily halted, and the astonishment etched upon his face lingered for quite some time. What manner of phenomenon is this? to transcend one or two great realms and achieve a decisive victory. An enhancement of all physical capabilities? No wonder he could vanquish H1 realm formidable adversary with a mere genre realm strike. Furthermore, he can bestow upon others the ability to summon armor. This implies the potential formation of an armor squad. Yet, he remained unaware that Li Ziye had merely uttered trivialities, omitting any mention of the truly significant matters. With a slight gulp, when Kim Yuo instinctively swallowed, hurriedly drinking a glass of water to mask his astonishment. After a brief pause, he continued, "Ziye, your ability is remarkably potent. It must come at a considerable cost, does it not? After all, deities are not known for their benevolence. Bestowing abilities surely demands recompense. It cannot be without consequence. Based on the behaviors of previous divine agents, he surmised that Li Ziye's summoning of armor must entail a substantial sacrifice, an ability not to be wielded lightly. It must be said, the price is indeed heavy." Li Ziye deliberately adopted a serious demeanor and spoke with earnest absurdity. Once the armor merges, it will incessantly siphon the life force and time of the summoner. For instance, merging for a mere minute results in the loss of a minute's worth of life force and time. I am not jesting. This cost is genuinely significant. Each instance of armor merging entails the expenditure of future vitality and time. He then added with gravitas, "However, this price can be mitigated. Should one slay a mythic creature and absorb its essence, half of the cost can be offset." In truth, what cost? What sacrifice could there possibly be? Such jest. This is an offering from the Shadow Emperor to his beloved son. The notion of a price is utterly non-existent. His fabrications were not born of malice, but rather a desire to render his abilities more congruent with the worldview, to avoid drawing undue attention from certain individuals. While not averse to trouble, he preferred to avoid it. It is well known that within the upper echelons of organizations, traitors may lurk, and rival factions watch with keen interest. Should he not portray the cost of utilizing his powers as fearsome? What if he became a target? Core secrets must never be exposed. For instance, the Zen seal, dark energy teleportation, flight, the manipulation of celestial phenomena, and heavenly-level combat techniques, such as possession. These abilities, though temporarily concealed, would inevitably need to be employed in the future, but reporting them was out of the question. After their dialogue, when Kim Yuo remained oblivious to any discrepancies, diligently recording Li Ziye's claims. At that moment, lunchtime arrived. Following a simple meal, when Kim Yuo led Li Ziye to the Forbidden Ruins laboratory, the two sat facing each other, exchanging wide-eyed glances. I seemed to have little to impart to him. After a prolonged silence, when Shima sighed and finally spoke, "Ziye, it appears that your mastery of the Forbidden Ruins has reached its zenith. There is no need to squander time here. Go seek Xiangu to practice your marksmanship." In truth, at this moment, Li Ziye had barely taken his seat. "Huh?" He blinked in surprise, then nodded, "All right." Upon departing, he made a beeline for the shooting range. However, after searching for a considerable time and crouching for what felt like an eternity, Li Ziye failed to locate where Lung Xian was. In a corner seat, Lung Xian meticulously cleaned his firearm, gazing longingly at Li Ziye. Though he uttered not a word, it seemed he was on the verge of tears. "I am right here in front of you, and you have brushed past me 5 times. 5 whole times. Can you truly not see me? Do I, Lung Xian, lack dignity?" Eventually, he could no longer contain himself. Li Ziye, the startled Li Ziye, darting about the room, was taken aback by the call. "Who?" He turned around, only to discover that Lung Xian was indeed seated in the shooting range, having gone nowhere. How is that possible? The shadow magnetic field didn't even register his presence. Could he be a conceptual deity of low presence? Chapter 19. You passed. In the shooting range, firearms stand as one of humanity's greatest inventions, a testament to human ingenuity. Before a wall adorned with an array of weapons, Lung Xian stood with an impassive demeanor, methodically elucidating their functions. However, when confronted with higher-tier mythical beings, the efficacy of firearms diminished significantly. Conversely, against lower-tier mythical entities, firearms proved to be exceedingly useful. But let us not digress. Let us delve directly into the matter at hand. As Lung Xian continued his discourse, he soon realized that Li Ziye was hardly paying attention. Without further ado, he retrieved a nondescript handgun from the wall behind him, placed it on the table, and slid it toward Li Ziye. I shall impart 3 essential lessons: how to operate the firearm, shooting techniques, and the fundamental principles of its mechanics. This will suffice for you, given that you do not intend to specialize. Li Ziye nodded, grasping the handgun. It was his first encounter with a firearm in his life. He had never even handled a toy replica before. Primarily, he had no interest in guns whatsoever, and video games featuring gunplay were something he had never engaged with. Consequently, he found himself in a knowledge void and inquired, "How do I disengage the safety?" "Let me show you." Long Xian, disinterested in lengthy explanations, snatched the handgun back and demonstrated how to disengage the safety. "Do you understand? It's quite simple." After the demonstration, he returned the firearm to Li Ziye. "Follow me. Let us try shooting. I wish to assess your potential so that I can devise a suitable training regimen for you." Li Ziye, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding the gun, approached the shooting area. Although inexperienced, he had heard of the 3-point alignment technique. He slowly raised the handgun, acclimating to its weight and feel. Aligning his aim with the bullseye 30 meters away, he took a deep breath. Nervousness tinged his first attempt, yet his grip remained steady. Inwardly counting down, he whispered 3, 2, 1 and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gun discharged, the sound echoing sharply, accompanied by a ringing in his ears. Li Ziye inhaled sharply, shaking his head. The initial shot was disorienting, leaving a buzzing discomfort in his ears. Sighing, Long Xian, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Li Ziye, do you not know that one should wear noise-canceling headphones when training at a shooting range?" "I didn't know," Li Ziye replied, bewildered. "I generally don't pay attention to such things. I don't even come across firearms-related content while browsing videos. How would I know?" He paused, adding, "Well, to be honest, it was my first time handling a gun, and I was too nervous to remember." In response, Long Xian found himself at a loss for words. However, upon seeing the bullet hole precisely in the bullseye, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "You have a promising talent." As the difficulty progressed, the shots continued. Bang! At 50 meters, Li Ziye shot true, hitting the bullseye perfectly. Bang! At 100 meters, though slightly off to the left, the bullet still found its mark within the 10 ring. Bang! Immediately following, the target transitioned from stationary to mobile, yet every shot found its mark, striking the bullseye with precision, as if guided by an unseen force. What do you think of his talent? Li Ziye removed his tactical goggles and headset, blowing gently on the smoking muzzle of his firearm as he looked towards Long Xian. Did my brother's prowess astound you? In truth, he had practiced archery in the Shadow Realm, and thus his accuracy was unwavering. Long Xian remained silent, his gaze fixated on the series of targets, both stationary and mobile, that bore the marks of perfect hits, his astonishment lingering unassuaged. "You rascal!" Long Xian inhaled deeply, stepping forward to clap Li Ziye robustly on the shoulder. "Did you come here to practice your shooting, or are you merely breezing through? Yet, I must inform you, you've surpassed the test. This fellow's marksmanship requires no further honing. With such accuracy, he could adeptly handle most light firearms, especially since he does not intend to specialize. Such innate talent is indeed formidable. Truly, as a divine proxy, he exhibits extraordinary capabilities. 2.5 hours of swift training for newcomers. The results were impeccable. Boredom enveloped him. It was simply too tedious. Li Ziye decided to venture into the shop to listen to the elderly ladies share their tales of romance. As he listened, slumber overtook him, and in his dreams, he found himself back in the Shadow Realm. "Brother Tuzi, come practice knife techniques with me." As a competent knight watchman temp, honing his knife skills was essential. Setting aside the task of combating mythical creatures, even in a confrontation with a human, preserving one's dignity was paramount. It was not a matter of using a battleship to swat a fly. It was about maintaining face. However, one's dignity held little value in the grand scheme. If provoked, one would not hesitate to armor up. The Shadow Guardian, indulging in shadow ice cream, paused momentarily, his expression shifting to one of comic bewilderment. After a brief interlude, he inquired, "Young master, isn't it still daylight outside? Why become a train at this hour?" The timing seems off. I care not for your reasoning. Come quickly. With that, Li Ziye summoned a long knife from dark energy with his hands. This shadow realm was rooted deeply within his consciousness, and conjuring a weapon was as effortless as breathing, albeit confined to this realm. In the external world, he was yet unable to manifest the wandering dark energy into substance, rendering the creation of weapons by hand unfeasible. Young master, please be cautious. My great knife lacks discretion. The Shadow Guardian, with no other option, summoned forth a shadowy great knife. Enough chatter. The two engaged in an intense sparring session. Each clash of blades erupted in dazzling sparks. This knife technique emphasized a powerful, forceful stance, concealing lethal intent. It appeared devoid of intricate finesse, yet it harbored hidden intricacies and subtle variations, with the technique oscillating between tranquility and seismic ferocity. This was Shadow, earth-shattering blade technique. Previously, Li Ziye had grasped the fundamentals of the Shadow, blaze blade technique. As the saying goes, mastery of one technique paves the way for mastery of all. Thus, embarking on this new blade technique came with remarkable swiftness. Although the flame blade is an exceedingly abstract weapon, it remains a sword nonetheless. As the adage goes, the essence remains unchanged amidst myriad transformations. Given sufficient time for adaptation, one can surely master various types of blades, such as broadswords, sabers, and longswords. It is merely a process of accumulating experience. Midnight, midnight. Suddenly, the melodic voice of Hongying echoed from the celestial expanse of the shadowy realm. Wake up, it's time for dinner. Li Ziye opened his eyes to behold the exquisite visage of Hongying, and the close proximity caused his cheeks to flush instinctively. Sister Hongying, why are you so close to me? He inquired, leaning back slightly. Isn't it because I'm worried about you? Hongying replied, playfully tapping his forehead with her finger. Tonight's dinner features a bone soup personally prepared by the captain, and I feared you might miss out, so I came to find you. Let's go. With that, she naturally took hold of Li Ziye's arm, guiding him towards the activity room. Chapter 20. This piece of meat, I am determined to savor it in the activity room. Chun Mai donned a Hello Kitty apron and a pair of mismatched heat-resistant gloves, carrying a fragrant pot of bone soup that he gently placed on the table. Gurgle. Li Ziye's eyes widened instantly, his hunger undeniable. Captain, I must admit, I'm quite curious as to why you chose to cook today, Hongying asked, swallowing hard. Is it because of Ziye? Beside them, Zhao Kongchang chuckled. Haven't you realized? It must be to celebrate our old Zhao's awakening of the forbidden ruins. You are all benefiting from his glory. Old Zhao, that is not entirely accurate, Wu Xiangnan remarked with a faint smile. This is truly to celebrate the three of you, Ziye, and Lin Ziye. The captain prepared this for the two divine agents, and one who has just awakened the forbidden ruins. All are deserving of celebration. Stop speculating, Chun Mai said, his lips twitching slightly as he feigned sternness. I'm simply tired of takeout. It has nothing to do with anyone else. At that moment, Li Ziye, having endured prolonged training in shadow space, was ravenous. He eagerly reached for the bone soup with his chopsticks, exclaiming, Captain, I'm starving. I must have a taste. Just as he thought he was about to succeed, a sudden force halted his chopsticks, preventing them from approaching the soup. Chun Mai intercepted with his own chopsticks, slowly stating, Lin Ziye and Wen Qima have yet to return. Even you must wait. Li Ziye exclaimed, What? Why must we wait for him? Is this the will of the grand world? After a brief interval, Lin Ziye stumbled out of the training room, with Wen Qima following closely behind. Lin Ziye caught a whiff of the aroma, and his stomach betrayed him with a rumble. Captain, are we being treated tonight? Yes, come and sit down. Chun Mai glanced at him, replying with indifference. Oh, Lin Ziye took a seat. Let us eat. At that moment, Chun Mai finally relaxed. The group eagerly dug in, each showcasing their prowess, especially Li Ziye, who devoured the food as if he had starved for millennia, his eyes gleaming with hunger. Li Ziye, didn't you sleep the entire afternoon after training? Lin Ziye inquired softly, observing his gluttonous behavior. Why are you so ravenous? Li Ziye merely glanced up, continuing to eat as he replied, I only wish to eat now. Do not speak to me, or you will hinder my meat acquisition. He paused, fearing misunderstanding, and hastily added, I hold no grievances against you. I am merely famished, and the captain's cooking is extraordinary. Any matters can wait until after we eat. Sigh. Put down that piece of meat. I saw it first. At the dining table, the fiercest competition for meat was between Li Ziye and Hong Ying. Li Ziye, however, felt a wave of discomfort. His body ached, leaving him with little appetite. Though he was hungry, after a few bites, he found himself unable to eat further. As he continued, Li Ziye cast a resentful glance at Li Ziye, resembling a forlorn maiden in a secluded chamber. Certainly, it was he who incited the captain's ire, leading to my grievous beating. This morning's punishment was undoubtedly linked to him. Indeed, Li Ziye remains troubled by the thrashing he received from Chen Mai during the morning sword practice. He can hardly admit that his agility was lacking. After much contemplation, a singular conclusion emerges. Li Ziye must have vexed Chen Mai to such an extent that he inadvertently brought this upon himself. Li Ziye, does it hurt? Chen Mai suddenly cast a glance at him, inquiring softly. A bit, came the response. Xiaonan, please assist him with treatment later. Ensuring he can continue with the subsequent training. No need for a complete recovery, as he will still face further punishment, Chen Mai instructed. Understood. Si Xiaonan pouted and nodded obediently. Li Ziye, grumbles and frustration clatter. 4 pairs of chopsticks clashed in the bone soup, producing a subtle yet distinct sound. Each pair counterbalanced the others, gripping a piece of meat, with no intention of relinquishing their hold. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan exchanged fierce glares, while Li Ziye and Zhao Kongcheng bared their teeth at one another. The atmosphere charged with palpable tension, sparking with countless flashes of energy. This piece of meat is mine. Li Ziye glared fiercely, his aura radiating dominance. Hong Ying retorted just as fiercely. I clearly laid claim to it first, but I was the first to grasp it. Wu Xiangnan remained comparatively composed, yet the firmness in her grip on the chopsticks was unmistakable. Everyone stopped fighting. Old Zhao has already secured it, Zhao Kongqing declared, slamming his palm on the table with an air of defiance. Release it. Not a chance. Will you release it or not? Absolutely not. Then your aunt can have it. I don't care about that. This meat is mine. Clatter, 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 clatter. A fierce battle over the bone soup ensued, with soup splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, a rather inconspicuous conceptual deity observed the piece of meat, reaching down to extract an MP5 submachine gun. Bang! It was slammed onto the table. Release it at once, he stated coldly. Hong Ying, speechless Wu Xiangnan, stunned Zhao Kongcheng, dumbfounded curse it. I am indeed going to claim this piece of meat. Li Ziye boldly reached for his necklace, yanking the dark crystal shard from it. Bang! He slammed it heavily onto the table. Simultaneously, the Shadow Emperor's belt began to form around his waist, and the dog at his feet was poised to manifest its true beastly form at any moment. Lung Xian, expressionless thus, the battle over the bone soup concluded with Li Ziye emerging victorious. The most succulent and tender piece of meat was divided into 2 portions. One half given to Li Ziye. Oh, thank you. Li Ziye momentarily found himself at a loss for words, staring blankly at the others who were engrossed in their meal. Lung Xian, remember not to draw a gun at the dining table next time, Chen Mai reminded. Li Ziye, and you too? Your armor is meant for confronting foes, not for intimidating allies. Lung Xian nodded impassively, understood. Yes. Li Ziye chewed on the meat, responding indistinctly. The others exchanged glances before continuing to eat quietly. Just as Li Ziye finished his meal, Lung Xian pulled him to the shooting range for practice. An hour later, in the shooting range, Lung Xian surveyed the scattered shell casings and the pristine target at 30 meters. Initially plagued by doubt, he eventually succumbed to a state of silent despair. He felt utterly hopeless. He could not fathom why fate had dealt him such a hand. Earlier, he had encountered a rapid success, and now he could not even hit the target. Was there not a single competent individual among them? What was the point of this training? Regardless of the instructor, none appeared capable of imparting any knowledge. Well, my talent. Li Ziye set down the handgun, cleared his throat, and pondered who fared better in comparison to Li Ziye. Lung Xian's despair deepened. He tightly shut his eyes and tilted his head back, fearful of grains of sand entering his eyes. Where did this confidence come from? A person who could not hit the target comparing their talent to one who scored perfectly? You ask me, how is your talent? Lung Xian managed a despairing smile. Your talent is extraordinary. Who could possibly rival you? Your talent is scarcely better than nothing. Lin Xie. Oh. Chapter 21. The ballistic shift to the left time swiftly passed, and a fortnight later, the lives of the two divine agents were marked by discipline and amusement. Li Ziye, aside from dining, resting, and cultivating, my days are filled with addressing the requests of the elderly ladies and gentlemen at the shop. Lin Xie. My existence is merely an unending cycle of being beaten. Within the shop, Li Ziye engaged in idle chatter with an elderly woman. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan accompanied her, occasionally chiming in. Elder sister, did you say your chickens sing at midnight? Li Ziye's expression turned subtly complex as he regarded the elderly lady, who nearly sang her partner to death. The elderly woman nodded, her face reflecting dread. Indeed, it seems a skilled practitioner is necessary. Li Ziye smiled gently, jesting, elder sister, I possess a method to resolve your predicament. Seize it during the day when it refrains from singing and swiftly refine it. But my husband and I can't catch it, the elderly lady protested, shaking her head, then grasping his hand with urgency. You must assist me. Did you not promise that with sufficient payment, you would undertake any task? While her statement held truth, Li Ziye stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before continuing. However, our fees are rather steep. To deal with a mere chicken, your expenditure may not warrant the outcome. Pausing, he inquired, why not contact someone who purchases chickens and sell the singing one? I've tried, but they too are helpless against that chicken. The elderly lady nearly wept, exclaiming, if that chicken isn't removed soon, my husband truly will be sung to death. Do not rush. Please remain calm. Hong Ying quickly reassured her in a gentle tone. Si Xiaonan offered a cup of water, softly saying, Grandma, please take your time. We are certainly here to assist you. Could you elaborate on the specifics of the situation? Wiping her tears, the elderly lady recounted every detail meticulously. At this point, the three began to comprehend that the singing chicken might not be an ordinary fowl. It was likely a low-level mythical creature, a chicken demon, a personal creation. They agreed to accept this commission. The trio exchanged glances, resolved to help the elderly lady rid herself of this melodious menace. Upon arriving at her residence, a 3-story self-built house with a yard, they pushed open the door to discover a large rooster with 2 white combs strutting about the courtyard. Go ahead, Li Ziye instructed the beast of prey, patting its head and indicating the rooster. Kill it and consume it directly, ensuring no unnecessary destruction. Awoo! The wolf dog, in its fierce form, acknowledged and locked its gaze on the rooster with predatory intent. With a swift movement, it pounced. Seizing the rooster by the neck, it began to thrash violently. Hey, what are you doing? To their astonishment, the peculiar rooster spoke human words. Nonetheless, the beast of prey remained unfazed, maintaining its grip and shaking the bird relentlessly. Consequently, the singing chicken met its demise. Thus, Li Ziye, shedding tears of both sorrow and profit, earned 2,000 yuan from the elderly lady. At noon, within the training facility of the base, Lin Xie lay on the ground, bruised and battered. Captain, I have arrived. Li Ziye descended the staircase and approached Chen Mai, suggesting that Lin Xie take a moment to rest while he practiced with Chen. The two men each wielded training wooden swords and engaged in an intense sparring session. Lin Xie, panting heavily, managed to roll to his feet and stagger to a nearby seat, exclaiming that the captain was as relentless as ever, nearly striking him down. At that moment, 2 observers stood on the platform above. Xiangnan, have you noticed? Zhao Kongsheng remarked to the man beside him. Ziye's swordsmanship has become increasingly refined, though it remains somewhat broad and lacks finesse. After a moment's contemplation, he added, yet, I suspect it won't be long before he compensates for this shortcoming. Indeed, Wu Xiangnan nodded in agreement. However, he quickly shifted the conversation. He seems to have acquired a rather eclectic assortment of skills, using the Qian Kuan Sun and Moonblade, long spear and straight sword. I fear that his diversity may hinder his proficiency and ultimately impede his future. Zhao Kongsheng chuckled softly, shaking his head. I believe he will not be hindered by a lack of refinement. Instead, he will evolve into a master of various martial disciplines. This sentiment rang true. While Li Ziye trained with them awake, he ventured into the shadow realm during sleep to continue his training with the high priest and the five guardians, thereby eliminating any concerns of being eclectic but imprecise. He was merely accumulating skills that would serve him well. Moreover, the accelerated flow within the shadow realm greatly enhanced his training, equating to an effort 200 times greater than that of an ordinary person. If his progress were not swift, he could simply start anew. Don't only speak of Ziye. Ziye is putting an effort too, you know? At that moment, when Shima approached, inserting himself between the two, Lin Ziye's improvements are not insignificant. The number of times he gets hit is decreasing day by day. Have you not noticed? He added with a grin. As the saying goes, a chronic illness makes for a skilled physician. With the amount of punishment Lin Ziye endures, he is bound to become a martial arts master sooner or later. Moreover, the pressure on him is immense. With only 2 temporary team members, the other one performing exceptionally well, how can he resign himself to being in second place? As time passed, the day's training session came to an end. In the break room, Li Ziye peeled off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique, and grabbed a Red Bull from the ground, downing it in one go to replenish his waning energy. This was no ordinary Red Bull. It was a specially formulated variant reserved for the night watchman. Training with old Chun is indeed exhausting, wouldn't you agree? He wiped his mouth and effortlessly crushed the can, tossing it into the trash from a considerable distance. Scram, don't think I'm unaware of your taunts. Lin Ziye, sprawled nearby, twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth and murmured, Li Ziye, how can you still be so spirited? As fellow agents of the Lamp Realm, why do you stand out so remarkably? Li Ziye replied with a silent smile. There's a flower festival tonight, and there's also a comic exhibition next door. Shall we go and explore together? At that moment, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan approached, skipping joyfully, their exuberance unmistakable. They appeared eager as they regarded the others. This outing plan was promptly dismissed by Chun Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Zhao Kongsheng, Lung Xian, and Wen Qima. Both the captain and vice-captain expressed their disinterest. Lao Zhao mentioned being preoccupied with developing new gameplay for Mingsheng Shanyu and adapting to the armor. Wen Qima expressed a desire to join, but lamented a lack of time. As for Lung Xian, he seemed to have vanished, often elusive. Thus they sought out Shuang Yi. No, Lin Ziye replied wearily, shaking his head. I am utterly exhausted. Let me rest. You two can bother Li Ziye instead. He is full of energy. Xiaonan. At Hong Ying's command, within 5 minutes, Si Xiaonan had completely revived Lin Ziye. It seemed these two were resolute in their intention to venture out together. Consequently, Li Ziye shrugged, conceding to join, as he had nothing else to occupy his time. At the convention, crowds ebbed and flowed. Countless anime cosers were present, showcasing a plethora of dances and games. There were even those dressed as armored warriors. All characters from domestic animation. Li Ziye mused as he wandered, acknowledging the reality that a century prior, the fog had enveloped other nations, stifling their animation industries. He further reflected, even if survivors had developed their animation sectors, the Xiao would have been unable to import them. However, this group was simply here to browse. None were in costume. Of course, if Li Ziye wished, he could don the guise of the Shadow Emperor at any moment. After perusing for a while, they arrived at the Armored Warriors merchandise area. Isn't this the Shura Xiling Tong? Li Ziye picked up the Shura summoner from a stall, admiring its fine craftsmanship, looking almost lifelike. Not bad. The more he looked, the more he liked it. He took out his phone, prepared to scan the code, and inquired, how much? 1,250, replied the stall owner. A stout, bald man with tattoos on his face and a bushy beard, clad in a black tank top. He gestured toward the QR code on the table, indicating that there would be no haggling. Payment was to be made directly via scan before taking the item. Ding! The scan was successful, and payment was completed. Subsequently, Li Ziye also purchased a bracelet, spending over 1,000 more. Yet, he felt content. That was sufficient. After wandering a bit longer, he sensed there was little left to see. Brother Ziye, shall we now visit the flower fair? This appeared to be a suggestion, yet it was more of a notification. Hong Ying grasped Li Ziye's arm, smiling as she declared, since we've finished at the convention, let us go. Let us go. Chapter 22. The incident of mythical beasts devouring humans, the flower festival, was far more vibrant than the comic convention. The air was filled with the cacophony of voices, the enthusiastic calls of various vendors intermingling with the tantalizing aromas of street food. On the bustling streets, Li Ziye and the two young women strolled, savoring their snacks. There were numerous entertainment options available, from claw machines and ring tosses to whack-a-mole and strength tests. The four of them were overwhelmed with choices. "Ziye, I want that one," exclaimed Hong Ying, her eyes fixated on a prize at the claw machine, tugging at Li Ziye's sleeve in excitement. "Let us go try something else," suggested Xiaonan, pulling Li Ziye towards a ring toss. The claw machine was a shooting game where the rules were simple: 10 yuan for 5 shots, using a toy gun to strike the dolls displayed in the booth. Any doll that was knocked down could be claimed as a prize. Li Ziye approached the stall, paid the 10 yuan, and received his 5 bullets. "Point it out, Hong Ying," he said, already loading the bullets into the chamber. This one. Following her finger, he spotted a rather large Pikachu doll, instantly realizing that a single or even 2 shots would be futile. Bang, 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 bang. Li Ziye pulled the trigger in rapid succession, but alas, the bullets veered left. Damn! At that moment, he felt an urge to curse, yet with a lovely company. It felt inappropriate. What kind of gun is this? He sighed deeply, recalibrating his focus before purchasing another 5 bullets. Bang, 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 bang. This time, he adjusted his shooting angle slightly. Despite the bullets still drifting left, he managed to strike the Pikachu's head consecutively within a short span. Why not target the belly? Most likely, there's an invisible support behind it. Only by landing multiple headshots could he topple the doll. With a satisfying thud, the Pikachu doll tumbled to the ground. "Thank you, Ziye." Hong Ying beamed as she clutched the doll, her face radiant with joy. A few minutes later, the four reconvened. The two young women, each holding a charming doll, while Li Ziye and the other man were burdened with an assortment of snacks. For the training intensity was so high that they could never feel full. Suddenly, Li Ziye sensed an unusual presence and abruptly turned his gaze in a specific direction. There stood a woman, or rather, a figure clad in a skin-tight suit. Under the scrutiny of the shadow magic eye, no disguise could escape detection. He instantly recognized that she was not human. This is not right. Li Ziye felt a jolt of alarm, pondering. Isn't the Nanda, snake demon, supposed to be originating from school? How could it possibly be here? Is this the butterfly effect? I must prevent it from flapping its wings. Feigning a sudden urgency to relieve himself, he proposed a meeting point at the corner and discreetly left the two young women and the other man. In reality, he stealthily sought a place to merge with his armor. He trailed the woman until he found himself in a deserted area, devoid of surveillance. Only then did the Shadow Emperor emerge from the shadows. With a swift motion, he delivered a punch that pierced the heart. Immediately, a fiery inferno ignited in his hand, hurled towards the woman's lifeless form, instantly reducing it to mere dust, which he then absorbed using the demon sealing box. A magic seal, Nanda's serpent demon subbody, gradually took shape. I wonder how much my power will increase by absorbing this subbody. The Shadow Emperor mused himself as he grasped the seal and offered it to the Tai Chi belt. With a resonant hum, it transformed into dark energy particles, gradually converting within the belt into a magical spirit stone. He gazed upward as an elusive beam of dark energy descended. In an instant, through the dark energy transmission, the Shadow Emperor found himself in a dim alley beside the entrance. At once, his armor disassembled. Phew, this place is really hard to navigate, Li Ziye exclaimed as he emerged, cheerfully greeting the two women. I'm back. Shall we continue our exploration? Hong Ying pondered for a moment before suggesting, it's getting late. How about we head back to rest? All right, then let us return. The following day, shortly after 9 o'clock, Li Ziye rode his motorcycle to the office. Upon entering, he spotted Hong Ying lost in thought on the couch, while Li Ziye waved him over, urging him to come quickly. Good morning, Sister Hong Ying. Li Ziye greeted with a smile, his index and middle fingers pressed together and swept across his temples, a classic gesture derived from the patent-style salute. Ziye, you finally arrived, Hong Ying exclaimed, springing to her feet. You were just in time. We have a serious situation. Her tone was both grave and urgent. Without waiting for a response, She pulled Li Ziye briskly towards the basement. Lin Ziye followed silently, feeling a twinge of confusion. It was the first time he had seen Hong Ying so serious. Her brow slightly furrowed. Was something mysterious upon them? Yes, and it's quite troublesome, Hong Ying replied without looking back. Li Ziye was not surprised, considering the timeline. It was indeed about time for such an event to unfold. However, he concealed his prior knowledge of the impending occurrence, feigning ignorance. With a creak, the trio pushed open the door and entered the activity room. The night watchman squad was fully assembled. Chan Mai leaned against a pillar, his gaze fixed on the doorway. Upon their entrance, he stepped forward to take his place at the head of the conference table, settling in. Now that everyone is here, let us commence the meeting, he stated, his expression as impassive as ever. Once everyone was seated, he continued. Last night, we received a report from a witness claiming the appearance of a suspected mythological creature. The location is... He paused momentarily, glancing at the two, and slowly continued. You both previously attended Sangnan City Second Middle School. Lin Ziye was taken aback. Li Ziye feigned surprise. What? At Second Middle School? Yes. We have confirmed it. Chen Mai nodded. Moreover, the witness appears to be an acquaintance of yours, someone you met on the night you first encountered Lao Zhao. As the words fell, Chen Mai remained expressionless, yet his gaze towards Shuangye bore an odd intensity. In a fleeting moment, thoughts surged within him. The second high school of Sangnan City. There seemed to be a significant connection as two divine agents emerged, one of whom hailed from the higher dimension of the supreme deity, while mysterious creatures had begun to manifest in the vicinity. Despite ruminating on the implications, he could not fathom the reason behind it all. Ultimately, he resolved to cease his pondering. Hey, you in there? Chen Mai called out to the room behind him. Are you awake? If so, come out. I need to speak with you. Soon, the door creaked open. Everyone turned their attention to the source of the sound. A youth, his eyes bloodshot and his demeanor resembling that of someone utterly drained, staggered out, clearly having endured some form of intense shock. Lin Ziye gasped upon seeing the boy. Is it you? Li Yifei. Li Ziye feigned surprise, then jestingly remarked, How unfortunate for you. How did you manage to encounter such a thing again? Although acutely aware that the individual before them was not human, the timing was not right to act, so they could only await the unfolding of events. Li Yifei, caught in a daze, blinked at the two seated at the corner of the conference table, rubbed his eyes, pinched his ears, and even slapped himself to confirm he was not dreaming. What are you two doing here? He exclaimed, astonished, pointing this way and that. Li Ziye? Lin Ziye? Weren't you supposed to be in the army? After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Did you also witness the monster devouring people? No. Wu Xiangnan shook his head. They indeed enlisted but have joined us. Not quite joined, merely temporary members, Chen Mai interjected, seemingly particular about the distinction between formal members and temporary members. Li Ziye shrugged, smiled, and remained silent. A minor incident occurred. Lin Ziye also shrugged, attempting to appear nonchalant while discreetly glancing at Li Ziye and Zhao Kongsheng. Let us save the casual chatter for later. We must prioritize the case at hand. Chen Mai tapped the table and looked at Li Yifei. Please recount everything you witnessed last night in detail. All right, Li Yifei nodded, straining to recollect. I remember last night. I forgot my homework notebook. In summary, it was simply this. A female classmate named Lu Xiaoyan seduced the head of the department, only to suddenly transform into a monster, physically devouring him. She started from the beginning, crunching audibly. Then, with a retch, the head of the department resurrected. It was a scene so gruesome and bizarre that it would never pass approval for the dark web. Consequently, this bloody, brutal, and grotesquely abstract spectacle was witnessed by the unfortunate Li Yifei. After hearing the account, Wu Xiangnan nodded. If this incident were indeed true, there would be a 99 likelihood that it involved the mysterious. As he spoke, he turned to Li Yifei and remarked, Young man, you must be aware of the consequences of misreporting military intelligence, right? It is undoubtedly true. Li Yifei was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, What I stated earlier is indeed genuine, more authentic than pearls. I was nearly terrified to death last night. Chapter 23. Returning to the campus in the corner of the conference table, Li Ziye's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Observing the Nantu serpent demon, earnestly speaking before him, he found a peculiar amusement in the situation. However, he chose to remain silent about his insights. Subsequently, Li Ziye shifted his focus away from Li Fei and began to ponder. Judging by the current circumstances, the narrative had not deviated significantly from the original text, and it seemed unlikely that any unforeseen events would transpire in the near future. Thus, Li Ziye resolved to initiate his own schemes, such as enticing Lin Qia's caretaker to serve as an accomplice. After all, with the Shadow Emperor's decree, he was free to act at will, knowing that should anything major occur, the Emperor would bear the consequences. Soon, the meeting approached its conclusion. I believe our immediate priority is to locate the mother body, while ascertaining the number of sub-bodies, Wu Xiangnan stated as he rose, adjusting his glasses with utmost seriousness. Therefore, I propose that we divide into 2 action teams for this cleansing operation. The first team will center around the second high school, spreading outward to trace the signs of the sub-bodies. The second team will disguise themselves as students, infiltrating the second high school to follow the clues and promptly identify the mother body. Chenmai nodded, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before beginning the division of teams. The second action team, since you will be impersonating students, must maintain a credible high school appearance. Hongying, Xiaonanzai, and Qia. The task of infiltrating the second high school to locate the mother body falls to you, Captain, but Qia is still only a temporary member. Wu Xiangnan frowned slightly. I believe he should not partake in the mysterious cleansing operation until he is officially recognized. Lin Qia. On the surface, he remained composed, yet within, he felt a tinge of discontent. Deputy Captain, why is Li Ziye not mentioned as a temporary member? Is it solely due to his ability to merge with armor? This is unacceptable. Lin Qia, cannot remain overshadowed for long. I must partake in this cleansing event. Chenmai shook his head, considering the information at hand. This supernatural being was adept at stealth and disguise and infection, with limited direct combat prowess. Qia and the others had undergone rigorous training for half a month. I believe this presents an excellent opportunity for them to hone their skills. At this juncture, Chenmai glanced at Shuangya. Of course, since you are still temporary members, you are not meant to participate in the mysterious cleansing operation. If you prefer not to go, there is no compulsion. You may remain behind to safeguard the home. Why would he not go? Li Ziye interjected, rising to his feet. Lin Qia, without a moment's hesitation, declared resolutely, I feel the same way. Then let us commence our mission at once. Chenmai nodded in satisfaction, then turned his attention to Li Fei. Kid, you will accompany them to the second high school and join the second action team. Since you have encountered that supernatural being, your presence is essential. There is no room for negotiation. With a single statement, he closed off all avenues of retreat. Upon hearing the almost commanding tone, Li Fei could not help but nod. Let's go, good buddy. Li Ziye slung an arm around his shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, I shall protect you and ensure that it does not consume you. While feigning ignorance, he secretly chuckled to himself. Still thinking of escaping? Not a chance. The moment your serpent spirit reveals itself, I shall promptly send you to the shadow modification, sealing box for your sustenance and lodging. It is worth noting that Li Ziye had recently developed a second method of using the sealing box, capable of transforming magic stickers into magic spirit stones for absorption and refinement, or even capturing Pokemon akin to a treasure ball. Just as Li Fei contemplated resisting, he caught a whiff of the alluring scent of the Shadow 5 Elements bloodline and ceased to struggle, provided this operation proceeds smoothly. Chenmai remarked as he walked towards the door, Li Fei, I offer you an opportunity to join the Night Watchers and team up with the 2 of them. Truly, Captain Chun was commendable. Aside from his exceptional skill in simmering bone broth, his prowess in making flatbreads was unparalleled. Is this for real? At these words, Li Fei's eyes brightened, fatigue dissipating instantly. Before the second action group departed, Lung Xian produced 2 handguns, distributing one to Li Ziye and the other to Lin Qia, both fully loaded. With a meaningful glance at them, Lung Xian turned to leave, for the significance of the guns extended beyond mere slaughter. Lin Qia stood there, momentarily dazed. Qia, are you bewildered? Li Ziye patted his shoulder. Let me enlighten you. What Brother Xian means is when my bullets run out, you should step in with yours. For yours is the benevolent gun that cannot harm anyone. Zai, stop teasing him and be serious. Hong Ying gently punched him playfully. Lin Ziye remained silent. 25 minutes later, 5 figures stood before the entrance of the second school, their faces etched with concern. 4 of them carried various boxes, while only one white-haired youth stood empty-handed. TCH, I detest wearing this school uniform. Li Ziye removed the blue and white school jacket, revealing a black short-sleeved shirt, tying the jacket around his waist. It was not only unsightly, but also uncomfortable. Indeed, I never imagined your school uniform could be so hideous. Hong Ying pointed at her red and white attire, expressing her distaste. Sister Hong Ying, you look rather good in that, Lin Ziye remarked. Embodying the typical features of a high school student, save for his somewhat handsome appearance and the black box he held, containing an ordinary straight sword. This sword, while resembling the Starblade in design, was of vastly inferior quality. Consequently, Li Ziye dismissed it entirely, opting not to bring it along. For the allure of the armor integration was simply too tempting. Under the sunlight, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan each possessed their unique charm, one exuding a heroic aura as a senior, while the other radiated the shy innocence of youth. Sigh. Zhao Kongchang sighed deeply, glancing down at the black box in his hands. Damn it, I have awakened the forbidden ruins, and the captain still expects me to open the boundless void. I feel as though my awakening was in vain. Notably, he was not donned in a school uniform, but rather dressed like a physical education instructor. It is well known, there are 5 kings. So it is hardly surprising that Zhao Kongsheng is an extraneous member of the second action group. As for Li Yifei, he entered a few minutes prior. Moreover, he is not considered a member of the second action group, but merely an informed individual. Let us proceed and scale the wall, Li Ziye remarked with a subtle smile, gesturing with his thumb towards the 2-meter-high wall nearby. Who shall go first? I will, Redding declared, dashing towards the wall. With a series of light taps from her toes against the surface, she effortlessly vaulted over, embodying the grace of a martial arts master. Following suit, Si Xiaonan glided over like a butterfly. Zhao Kongsheng, unwilling to lag behind, sprang forth with a single powerful leap, showcasing impressive physical prowess. Li Ziye followed closely, propelling himself into the air, executing a series of aerial kicks before landing in a casual, rebellious crouch. He straightened his collar with a flourish. This seamless performance, epitomizing sophistication and exuding an undeniable charisma. Bravo, Brother Zai. Perfect score. The trio who had scaled the wall applauded softly, assuming the demeanor of judges. Finally, Lin Ziye arrived, nonchalantly climbing over. Now that we are all inside, let us proceed according to plan, Redding suggested, gathering the group. Chia, you will approach Lu Xiaoyan for a close interaction, while Xiaonan and I will investigate the director in the office building. Zai, you will survey the entire campus. At this point, he paused, glancing at Zhao Kongsheng. Kongsheng, as usual, be prepared to activate your void domain at a moment's notice. Understood. If anything arises, we will communicate via earpiece. Thus, the 4 dispersed, each embarking on their respective missions. On the rooftop, under the sunlight, the dark crystal necklace shimmered with an unusual brilliance. Li Ziye surveyed the campus from his elevated position, his eyes gleaming with a crimson hue as he meticulously scanned the locations and numbers of the serpent demon subordinate. A sinister smile played upon his lips. With so many subordinates present, it should significantly enhance my abilities. He chuckled softly to himself. Chapter 24, Rescue Mission, The Shadow Flame Dragon Armor. A few minutes later, in the office building, Hong Ying and Si Xiao made a significant discovery. Beneath a chair, hidden beneath the tiles, lay a remarkably intact piece of brownish-yellow membrane. Upon unfolding it, it revealed the shape of a human, a complete piece of human skin. Sister Hong Ying, do you think that mythical creature might be a type of snake? Si Xiaonan furrowed her brow. It is quite possible. Hong Ying swiftly restored everything to its original state and urged, quickly report this information to the vice captain. Perhaps we can find relevant data in the archives. Si Xiaonan nodded and promptly relayed this intelligence to both the captain and the vice captain. Suddenly, the music for the flag-raising ceremony began to play, and more students gathered in the square. Sister Hong Ying, I have a major discovery. Li Ziye whispered as he discreetly activated his invisible earpiece. The majority of the infected subjects are female. I suspect the source may be lurking in the girls' dormitory. Understood. Xiao Nan and I will head over immediately. You stay safe. All right. As the flag-raising music continued, Li Ziye seized the opportunity to slip out of the formation, using constant movement to sense everyone and discern the identity of the monsters. Li Yifei followed closely behind him. However, time was not on his side. The longer he delayed, the greater the variables became. Consequently, he directly relieved the flag bearer of duty, exploiting his position. On the rooftop of the teaching building, Li Ziye stood at the edge, clutching a blank magical talisman, gazing down at the flag-raising square. He had stationed the evil wolf beast to guard their territory, thus needing to summon another combatant. After all, the number of infected subjects was overwhelming. With a swift flick of his wrist, he sent the blank talisman flying. Whoosh! The talisman soared directly toward a thorn in the campus greenery, merging with it in an instant. The dark energy contained within the talisman rapidly transformed the thorn's life form. Zaton Beast 2.0 made its grand entrance, albeit still in a mimetic state, not yet ready for action. Meanwhile, Li Ziye conducted a thorough check of all faculty and students. Captain, this incident is serious. He activated the team channel, ensuring everyone could hear him. Everyone should brace themselves psychologically. I have already checked all faculty and students. The situation is extremely urgent. There are no more than 10 individuals in the first and third grades, but in the second grade, there are a staggering 36, with some classes having over half of their students as infected. Among the teaching staff, there are also more than 20 infected, and this is only counting those attending the flag-raising ceremony. If there are others hiding in the shadows, I estimate that over 60 individuals in the entire second school have been transformed into man-eating monsters. Silence enveloped the group. They all remained hushed. It is essential to note that each infected individual is equivalent to a lamp-level entity. In a small establishment like the second school, there are at least 60 lamp-level mythical creatures. This situation is already sufficiently terrifying. Moreover, once we encounter the mother, the offspring will undoubtedly descend into a frenzied state, indiscriminately attacking the surrounding survivors. Their numbers are overwhelming. Should any slip through the cracks, given the nature of infection, it would inevitably escalate into a catastrophe that engulfs the entirety of Songnan City. Li Ziye articulated his analysis, a wave of horror surging within him. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air from the earpiece, accompanied by the captain's voice. Chia, they have already begun to infiltrate. At this very moment, several kilometers away at number 2 high school, Chun Mai treaded upon the remnants of flesh and limbs. The situation is far more dire than we initially imagined. We must visit each of the infected households to swiftly sever the chain of infection. We cannot extricate ourselves in the short term. The fate of the school rests upon your shoulders. However, if chaos ensues, we night watchers and mythological beings will be exposed. Chia, you need not worry about this. We possess a forbidden object, the Dream Whisper, capable of weaving illusions within a certain range and erasing fragments of others' memories. Furthermore, I will instruct Old Zhao to deploy the Boundless Domain at number 2 high school, isolating it from the outside world, transforming the entire school into a secluded island until the incident concludes. Chun Mai swiftly dispatched and infected with a single strike, shaking the bloodied star blade before approaching the window. Inform Li Ziye that this adversary is quite formidable. Do not hold back and do not hesitate. We must locate the mother as swiftly as possible and eliminate it. At the same time, ensure the safety of the survivors. We cannot afford any more casualties. In short, let us gamble everything. The Forbidden Ruins unfurl. Boundless Domain. Upon receiving the command, Zhao Kongsheng promptly activated the Boundless Domain, an invisible curtain gradually rising, enveloping the entirety of Songnan City number 2 high school. Brother Zai, you may commence, he announced as he activated the earpiece. On the rooftop, received. Li Ziye exhibited a faint smile, gently removing the dark crystal necklace, taking a step forward and completing the armor fusion midfall. Boom! The heavy object struck the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. A crimson light ignited. In an instant, the dark crystal radiated the power of shadow fire, completing the fusion of the shadow flame dragon armor. If the original flame dragon armor was a vivid red, then the shadow flame dragon armor took on a deep crimson hue. Time's up. The shadow flame dragon swung its arm to disperse the dust, flexing its muscles before beckoning towards the green belt. Its pitch-black eyes glinted with a flash of bloodlight, heralding the onset of the spectacle. Within the green belt, a thorny bush instantaneously transformed into an ability beast, entirely cloaked in dark green and wielding a spike club. Hood, hood, hood. The thornwood beast, too. Zero lumbered behind it, its heavy steps resonating. The slaughter commenced. In the girls' dormitory building, 5th floor. At this moment, the dormitory was desolate, shrouded in darkness and a sense of oppression. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan cautiously approached the second-to-last room on the north side, prying open the dormitory door with a thin wire. The two entered, discovering it to be utterly vacant. Upon the clothes rack hung 4 exquisite pieces of human skin, swaying gently in the breeze, creating a truly unique spectacle. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. A group of girls appeared, their eyes gleaming with a ravenous red light, filled with greed. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, their heads burst forth, revealing the grotesque crimson flesh and menacing teeth of monsters. 2 girls found themselves trapped within the dormitory, making escape nearly impossible. However, at that instant, a graceful curve formed at the corner of Hong Ying's mouth, and a wave of heat surged forth, accompanied by a radiant crimson glow. Boom! A magenta flame erupted from her center, enveloping Si Xiaonan in its protective embrace, sweeping through the surroundings and sending the monsters flying, while simultaneously shattering the emergency lights in the corridor, as well as the dormitory's beds. The magenta flames rolled, illuminating the girl's face with their glow. With a swift motion, Hong Ying lightly tapped the long case behind her, and a spear sprang forth from the side, which she deftly caught, elegantly twirling it into a blooming gunflower, stepping through the magenta flames like a warrior goddess, gazing defiantly at the approaching monsters. Yet, from the opposite end of the corridor, more monsters emerged, their incessant howls filling the air. A sudden realization struck Hong Ying, her heart racing as she recognized the gravity of the situation, instinctively tightening her grip on the spear. The monsters surged forth like an unending tide, seemingly impossible to vanquish. Suddenly, a male voice echoed through the corridor, imbued with a reverberating quality. With an Aries accent, "Oh, am I late to the party?" Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan turned towards the source of the voice. The Shadow Flame Dragon stood at the corridor's entrance, wielding the Shadow Flame Bow, accompanied by a blood-soaked, dark green beast armed with a spike club. The sunlight from the window illuminated his armor, causing the silver portions to glimmer, dispelling the gloomy atmosphere of the corridor. With a swift motion, he drew the Shadow Flame Bow, releasing a blood-red inferno arrow that struck down a monster. Hisses! A monstrous creature lunged forward, its grotesque maw wide open, revealing a horrific, twisted mouth and a menacing tongue. In a flash, the creature's tongue shot out towards the Shadow Flame Dragon's head. However, in that moment, the Shadow Flame Dragon merely tilted his head slightly to evade the attack, casually tossing aside the Shadow Flame Bow. Seizing the opportunity while the monster was momentarily stunned, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The monster fell lifeless. Behind him, the Thornwood beast carried the sealing box, continuously absorbing the essence of the serpent demon offspring, transforming it into substandard magic spirit stones. Ziye! Hong Ying exclaimed in surprise. Yet, there was no time to express her astonishment as the monsters closed in once more. With each punch, the Shadow Flame Dragon unleashed blood-red infernal flames, slaying a monster with every strike, treading upon the charred bodies of the fallen beasts, resembling a mythological killing machine. The captain had ordered no mercy. Unleash everything and eradicate both the progenitor and the infected. Chapter 25. A true man never takes the stairs. Hiss, hiss, hiss. On the opposite side of the corridor, several monstrous creatures charged towards Hong Ying, their terrifying maws emitting a foul stench, as if they intended to swallow the young girl whole. Since this was a fight to the finish, I shall hold nothing back. Hong Ying narrowed her eyes slightly, her form lowering as she burst forth, her spear thrusting forward and piercing directly through one creature's gaping maw. Boom! A brilliant fireball erupted from the tip of her weapon, the flickering flames consuming the monster in an instant. She chuckled lightly, glancing at the remaining creatures, and beckoned with her fingers. Is it just you few? Come at me if you dare. Hong Ying, you're absolutely magnificent. Si Xiao then applauded from aside. Meanwhile, the Shadow Flame Dragon was ruthlessly dispatching the monsters at the southern corridor entrance, creating a pincer movement with Hong Ying in the north, leaving the creatures with no escape. The monsters in this realm were hardly a match for either side. They could be dispatched with ease. Yet, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, making it impossible to eliminate them all at once. Surely, there were more than 60. The Shadow Flame Dragon glanced down at the remains scattered on the ground and the ceaseless influx of monsters, realizing with a sinking heart that the situation had shifted. The Serpent Demon seemed to have been enhanced, spawning such a multitude of subbodies. At that moment, there were already at least 20 monster carcasses on the floor. Yet, the tide of monsters showed no signs of abating. Moreover, prior to his arrival at the girls' dormitory, he had already hunted numerous creatures across the campus. This was no mere infection. It was clearly a case of rapid infection. With a clap, the two allies met back to back, the Shadow Flame Dragon guarding the healer. Si Xiaonan, there were simply too many. Drawing his Shadow Flame bow, he remarked, Hong Ying, I can't shake the feeling that all the students skipping classes to nap in the dormitory have been infected. There are too many to ignore. We are night watchmen after all. With that, Hong Ying thrust her spear like a dragon, puncturing several monsters ahead and causing a surge of rosy flames to erupt. Simultaneously, Si Xiao then emitted a distress signal. Baiyu, Baiyu, Baiyu. Following this, the Shadow Flame Dragon unleashed a barrage of arrows, transforming his Shadow Flame bow into a Gatling gun, each arrow striking true. As he continued to fire, he muttered to himself, if it weren't for the fear of accidentally wounding Xiao Nan and Hong Ying, I would have unleashed my full power long ago. After a time, all the monsters within the dormitory had been eradicated. The remnants of the creatures, subjected to the dual purging of hellfire and rosy flames, gradually turned to ash, their essence being siphoned by the magic containment box to create inferior magical stones. Panting heavily, the Shadow Flame Dragoness armor had disintegrated, and Li Ziye leaned against the wall, taking deep breaths. Although his bloodline concentration was at 100, his potential development was limited. Both his will and mental strength were just adequate. Maintaining the armor indefinitely was simply out of reach. Hence, he had nearly faltered. Had I known how things would unfold, it would have been wiser to confine Li Yifei within a magical box from the very beginning. Now, it seems we have narrowly averted disaster. Ziye, you were quite impressive just now. Hong Ying hoisted her spear onto her shoulder, raised a hand, and with a subtle smile, beckoned him over for a high five. Clap. The two exchanged a slap of hands. Sister Hong Ying, your earlier display of prowess was truly magnificent, Li Ziye praised sincerely. Applause erupted from the side as Si Xiaonan clapped joyfully, her face beaming with delight. You both are so formidable. In such a short time, you cleared the entire dormitory building. What a thrill. The exhilaration of being uplifted is unparalleled. After a moment, she eagerly proposed, Sister Hong Ying, Ziye, after your prolonged battle, let me assist you in regaining your strength. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Fire! Fire! The dormitory matron shouted as she rushed up from below. Upon hearing her cries, the trio realized that a fire had indeed broken out in the dormitory. With flames of two different hues, one a sanguine red and the other a vibrant magenta. Hong Ying, Li Ziye, oh. Xionan, oh. However, in the next instant, Li Ziye drew a pistol from his pocket. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, he fired a shot at the dormitory matron, striking her between the eyes. Ziye, ignoring the startled gasps of the two women behind him, he stepped forward and delivered another shot to her left and right chest. With a swift motion, he tore away the matron's visage. At that moment, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan realized that this seemingly amiable dormitory matron was, in fact, a monstrous creature. Zai, how did you uncover this? Hong Ying inquired, her face a mask of curiosity. Si Xiaonan also cast a look of intrigue. I detected a scent reminiscent of snake emanating from her. Li Ziye replied casually. You two might want to take a closer whiff. These creatures all possess a faint, fishy odor. Si Xiaonan glanced down, her expression one of disgust, as the creature's grotesque appearance deterred her from approaching. Indeed, there's a scent. Hong Ying confirmed as she leaned down for a sniff, noticing the faint odor. She regarded Li Ziye with a newfound admiration, marveling at his reliability in critical moments. Demonstrating decisiveness and a lack of hesitation, he bore no resemblance to an ordinary high school student, but rather embodied the essence of a seasoned warrior. Moreover, he was rather handsome. As she gazed, a blush crept onto her cheeks, her eyes filled with appreciation. Truly, he is deserving of my admiration. The moment the words slipped from her lips, she felt a pang of realization and quickly amended, Oh, I misspoke. I meant to say he is indeed an exceptional agent of the divine. Oh dear. Si Xiaonan smiled knowingly. At that moment, Hong Ying feigned sternness, gently pinching Si Xiaonan's cheek, her gaze brimming with menace. What are you laughing at, Xiaonan? Why does your laughter seem so peculiar? Nothing, truly nothing, she replied hastily. As he spoke, Si Xiaonan shook his head repeatedly, yet the smile on his face remained unfaltering. Brother Zai, I am here to assist you. With a mighty roar, Zhao Concheng charged up from downstairs, brandishing the starblade. However, upon witnessing the ravaged corridor, he was instantly taken aback. Just moments ago, I received a distress signal from Xiaonan, but where are the monsters? We have vanquished them altogether. Hong Ying placed her hand on Li Ziye's shoulder, grinning as if to convey their camaraderie. I missed the chance to show off. I had planned to impress. Zhao Concheng, vexed, sheathed the starblade and began to survey his surroundings. Have you located the mother? Li Ziye shrugged. Hong Ying's expression shifted dramatically, her countenance falling as she shook her head despondently. No, we haven't found it. That shouldn't be the case. A languid voice emerged from behind the group, revealing Lin Ziye, who had arrived unbeknownst to them. Logically, this is the very location where the first infected appeared. Lin Ziye meticulously explored the floor, pondering whether it had managed to escape. The five of them scoured the dormitory for traces of the mother, analyzing as they searched. Zhao Concheng, succumbing to his craving for a smoke, approached the window and lit a cigarette. By sheer coincidence, he glanced down and exclaimed, Wait, everyone, I believe I have spotted the mother. The others hastily turned their gaze out the window. Below, on a balcony of a certain floor, a creature with a serpent's tail and a human form coiled itself, its dark scales glistening ominously in the faint sunlight. It raised its head, its emerald eyes locking onto theirs. With a hissing sound, a mocking grin spread across its scaled visage, its crimson-forked tongue flicking as it sampled the air. Suddenly, it emitted a strange cry and slithered away. Zai, the students are in your hands. I shall pursue it. Without a moment's hesitation, Hong Ying leapt from the window, darting towards the small balcony in pursuit of the mother. Kie, come. As he spoke, Li Ziye seized Lin Ziye and mounted the back of the thornywood beast. They vaulted through the window, landing on the ground and sprinting towards the distant teaching building. Real men never take the stairs. We chase. The other two hastened towards the stairwell, racing downwards. Si Xiaonan followed in the wake of the traces left by Hong Ying, hunting the mother. Zhao Concheng, meanwhile, dashed after the rear of the thornywood beast, as those uninfected students still required his assistance to open doors. In front of the teaching building, the thornywood beast galloped with Li Ziye and Ziye on its back, encountering numerous high school students scurrying about in panic, while distant roars of monsters echoed ominously. The students, in their instinctive bid for survival, were heedlessly fleeing. Strictly speaking, their actions were not erroneous. It was merely instinct. However, such behavior would undoubtedly lead to their swift demise, necessitating intervention. Stop running. Li Ziye swiftly drew his sidearm from his pocket and fired a shot near the feet of one student. Whoever runs again, I swear I will shoot. Chapter 26. Approaching the conclusion, the gunfire served as an effective warning, and the terrifying visage of the spiky wood beast proved even more effective, instilling a paralyzing fear in the students. Subsequently, Li Ziye and Li Ziye meticulously filtered through the chaos, eliminating the lurking monsters and leaving behind the untainted survivors. "Old Zhao, open the door and let them all out," Li Ziye instructed, tucking his gun back into his pocket. "You stay here to guard. Li Ziye and I will go in to rescue the others." With that, they turned towards the teaching building. Zhao Kongqing nodded and opened a passage within the boundless void. Once the students had been evacuated, the passage sealed once more. As the two ventured further away, the spiky wood beast remained behind, standing guard alongside Zhao Kongqing. The inferior magic stone extracted from the snake demon's body was deemed useless, so they opted not to collect it. Pure slaughter sufficed. In the distance, at the entrance of the teaching building, Li Ziye inquired, "You have no weapon, is that all right?" "Who said I have no weapon?" Li Ziye flexed his muscles and swung the spike club in his hand. "I've borrowed the weapon from the spiky wood beast. It is more than sufficient to deal with Lamp Realm monsters. Let's advance." All right. The two charged forward together. Wherever they passed, carnage reigned, blood and dismembered limbs strewn about. The anguished cries of the snake demon's body echoing as blades and clubs danced, showering the air with crimson. In a mere 5 minutes, they had cleared an entire floor of the snake demon's body. Had it not been for the presence of survivors within the teaching building, Li Ziye, fearing accidental harm, refrained from merging with his armor. Otherwise, he could have easily breached the floor in under a minute. Let's press on to the upper levels. I will take the lead in eliminating threats while you assist the survivors from behind. Is that acceptable? Of course. On the 3rd floor, in Class 8 of the 2nd year, the doors and windows have been barricaded by the students inside, preventing the two monsters outside from entering, though they could only salivate over the tantalizing scent of human flesh. Li Yifei, accompanied by several male students, descended a rope from the 5th floor. Some seized benches. Others wielded fire axes, while some pinned the monsters down with chairs, mercilessly bludgeoning the grotesque heads of the creatures until they were reduced to a pulp. Knock, knock. Li Yifei rapped on the door, panting heavily. "I'm Li Yifei from Class 2. Everyone in Class 8, let us evacuate quickly." The students inside the classroom had been observing the corridor through a crack in the door. Upon witnessing the slaying of the two menacing monsters, they hurriedly swung the door open, with several boys stepping out. "Evacuate? Don't joke with us." The leading gentleman shook his head, gesturing towards the ground beneath them. "The 1st floor has completely fallen. There are at least a dozen monsters down there. We cannot possibly make it out, but we can go up." Li Yifei insista earnestly. We've cleared the monsters on the 5th floor, and we've built a defensive line at both ends of the corridor. It's the safest level. "Go to the 5th floor?" The gentleman chuckled. "Yes, you can parachute down from above, but how do we get up there?" I inquire. "Where do the monsters currently congregate?" "The 1st floor, the 2nd floor, and even the 4th floor." Hisses. Suddenly, the sound of the serpent-like creature echoed as several monsters descended the stairs. "Quick! Gumin!" The refined young man swiftly pulled Li Yifei inside. Simultaneously, a few other boys hurriedly followed suit. "Reinforce the door." Upon the young man's command, the others hastily moved tables and chairs to seal the entrance once more. Hisses. Bang, bang, bang. Despite the frenzied roars of the monsters outside incessantly battering the door, their efforts proved futile. These serpentine entities, one and all, were utterly inept, being mere gluttons for human flesh, devoid of any extraordinary strength. "We truly appreciate your willingness to assist us," the refined young man said, bowing slightly. "However, regrettably, your retreat plan is ill-suited, and we must request that you join us in this valiant defense." Alas, I had not contemplated such matters earlier, Li Yifei sighed. After a moment of silence, he added, "By the way, I still do not know your name." "And Qingyu." Meanwhile, more serpent-like creatures continued to descend from the 4th floor, with even more teams of monsters emerging from the side corridors. It was evident that Class 2 to 8 had been completely encircled. Among them, one creature, particularly astute, dismantled the thick rope hanging in the corridor, effectively severing their only means of escape. Soon, a multitude of monsters gathered at the door. 20-some boys exerted every ounce of their strength to hold the tables and chairs in place, their faces turning purple from strain. Terror was etched upon everyone's faces. At that moment, the individuals inside faced a life-or-death struggle against the monsters outside. The girls appeared pale, huddled in the corners, screaming incessantly, tears streaming down their cheeks. Some of the more timid boys even wet their pants. Yet, Xingyu remained remarkably composed, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of her mouth, her gaze becoming increasingly peculiar. Marvelous. This world is undeniably fascinating, truly splendid. It has finally shed its monotony. While others were consumed by fear. And Xingyu was already engaging her mind against the monsters lurking in the corridor. With 2 slain, multiple monsters emerged in succession, suggesting that these creatures were part of an interconnected spiritual network, presumably governed by a central intelligence, the master brain, which possessed intellect on par with, if not superior, to that of humans. Yet the question remained, how did they discern the purpose of that thick rope and choose to sever it? If the monsters had visual sharing, then during Li Yifei and the others' descent, they should not have been able to see anything. So how did they know? There must be something I have yet to consider. As Xingyu pondered, the boys tasked with barricading the door, including Li Yifei, were nearing their limits, gradually struggling to maintain their position. We can't hold on any longer. We're out of strength. It's impossible to endure. To speak candidly, regardless of how feeble the serpentine demon outside may seem, it is still a mythical being of the Zhan realm, undoubtedly more formidable than an ordinary high school student. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? A girl collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, I don't want to die. I truly don't want to perish. Please, someone come and rescue us. A sense of despair began to envelop the atmosphere. At that moment, a haughty voice echoed down the corridor. You wretches, I shall slay you all. None shall escape. As the words fell, a blood-soaked, white-haired youth charged up the staircase, wielding a wolf-toothed club, shattering the grotesque cranium of a monster with a single blow. The Shadow S5 element's bloodline surged forth, igniting a bloodlust within him. Meanwhile, another creature stealthily approached, seemingly intent on ambushing Li Ziye. Li Ziye, be careful. In that instant, a gleaming dagger flew through the air, narrowly missing Li Ziye as it pierced the throat of a monster. Lin Ziye dashed forward, swiftly extracting the dagger and executing a side slash, dispatching another creature. Thanks, Li Ziye glanced back momentarily. The two exchanged a knowing look before launching themselves forward, annihilating the 2 squads of monsters without a trace. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed. The wolf-toothed club broke. TCH. Li Ziye grimasa, directly thrusting the broken club into the eye socket of a beast, forcefully driving it in until the brain matter was crushed. Ya! As another monster lunged at him, Li Ziye delivered a swift kick, sending it flying. He then assumed a stance reminiscent of cosmic martial arts, conjuring a faint hellfire around his hands, and with bare fists, he dispatched yet another monster. As the proclaimed heir of the Shadow Emperor, he had no trouble unleashing his physical prowess, albeit at a significantly diminished potency. On the other side, Lin Ziye embodied the purest form of violent aesthetics, sheer, cleaving, unadulterated bloodshed. In a matter of mere minutes, their already blood-stained blue and white uniforms became even more crimson. The 3rd floor was cleared. The 2 squads of monsters lay vanquished. A group of students stood behind the door, utterly astonished, especially the girls. What on earth? A white-haired boy killed several monsters with his bare hands? Another boy dispatched a creature with a single blade? Chia, Zai, you finally arrived. Li Yifei rushed over, tears in his eyes. I thought you two had abandoned me. Just then, Li Ziye grasped Lin Ziye's waist, pulling him in front of himself. Defensive barrier activated. It effectively blocked Li Yifei's embrace. Chapter 27, the end, is approaching. Stand still, do not move. Lin Ziye, with a look of disdain, halted Li Yifei's embrace. You two, are you here to rescue us? A voice from the crowd expressed excitement. By the way, what is the situation outside? Indeed, we are here to save you. Li Ziye nodded, deftly closing the door. The monsters downstairs have been eliminated, yet absolute safety cannot be guaranteed. It would be wise for you to remain prudent and not to wander aimlessly. With that, he turned to Li Ziye. Now, it's your turn to speak. After all, with other students present, it was inconvenient to directly send Li Ziye into the demon sealing box, so they had to maintain an air of ignorance. Moreover, the act must be fully performed. The end is not yet upon them, but it is drawing near. Well, Li Ziye composed himself and began. You both must have heard that strange cry, right? It was this very sound that sent most of the monsters into a frenzy, causing complete chaos throughout the entire teaching building. However, I led a team of exceptionally strong axemen to clear the monsters on the 5th floor, rescuing the majority of students from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, establishing a defensive line in the corridors against those vile creatures. Later, I heard from others that there were more survivors on the 3rd floor, whom we saved, and then we encountered you too. Subsequently, Li Ziye inquired about several significant matters and received corresponding answers. Ziye, don't you think I have quite the heroic demeanor? Li Ziye touched his nose and chuckled. Look at my performance. Do you think I could join the night watch? Li Ziye nodded and replied, in my opinion, that should not be a problem. Rest assured, I will ensure your entry. Li Ziye patted his chest and then turned to a bespectacled, refined boy in the corner. What are you staring at? Do I have a flower on me? Despite possessing the treasure of the Shadow universe, the Shadow Emperor armor, he still felt a chill under the boy's gaze. Unking you. This fellow's eyes are far too perilous. I must keep my distance. I cannot allow myself to be captured again for photon skin rejuvenation. At this moment, Xingyu's gaze grew increasingly fervent, oscillating between Li Ziye and Li Ziye, ultimately revealing a greater interest in the latter. Like a rare gem, the dangerous curve at the corner of his mouth threatened to break free. Curiosity, an intense and fervent curiosity. A curiosity so profound that he wished to take them back for examination. Swallowing hard. Hello. Xingyu gulped, suppressing the tumult within, and stepped forward with a courteous demeanor, extending his right hand. I am Xingyu, safety, for the first character, love, for the second, and fish for the last. May I ask who you are? Li Ziye. He responded, shaking hands. Dawn, for the first character, child, for the second, and night for the last. Li Ziye, he added. Forest, for the first character, 7, for the second, and night for the last. And Xingyu nodded, seemingly wishing to ask more, but ultimately, reason triumphed over curiosity, and he refrained from posing further questions in the presence of others. He harbored a profound curiosity regarding the identities of the two individuals and their extraordinary abilities. However, now is not the time for inquiries. Any question posed could lead to enmity, a consequence far too costly to bear. At that moment, Li Ziye opened his mouth. Yet, simultaneously, Li Ziye raised his hand, signaling for silence, and then remarked, there is no time for idle chatter. We must first escort these students to the grand auditorium, where it is comparatively safer. Li Ziye paused, ready to speak. Stop. I am aware of what you wish to say. Li Ziye interjected, raising his hand again to indicate silence. As I mentioned earlier, the creatures downstairs have been eradicated by us. Li Ziye fell silent, and after a brief moment, he raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive. He then inquired, so, are you two planning to advance further to rescue others? Can you refrain from unnecessary talk? I wish to accompany you. With a resolute expression and an even firmer tone, Li Ziye declared, rest assured, I will not be a hindrance. Moreover, I possess considerable influence now. I can assist in maintaining order. No problem. Bring your axe gang and join us, Li Ziye replied. Although the two appeared invigorated, the prolonged battle had left them exhausted, their bodies weary and battered, particularly Li Ziye. After clearing 2/3 of a dormitory building, he had hurried to save others. He was truly fatigued, even with a 100 concentration of Shadow 5 Elements bloodline. His physical constitution was robust, yet his mental state was on the verge of collapse. The assistance of the Axe Gang would alleviate some of the burden. If he were to face another throng of monsters alone, it would undoubtedly trigger Heavenly Stage combat technique, possession by ghosts. I will go as well, quietly interjected in Xingyu. Very well, then both Ah Fei and Xiaoyu will accompany us. Li Ziye smiled. then turned to the other students. There are no monsters left below. You may proceed to the grand auditorium on your own. I will not escort you. After a pause, he scanned in Xingyu and Li Yifei, adding, "Let me clarify. You may join us, but your survival is not guaranteed. No worries, death is but a trifling matter," and Qingyu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Soon, apart from the group preparing to advance, the rest departed on their own. "Let everyone rest briefly before we move out," Li Ziye suggested, casually merging two tables and reclining upon them. He sensed that numerous creatures lurked above. If they were to force their way through, they would need to replenish their mental energy. After all, the time for closure was drawing near. The non-Tuwa snake demon case at the second high school of Sangnan City was approaching its conclusion. At this critical juncture, should they not replenish their strength to perform even better? Meanwhile, Li Ziye received a communication from Deputy Team Leader Wu Xiangnan. He had discerned that the mother body was a mythological creature known as the non-Tuwa snake demon, which possessed formidable camouflage abilities and extraordinary intelligence. It could consume living beings, implanting a serpent seed within them, thereby transforming their bodies into offspring. The progeny remain under the dominion of the maternal entity. Such a complex ability naturally comes with limitations. The maternal figure can only produce one offspring per day, while the progeny require 3 days to mature, and both typically possess rather low combat prowess, at least until adulthood. However, this particular Nanda serpent demon may be an exception, potentially exhibiting greater strength. Subsequently, Li Ziye relayed this information to Li Ziye, who displayed no signs of surprise. "Moments latte," Li Ziye declared, "Let us proceed." She leapt from the table and opened the classroom door, as the time was nearly upon them. They advanced onward, determined to vanquish the monsters and rescue those in peril, with the group closely following. As they moved, slaying foes along the way, the ground soon became littered with corpses. Leading the charge, Li Ziye was splattered with the blood and remains of countless serpent demon offspring, her presence seemingly adorned with ethereal rings of souls, evoking instinctive dread in her adversaries. To perish at Li Ziye's hands was fortunate. Falling to Li Ziye, however, would spell dire consequences. Beaten to death with bare hands, not a single fragment of flesh or bone would remain intact. The most unfortunate creatures might even endure a series of brutal impacts, shattering under the force. Many members of the Axe Brigade were unable to withstand such gruesome sights, their legs weakening involuntarily as they suppressed the urge to retch. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Li Ziye was atop a female serpent demon offspring, relentlessly striking it, blood spraying forth and gradually staining her white hair crimson. In less than 3 seconds, she had bludgeoned it to death, delivering over 15 blows per second. Truly a horrifying display of brutality. "I have a question for you," quietly approached Qingyu. I know what you wish to ask." "I'm a cultivator," Li Ziye jested, rising from the beast and crushing its grotesque skull underfoot. That was merely a jest. Now feel free to inquire. Do these creatures exist in obscurity? Indeed they do. Then why do we live so comfortably? Li Ziye cast him a sidelong glance before responding slowly. There is no such thing as a tranquil existence. It is simply that others bear the burden on your behalf. At the same moment, Li Ziye added, because there are those who stand guard over humanity through the darkness of night. Chapter 28, The Ultimate Love Brain Understanding. And Qingyu nodded. A smile gradually crept upon his lips, unable to be suppressed any longer. It was simply too amusing. It turned out that beyond the realm of science, a plethora of mysterious creatures existed in this world. At this juncture, Qingyu picked up a piece of meat, expressing his earnest desire to take them back, meticulously slice them, and conduct thorough research. He chuckled with delight. Li Ziye silently stepped back a few paces, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Li Ziye also distanced himself quietly. Yet he drew out his sidearm. "Little fish, I've only used 4 bullets in this gun. Consider it for your protection." He tossed it over casually, motivated solely by the desire to forge a good bond, lest he find himself subjected to photonic skin rejuvenation in the future. "Do you truly trust me so completely?" And Qingyu exclaimed, catching the handgun with astonishment, casting a bewildered glance at him. Have you not considered that I might be a villain, ready to betray you? A light chuckle escaped Li Ziye as he turned away, striding towards the staircase leading to the 5th floor. You may certainly try, my friend. He harbored no fear, for before a bullet could find its mark, he would don his armor and activate his meditative seal, swiftly maneuvering behind Xingyu to deliver a fatal blow. Of course, this scenario hinged upon Xingyu actually attempting treachery, but he was confident that Xingyu was not that sort of person. Simultaneously, Xingyu felt an unsettling sensation, as if something unseen was fixating on him. A shiver ran down his spine. Li Ziye, I was merely jesting. He adjusted his glasses to mask his unease and hurriedly followed suit. Thank you for the gun for my protection. I shall not betray your trust. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Lu Yuan, I wish to go outside. Rest assured, Ruo, I will certainly take you out. Bang, bang. I am Lu Yuan. She is Han Ruo. Neither of us are monsters. We are your classmates. Inside the classroom, Lu Yuan furiously slammed the door, crashing and kicking, holding the hand of the snake demon offspring, Han Ruo, as if he were a foolish knight defending his goddess. Chong, open the door for me. Outside, a boy peered through the window, inhaling deeply before speaking slowly. Lu Yuan, there are suspected monsters among you. We cannot take that risk, hence you cannot be let out. Li Chong, on what basis do you claim there are monsters among us? Lu Yuan shouted in anger. Li Fei said so. Is he your deity, that you heed his every word? Lu Yuan pointed accusingly at the boy through the window. Li Chong, TMD, Li Fei is no oracle. You believe him just like that? We are classmates. Moreover, this constitutes illegal imprisonment. It is against the law. Are you willing to confine yourself based on a mere statement from him? Lu Yuan's voice rang out loudly, echoing through the corridor, reaching even Li Ziye and others who were outside, clearing the area of the snake demon offspring. The words exchanged among the boys tasked with guarding the classroom door began to sow seeds of doubt. Should we let him out? No. Better to err on the side of caution. For the safety of us all, we cannot release him. Just then, a thunderous bang reverberated down the 5th floor corridor. The barricade of desks and chairs at the stairwell was violently dismantled, and a monstrous figure was hurled out, crashing against the wall of the hallway. A white-haired youth charged forward, delivering a final, decisive kick that obliterated the creature's head. The students gasped in shock, turning to witness the scene, their faces contorted in terror. Is this even human? To have kicked through a barricade and shattered a monster's skull? Another resounding crash echoed as the makeshift blockade of desks and chairs exploded into a shower of splinters, accompanied by the gruesome sounds of flesh tearing and bones fracturing, as the creature's wails sent the students retreating in fear. The falling debris compelled many to cover their mouths and noses. As the chaos subsided, a blood-soaked white-haired boy emerged, clutching the severed head of a monster in his right hand, his eyes gleaming a hellish crimson, his once pristine hair now matted with blood. Following him were 2 other youths. One, clad in a blood-stained school uniform, wielded a knife, while the other, a refined young man holding a fruit knife and concealing a pistol, bore blood on his cheek and a dangerously playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Upon sighting the trio, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped the onlookers, rendering them breathless. The peculiar glow in the boy's eyes gradually faded, allowing the crowd a moment to exhale. Hey, are you all right? Li Ziye asked gently, extending a hand stained with monster blood to a fallen student. The student, mechanically grasping the offered hand, stammered, I'm fine. Thank you. At that moment, several more boys arrived, including Li Fei and the Axe Squad. Have the remaining few from the 4th floor been dealt with? Li Ziye inquired, glancing back. All taken care of, Li Fei replied, raising his fire axe. And the more formidable monsters have been vanquished by you all, allowing us to work efficiently on the cleanup. Li Ziye nodded and strode directly toward the classroom, kicking open the door and surveying the room. As he entered, the bickering students fell silent, many covering their mouths and noses, overwhelmed by the stench of blood. In their eyes, he appeared even more fearsome than the monsters themselves, embodying a terror akin to that which silences a child's night cries. His gaze settled on a pair of students huddled in the corner, and those within his line of sight instinctively parted to make way, some out of reverence, others merely repulsed by the lingering smell of blood. Among them, Hanro trembled uncontrollably. Ignoring the hushed whispers around him, Li Ziye approached Lu Yuan, casually slipping his hand into his pocket, a faint smile gracing his lips. Crouching down, he gently patted Lu Yuan's face, saying, "I heard your loud voice all the way from the bottom of the stairs. Are you truly certain you wish to take her away?" After a brief moment, Lin Xie entered, wielding a knife, and instinctively frowned upon seeing Lu Yuan and Hanro. Simultaneously, Li Yifei and the Axe team blocked the entrance, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a criminal syndicate. "Lu Yuan, I'm scared," Hanro uttered in a tremulous voice, her words resonating profoundly. "Ruo, do not fear. I shall not allow them to bully you any longer." Lu Yuan silently gritted his teeth, feeling an overwhelming surge of confidence. "Indeed, Li Ziye, today I shall take her away, and I challenge anyone who dares to obstruct me." After a moment of silence, Li Ziye smirked, rising to his feet, amused by the audacity before him. "Do you think you are Qi? Without the demon blade of 1,000 edges, you dare to utter such bravado?" He stepped aside, clearing a path, and gestured to the Axe team outside the door, signaling them to disperse. In the next instant, Li Ziye, with a sardonic flair, made a sweeping gesture towards the entrance, exclaiming, "Your affection is truly touching. So we have decided not to impede your departure. Please do go on." In truth, he had contemplated eliminating Hanro then and there. However, the offspring of this serpent demon was the strongest of her kind. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, if provoked, she could endanger the students present. After all, Li Ziye was not a member of the armored second team and could not afford to engage in a scenario where he would be compelled to intervene on their behalf. As for Lu Yuan, merely a reckless romantic, willing to sacrifice himself, and if he was prepared to die, Li Ziye was ready to bury him. Yet at that moment, Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned, a flurry of possibilities coursing through his mind, and his expression grew increasingly confident. "TSK." Li Ziye clicked his tongue, beckoning Lu Yuan towards the door, discarding him from the room. As soon as he spoke, several members of the Axe team entered, seizing Lu Yuan's arms and unceremoniously casting him out of the classroom. Hanruo cast a wary glance at him before following Lu Yuan's lead. A few minutes later, students, "The monsters on campus have been nearly eradicated, and the danger has subsided," Li Ziye announced from the podium. After concluding his speech, he turned to Li Yifei. "Ah Fei, please guide the Axe team to escort the survivors to the auditorium and also check for any other survivors in different areas. If found, bring them to the auditorium as well. Is that agreeable?" Li Yifei earnestly patted his chest. "No problem." Once they departed, Li Ziye and the other two ascended to the rooftop, leaning against the railing and gazing over the campus. "Sister Hongying," Li Ziye activated his hidden earpiece. "Our rescue efforts are nearing completion. Have you two caught up with the mother body?" Meanwhile, Qingyu and Lin Xie were engaged in a discussion nearby. In the earpiece, Hongying's voice sounded somewhat dejected. "We lost the trail. Xiaonan is tracking the traces left by the mother body. However, it's all right. Old Zhao's boundless void is quite formidable. It certainly cannot escape. Where are the traces primarily concentrated? Most are focused in the northern region. Xiaonan and I are currently searching the cafeteria." Chapter 29. You won't let me play? You have chosen your path to oblivion. Having realized this, Li Ziye severed the connection of his earpiece and turned to face the two companions. "Let us venture to the arts building," he declared. No sooner had he spoken than he vaulted over the rooftop railing, leaping downwards. At the moment of descent, he summoned his armor to mitigate the impact of the fall, landing gracefully and securely. Once on solid ground, he promptly dispelled the armor. Such audacity indeed. The very act of summoning armor was merely to counteract the force of his leap. Coughing lightly as dust swirled about him, Li Ziye waved his hand to disperse the particles that clouded his vision and strode toward the arts building. "Huh?" And Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to Lin Xie. "Is this how you usually descend from heights? You just leap from the rooftop?" Lin Xie remained silent, resolutely opting for the staircase instead. Had it been night, with the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer state, he might have displayed a more flamboyant descent, perhaps even using the air conditioning unit as a springboard. However, it was broad daylight, and with his slender limbs, a reckless jump could very well lead to dire consequences. Aren't you all part of the same organization? And Xingyu inquired, following closely, her curiosity unabated. Shouldn't you be capable of such feats too? Or is it beyond your abilities? Lin Ziye continued his silence, quickening his pace. Observing this, and Xingyu ceased her inquiries, clearly recognizing that Lin was no longer in a jovial mood. However, he did not accompany her to the arts building, but instead made his way to the grand auditorium. Ah, let the celestial beings clash. I shall remain here in the auditorium to await your return. The arts building, the newest addition to the school in nearly 6 years, was situated in the northeastern corner of the campus. Though modest in height with only 3 stories, it boasted a plethora of diverse rooms catering to nearly every artistic discipline: drawing studios, piano rooms, sculpture classrooms, and dance studios. As Li Ziye passed the piano room, an inexplicable surge of desire to play the piano awakened within him, akin to a bloodline awakening. Nevertheless, the temptation to observe the unfolding drama prevailed, leading him to find a secluded corner to conceal himself. Inside the piano room, Lu Yuan held the young woman in his embrace, occasionally glancing out the window. Why don't we simply escape the school? Why hide in this piano room? What if they confine us again? Escape for what purpose? Replied Hanruru, lifting her head to nuzzle against him, exuding an alluring charm. Lu Yuan, it is so quiet here. Why don't we engage in something more entertaining? Shall we? Lu Yuan felt his throat go dry, swallowing hard as he stammered. What kind of entertainment? For instance, Andrusmina Widanad Grutaskedi, revealing a monstrous visage that emerged, its icy tongue licking Lu Yuan's cheek, and its serrated teeth instilling a sense of dread. Roruo, you truly are? Lu Yuan's pupils dilated, his face a mask of horror. At that moment, a fittingly dramatic background music began to play. It was indeed Li Ziye who had entered the piano room at an unknown moment, seated in the far corner, his fingers dancing over the keys as if he were born with the skill of a virtuoso. Do not mind me. Continue with your endeavors. I shall merely provide the background music, he declared. The fitting piano melody resumed its delicate play. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Yet, Li Ziye remained unperturbed, playing with grace. It is nearly time, he muttered softly. Creak. At that moment, the door to the piano room swung open, and Lin Ziye stepped inside. Upon seeing Lu Yuan sprawled on the floor, he did not wait for a transformation. With a swift motion, he thrust a blade through his throat, piercing through to the back of his skull, dead beyond revival. Hiss! The serpent demon, Hanruo, was taken aback, her gaping maw agape, her body poised in a defensive stance. At this juncture, the background music shifted. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no intentions of killing you. Lin Ziye sheathed his blade, deliberately flaunting it before her. If my assumptions are correct, you are the last progeny remaining within the school, are you not? Nanda Serpent Demon, I know you can see me. Why not drop this facade and let us have a proper conversation? Whether it was the weight of his words or not, Hanro inexplicably reverted to her original form. In the next moment, she seemed transformed, declaring, I have nothing to discuss with you, Night Watchman. Suddenly, the music ceased abruptly. Serpent Demon, I advise you to release me. Li Ziye's neck was ensnared by a black serpent tail. I have no interest in engaging in any asphyxiation play. Indeed, the so-called mother body had appeared, though it was not the true essence, merely Hanruo in her entirety. The Nanda Serpent Demon, originally poised to ambush Lin Ziye, could not resist the intoxicating aroma of the Shadow 5 Elements bloodline, causing her to act involuntarily. Sister Hongying, the target has manifested, Lin Ziye communicated through his earpiece, watching the serpent demon with vigilance. It is within the art building's piano room, and Li Ziye is ensnared. The situation is precarious. Understood. I shall arrive promptly. Distract the serpent demon, ensuring Ziye's safety. Hongying's urgent voice resonated through the earpiece, followed by the sound of frantic footsteps. Hiss! The Nanda serpent demon extended her crimson tongue, seeking to caress Li Ziye's cheek, her tail tightening as she pulled him closer, embracing him. You smell divine. I can scarcely restrain my desire to devour you. The scene held a hint of ambiguity. Release me at once. Li Ziye could no longer bear to watch. He unsheathed his dagger and charged forward, aiming straight for the serpent demon's heart. Clang! The Nanda serpent demon effortlessly raised a hand, deflecting the blow with her palm, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, indicative of the hardness of her scales. In the blink of an eye, her tail lashed out towards Li Ziye. Had it been the Starblade, that strike would undoubtedly have pierced through the serpent demon's hand. Alas, this blade was merely a replica forged from fine iron. Serpent demon, I offer you one final chance. Li Ziye suddenly spoke. Release me. The Nantawa serpent demon remained silent, consumed by a singular desire for a kiss. However, should it succeed, Li Ziye might find himself at the cost of a significant portion of flesh. In this moment of urgency, there was no time to perform the ceremonial transformation of his belt. With a mere thought, he commanded Shadow Emperor armor. Unite. In an instant, a jet-black, demonic dragon descended from the heavens, merging with Li Ziye in less than a tenth of a second. The Shadow Emperor armor, adorned in shades of black and silver, with flowing crimson patterns, completed its union. The resultant surge of dark energy propelled the Nantawa serpent demon away with great force. With the clatter of the armor echoing, the Shadow Emperor approached Li Ziye, gradually lifting his right hand. A black domain materialized within his grasp, from which he withdrew a pitch-black longsword. Your blade is too dull. Use this instead. It was none other than the shadow sword wielded by the evil Wood Guardian. And what will you use? Li Ziye inquired, puzzled as he accepted the sword. The Shadow Emperor raised his fist and spoke slowly. I shall wield this. Since it denies me the pleasure of playing my music, I shall not grant it any mercy. I fear that using a weapon directly might end its life too swiftly, sparing it from further suffering. Chapter 30. The Indolent Discourse Hiss. Awakening from a brief stupor amidst the collapsed pile of pianos, the Nandu, snake demon gaze of the Shadow Emperor with wide, terrified emerald vertical pupils. In that moment, the yearning for the Shadow-esque quintessence was utterly eclipsed by an overwhelming instinct for survival. A singular thought consumed its mind, to turn and flee. Escape. One must flee. A monster lurks here. Before it could act, the Shadow Emperor approached with an imperial gait, seizing the serpent demon by its hair while simultaneously pinning its tail underfoot. You've ruined my enjoyment and still wish to flee? Spare me. You cannot kill me. The Nandu snake demon struggled desperately, asserting that procreation is the essence of their kind. What have we done wrong? Must our clan perish? I have no desire to reason with you. You are unworthy of my discourse. With that, the Shadow Emperor yanked the serpent demon's hair and swung it around, delivering a supreme 9-hit throw. It would not be fatal, but it would certainly be cathartic. Following the impact, the Nandu snake demon was left dazed, its serpentine form rendered senseless, having forgotten how to resist. Witnessing this scene, Li Ziye could no longer bear it and remarked, Zai, perhaps you should grant it a swift end. Let's not squander any more time. Nodding in agreement, the Shadow Emperor initiated the shadow magnetic field to suppress the serpent demon, gently rotating the valve on the left side of the belt. A sealing talisman inscribed with the character Fire was released, instantly transforming into shadowy fire particles that coalesced around his fist, igniting with a blood-red inferno. Shadow Emperor's Fire Fist. Do not kill me. Please spare my life. Yet the Shadow Emperor paid no heed, pulling back his fist, gathering power before unleashing a tremendous blow. Boom! In an instant, the surging inferno morphed into a colossal fist imprint that surged forth, obliterating everything in its path within the blink of an eye. The serpent demon, half the piano room, and even a portion of the art building were reduced to mere dust by the force of that singular strike. Such was the flaw of the shadow armor. The damage inflicted was indiscriminate, affecting monsters, humans, and structures alike, leaving no existence unscathed. Conversely, the light shadow armor typically targeted only monsters, with rare exceptions. A faint hum resonated as particles of the Nandu snake demon drifted through the air, coalescing into a card-like magic talisman, suspended in midair and emanating a soft glow. To duplicate one requires consumption of humans. What a futile skill. The Shadow Emperor muttered softly, placing the magic talisman at his belt's forefront. absorbing it and transforming it into a superior quality magic spirit stone for future refinement. Soon after, the Shadow Emperor's armor disintegrated. After all, this Nandu snake demon was not the primary entity, lacking the value of capture, but possessing worth for absorption and refinement. Notably, the magic spirit stone derived from this serpent demon proved stronger than those previously vanquished. Let's depart. At that moment, Li Ziye suddenly recalled something. Wait, the main entity of the snake demon, Li Ziye. Capturing it seems pointless, given that it possesses a skill reliant on consuming humans. What purpose does it serve? Perhaps we should relinquish it to Li Ziye? Incorrect. Li Ziye seeks the soul, while I desire the essence and spirit. There is no conflict here. It is a win-win situation. Why not take what is offered? It is not necessary, but cannot be absent. Moments later, the two departed from the art building. Li Ziye glanced back at the partially collapsed structure, the shock within him lingering. As fellow Zhan Realm divine agents, how could one possess such formidable strength? After only a few steps, they encountered the rushing Hong Ying, pursued fervently by Si Xiaonan. You are unharmed. That is wonderful, Hong Ying exclaimed upon seeing Li Ziye safe, visibly relieved. By the way, what the serpent demon's mother body? And, just as she spoke, a realization struck her, and she hurriedly inquired, I saw a flash of fire while hurrying. What was that about? It perished, Li Ziye shrugged. And the fire? Sister Hong Ying, look over there. Lin Ziye pointed to the remaining half of the art building. Just moments ago, Li Ziye had summoned armor using divine ruins and struck down the serpent demon mother with a fiery fist, inadvertently demolishing the building in the process. Hong Ying nodded, her astonishment rivaling that of Li Ziye earlier. According to known information, the Nandu serpent demon was a mythological creature of the Qi realm, and at its peak, no less. Li Ziye was merely a newcomer of the Zhan realm. Not only did he slay the serpent demon, but the sheer destructive power exhibited, having destroyed half a building, could be likened to that of the Qi realm or even some slightly weaker Chuan realms. Most astonishingly, he had only been cultivating for a little over half a month. After a prolonged silence, Hong Ying exclaimed, No wonder he is my brother's eye. Truly impressive. She playfully draped her arm over Li Ziye's shoulder, beaming as she gave a thumbs up. I believe it won't be long before you surpass me, becoming a formidable force yourself. She then smiled at Li Ziye, signifying approval. Come now, let brother Kong Chang lift, Wu Jie avoid, summon the logistics team to clean up, and let us indulge in a delightful meal to celebrate your successful participation in the cleansing operation. It's on me. With that, Hong Ying naturally took hold of Li Ziye's arm. However, the celebratory feast could wait. Li Ziye cast a glance towards the auditorium. Sister Hong Ying, the mother body I dealt with was merely a facade. The true body fled at the last moment using a technique akin to a substitution jutsu. Since this grand performance was nearing its conclusion, he decided to forego being enigmatic. Huh? Hong Ying paused, scratching her head. Si Xiaonan tilted her head in an adorably confused manner, asking, Then who is the true body? Where did it go? If my deductions are correct. Li Ziye also gazed toward the auditorium. The true form of the Nandu serpent demon is likely Li Ziye. Why? Upon hearing this, Li Ziye and Li Ziye exchanged glances, with the latter taking the lead to elucidate. After thorough analysis from various angles, both Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan appeared convinced, nodding in agreement. Top, tap. The door of the grand auditorium was knocked upon in a chaotic manner, startling the survivors within. Open the door, Li Ziye. Upon hearing this voice, the gathered crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them, and the previously weeping girls ceased their sobs. Several boys opened the door, welcoming Li Ziye and his companions inside. Everyone, please be quiet. I have an announcement to make. Upon entering, Li Ziye leaped onto the high platform of the auditorium, clapped his hands, inhaled deeply, and slowly began to speak. Through our collective efforts, the true form of the Nantawa serpent demon has been vanquished. Cheers erupted throughout the hall. These fortunate souls had successfully survived a catastrophe akin to a zombie apocalypse. Phew, it's a relief that we succeeded. Li Ziye patted his chest, exhaling a long breath, and smilingly nudged Li Ziye beside him. You two are incredible. You truly accomplished it. Now everyone is saved. You have become great heroes, and that is worthy of celebration. As his words sank in, all the survivors embraced one another, overwhelmed with excitement. Just as he finished speaking, Li Yifei leaned in closer to Lin Chia's ear and whispered, "Chia, I suppose I have made a significant contribution in this incident. Haven't I? More or less. And what about my joining the Night Watch? I certainly do not wish to be brainwashed." Lin Chia glanced at Li Ziye on the platform, fell silent for a moment, and then replied, "Perhaps." "What do you mean by perhaps?" Li Yifei was taken aback. At that moment, and Xingyu glanced at the platform and communicated with Li Ziye through her gaze. Upon receiving an affirmative response, she drew a handgun from her pocket and pressed it directly against the back of Li Yifei's head. Bang! 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 Not only did she pull the trigger, but she also emptied the magazine. This sudden action shattered the previously jubilant atmosphere, plunging the room into a tense silence. The members of the Axe team looked utterly bewildered. However, their confusion stemmed not from the gunfire, but from the fact that Li Yifei had been shot and remained standing. The entire magazine of bullets had merely left a few shallow indentations, failing to penetrate the sturdy skull. In fact, the wounds were slowly healing, and the bullets were being pushed out by the regenerating flesh. Hud, hud, hud. The bullets fell to the ground with a crisp sound. This situation left even Li Yifei himself in a state of disbelief as he stared incredulously at the bullets on the floor. How am I still alive? Chapter 31. Intentionally left with a creak meanwhile, Li Ziye quietly approached the entrance and pushed open the grand doors of the auditorium. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, please exit in an orderly fashion and gather at the school gate. Designated personnel will be there to assist you." The designated personnel referred to Zhao Kongcheng, who was stationed at the Wujie Void. The crowd, compelled by his authority, promptly formed a line to leave. "Hey, Zai, look, I'm still alive," Li Yifei exclaimed with overwhelming excitement, his body trembling and a smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. "I've awakened my abilities." And Xingyu remained silent, merely displaying a dangerous smile. Lin Chia, too, said nothing, his gaze complex as he regarded Li Yifei. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. "Fei, you're mistaken." Li Ziye approached him, standing at his side. "You are the essence of the Nantoa serpent demon, the true maternal body. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Li Yifei's mind buzzed, collapsing onto the ground, shaking his head vigorously, trembling all over. "How could I possibly be a serpent demon? I am Li Yifei, your classmate." Before Li Yifei could further protest, Li Ziye tore open his school uniform, pulling down the short sleeve to reveal an unmistakable imprint of a gauntlet, akin to an authenticity mark. "Fei, you are undoubtedly the Nantoa serpent demon. The only difference is that your disguise was so convincing that you deceived even yourself. So much so that you genuinely believe you are human. Fei, no, you should be called the Nantoa serpent demon. It's time to stop deluding yourself." "No, this is wrong. This is fundamentally incorrect." Li Yifei touched the imprint on his chest, instinctively shivering, shaking his head repeatedly. "I could never kill anyone. I am not a monster. You must believe me. This mark. I can explain it, I truly can." Li Yifei's face was one of resistance, utterly unwilling to accept this reality. He clutched his head, appearing nearly deranged. "Li Yifei, stop pretending." At that moment, Lin Chia seized Li Yifei by the collar, forcing him to meet his gaze, staring intently into his eyes filled with terror and unease. "Look into my eyes. Look at me." A resonating hum echoed as two fiery golden orbs danced in Lin Chia's eyes, emanating the divine might of a seraph, completely shattering Li Yifei's mental fortitude. In an instant, Li Yifei succumbed. The next moment, the Nantoa serpent demon emerged, seizing Lin Chia's wrist. Li Ziye chose not to intervene, planning instead to wait for the opportune moment to capitalize. Soon, the Nantoa serpent demon was thoroughly dismantled by the deductions of Lin Chia and Xingyu, revealing its true form in a fit of rage, intent on killing the two. However, by this time, darkness had fallen. Starry Night Dancer, activate. The Nantoa serpent demon would no longer stand a chance against Lin Chia, akin to being sentenced to death before the trial had even begun. At this moment, at the door of the auditorium, Amidst the twinkling stars and the gentle cascade of moonlight, this small expanse was imbued with a touch of poetic charm. Sister Hongying, do not fret, Li Ziye said, leaning against the doorframe, gazing at Hongying, who was propped against the opposite frame. The snake demon's true form is severely weakened, and I possess great confidence in my previous strike. Hongying cast a worried glance into the hall, yet she mused, but 7 nights. He does not possess your formidable strength. Even if the snake demon is greatly diminished, it remains in the pool realm. So what? Li Ziye shuja nonchalantly. Let us observe. When he is on the brink of death, we shall make our entrance. At that moment, hidden away in a corner of absolute safety, and Qingyu's laughter grew increasingly unsettling, his eyes brimming with a morbid excitement and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. If only he had any combat prowess, he would have rushed forth to seize the Nantawa snake demon for research. Inside the hall, they pressed forward under the weight of their burdens. Outside, time flowed gently and peacefully. Zai, what would you like to eat tonight? Hongying suddenly inquired. Me? Li Ziye pondered for a moment before nodding. Anything is fine. I am not picky, as long as it is not celery or bitter melon. Suddenly, Si Xiaonan sprang from the shadows, eagerly raising her hand. How about we go to the snake meat restaurant? Snake meat is quite nutritious and can aid in recovery. She then muttered softly, that would make healing a bit easier. I think that's a good idea, Li Ziye affirmed. Since Zai is on board, I have no objections either. As the three deliberated over their dinner plans, Lin Chie's battle with the Nantawa snake demon was nearing its conclusion. Moonlight streamed through the windows as a blade sliced through the air. In a flash, the serpent's head fell to the ground. Sister Hongying, the target has been eliminated, Lin Chie announced as he stepped forward, scratching his head. By the way, an exceptionally clever individual offered us considerable assistance this time and has a keen interest in mythological beings. Hongying shook her head, inhaled deeply, and spoke slowly. Our profession is perilously dangerous. Do you understand? The implication was clear. This statement also reached in Qingyu's ears. Simultaneously, Li Ziye dashed to the side of the Nantawa snake demon's corpse, summoning the sealing box to extract the remnants of its essence and some flesh, thereby creating a unique magic slip. Due to the encryption from the shadow universe within the sealing box, no one else could perceive it. Thus, from Qingyu's perspective, it appeared as though Li Ziye approached, glanced at the corpse, and, inexplicably, the body dissolved into particles, leaving only the serpent's head behind. It was at this moment that Qingyu resolved to take a certain course of action, his eyes glinting with a dangerously intense light. Outside the school gates, beside a black van, 3 men leaned against the door, silently observing the tranquil campus shrouded in night. Old Zhao, please keep watch over the boundless void until the logistics team completes their tasks. Chunmai activated his earpiece, his eyebrows subtly rising. This mystery cleansing operation has concluded. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow. How did you know? Just moments ago, she spoke to me. Why did she not address me directly? After all, I am a captain. I am a vice captain too. Who provoked you into a verbal spar with Hongying? What do you mean by a verbal spar? I was merely adhering to the rules. Meanwhile, Long Xian discreetly retrieved his camera, capturing the exchange between the two before hastily concealing it, feigning innocence. Captain, Vice Captain, we have returned. Led by Li Ziye, the second action team, accompanied by Zhao Kongsheng, a non-member, emerged in a line of 5, illuminated by the moonlight as they exited the campus. Such performance on their first mission is commendable, Chunmai remarked with a nod of approval, glancing at Shuangye. Are you injured? Lin Chie shook his head. Report. Critically injured. Li Ziye suddenly clutched his abdomen and crouched down, feigning a dramatic distress. What? Chunmai was taken aback. What happened to you? Did you exchange injuries with a monster without your armor? Xiao Nan, hurry and provide treatment. Seeing the captain's anxiety, Li Ziye burst into laughter. Ha! I was just joking, Captain. I'm perfectly fine. I'm simply hungry. If I don't eat soon, I might just perish. Chunmai's expression darkened as he swiftly delivered a reprimanding slap to Li Ziye's head. Do not ever jest about such matters again, understood? Yes, yes. Li Ziye rubbed his reddened forehead. How do you feel? The slap hurts quite a bit. Not that. I meant, what are your thoughts on this mission? Was it challenging? Regarding the mission, Let me ponder. Li Ziye pretended to contemplate. After a moment, he said, "It was slightly more troublesome than I anticipated, but nothing too daunting." "All right," Chen Mai smiled, turning to Lin Ziye. "And what about you?" "I feel it was somewhat simpler than I expected." "Good. Then let us regroup and head to the vehicles." "What about me?" Hong Ying interjected, her lips nearly pouting to the heavens, hands on her hips as she demanded. "Captain, why do you not inquire about my experience? Am I invisible? Why should I ask you?" Wu Xiangnan shot her a glance. "I saw the flames. You nearly demolished the school. What'd I ask you for? That cannot be solely my fault." Ziye ignited the fire as well. Hong Ying retorted defiantly, hands on her hips, glaring at Wu Xiangnan, her teeth grinding in frustration. Li Ziye simply observed in silence. Chapter 32. Fusion and Sublimation. "Hello." Chen Mai answered the call from the logistics department. "Is this Captain Chen?" "Yes, it is I, Chen Mai. We encountered an issue while wrapping up the cleanup at the second battlefield." "What issue?" A moment of silence lingered on the line. "We did not find the corpse of the Nantoa serpent demon. Only a pool of blood remains." "Missing?" Chen Mai's expression shifted as he sat in the passenger seat of the van. "The Wujia void is still in effect. The thief cannot escape." He spoke calmly. "Overlay the effect of Dream Whisper across the entire campus. First, erase the thief's memories, and he will eventually walk into the trap." "Understood." After hanging up, Chen Mai rubbed his temples. "Captain, what is wrong?" Li Ziye feigned ignorance, inquiring with a curious demeanor. "The corpse of the Nantoa serpent demon may have been stolen," Chen Mai replied, turning his head. "However, it shouldn't pose much of a problem. We should be able to recover it." "Captain, it might not be retrievable." I mentioned this to Chiemo before. I don't know if he informed you, but once my arm emerges, it draws upon future vitality and time. I must absorb the essence and flesh of powerful beings to offset the cost." He continued, "In any case, the corpses of mythological creatures will likely be absorbed and refined by Li Ziye in the future. It might be prudent to address this now to avoid complications later. Besides, it would conveniently shift the blame onto someone else." Chen Mai paused, then nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll help you register it later to spare you any trouble." Subsequently, the black van roared to life and sped off into the distance. Hud, hud, hud. Suddenly, a series of urgent and heavy footsteps echoed from behind. As the Thornwood beast pursued the black van with fervor, barking loudly. "Arg, arg, arg." It seemed to plead, "I haven't boarded yet. I haven't boarded yet." In the back seat, Li Ziye glanced back, nearly bursting into laughter. "Come back." He suddenly remembered he hadn't recalled the Thornwood beast and waved his hand. It transformed into a magic post and appeared instantly in Li Ziye's grasp. "Where is everyone?" Zhao Kongcheng, who was maintaining the Wujia void, exclaimed. The group first returned to the Peace Affairs office, after which Li Ziye rode his motorcycle back to the Grand Villa, while Hong Ying drove Si Xiaonan along with him. The three took a refreshing shower, changed into new clothes, and set out to pick up Lin Ziye from the Zhao residence, subsequently collecting Zhao Kongcheng along the way. As previously discussed, they arrived at the most highly rated snake meat restaurant. They ordered a snake meat hot pot and several stir-fried dishes. One by one, Chen Mai and the others, clad in their new attire, arrived and settled into their seats. "Let us feast." Hong Ying boisterously slapped the table. "Tonight, I am in high spirits. All expenses are on me." "Thank you, Sister Hong Ying." The morale of their team, 136, was undoubtedly elevated. The atmosphere at the dining table was filled with laughter and joy, as some indulged in liquor while others savored tea. As Lin Ziye gazed at the various preparations of snake meat, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he muttered softly, feeling an inexplicable unease. Li Ziye silently consumed the snake meat, reflecting on the peculiar irony of the Nanda snake demon consuming ordinary humans while ordinary humans feasted on common snakes. Was this not a form of karmic cycle? Yet, humans were undoubtedly the principal beings, regardless of whether it be beasts, mythical creatures, or even deities. Any harm to human life was unequivocally wrong, irrespective of the rationale behind it. Wrong is wrong. "Captain, may I share something with you?" Zhao Kongcheng raised his glass toward Chen Mai. "For the next mission, might I be permitted to serve as a frontline combatant? Is it not a waste of talent for me to continue playing the role of gatekeeper?" Chen Mai chuckled, raising his glass in return. Next time, for sure. Unbeknownst to them, the dinner was drawing to a close. Chunmai excused himself under the pretense of visiting the restroom, secretly settling the bill and returning with an air of nonchalance. However, just moments ago, Li Ziye had discreetly captured the scene of him paying. What a delightful captain he was. Soon after, the gathering concluded, and everyone returned to their respective homes. As soon as Li Ziye entered his bedroom, he collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to slumber. Gradually, his consciousness began to fade until he entered the shadow realm. "Young master, your timing is impeccable," the high priest greeted him. "The emperor has been tinkering with a new device that can extract and transplant the abilities of other beings." Li Ziye was taken aback. "What?" The high priest said nothing, leading the way ahead. Before long, they arrived at a large palace resembling a laboratory, where an oddly shaped apparatus stood. On either side were barrel-like chambers, connected at the top by a U-shaped tube. Its appearance was unremarkable, lacking any semblance of advanced technology. The control panel of the device featured a card slot, with a label below it reading "Extracted Being." With just a cursory glance, Li Ziye comprehended the basic operating method. Why must he always meddle with such trivialities? Then, he conjured the Nanda Snake Demon magic talisman with his right hand, gently inserting it into the slot and pressing the start button. A flurry of sparks erupted. After the crackling of electricity, the figure of the Nanda Snake Demon materialized within the left barrel chamber, followed by a virtual screen that popped up, displaying the creature's various attributes. Extracted being. Nanda Snake Demon abilities to be extracted. Snake species. Disguise. Potential for ability enhancement. Improvement of the triggering conditions for snake species ability, which can advance to assimilation. Disguise is already sufficiently complete and requires no enhancement. Extract and enhance. Yes. No. Contemplating the virtual screen, Li Ziye pondered carefully before selecting yes. Another round of sparks erupted. 2 beams of light were extracted via the U-shaped tube and sent to the right barrel chamber. Upon opening the door, Li Ziye stepped inside. With a crackle and a pop, another burst of electricity surged forth. Poof! Li Ziye was jolted, emitting wisps of black smoke, his hair slightly curling. Must the method of assimilation be so harsh? It nearly zapped the life out of me. Pushing the door aside, he stumbled out, taking a seat to recuperate. This assimilation is rather intriguing, he mused, stroking his chin, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Assimilation is far more convenient than the serpent breed. As long as Li Ziye's blood factor successfully infiltrates the target's body, the target can be transformed into a clone, remotely controlled through consciousness and combined with disguise. Forming teams or infiltrating other organizations becomes effortless. After a moment, Li Ziye began to assess his own condition. Shadow, 5 elements bloodline concentration, 100, bloodline potential development level, 10, mental strength, upper tier of current level, mental strength equivalent, peak of the genre realm, willpower strength, upper tier of current level, armor mastery, 15, transplant abilities, assimilation, disguise, combat performance evaluation, normal combat power, lower tier of Wu level, Qi, armor combat power, lower tier of Ding level, Chuan. The progress of my mental strength is rather sluggish. Li Ziye Fronat. Pondering whether the refinement of the demonic spirit stone could only enhance physical strength. To elevate his mental capabilities, would he truly need to engage in meditation? After much contemplation, he confirmed that the demonic spirit stone indeed only improved physical strength, with no connection to mental power or will. Passive skills such as shadow magnetic field, shadow perception, and shadow magic are closely tied to mental strength. Without adequate mental fortitude, even at a 100 bloodline development, they would prove of little use. For instance, with Li Ziye's peak mental strength at the genre level, he could only suppress mysteries or foes at the Qi level at most. Beyond that, it would be ineffective. In just half a month, new recruits would begin training. Thus, the urgency to enhance his mental strength could not be overstated. Old Deng, hand over the meditation method. If the young master desires it, he must come and claim it himself. The high priest chuckled, stroking his beard. You surely understand the rules. There's no need for this old man to elaborate. P.S. Thanks. Chapter 33. The details of life, it was unclear which day it was, 2 days or half a day later. On a crisp morning at 9:58, within the peace office's underground activity space, a martial arts arena buzzed with energy. Two figures passionately sparred, the resonant clash of their weapons echoing throughout the hall. One fighter maintained a steady breath, while the other struggled to catch his breath, revealing a clear disparity in their strengths. "Captain, your breathing is erratic," remarked Li Ziye, wielding a training wooden sword. With a swift movement, he surged forward, targeting a vulnerable spot in Chun Mai's defense with a sudden thrust. "How can you still speak?" Chun Mai countered, parrying the thrust with his blade and retaliating, noting that it was primarily due to Li's reckless tendencies that he often found himself aiming for critical areas. At that moment, Li Ziye deftly maneuvered, using the sword's sheath to disarm Chun Mai's wooden sword, then quickly retreating to a safe distance. Almost simultaneously, he hurled the sheath towards Chun Mai to obstruct his line of sight. Lowering his body, Li Ziye's leg muscles erupted with power, propelling him forward to swiftly close the gap. He twisted the wooden sword in his grip, delivering a heavy strike to Chun Mai's chin. "Captain, this time I have triumphed. Your swordsmanship has indeed improved," Chun Mai replied, rubbing his slightly numb chin. In just a few days, Li Ziye had infused his training with personal flair. Confirming his innate talent, Chun Mai had recognized his potential from the start. "If you don't adapt your techniques, you will be mercilessly beaten every day." As he spoke, Li Ziye cast a deliberate glance at Li Ziye, who was seated in the rest area. "Li Ziye, well, it seems you two have developed quite a rapport." Chun Mai chuckled, setting down his training sword and taking a sip of Red Bull. "From my observations over these past few days, your current level is entirely sufficient to participate in the new recruit training. I am confident you will not bring shame to Team 136. "What do you mean by sufficient?" "I am clearly aiming for a decisive advantage," Li Ziye joked, recounting the nearly month-long regimen of daytime sword practice with Chun Mai, shooting drills with Hong Ying, and evening classes with the Fiery Ones and the High Priest. This amounted to something akin to Van Mar Jack training for 48 hours in a single day, or Kobe putting in 200 times the effort. Such a training volume? It was no longer merely sufficient for the new recruit training. It was a literal embodiment of overwhelming superiority. Coughing lightly, Chun Mai observed Li Ziye's demeanor, which radiated an air of casual confidence. Though he felt a sense of pride, he feigned sternness, clearing his throat before speaking slowly. "Ziye, you must understand one thing. When one feels invincible, it is likely that the heavens will send forth adversaries. Therefore, never become complacent due to momentary progress. A true warrior must always maintain the heart of an apprentice. Humility is essential." "Yes, Captain, I understand," Li Ziye nodded repeatedly, his tone somewhat dismissive. "I will head upstairs to oversee the shop and earn a little extra on the side." Humility? What does humility mean? In the lexicon of the Shadow Universe, the term humility is non-existent. As he watched the figure of the departing youth, Chun Mai smiled and shook his head. This child. One cannot deny the remarkable speed of his progress. Even when compared to his peers, the Night Watchmen, who are also divine agents, he ranks among the elite. He possesses a certain pride, indeed. In terms of combat and martial prowess, he could easily reduce the instructors at the new recruit training camp to mere novices. If he were to bring along the divine ruins, the new recruit instructors would likely find themselves retiring on the spot. With this thought in mind, Chun Mai glanced at Li Ziye, who had just risen, and nodded in appreciation. This young man is quite impressive as well. These two truly are the treasures of Team 136, and I must ensure they are not whisked away by others. Suddenly, a realization struck Chun Mai, and his expression dimmed. Indeed, I am growing older, allowing myself to entertain such fanciful thoughts. Nevertheless, with the two of you here, I am reassured. At that moment, a blank magic scroll flew towards him, merging swiftly with his body as Chun Mai remained oblivious to the unfolding event. The magical essence surged forth, not transforming him into a supernatural beast, but rather sustaining his life. "Captain, may this mysterious power from the higher dimensions liberate you from the wrath of Shiva." Lunchtime arrived. Captain Chun, the culinary maestro, personally prepared a feast that rivaled a national banquet, complete with a thoughtfully baked cake for dessert. The group sat at the dining table, awaiting the signal to commence their meal. "Before we begin, I have a few matters to discuss. Chun Mai addressed Li Ziye and the others. In just a few days, the new recruit training will commence, typically held in the capital city. Before your departure, I will ensure all necessary materials are prepared for you to take along. It is crucial to note that during the training period, a unified closed management policy will be implemented. As for the daily necessities provided by the training camp, we shall forego those. After the meal, I will have Hong Ying take you shopping, and I will cover all expenses. Furthermore, given the colder climate over there, remember to purchase ample warm clothing. I will reimburse you for that as well. Additionally, it is imperative that you visit me before you leave. I will provide you with some superior healing potions, far better than those available in the market. Chun Mai meticulously instructed the two, resembling a mother fussing over her children before they head off to university. His words, though somewhat tedious, warmed the hearts of his listeners. After nearly half an hour of instructions, he inquired, "Have you both remembered everything?" He gazed earnestly at them. The two nodded in unison, responding, "We remember." "Now, repeat it back to me." Chun Mai's expression remained serious. "Captain, perhaps it is best not to reiterate," Hong Ying interjected timely. "The food will grow cold. Let us eat first, for we are not leaving tomorrow." Chun Mai nodded, pondering for a moment. "Hong Ying, your words have indeed awakened me. After the meal, take them to purchase tickets for the 5 a.m. train tomorrow." Hong Ying was taken aback. "What? So early?" Lin Ziye also appeared surprised. "Yes, the earlier, the better." Chun Mai continued, explaining that the earliest arrivals were permitted to choose their dormitories, thus allowing Ziye and Ziye to reside together, sparing them from the potential bullying of outsiders. Li Ziye exclaimed in surprise, "Shall we eat?" With the lifting of the prohibition, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks. However, without exception, they reserved the finest portions for Ziye and Lin Ziye. "Ziye, be sure to eat plenty," they urged Ziye. "Try this, it has more meat." The two of them were almost being fed like little hamsters, their cheeks puffed out adorably. They truly were a delightful group of individuals. Before long, the table was cleared of all dishes, and Chun Mai emerged from the kitchen carrying a large cake. Dessert is served. After all, none present were ordinary individuals. Their training was typically intense, and their appetites were correspondingly large, so indulging in a large cake was hardly a challenge. No pushing. Let Ziye and Ziye eat first. Chapter 34. The charming boyish Lin Ziye and the alluring Li Ziye. Parody. Warning. This chapter may be replete with elements of parody, as the author has indulged in numerous episodes of Gintama, leaving their integrity as a mere passerby. If you wish to skip this, feel free to proceed to the next chapter. Let us wander forth, shall we? An hour after their meal, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, accompanied by two gentlemen bearing the character Yi in their names, explored the renowned shopping malls and quaint boutiques of Sangnan City. The pink suitcase looked splendid. Shall we buy one for each of them? Oh, indeed. Xiaonan, look at this Hello Kitty backpack. Ziye would look splendid carrying it. Precisely. Before long, Li Ziye found himself laden with numerous bags and a delightful pink suitcase. Although brimming with energy, he felt a hint of fatigue creeping in. As they neared the women's clothing store, he suddenly halted, gazing wistfully at the sky at a 45-degree angle. "Oh, Ziye, come and look at this dress. You would look absolutely stunning in it. I've already paid for it. Women's clothing? Not even a dog would. Ziye, can you truly bear to decline my humble request?" Hong Ying blinked, exuding an air of innocence. "I am genuinely curious to see you in a dress. Please, grant me this wish, won't you? Wear it." Li Ziye emerged from the fitting room, donned in a backless dress, complemented by black stockings, embracing the feminine attire. Note, this is merely a playful trope. The male protagonist does not possess a cross-dressing fetish. Hong Ying even thoughtfully assisted in selecting a fitting wig and red high heels. In that moment, Li Ziye was undeniably enchanting, for his exceptional beauty rendered him equally appealing to both genders. As a descendant of the Five Elements village, summoned to wear armor, there was no room for unattractiveness. Though he belonged to the Shadow Five Elements bloodline, it did not impede his striking allure. Meanwhile, Lin Ziye was also ensnared by Si Xiaonan, who dressed him in an adorably playful outfit, transforming him into a charming boyish figure. Hong Ying, in high spirits, stuffed two cushions into Li Ziye's attire. "Perfect." She laughed joyfully, frequently snapping photographs. Ziye, you look truly beautiful. I must select the most exquisite picture as my screensaver. Just this once. Li Ziye crossed his arms, wearing an expression of exasperation, akin to an air of refined disdain. Suddenly, he felt a tickle at his neck and instinctively brushed his hair aside, unwittingly captivating the hearts of many passers-by, drawing their gazes, effortlessly and without pretense. WOC. Li Ziye was utterly astonished. Heavens! If one did not know he was a man, one might genuinely mistake him for a strikingly aloof beauty. Shall we proceed? Aren't there more items to purchase? Li Ziye, clutching a pink suitcase and donning a Hello Kitty backpack, strode with the grace of a model, eager to finish her errands and return home for some well-deserved rest. The black skirt swayed rhythmically with each step, accompanied by the crisp sound of her high heels striking the ground. The sound even took on the guise of an aloof, sophisticated female voice. The truth was, being discovered as a man dressed in women's clothing would be unbearably awkward, hence the need for disguise. As for her catwalk, that was merely a passive ability granted by the Shadow Emperor's armor, exuding elegance and prestige. Why the rush? The discomfort of wearing women's apparel was overwhelming. If not for Hong Ying's charming pleas, she would never have donned such attire. However, at that moment, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan's eyes lit up as they whipped out their phones, capturing numerous photos to add to their collection. Li Ziye trailed behind, too timid to utter a word, fearful of being recognized as a man. As they walked, he stole glances at Li Ziye's silhouette. What was going on? Was he an actor? Did he not feel the awkwardness of wearing women-esque clothing? Watching him, Li Ziye even felt a flutter of emotions akin to a crush, quickly shaking his head to dispel the thought. As evening descended, their shopping expedition concluded. With a train ticket for 5 o'clock the next morning, Li Ziye found himself stranded at the Grand Villa. However, there was no time to tidy up his room due to the urgency of the situation. He had no choice but to share a room with Li Ziye, given their imminent departure. Seated on the bed, Li Ziye pondered over the ticket, realizing with a jolt that she had forgotten to prevent Hong Ying from booking it. Had this resulted in an unnecessary expense? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. Since the train had yet to depart, there was still time to cancel the ticket. Hey, Li Ziye promptly called the station to process an online refund. Why are you canceling? Li Ziye inquired from the opposite side of the bed. No particular reason, Li Ziye replied, shedding her women's attire and lying down. I just think 5 in the morning is too early. I want to be able to wake up and would prefer to sleep in a bit longer. Li Ziye found her reasoning sound and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to process his own online refund as well. As for the refunded ticket money, it was undoubtedly being pocketed by the two of them. Getting it back was out of the question. As night deepened, Li Ziye drifted into a deep slumber, commencing her nightly training in the Shadow Realm. Li Ziye, observing her serene visage, instinctively swallowed hard and turned away, forcing himself to enter a state of sleep. Why was this? Was it the allure of a succubus? Why did she exude such an enchanting fragrance? In truth, Li Ziye was currently in a state of the Starry Night Dancer, drawing close to dark energy. Thus it could be said that it was the goddess of night, Nyx, who favored dark energy, given her consort was the dark god. Suddenly, Li Ziye stirred, wrapping her arms around Li Ziye, sinking deeper into a peaceful slumber. Before this, he typically slept with another blanket, feeling that without something to hold on to, he could not rest soundly. Evidently, he had unconsciously regarded Li Ziye as that blanket. The following day, at 4:25 in the morning, Hong Ying gently pushed open their door, switched on the light, and nudged Li Ziye. Hey Ziye, you must get up. If you don't hurry, you'll miss the 5 o'clock bus. I would rather sleep a bit longer. The tickets are refunded, Li Ziye replied, rolling over and inadvertently pulling Li Ziye closer. Let us go out. I'm too tired. Hong Ying sighed, exasperated, turned off the light, and departed. Time passed steadily. By 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Mai received a phone call informing him that the new recruits training camp would be held in Songnan City. Have I squandered my money for nothing? He lamented, recalling the unnecessary expenses he had incurred the previous day, feeling as though his heart was bleeding. He even contemplated returning the winter clothing he had purchased. His wallet seemed to chastise him. How noble of you. You reimburse them while I remain empty. In that instant, Shunmai fancied he could hear his wallet's furious reprimand. "Hello, Zai," he hastily called Li Ziye. "You need to inquire at the mall about those winter items you bought yesterday. See if you can get a refund since the training location has suddenly changed to our locality and they will no longer be of use. I've already completed the returns, but that money belongs to me now." After a brief silence, Shunmai inquired, "Has Lin Zie's refund been processed?" "Yes." "What about his refund?" Li Ziye glanced at Lin Zie beside him. "He probably won't give it to you. Consider it as living expenses during the training." Shunmai felt a pang of heartache, but feigned indifference. Well, better that than wasted. Chapter 35. The Hello Kitty duo. The following day, under the blazing sun, a streak of crimson light sliced through the sky as the Shadow Emperor drove the Shadow Emperor's steed. With Lin Zie seated in the rear, hurtling towards the location of the training camp at an exhilarating speed. "Zai, have you fabricated the military intelligence?" "What do you mean?" "Your ability was never reported. Have you disclosed everything?" After a brief moment, the Shadow Emperor's steed halted on a rather rugged and muddy path, ensuring that no one was in sight. "We shall continue on foot from here." The Shadow Emperor gestured, summoning the Black Domain to retrieve their entire luggage. "If we approach from the airspace, I might be fine, but you would surely be struck down by the anti-aircraft sniper." In an instant, the armor disassembled, and the Shadow Emperor's steed transformed back into the previous black and silver motorcycle. The two donned their respective Hello Kitty backpacks, pulling along a pink suitcase and a Peppa Pig suitcase, advancing slowly on the motorcycle in a rather Indian manner. This wretched weather is stifling and hot. Having walked only a few steps, Li Ziye and Lin Zie were drenched in sweat. Forget the anti-aircraft sniper. Why does this wretched place seem utterly devoid of a training camp? Lin Zie glanced around, murmuring softly, "Hey, do you think it's because we pilfered the funds that the captain deliberately set us up?" The members of Team 136, upon learning that the training camp was located locally, had completely abandoned any intention of escorting them, resting assured in their safety. After all, should anything go awry, a single call would summon them armed. Team 136 was, after all, a formidable force in Sangnan City. Meanwhile, outside the military outpost of the training camp, a special forces soldier, peering through binoculars, furrowed his brow deeper as he observed the distance for an extended period, his expression becoming increasingly intricate. "What is the situation?" The special forces soldier muttered softly, gradually lowering the binoculars and retrieving a walkie-talkie from his tactical vest. "Report. Suspicious individuals approaching ahead. Target situation. 2 young male individuals on a motorcycle, appearing to be of high school age. One has white hair, and they each drag a pink suitcase and a Peppa Pig suitcase. Additionally, they carry Hello Kitty backpacks, but it is impossible to ascertain whether they are armed through the binoculars." 2 high school students? The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie paused. "They should be new recruits, but the notification was just issued 3 minutes ago. How did they arrive so swiftly?" "They are still approaching the outpost. Please provide further instructions. Remain on standby. I shall personally receive them." Before long, a military jeep emerged from the back gate of the outpost, heading towards the direction of the young men. "The captain surely isn't that petty," Li Ziye mused, slightly twisting the handlebars and breaking free from the muck. "Listen, a vehicle is approaching. They must have discovered us at the training camp. How come I didn't hear it? Virum. All right, now I can hear it." As Lin Zie pondered in confusion, the thunderous sound of approaching vehicles drew near. Li Ziye abruptly applied the brakes, coming to a halt while nonchalantly fanning himself with his black short sleeve. Suddenly, a formidable camouflage military off-road vehicle, enveloped in swirling dust, executed a sharp turn and skidded to a stop beside them, coughing from the dust. Both individuals struggled to regain their composure. "Apologies for the inconvenience." A military officer's head emerged from the vehicle, scrutinizing the two with keen interest. "So what brings you here?" "Training," they replied. "New recruits?" "Yes." "Then why did you arrive so swiftly?" "We're locals. It was just a short journey." The officer fell silent for a moment before requesting to see their identification. The pair presented the documents and materials that Shunmai had prepared in advance. After examining them thoroughly, the officer returned the documents and gestured towards the back of the vehicle. "Load your luggage," he instructed, casting a glance at Lin Zie. "You should get in." let him follow behind on his motorcycle. Lin Ziye dismounted the motorcycle and assisted Li Ziye in loading their belongings into the trunk before climbing into the off-road vehicle. The officer guided Lin Ziye through numerous checkpoints, while Li Ziye closely trailed behind on his motorcycle. They ultimately arrived at the entrance of the training camp. "Here we are. You may enter on your own," the officer said. The two, each pulling a suitcase, glanced up at the imposing iron gate that read new recruits' training base. They stepped forward, and as they did, a figure resembling an instructor approached, scrutinizing them with a contemplative expression. "New arrivals?" "Yes. What are your names?" The instructor glanced at Li Ziye and gestured for him to go first. Li Ziye, with Li for dawn, Z for the hour of the rat, and E for night. The instructor nodded, suddenly struck by a thought that made him visibly tense. His gaze intensified, yet he suppressed his excitement, turning to Lin Ziye. "And you?" "Lin Ziye, with Lin for forest, Chi for the number 7, and Yi for night." "You are Li Ziye and Lin Ziye?" The instructor's eyes gleamed as if he were beholding a rare treasure. "Indeed. Come with me." The instructor beckoned as he opened the gates of the training camp. "You may not know yet, but you two are the first batch of recruits this year, so you can choose your dormitory at will." After a moment's thought, he added, "By the way, my name is Hong Hao, Hong for flood, and Hao for righteous spirit. I will be your training instructor." "Hello, instructor." "Greeting, instructeur Hong." The duo followed instructor Hong into the training camp, casting curious glances left and right as they walked. "You've arrived in a fortunate time as the first batch," Instructor Hong remarked. "Currently, no one else is here, and I have the opportunity to personally familiarize you with the environment." Thus, the three of them wandered through the training camp, which exceeded Li Ziye's expectations in scale, far larger than any training camp depicted in the military films of his previous life. Moreover, this training camp emerged overnight, not constructed from makeshift tents or temporary structures, but rather fashioned from an enigmatic, special material that seems as if it sprouted directly from the earth. The ground is impeccably organized, with clearly defined functionalities, and the various landmarks are strikingly apparent, a veritable boon for those who are directionally challenged. Li Ziye exclaimed, "Nice." As he walked, a whimsical thought regarding house construction suddenly flickered in his mind. The wood release technique, 3 rooms, and 1 hall. It seemed plausible that this training camp was erected in a similar fashion, certainly not through mere human effort. Buzzing sounds filled the air as vehicles traversed the roads, laden with an array of goods, including daily necessities and explosive packages. "Look over here." Instructor Hong pointed to a nearby, expansive clearing, which served as the training ground, the very locus of our physical training. "You must understand, physical conditioning is of utmost importance. Lin Ziye, your physique appears rather ordinary. I fear you may struggle later on. It's sweltering." At that moment, Li Ziye hastily removed his jacket, tying it around his waist, and shed his black short-sleeved shirt, draping it over his shoulder, revealing his well-defined and muscular form, beads of perspiration tracing along his contours. "It seems you possess a certain level of physical prowess. You should manage adequately." Instructor Hong nodded in approval. "That area over there is where the cafeteria will be, a place that will evoke both love and loathing throughout the coming year. Over there is the theoretical classroom, and beyond that is the mobility training area, with a shooting range situated in that section." The trio approached a spot resembling a small convenience store. However, it was not a mere shop, but a supply station. Instructor Hong glanced towards it, stating, "Our training camp operates under a completely closed management system. Currency is unnecessary. Should any of your daily necessities become damaged, replacements can be obtained free of charge. Items such as bread, water, cigarettes, and lollipops are allocated to each individual monthly, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should suffice." As the two continued to follow Instructor Hong, familiarizing themselves with the surroundings, they could not help but overhear discussions among passersby. This atmosphere was unnerving, prompting Li Ziye to wish to merge into his armor and unleash a heaven and earth-esque profound darkness to send them soaring into the sky. "Why are they all looking at us like that?" Lin Ziye's expression soured. "It's quite simple. You are divine agents, nearly a rarity, and their curiosity about you is entirely natural. It would be stranger if they weren't curious. Instructor Hong replied candidly. Had they never seen them before? Of course. They have. The last agent to emerge from here has already become the captain of the mass squad. With a mysterious smile, Instructor Hong continued, I know you are quite curious. While I cannot divulge much, I can tell you that you may meet this agent in just a few days. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, a figure with a telescope discreetly observed the duo. This voyeur, a paragon of virtue, was none other than Yuan Gang, the vice captain of Team 006 from the capital city, and the chief instructor overseeing new recruits for many years. The white-haired figure appears rather amiable. Little did I expect that the deity behind him could plunge the world into darkness. Meanwhile, Li Ziye turned away, covering half of his face with his hand, casting a sidelong glance as he pointed towards the direction of the telescope, mouthing the words, Old man. You're watching me, aren't you? Yuan Gang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. This year's batch of recruits is truly filled with hidden talents. Chapter 36. Deceiving Chao Yuan. Having gathered sufficient understanding, I shall now escort you to your dormitory. Instructor Hong led the two individuals to a cluster of densely packed buildings, pointing towards one of the rooms. Here we are. This will be your residence for the upcoming year. All rooms are double occupancy. Feel free to choose as you wish. The two nodded in agreement and promptly proceeded towards the same dormitory. It was a delightful day. However, just then, Instructor Hong's phone rang. Hello. Understood. He ended the call and turned to the two, expressing his apologies. Regrettably, you cannot share the same room, although I am unaware of the reasons. That is the directive from above. Please understand. Li Ziye shrugged nonchalantly, responding, all right then. Subsequently, he selected a room characterized by a somewhat dark ambience, choosing one that faced north rather than the typical south. Are you certain of your choice? Instructor Hong inquired, momentarily hesitating to note the room number. You are among the first arrivals. Why forego a room with better lighting for this one? Absolutely certain, Li Ziye affirmed. Very well, I shall register it for you. Instructor Hong recorded Li Ziye's room number, adding, you may take these next 2 days to rest. Formal training will commence in 3 days. Afterward, he proceeded to note Lin Chie's room number. Finally, after imparting a few essential reminders, Instructor Hong departed, leaving the two alone in the expansive dormitory area. Dormitory number 204. Li Ziye's residencia. To be candid, the conditions of the dormitory were far below his expectations. Aside from the bare essentials, a hard bed, a table, and a wardrobe, there were no additional amenities, not even a fan or air conditioning. Nonetheless, the environment was quite clean. Though Li Ziye had never faced such indignities in this lifetime, he had endured his fair share in a previous existence. Thus, this setting was merely acceptable to him, nothing to contest. He adeptly organized his belongings, made his bed, and lay down directly. Instinctively, he reached for his phone, only to discover there was no signal whatsoever. The prospect of watching videos or playing games was rendered impossible, leaving him feeling somewhat restless, as if he might suffocate from the monotony. At that moment, Li Ziye suddenly recalled that he had brought along the Asura summoner he had purchased at considerable expense. It would be a perfect opportunity to examine its craftsmanship. Thus, he retrieved it from his backpack. In terms of appearance, it was an elderly flip phone predominantly silver in color, adorned with a purple character pattern on the lid and a red crystal set in the center of the design. Upon flipping it open, the phone screen flickered to life. Battery below 20 to charge? Li Ziye was taken aback, searching the Asura phone for a charging port. Surely, even if there were no standard charging port, there should be a compartment for button batteries? Just then, a surge of electricity emanated from the beaded bracelet on his left wrist, which was drawn towards the Asura phone. In an instant, the phone screen began to fluctuate wildly, displaying battery percentages that danced between 90 and 15. Li Ziye was utterly bewildered, left in a state of disbelief. Could it be that he had truly acquired the genuine article? No wonder I found the vendor quite familiar. He was clearly cosplaying as the Flame Emperor. However, why would a mere impersonator possess the genuine Asura armor? I certainly lack the supreme chi. Li Ziye pondered deeply, bewildered as to how it had come into his possession. With the current strength of my will, could I even sustain it for a minute? This artifact does not consider lineage, but rather chi and willpower. Alas, Li Ziye found himself deficient in both. After charging for the better part of the day, it still hadn't progressed beyond 15, insufficient even to summon the armor. Li Ziye Musa. Should I deem him fortunate or unfortunate? After much contemplation, he finally confirmed one crucial point. Before willpower matures, even if fully charged, a sudden loss of power results in immediate depletion. Sigh. Li Ziye let out a breath, tucking the ancient Asura device into his pocket. He then assumed a meditative posture, closed his eyes, and exhaled a heavy sigh, entering meditation to visualize the cup and pool diagram in his mind, thereby cultivating his mental strength. This meditation continued until the next day. TSK. Li Ziye grimaced, placing one foot on the edge of the bed, still unable to break through to the pool state. Is it due to my physical strength being too high, rendering the cup too large? If the ordinary person's cup state resembles a teacup, then mine is akin to a large vessel meant for drinking wine. Hence, my cup has yet to transform into a pool. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open. A frigid youth entered, coldly making the bed without uttering a word. The two sat in silence, neither willing to break the ice. Eventually, Li Ziye could bear it no longer and spoke up. Hey there, let me introduce myself. Yearns Li Ziye. Withly meaning dawn, Ziye indicating the arrival of midnight, and Ye representing night. And you? Chao Yuan, the boy replied coldly. Li Ziye Nudda. So, he is Chao Yuan. Having only encountered him in novels in my previous life, I had no idea what he truly looked like until now. By the way, are you hungry? Li Ziye ni tieta a conversación. The cafeteria is closed at this hour. How about we head to the supply station for some instant noodles? Anzai, Gao Juan not that. The two made their way to the supply station and collected a day's worth of instant noodles. Upon returning to their dormitory, they boiled water, prepared the noodles, and began to eat. Hey, old Chao, could you lighten up a bit? Li Ziye offered Chao Yuan a braised egg. You seem like a handsome young man. Why are you so quiet? I don't know what to say. Yet, Chao Yuan did not eat the braised egg. Instead, he offered his own to Li Ziye, saying, I want to be friends with you because being with you feels reassuring. For some reason, he sensed that the aura emanating from Li Ziye could soothe the terrifying power lying dormant within him. What a joke. How could a mere black king dare to act tough in front of the designated prince of the Shadow Emperor? Li Ziye was taken aback, his lips curling into a half-smile, half-frown. What? I said, I wish to be friends with you. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ziye nodded, I have no objections. After all, we will be living under the same roof for the next year. I hope we can enjoy our time together. Indeed, Chao Yuan replied with a subtle nod. Once they finished their instant noodles, Chao Yuan took the initiative to offer his assistance in disposing of the trash, displaying remarkable eagerness. Li Ziye graciously accepted this gesture. Throughout the following day, their actions mirrored each other in an uncanny manner. Li Ziye remained in meditation, while Chao Yuan recited scriptures and struck a wooden fish. Both sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, breathing steadily. Were it not for the occasional sound of the wooden fish, one might assume the room was unoccupied. During this time, Chao Yuan posed a question to Li Ziye. What is the phrase 2 tree standing, 8 gods gone, 10 years into the night, guiding the people of this world truly signify? What is its Zen meaning? Li Ziye, with grave seriousness, began to expound nonsense. 2 trees, apart from forest, can also refer to grass with a radical. 8 minus 1. Do you think that results in 7? No, it is actually a homophone. Curve is the correct interpretation. Now, regarding 10 years into the night, it implies 10 years without a day. In other words, without sun. Have you considered why there is no sun? Because sun is buried deep within an unfathomable abyss beneath grass and curve. At this point, the information gleaned can already form a person's name. Indeed, the first 3 components combine to become Chao, while the latter is Yuan. Now, let us analyze the final segment, guiding the people of this world. This must be understood separately, dividing it into guiding me and the people of the world. The latter refers to ordinary individuals, while the former carries its literal meaning. Together, they convey to guide me, an ordinary person. Thus, the entirety of this passage signifies an ordinary person named Chao Yuan who has erred and requires guidance to absolve his sins. Upon hearing this extensive analysis, Chao Yuan was momentarily stunned. Yet the aura emanating from Li Ziye instilled a sense of calm within him, leading him to believe unconsciously. Consequently, he inquired, what must be done to absolve the sins? Only self-guidance will suffice. Li Ziye pretended to tap his wooden fish. Yearns, you must recognize reality. Do not evade it. Embrace your past mistakes and reach a reconciliation. Do not dwell in regret. But, no buts. The mistakes have been made. Does your regret serve any purpose? Rather than wallowing in remorse, contemplate how to wield your strength to better confront the mysteries and adversaries ahead. Accumulate virtue and pray for those you have wronged, seeking for them a favorable next life. Chao Yuan's eyes brightened, as if a revelation had dawned upon him. When he gazed at Li Ziye, his eyes were ablaze with fervor. Time flew swiftly, and before they knew it, the morning of the third day had arrived. As Li Ziye proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up, he was astonished to discover Chao Yuan, resembling a butler, holding a towel, seemingly waiting to present it to him upon completion of his washing. At this very moment, Chao Aman has become a devoted admirer of Li. Midnight has arrived. Have you finished your bath? I have a towel here for you to dry off. P.S. Thank you. Chapter 37. Intensive training. You seem to be a bit overly enthusiastic. Li Ziye took the towel and wiped his face. Is that so? Chao Yuan scratched his head, a foolish expression breaking through his usually stern demeanor. But shouldn't one be enthusiastic towards friends? After changing into his attire, Li Ziye performed a few simple stretches, preparing to step outside. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of a corpulent man adorned in glimmering jewelry, surrounded by a throng of people that completely obstructed the corridor. Dear comrades, I have brought some local specialties from my hometown for you all. I hope you won't find them unworthy. Over the coming year, I look forward to your support. No sooner had he finished speaking than the rotund man began distributing various luxury watches and other small gifts. The entire new recruits' dormitory erupted into a cacophony of noise. At that moment, Li Ziye felt a gaze upon him and instinctively looked over, meeting Li Ziye's eyes, to which he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. As the gifts continued to be handed out, one found its way to Li Ziye. This esteemed gentleman with silver hair, the man exclaimed, you exude an air of distinction. I can tell you are a person of substance. Bai Li, the corpulent man, produced a brand new Rolex, a token of goodwill, hoping to forge a friendship. Li Ziye accepted the watch with a smile. Fat brother, you're quite astute. From now on, I'll have your back. That's wonderful. Bai Li laughed heartily. Then we are brothers. Please don't hesitate to call on me. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Bai Li Tumming, but you can call me Fatty. Hello, Fatty. Li Ziye extended his hand. I am Li Ziye. Li for dawn, Z for the midnight hour, and Yi for night. It's a pleasure to meet you today. I feel the same, Brother Ziye. The two shook hands. Brother Ziye, come, let me introduce you to my roommate. Bai Li said, attempting to lead Li Ziye away. I know him. It's Li Ziye, Li Ziye remarked. Ah, Bai Li paused, his eyes widening. Then we are practically family. Ziye is my friend. Chao Yuan cast a resentful glance towards Bai Li, seemingly jealous, as if he feared the rotund man might usurp his friendship. After a moment of silence, Bai Li declared, since you are Brother Ziye's friend, you are my friend too. Please wait a moment. He rummaged through his gifts, deep in thought. What kind of gaze is that? Something feels off. It resembles the look of a lovesick fool witnessing his goddess holding hands with another man. How bizarre. Before long, Bai Li produced another Rolex and handed it to Chao Yuan. My friend, this is for you. We are all brothers in this training camp. I hope you will look out for me in the future. Though Chao Yuan had no particular fondness for Rolexes, he accepted it, feeling reassured by the fact that Li Ziye had not refused. At 1:58 p.m., Li Ziye donned a camouflage uniform and strolled towards the training ground, hands tucked into his pockets. Behind him, Chao Yuan followed like a loyal bodyguard, his military attire impeccably fitted and his cold expression undeniably imposing. With Li Ziye leading the way, his striking white hair made the duo resemble a small band of rogues. Upon arriving at the training ground, they encountered Li Ziye and Bailey Pang Pang, and they promptly formed a line together. At this moment, the majority of individuals at the training ground had gathered, though the instructor had yet to organize them. They stood haphazardly, friends clustered together, resulting in a chaotic arrangement. The contrast between the orderly formation of over 20 instructors, standing as straight as pines and cypresses, and the disarray below was striking. The chief instructor, Yuan Gang, surveyed the unruly ranks of the new recruits from his elevated position, his eyes narrowing slightly as he sought a particular figure. At that moment, Li Ziye glanced up and quietly activated his shadow magic eye, rendering the heights of over 500 meters clear before him. Has the mass team already arrived? He murmured to himself, then ceased the use of his ability. Gao Zhuang, catching the faint sound, lowered his voice to inquire, Ziye, what did you just say? Nothing, Li Ziye replied, shaking his head, a slight smile gracing his lips. I merely have a feeling someone may come to wish us a happy new year shortly. Chao Yuan nodded thoughtfully, opting not to press further. Everyone stand straight, bellowed an instructor, commanding silence. The authoritative tone proved effective as the recruits ceased their chatter and play. Although their formation remained uneven, a semblance of order began to take shape. Li Ziye and his companions, having arrived just in time, positioned themselves at the end of the line. Even so, they could distinctly feel the oppressive aura emanating from the instructors above. Each had endured trials of blood and fire, exuding an air of lethal prowess that could suppress all new recruits, even while standing still. After casting a discreet glance at the two, Yuan Gang slowly began to speak, his voice resounding like thunder, powerful and penetrating. Listen closely. I know you are all prodigious talents selected from across the Great Xia. You either possess the rare forbidden ruin or exhibit exceptional martial skills. Perhaps some of you even come from formidable backgrounds. However, from the moment you crossed the threshold of this training camp, you severed ties with your former identities. From that instant onward, you bear but one designation, the recruits of the Night Watch. You are nothing but the most inexperienced novices, unworthy even of the title novice. You are mere refuse, colossal failures. In the face of true, formidable mysteries or enemies, you will only bring ruin upon yourselves and drag your comrades down with you. Such is your current state. If you wish to genuinely become a qualified Night Watcher, you have at least 20,000 years to go. The chief instructor's voice grew ever louder, akin to a thunderclap, resonating deeply within the hearts of each recruit, causing many of their expressions to darken. Among the crowd, some raised their heads defiantly, confronting the chief instructor with unabashed resistance, while others appeared dejected, their inner thoughts betraying a smirk. Some regard this with disdain, seeing it merely as gilding the lily. Others bow their heads in contemplation, pondering whether they truly are worthless. Their expressions vary significantly. Is there not a hint of novelty in your words? Li Ziye knocked on his ears and gently exhaled onto the ground, as the same oppressive rhetoric echoed back and forth, rendering it futile. Regardless of its utility, it certainly held no value for him. For within the lexicon of the shadow universe, the term humility is conspicuously absent. Lin Ziye shared a similar indifference towards the admonishment. Are none of you feeling anything? Baili pang pang kariya, parplaksa. Li Ziye, Lin Ziye, and Chao Yuan remained silent, merely shaking their heads in unison. Why? No reason. It was a jest. Both Li Ziye and Lin Ziye had experienced real combat, and it was evident that the general instructor Yuan Gang's bombastic tirade could not possibly reach them. As for Chao Yuan, he exhibited no interest in such words or in the Night Watchman. Bai Li Pang Pang, unaware of these dynamics, could only surmise that the trio possessed considerable resilience, managing to withstand the pressure imposed by the general instructor. What? You're not convinced? Yuan Gang observed the expressions of all the recruits. Although no one spoke, the majority silently conveyed a singular sentiment. We are defiantly unyielding. Even the King of Heaven himself would not sway us. Do you all believe that your formidable forbidden ruins and exceptional skills entitle you to command our attention? Do you think our ability to reprimand you stems from a higher realm? Do the terms worthless and garbage feel unbearable to you? Yuan Gang snorted derisively. Let me make this abundantly clear. I am not mistaken. In your current state of laziness and utter lack of discipline, even if you reach the Klein realm, you would still be merely formidable insects. You cannot even withstand a single strike from a true powerhouse. This is the unvarnished truth. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. Many felt an unprecedented surge of indignation, their breaths quickening, flames igniting in their eyes. I simply refused to believe it. Just then, a swaggering figure in military attire, cap worn backward, nonchalantly raised a hand, chewing gum with a blend of mockery and disdain on his face. New recruit, state your name. Shun Zhuqing. Excellent. Who else shares his defiance? I too am unconvinced. Me. And I. With the audacious figure leading the charge, others seemed emboldened to voice their dissent. In the back, Li Pang nudged the two. What about you two? What do you say? As for me, I yield. And for my part, Li Ziye stroked his chin, contemplating earnestly, I certainly do not yield. Even if A. Klein were to challenge me, they would not be able to vanquish me. You truly have a knack for boasting. Li Pang scoffed, glancing at Chao Yuan. And you? If Ziye does not yield, then neither do I. If he yields, then I shall acquiesce, Chao Yuan stated with utmost seriousness. Then why do you not raise your hand? Li Pang prodded Li Ziye, questioning whether he was merely posturing. After all, what he had stated bore no relevance to me. With a shrug, Li Ziye glanced at Lin Shiyi and remarked that the two of them had undergone real combat and dealt with two mysterious occurrences, thus no longer belonging to the ranks of novices. Pausing momentarily, he added, Therefore, I have no objections to what he said. With so many present, it is evident that the so-called useless and trash constitute the majority. As for those two mysterious entities, were they formidable? They were as inept as a novice. Li Ziye scoffed dismissively. Lin Shiyi, however, wore a grave expression, acknowledging their true strength. Then I concede, Li Pang finally resolved. On stage, Yuan Gang's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded in approval of the atmosphere. Well, since there is such dissent, I shall present you with a rare opportunity, a chance for self-realization. With that, he produced a walkie-talkie and spoke nonchalantly. Next round, please. Chapter 38. A New Year-esque greeting with a beep. The communication through the walkie-talkie concluded. Yuan Gang raised his gaze toward the sky, as if anticipating something. The crowd below was filled with curiosity, collectively looking upward. Initially, there was nothing to be seen, but soon, someone could no longer contain their excitement. Suddenly, a voice in the throng exclaimed, Goodness! Look above, something is falling. The onlookers craned their necks once more. Is it a meteor? A bird? Perhaps a giant kite? In the azure sky, 7 small black dots broke through the clouds, rapidly enlarging. After a few breaths, the true nature of the dots became apparent. They were 7 figures. No, not figures, but 7 individuals clad in gray cloaks, each bearing a mysterious black box on their backs. What was astonishing was that these 7 did not don any protective gear and were plummeting freely from the clouds, the fierce wind causing their cloaks to flutter wildly. My goodness! Li Pang exclaimed. They surely Haven-T jumped without parachutes. Li Ziye, maintaining a cool demeanor, scoffed softly and replied, What's the fuss? I could do it as well. Seeing Li Pang's incredulous expression, Lin Chia shrugged and offered a resigned smile, saying he actually can. Li Pang. Chao Yuan. Oh, truly, he is my friend. High above, the 7 enigmatic masked individuals descended rapidly, their lofty bravado crumbling in an instant. Among them, the man with the swirling mask flailed his limbs uncontrollably, convulsing as if in a fit. Help! I don't want to die, he screamed. This comical display inevitably reminded the onlookers of a familiar face, for he too wore a swirling mask. Uchiha Bido. No, it should be Akatsuki as Haiden. Just fall to your doom. The woman in the rose mask growled, clenching her fists in irritation. Swirl, quiet down. The man adorned with a mask bearing the character King Lance below. We are about to reach our destination. We cannot falter now, or we shall suffer immense embarrassment. Then, I shall try to scream a little less, the swirl-masked one replied, muffling his mouth beneath the mask. As the 7 enigmatic masked figures continued their descent, the new recruits finally discerned their true identities. It was the masked team, one of the 4 special squads. The masked team? What is masked? Is it a masked rider? Why would the masked team be deployed? Did I not merely raise my voice a tad? Amidst the crowd's exclamations, The 7 masked individuals were perilously close to meeting a disastrous fate when the man with the balanced mask raised 2 fingers and wiggled them. In an instant, the gravitational force that the earth had exerted upon the 7 mysterious masked figures vanished, allowing them to descend gracefully as if they were feathers. At that moment, Li Ziye recalled a humorous quip about parachuting. Gaia, 0 points. In the eyes of others, they descended with grace and an air of sophistication. The gray cloaks billowed in the wind, and 7 uniquely adorned masks shimmered brilliantly beneath the sun. Their entrance was nothing short of breathtaking, effectively instilling awe among the recruits. Yuan Gang nodded subtly, clearly pleased with the spectacle. The man in the mask, emblazoned with the character for king, surveyed the assembled recruits and slowly began, "Greetings. We are a masquerade." However, before he could finish, a resounding thud echoed through the air as the man with the swirling mask knelt gracefully, his posture remarkably perfect, creating an equally stunning effect. The entire audience gasped in astonishment. The man with the swirling mask, the other mysterious figures. The recruits, This unforeseen incident plunged the venue into an eerie silence. Yearns, did you see that? Li Ziye nudged the nearby Chao Yuan. I guessed right. Someone has come to wish us an early new year. Chao Yuan nodded and, almost involuntarily, remarked, "Isn't it a bit early for New Year greetings?" This statement pierced the silence like a falling pin, drawing the attention of those on stage and eliciting barely concealed smiles among the surrounding recruits. The corners of the king mask man's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and Rose's fist clenched tightly, while the expressions of the instructor team, led by Yuan Gang, became exceedingly complicated. All eyes were fixed on the swirling mask. He knelt there, his brow furrowed beneath the mask. Whose subordinate was that? How could he have guessed my next excuse? After a long hesitation, he resolved to persist in extending his New Year wishes. "Hey, that friend earlier was quite sharp. He saw right through my intentions." The swirling mask man bowed slightly to the audience. "I am Swirl, a member of the masquerade team, here to wish you all an early new year." Before anyone could respond, he sprang up, acting as if nothing had transpired moments before. "It's too early. I haven't prepared any red envelopes," Bali muttered under his breath. The swirling mask man seethed inwardly. "Damn it, this is never ending." Bali nudged the 2 individuals beside him, wearing a skeptical expression, and whispered, "Hey, you two. I suspect the instructor is short on funds and couldn't hire the real deal, so they brought in a professional impersonation troupe instead. No, they are indeed masquerade." Meanwhile, the man in the king mask sensed 2 gazes upon him and turned slightly, in accordance with the law of attraction proposed by an unknown source regarding agents. The 3 pairs of eyes collided instantaneously. As a seasoned, divine agent, the king mask man immediately discerned the distinction between the 2. Setting aside Li Ziye, an unremarkable divine agent, just the presence of Li Ziye felt extraordinarily unusual. When he gazed upon Li Ziye, the king mask man felt he was not confronting a mere individual, but an abyss of darkness. Beyond that darkness, he could perceive nothing. This veteran agent found himself utterly unable to see through him, only vaguely sensing a magnetic field enveloping Li Ziye. However, the extent of the magnetic field's effective range remains elusive. This individual is quite extraordinary. This is the most genuine thought that crosses Wang Mian's mind at this moment. Initially puzzled by why the chief instructor summoned them to assert control, it now makes perfect sense. Moments later, Wang Mian averted his gaze and turned back to the crowd. Continuing his opening remarks, "We are the Mask Special Squad." A collective gasp filled the air, accompanied by a few murmurs of astonishment. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, casting a fierce glare at the vortex, before stepping forward to address the Mask Squad. "I am aware of your dissent. Some of you may even harbor doubts regarding the identity of the Mask Squad. I now present you with an opportunity to recognize your own standing, to validate their identity, and to encounter true prodigies. It is currently 2:30 in the afternoon, and before 9 o'clock this evening, all 240 of your recruits, by any means necessary, even resorting to underhanded tactics, must unmask one member of the Mask Squad to claim victory. Should you succeed, it signifies that this year of training has been a mere exercise in futility for you, and I shall grant you immediate graduation tomorrow. However, if no one succeeds by 9 o'clock, then you will face this." With that, Yuan Gang pointed his thumb downward, signifying that all ridiculous pride and stubbornness must be cast into the abyss. Unconditional obedience to the training camp's regulations is paramount. Do you understand? Chapter 39. The Dream Master. As soon as the words were spoken, the new recruits erupted in a frenzy of excitement and confusion. Some were intrigued, others bewildered. Soon enough, the bold one among them was the first to voice a protest. "This is unjust. There is a disparity in realms." They were all seasoned night watchmen of the Chuan realm, while the rest of them were merely at the Zhan realm. Such a match was utterly impossible. "I anticipated your reactions," Yuan Gang replied with a smile, stepping aside to grant the stage to the mass team. "Thus, they will constrain their own realms to match yours at the Zhan level. With equal standing, you, 240 in number, shall face them. Just 7. Do you dare?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. All the new recruits were brimming with fervor. Constraining realms? Li Ziye scoffed softly. The notion was utterly ludicrous. Lowering one's realm merely diminished the quality of their attacks to that of the Zhan level, yet the depth of their mental prowess far surpassed it. The concept of battling on equal terms was non-existent. It was akin to a cup capable of holding a vast reservoir of water. Could that truly be deemed an ordinary cup? The so-called equal battle was merely an exercise in futility. However, he kept these thoughts to himself, not wishing to undermine the instructors or the mass team. "Very well. I consent. This is what you proposed, and there shall be no retraction." All the new recruits glared fiercely. Their spirits ignited as they regarded the 7 enigmatic figures on stage. "Against you?" The eyes beneath the mask of the one known as Wang narrowed. "We need not deploy all 7 of us. Merely 5 shall suffice to vanquish you all." A blatant provocation, seeing that he had achieved the desired effect. Yuan Gang stepped forward and announced, "If you require weapons, seek them in the warehouse. The next 7 hours belong entirely to you. Do not concern yourselves with any potential damage to the training camp. Give it your all." With that, Yuan Gang turned and left with the team of instructors. Soon, only the 240 new recruits and the 5 members of the massed team remained on the battlefield. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation as several recruits charged forward recklessly. Observing those reckless souls, Li Ziye shook his head and chose to depart. "Yuan, we shall take our leave." Indeed. Meanwhile, Lin Ziye had pulled Li Pangpang along. "Hey, you 3, slow down. I can't keep up." Li Pangpang called out, panting heavily as he struggled to match their pace. "Pangpang, just keep up with us." Li Ziye glanced back. "As long as you stay close, I'll ensure we soar to victory." Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the warehouse entrance. The large doors were firmly shut, and the materials appeared exceptionally sturdy, clearly designed to test the mettle of the new recruits. Lin Ziye furrowed his brow. Li Pangpang scratched his chin, lost in thought. As for Chao Yuan, he circled the warehouse, shaking his head at them. "Yuan, Ziye, Pangpang, keep your distance from me." After the 3 individuals had distanced themselves, Li Ziye took a deep breath, harnessing the power of the shadow fire within, and summoned the inferno to coalesce in his right fist. With a poised stance, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! In an instant, the door, crafted from an unknown material, was obliterated. Although this punch was merely a diluted version of the Shadow Emperor Flame Fist, without the armor's fusion, it was still more than sufficient to deal with a mere warehouse door. Hey, Ilhinakia, Baili Pang Pang Gulpad nervously. Leaning in to whisper in Lin Ziye's ear. Was Li Ziye always this formidable? He shattered the door with a single punch. Lin Ziye shrugged, nonchalantly responding, "That's nothing. Just a couple of days ago, he demolished half a building with one punch." "What?" Li Pangpang was left utterly astounded. What manner of creature is this? As a fellow recruit in the training camp, how can he stand out so remarkably? "Stop gaping and choose your weapon," Li Ziye commanded, striding towards the weapon rack in the warehouse. He casually selected the Sun and Moon Qiankuan blade, practiced a few sword techniques to gauge its feel, then shook his head, finding it lacking. He returned the blade to its place and sought out other weapons. He tried a fist sword but found it impractical, too abstract. He tested a gun, but was unaccustomed to the 3-pronged design. He experimented with an axe, only to find it unwieldy. After much consideration, he settled on 2 blades, one broadsword and one short blade, one for offense and the other for defense. Finally, Li Ziye found a knife strap and secured both blades at his waist. Meanwhile, Li Ziye had already chosen a standard straight blade. Bai Li Bang Ban, not knowing what to select, opted out entirely, while Chao Yuan casually picked a straight sword, merely holding it without drawing it. Suddenly, a graceful young woman approached from outside. Upon seeing the blown-open door, she gasped in astonishment. Her name was Molly, the possessor of the ultra-dangerous Forbidden Ruin Sequence 076 Myriad Phenomena Frequency Shift, renowned as one of the top-tier combatants in the entire training camp. Upon noticing the four, her expression shifted slightly, yet she offered no greeting, instead walking directly to the innermost part of the warehouse. There, she retrieved a large great sword from a secluded corner, slung it over her back, and turned to leave. This scene left by Li Pang utterly mesmerized. Wow, she is really cool. Li Ziye glanced at the girl's retreating figure and chuckled at Li Pang. So, you like her, huh? Why not go after her? Shall I assist you in sending a team invitation? Li Pang caught on quickly and hurriedly pulled out a local specialty to chase after her. However, he was met with a cold splash of reality when Molly snapped. The type of person I despise the most is a rich kid like you who does nothing. I warn you, stay away from me. I'm not a rich kid. I'll say it again, Scram. With a crack, Li Pang's heart shattered. It was a complete break. He slumped to the ground, his eyes dimmed, utterly dejected, clearly smitten. Are you not going to comfort him? Li Ziye patted Li Ziye on the shoulder. Your buddy's heart is in pieces. He needs you now more than ever. Li Ziye rolled his eyes, dismissively swatting away Li Ziye's hand. After a brief moment, he inquired, Ziye, you could easily conquer the Cup Realm solo, so why do you choose to team up with others? At that moment, Li Ziye inexplicably felt a pang of abandonment. Despite having a guaranteed victory, he was compelled to ally with outsiders. Was the esteemed Seraphim agent so undervalued in your eyes? Concurrently, Li Ziye noted that Li Ziye seemed to have lost some of his composure, becoming more vivacious. However, it was not difficult to surmise, with a simple reflection, that this shift was likely due to Zhao Kongqing's survival, which meant Li Ziye missed out on a significant opportunity for growth. Perhaps this was for the best. If nothing changed, would the journey not be in vain? Why team up with outsiders? Li Ziye smiled slightly, glancing at the plump Bai Li. I am known in the martial world as the master of dream fulfillment. So what do you think my reason for forming a team might be? Are you aspiring to be the matchmaker? Chapter 40. The muddy path of daring escaped suddenly. Li Ziye charged forth, drawing his sword with a swift motion, and without hesitation, struck directly at the space behind Molly, aiming to deliver a lethal blow right before the startled gaze of Li Pang. What are you doing? Bai Li Bang exclaimed in shock. Pang, find a place to hide quickly. Clang. The blade met an ethereal barrier, as a short sword gradually manifested from the void. Li Ziye pressed down hard on the hilt, exerting immense force. At that moment, Li Ziye maneuvered a circle behind the apparition, brandishing his straight sword with intent. Molly reacted with remarkable speed, rolling forward to create distance while remaining vigilant, her right hand poised on the hilt of her great sword. The figure of the apparition began to materialize, revealing a mysterious man adorned with a crescent moon mask. Interesting, he mused, using his short sword to deflect Li Ziye's weapon. With a swift leap, he escaped their encirclement, landing a short distance away. A voice emerged from beneath the mask, tinged with surprise. Can you two see me? Li Ziye rested his sword upon his shoulder, a smirk gracing his lips. What do you think? By chance, perhaps, Li Ziye replied slowly. One light, one shadow. The moon ghost studied the duo, and after a moment, an understanding dawned upon him. I see now. One of you is the agent of the Seraph, and the other represents the Shadow Emperor. You both share a unique aura with your captain. At that moment, Molly, nearly eliminated by a sneak attack, felt fury ignite within her. With a fierce resolve, she drew her great sword, igniting its power, and the blade began to tremble at an astonishing frequency. In the next instant, she swung the great sword. Whoosh! The high-frequency vibrations of the blade sliced through the air, creating a devastating air slash that tore the Earth's surface apart. In the blink of an eye, it struck the warehouse wall, leaving a prominent scar. As the dust settled, the moon ghost remained in place, albeit now missing his right arm. That was close. Before the words could fully escape, a beam of moonlight unexpectedly appeared in broad daylight, gradually coalescing into the moon ghost's right arm. Seizing the moment, Li Ziye and Li Ziye exchanged a knowing glance and launched another joint attack. Li Ziye aimed to restrict the moon ghost's movement, while Li Ziye focused on the primary assault, almost securing victory. However, at that moment, Li Pang waved his hand, pointing at the moon ghost. "Brothers, attack him!" With those words, the surrounding recruits rallied in response, hurling an array of weapons and forbidden relics toward their target. "Are you out of your mind?" Li Ziye cursed, turning back in frustration. To avoid collateral damage, he was forced to create distance, missing the chance for a decisive strike. What good was sheer numbers? Li Ziye frowned, also compelled to evade the recruits' chaotic onslaught. With the pressure from the two of them lifted, the moon ghost silently reveled in the chaos, his form becoming indistinct once more, gradually dissipating into the air and fading back into nothingness. The recruits stood bewildered, glancing around in confusion. "Yuanzi, shut that fat fool's mouth for me." After Li Ziye finished speaking, he swiftly headed in a particular direction, his eyes glowing with a crimson radiance, gripping a gleaming blade in his hand, while his left hand drew out a concealed dagger. With both blades in action, he resolved to seize the moment and vanquish the moon demon. Meanwhile, Li Pang attempted to issue futile commands, only to be silenced by Chao Yuan's firm grip over his mouth. In an instant, Li Ziye unleashed his straight sword, slicing through the realm of nothingness, yet encountering no tangible resistance. The moon demon, caught in a pincer attack, was compelled to reveal his form. He barely managed to parry Li Ziye's dual blades with a short sword, leveraging his ability of moonlight transformation to evade Li Ziye's strike, his face behind the mask reflecting utter helplessness. "Brothers, must you target me so ruthlessly? Surely, we harbor no deep-seated animosity," he lamented. Li Ziye scoffed, his scarlet gaze sharpening as he activated the shadow magnetic field, an invisible aura of dark pressure erupting from him, bearing down upon the moon demon. On the other side, Li Ziye unleashed the divine might of the seraph, assailing the moon demon's psyche. As previously stated, while the moon demon constrained his realm to Zhan, he inherently possessed the physique and spirit of Chuan. Thus, the effects of both the shadow magnetic field and the seraph's divine pressure would not weigh heavily upon him. Divine oppression, one targeting the body, the other the mind. Yet, to feel such pressure at merely the Zhan realm. Indeed, the seraph and the shadow emperor lived up to their reputations. The moon demon merely grunted, shaking off the constraints of body and mind, seizing a short dagger from the weapon rack, engaging both opponents in a dual-wielding combat. The clang of steel echoed, clang, clang, clang. After several exchanges, the moon demon began to feel overwhelmed in this 1-versus-2 battle, especially as one of his adversaries wielded knife skills rivaling that of a captain. Although Li Ziye was fatigued, Li Ziye seemed to possess an inexhaustible vigor. Were it not for the moonlight's ability to transform his mask, he would have surely been defeated by now. Where are the reinforcements? The moon demon shouted hoarsely while retreating in disarray. "Hurry and join the fray. If help doesn't arrive soon, I shall perish." No sooner had he spoken than the scale-masked man appeared silently upon the eastern rooftop. In almost an instant, Li Ziye detected his presence, gathering a sphere of hellfire in his left hand and launching it in a radiant burst, interrupting the scale's incantation. He nearly dislodged the scale's mask. The scale, startled, immediately activated his ability, but by then, Li Ziye had already shielded the new recruits in front of him. "Clear the path," Li Ziye shouted to his comrades. Li Pang blinked, scratching his head in confusion. "What does that mean?" "Run." Oh. Li Ziye dashed toward the dormitory, with Li Ziye and the others swiftly following suit. Molly glanced at the surrounding recruits, then at the suddenly appearing members of Mask, promptly sheathing her great sword and fleeing alongside them. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are wise. Once the formation of Mask was complete, Li Ziye and his group had long vanished from sight. To the east stood the scale, to the south the vortex, to the west the rose, and to the north the king's face, with the beleaguered moon demon caught in the middle. The recruits, you have been encircled by us five, within the underground base. An instructor sighed as he observed the footage on the monitor. This Li Ziye is remarkably formidable, almost overwhelming the moon demon and nearly unmasking the scales of justice. Another instructor remarked, that Li Ziye is impressive as well. They must be among the most promising individuals in the entire training camp. Wouldn't you agree? Yuan Gang gazed at the screen, lightly tapping the table as if deep in thought. Commander, what are you looking at? Observe him, Yuan Gang replied, extending his hand to point at the youth closely following Li Ziye on the screen. It was surprising to see how Li Ziye could engage with him so effortlessly, even taking the lead. It truly becomes more intriguing by the moment. As he spoke, he tossed a few documents onto the table, saying, you may examine these for yourselves. Ah, it turns out he is. Chapter 41, The Four Frontline Forces, and you're not among them on the rooftop of a certain building in the dormitory area, under the blazing sun. A warm breeze occasionally swept through the air. Li Ziye, Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, and Molly leaned against the railing, gazing down below. Panting heavily, Li, the plump one, hurried over, exclaiming, Ziye, what you just did was incredible. You actually unleashed the fire fist from a distance and nearly knocked off a member's mask. After catching his breath momentarily, he continued, I truly didn't expect that you two were the legendary agents of the divine, and you've both become my friends. Enough with the frivolities. Let us take a moment to rest, Li Ziye chuckled. After a brief pause, he retrieved a lollipop from his pocket, sighed while staring down, and said, alas, this was my first attempt at the long-range fire fist. Damn, my aim was off, what a pity. As he spoke, he unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth. Strawberry flavor, delightful. What shall we do next? Molly, with her great sword slung over her back, turned her gaze toward Li Ziye. Unbeknownst to her, she had seamlessly integrated into this small group, subtly guided by Ziye. Let us bide our time, preserving our strength while the mass team flounders a bit. We will strike when the moment is ripe. With a raised eyebrow directed at Molly, he added, so, brave, sword-wielding lady, might you introduce yourself? Oh, Molly suddenly remembered she had joined the mid-journey and hastily began her introduction. I am Molly, and my ability is from the Forbidden Ruins, classified as Sequence 076, Universal Vibration. Within the effective range of the Forbidden Ruins, I can control the vibration frequency of any objects that are in direct or indirect contact. Molly, Li's face lit up with infatuation. What a wonderful name. So lovely and melodious. Molly shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, keep your distance. Don't come near me. I'm just a common person, not some aristocrat. Li attempted to defend himself, yet Molly remained dismissive. Feeling ignored, Li sighed, his spirits somewhat dampened. Even though we are adopting a waiting for the rabbit strategy, Li Ziye addressed the group, we must not fall asleep like the person in the fable. We need to remain vigilant and attentive to the opportunity. Li nodded, but suddenly inquired, why do you think the mass team will definitely come to the dormitory area? Go ahead. Li Ziye gestured toward Lin Xie. Lin Xie crouched down, using his straight knife to sketch a rudimentary map of the training camp on the ground, highlighting several key areas and analyzing them one by one, bringing clarity to the group. Do you understand now? Lin Xie asked, looking at Li and Molly. In summary, the mass team is almost 99 likely to arrive at the dormitory building. Understood. But will this plan truly work? Is the mass team really akin to rabbits? What if they capture us like fish in a barrel? Are you truly convinced they are mere rabbits? Li Bang Bang Inkidet, expressing his concern that their combat prowess resembled that of tigers, not to mention that they were a mere 5 in number. No, Li Ziye countered, shaking his head and instinctively stroking his dark crystal necklace before continuing. We only possess 4 capable fighters. Pang Pang, you are not one of them, which means we lack sufficient firepower. We must recruit another individual. Not one of them. Li Pang Pang's expression was one of disbelief as he pointed to Chao Yuan. Is he the one? Chao Yuan, clutching his sword, declared, I am formidable. Li Pang Pang retorted, I do not believe you. In the corridor, numerous new recruits congregated, fervently discussing a map of the training camp. Leading them was none other than the brash youth, Shun Qingzhu, sporting a backward military cap and chewing gum. At that moment, Li Ziye and his small group descended from the rooftop, encountering them directly. "Is it you?" Shun Qingzhu recognized him, a playful smile spreading across his face as he chewed his gum. "Have you come to seek our collaboration? What is this? Are you not planning to flee anymore?" During the warehouse battle, Shun Qingzhu and his crew had arrived late, missing the sight of Li Ziye and Li Ziye encircling the moon ghost, only witnessing their retreat. Thus, a slight misunderstanding had arisen. "That was a tactical withdrawal," Li Ziye remarked, the corner of his mouth twitching. "And a wise man knows when to yield." "Do you truly believe there was a chance of victory amidst the chaos in that dilapidated warehouse?" Shun Qingzhu's expression shifted, his playful demeanor fading. He understood well that engaging in a brawl within the confines of the warehouse was far from prudent. In such limited space, a greater number of individuals only increases the risk of friendly fire and hampers mobility, making it far less effective than the seamless cooperation of the masked team of 5. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Qingzhu spoke slowly. "We can collaborate. You may join us, but you will follow my command." "You seem to be mistaken. I am not here to join you. I am here to recruit you," Li Ziye clarified, gesturing to the others who were to remain and exhaust mask. "Ha!" Shun Qingzhu blew a bubble, chewing again, with a dismissive smile. "Am I someone you can command?" "Ha! I am curious to hear what gives you the audacity to recruit me." "Very well. Let me elucidate my reasons," Li Ziye replied with a smile. "First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Ziye, an agent of a top-tier deity. This individual beside me, Li Ziye, is also a deity's agent. The one next to me, Chao Yuan, is a holder of a high-risk forbidden ruin. And this valiant swordswoman on my left, Moli, is likewise a holder of a high-risk forbidden ruin." At this point, Li Ziye glanced at Li Pangpang. "As for this fellow, he hails from a common family in Guangshan, a hefty lad who serves as our team's mascot." Upon hearing this, Li Pangpang's face lit up with joy. "Ziye is truly my good brother, always assisting me. Now, surely Sister Moli will no longer dislike me, right?" Molly cast a bewildered glance at Li Pangpang, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. Could it be that she had mistaken him for someone else? Was this chubby fellow not a young master? With her words, the room was filled with astonishment. This lineup was several times more extravagant than that of the masked team. "If I am not mistaken, are you intending to engage them in a one-on-one duel?" Shun Qingzhu's lips twitched slightly. They had struggled in the warehouse against a group assault, and now a duel? Don't even mention the warehouse. Just the thought of it infuriates me. With that, Li Ziye kicked Li Pangpang, exclaiming that if it weren't for this incompetent fool's misguided leadership, he and Xie would have subdued the moon demon back then, and they would have won, damn it. Li Pangpang looked aggrieved, muttering softly, "I thought a group fight would be better. What nonsense. Those people disrupted my rhythm of attack." After venting, Li Ziye composed himself and turned to Shun Qingzhu, saying, "Bro, you are of the same genre as them. You wouldn't be too afraid to step up, would you? I shall ask you one last time. Will you join?" With that, Li Ziye extended a hand. What is there to fear? Shun Qingzhu grasped that hand. Chapter 42. One-on-one, a group returned to the rooftop. The other recruits proceeded according to the original plan, tasked with consuming the masked team. On the rooftop, inside a small room. "Bro, get the guys in the corridor to make some noise," Li Ziye said. "The more we can consume, the better. Although I'm 99 certain of victory, it's better to be cautious." Shun Qingzhu nodded. "Yuanzi, when the time comes, follow my command. I will signal you to draw your sword, and you must do so. But what if?" Chao Yuan's expression turned troubled. "There is no but, and certainly no what if," Li Ziye replied, patting his shoulder. "I believe you can manage it, and you will not betray my trust, will you?" "Gao Juan not that Ao says Li. I will absolutely not betray your trust. The moon demon can conceal its form. Let Xie handle it. Molly will deal with the rose, Bro will confront the vortex, and I will take on the king face." He then turned to Chao Yuan. "Yuanzi, you must keep entangling the scales, preventing him from unleashing that annoying ability to disrupt us." After a brief moment of waiting in the small room, Li Ziye glanced at his Rolex and announced, "The time is nearly upon us. Let us position ourselves in a conspicuous spot to display our formation and await their challenge. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the center of the training ground. Their formation was as follows: Li Ziye at the center, Chao Yuan to his left, Lin Ziye to his right, Shun Qingzhu beside Chao Yuan, Molly beside Lin Ziye, and Bai Li Pangpang awkwardly lingering at the edge, responsible for ambush. A gentle breeze swept through, ruffling their hair and clothing, each face displaying a different expression. Two individuals were even enjoying candy. Li Ziye brought over a small stool, sitting upon it with an air of distinction. Soon enough, the 5 members of the masked team arrived. In the underground base, surveillance footage displayed the 2 groups meeting at the center of the training ground. They were quite clever. A glimmer of appreciation crossed Yuan Gang's eyes. Without coordinated teamwork, group battles could easily lead to friendly fire, making one-on-one duels more advantageous. He sipped his tea and set it down gently. However, with the king face present, they could not win regardless. "Oi," Vortex greeted, his tone a mix of jest and challenge. "Are you looking to engage us in one-on-one practice?" At that moment, Li Ziye stood up, hurling the small stool towards King Face and charging forward, drawing his sword in one swift motion, pressing the attack. Clang! King Face blocked with his sword, albeit still sheathed. In the blink of an eye, Li Ziye swiftly produced a roll of tape, slapping it onto King Face's black blade. Yuan. Without hesitation, Li Ziye launched a barrage of attacks, forcing King Face further away and creating considerable distance from his teammates. With a sigh, Shun Qingzhu exhaled a colossal bubble, deftly manipulating it with the forbidden art of Qiming as it floated toward the vortex, which raised a hand to coalesce a purple whirlpool, intent on engulfing the bubble. Simultaneously, Shun Qingzhu shaped her right hand into a gun, compressing a portion of the air until it formed a compact air projectile. The air bullet was shot directly at the mask adorning the face of the vortex. The assault of the air gun and the bubble occurred almost concurrently, and the air bullet was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. By the time the vortex sensed the incoming threat, it was too late to adjust the dimensions of the purple whirlpool. Nevertheless, being a formidable entity of the Chuan realm, evading a single air bullet posed no challenge. "Are you resorting to tricks?" the vortex exclaimed. Shun Qingzhu, chewing her gum, replied slowly, "This battle was never fair, and, as the chief instructor stated, there are no restrictions on methods. Captain, allow me to assist you." At that moment, Rose noticed that Wang Mian and Li Ziye were evenly matched in their swordplay and could not resist stepping in to help. "Don't rush off. Your opponent is me." Molly drew her large sword, her feet moving swiftly as she charged at Rose, unleashing a fierce slash without holding back. Startled, Rose quickly enlarged the small hammer in her grasp to shield herself. Clang! Sequence 076, Wondrous Resonance, activated. Through the contact between Molly's great sword and Rose's hammer, the 2 weapons resonated, creating high-frequency vibrations that made it difficult for Rose to maintain her grip, yet she held on tenaciously. "Rose, I will aid you." The scales were poised to unleash their power. "I advise you not to act recklessly," Chao Yuan warned as he approached, his sword in hand. "Let me hold you back. As long as you remain still, I shall not trouble you." Upon hearing this, the scales bristled with defiance. "What if I choose to move?" "In that case, I hope you survive," Chao Yuan replied, taking a deep breath as his right hand slowly rested on the sword hilt. The blade unsheathed. Dark, malevolent energy surged forth like a pillar reaching for the heavens. Tendrils of pitch-black, demonic flames erupted from his skin, incinerating his clothing in an instant. The black energy flames intertwined around him, gradually forming a sinister, humanoid visage, reminiscent of a demon from the underworld. With a crackle, Chao Yuan's lips parted, emitting a wisp of white smoke as he opened his blood-red eyes, devoid of rationality, resembling a beast bent solely on destruction. Sequence 031, Black King Annihilation, above all beings, beneath the divine. Black King, no one is to move except the scales, Li Ziye suddenly shouted, forbidding any harm to the innocent. "Or beware, I shall deal with you." As the words left his lips, a glimmer of clarity seemed to return to the blood-red eyes of Black King Chao Yuan. He, with a sinister grin, Black King Chao Yuan stepped forward and aimed a deadly strike at the neck of the scales. The pitch-black flames danced around the blade, effortlessly piercing through the protective barrier surrounding the scales, targeting the head with lethal intent. At that moment, Tian Ping felt a blur before his eyes as a man wearing a mask inscribed with the character King abruptly appeared, intercepting the strike with a black blade in hand. The clash of metal rang out, producing dazzling sparks. The murderous aura of Black King Chao Yuan's fiery blade collided with the sword of Wang Mian, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Following this, Wang Mian unleashed a blade aura, only to find its power considerably diminished. The strike that should have sent Black King Chao Yuan flying merely forced him to stagger back a few steps. The forbidden item sequence 343, the Scroll of Sealing, had been affixed to the sword of Wang Mian by Li Ziye at the onset of the battle. Tian Ping, do not underestimate your opponent, Wang Mian cautioned. Where are you going? Li Ziye charged in, delivering a flying kick aimed at the back of Wang Mian's head. This is a duel of kings. Let no one interfere with another's fight. However, the kick missed its mark as Wang Mian executed a perfect bend to evade it. Thus, the battlefield was divided into 5 distinct zones. Battlefield 1. Li Ziye versus Wang Mian, a tentative exchange, commonly referred to as a test of strength, neither taking the fight seriously. Battlefield 2. Shun Qingzhu versus Xuan Wu, a stalemate, marked by intense tension. Battlefield 3. Lin Ziye versus Moon Ghost, an encounter that called for expert precision. Battlefield 4. Molly versus Rose, a fierce clash between 2 women, with the former generally holding the advantage. Battlefield 5. Black King Chao Yuan versus Tian Ping, where mere survival would be considered victory. As for Bai Li Pang Pang, his gaze was fixed on Battlefield 4. Should Molly falter, he would be ready to launch a surprise attack on Rose. Meanwhile, within the underground base, the instructors felt a distinct tremor, the entire facility shaking thrice. Thankfully, the mass team had arrived to stabilize the situation. Yuan Gang was somewhat astonished. These new recruits were truly impressive, destined for greatness in the future. Chief, do you think the mass team will falter? Rest assured, with Wang Mian present, they will not stumble, Yuan Gang replied, regaining his smile. Who knows, in a few years, the vacant 5th team, or even a non-existent 6th special team, may emerge. It was a waste to have Lin Ziye and Li Ziye in the same unit. Both possessed the capability to lead their own special teams. Chief, do you hold them in such high regard? Both of them, no, all 6 of them, are exceptional. I vouch for them with my integrity. They will undoubtedly become pillars of the nation and humanity in the future. Chapter 43. Kings Against Kings. The dawn of a new era, marked by the rise of many formidable forces, is imminent. With that, Yuan Gang switched the surveillance feed to the first battlefield, where Li Ziye and Wang Mian were engaged. This battlefield was his primary focus of observation. The true strength of a deity claiming to hail from higher dimensional universes, acting as their agent, piqued anyone's curiosity. Moreover, the fact that Li Ziye could easily suppress the ferocity of the Black King only deepened the intrigue. On the screen, Li Ziye and Wang Mian concluded their blade clash, standing face to face. This marked the first opponent Li Ziye had encountered in the god-slaying world who could be deemed a worthy adversary, one who would not be easily vanquished. A quality opponent, indeed. You treat the other recruits as mere fodder to wear us down, Wang Mian remarked. But with your level of strength, such tactics seem unnecessary. Li Ziye rested his sword on his shoulder, stroking his chin in contemplation. While I am confident in my victory, it would be prudent to exhaust you a bit first. After all, even a child like you must feel some fatigue after such a prolonged engagement. The majority of the new recruits in the training camp were hardly of significant value, often serving only as expendable resources. If they were summoned to engage in a team battle, they would be swiftly obliterated. I concede that your assessment is indeed correct. Wang Mian nodded, then shifted his tone. However, after our extensive probing, it is time to engage seriously, is it not? Indeed, I share that sentiment, Li Ziye replied, gesturing toward Wang Mian's weapon, the Yuan. There's a piece of tape on it. Once you remove it, we shall engage in a fair duel, with neither side taking advantage. With a swift motion, Wang Mian tore off the tape. The next moment, the clash of their weapons echoed, black blade against horizontal sword, sparks erupting in the air. Remarkably, without employing any abilities. Their speeds were nearly matched, with Li Ziye demonstrating superior strength. Now, I shall commence in earnest, Li Ziye declared, summoning the Shadow Flame Dragon armor. He fused his swords together, and a wave of infernal fire surged forth, transforming the dual blades into the Shadow Flame Blade. Given the surveillance, it was not prudent to summon the Shadow Emperor armor. Wang Mian retreated slightly, a serious expression beneath his mask. Behold, the domain unfolds, Shadow Magnetic Field. Under the enhancement of Shadow Armor, the Shadow Magnetic Field was potent enough to impose pressure on Wang Mian, whose strength had been suppressed to the Zhan level. Yet, Wang Mian felt no significant burden. Rather, he sensed an unsettling emptiness. His mental energy was firmly constrained, making it exceedingly challenging to access his power beyond the Zhan realm. Though the divine artifact, Chrono Marauder, remained at his disposal. Clash! The black blade of Yuan met the Shadow Flame Blade, and they quickly parted. You have attained a physique comparable to that of the Chuan realm? Wang Mian exclaimed in astonishment. Have you employed some method to suppress my mental power? The Shadow Flame Dragon did not deny it. Upon summoning my armor, my physique is indeed enhanced, and your mental energy is, without a doubt, under my control. Who permitted you to confine your realm to the limits of the Zhan stage? As he spoke, he unleashed a blade of hellfire. Wang Mian activated Temporal Marauder to accelerate to the level of Zhan, combining forces with the black blade of Yuan to produce an extraordinarily powerful blade energy, possessing an attacking power akin to that of the Chuan stage. Boom! The hellfire blade energy collided with Yuan's blade energy. Yet the former dissipated after merely a few seconds of stalemate. Observing this, Shadow Flame Dragon merely tilted his head, evading the Yuan blade energy. As the Shadow Flame blade in his hand began to morph, swiftly transforming into the Shadow Flame Bow. Truly worthy of being the captain of Mask, capable of unleashing such formidable attacks even within the Zhan realm. While praising him, Shadow Flame Dragon's figure flickered, moving at astonishing speed to the rooftop of a distant dormitory building. Raising the Shadow Flame Bow in his right hand, gathering Hellfire arrows poised for release. Bayou, the Hellfire arrow shot forth. In an instant, Wang Mian wielded the black blade of Yuan, slicing through dozens of blade energies, scattering the Hellfire arrows while cleaving the dormitory building into numerous segments. Rumbling. The dormitory collapsed. That was close. He nearly fell. Shadow Flame Dragon lost his footing, his form swaying perilously, yet with a powerful push from his legs. He soared down amidst the falling debris, all the while moving at high speed and firing hellfire arrows. At this moment, Wang Mian, utilizing the acceleration of the Zhan realm, barely managed to keep pace with Shadow Flame Dragon's rapid movements, the two engaging in a fierce exchange of dozens of rounds as their figures intertwined. Clang! 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 Each collision was a manifestation of both parties' full might, each evasion, each defense, and every counterattack exemplifying the pinnacle of their skills. Although Wang Mian's mental prowess was suppressed to the Zhan level, his physicality remained unweakened, still formidable. Likewise, Li Ziye's physique was impressive, not merely augmented by mental power, but honed through rigorous training with jeeps and electric shocks, an authentic physicality that was incredibly robust even without armor. As they fought, the entire dormitory area was reduced to rubble. In the midst of battle, they shifted their battleground. To the observers in other skirmishes, it appeared as if two colossal shadows darted past, the exchange of blows entirely invisible. One side harnessed the inherent super speed of the shadow armor, while the other employed the temporal marauder of the divine ruins for personal acceleration. Boom! The Hellfire Blade energy once again clashed with the Yuan Blade energy, the resulting shockwave causing failures in the underground basis circuitry. Boom! Another intense collision. Hit hit. Heh. This time, the residual force sent Black King Chao Yuan flying, even causing him to revert from the Black King state, as he was directly smashed into the wall, rendering him unconscious. A similar fate befell Tian Ping, who was likewise thrust into the wall, his head tilting as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Gulp! At this moment, Vortex consumed Shen Qingzhu's air bomb with a purple vortex. Slowly speaking, perhaps we should cease our fighting. Continuing may lead to unintended harm from both our leaders. He is not my leader. Shen Qingzhu scoffed coldly, yet refrained from striking further. The whirlpool exhaled a sigh of relief, seeking a safe vantage point to observe the unfolding spectacle. Simultaneously, the battlefield of Molly and Rose also found an unexpected ceasefire as they settled in to watch the confrontation. At this very moment, the fate of the conflict rested entirely on the outcome of the battle dubbed King versus King. As twilight gradually dimmed, the night descended. Boom! The shadow flame dragon clashed once more with the king's visage. Captain Mask once suggested, perhaps we should engage in something more fundamental. Determining the victor in this manner proves quite challenging. Agreed. After this strike, the former shed his armor, while the latter ceased invoking the divine ruins, commencing a contest of the purest swordsmanship and reflexes. Their figures danced amidst the ruins, engaged in a fierce duel, sweat glistening upon their brows. All eyes were riveted upon this clash, lest they miss even the slightest detail. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ziye produced a series of forbidden items, single-handedly confronting the three other members of Mask, thwarting any attempt at interference while maintaining the upper hand. This was the essence of money power. Moon Ghost rose, and Whirlpool declared, "We shall refer to you as Dora Fatty. We concede, we shall no longer fight." Li Ziye spared Moon Ghost and Whirlpool, yet relentlessly pummeled Rose until Molly intervened to halt the assault. "Are you truly a rookie?" the king inquired, gripping his sword with both hands, the blade pressing against his opponent's horizontal weapon. "Why do I feel you've infiltrated to disrupt?" Shink! Li Ziye's wrist flicked, causing the horizontal blade to move and emit a fierce spark as he deftly drew his hidden blade, deflecting the black knife of Yuan, and slowly declared, "I am indeed a bona fide rookie, with less than a month of practice. A freak? No, I merely exert more effort than the average person." In the underground base, the instructors gazed upon the training camp, nearly reduced to rubble, enveloped in an oppressive silence. The damage inflicted by the previous chaotic skirmish paled in comparison to the mere remnants of the current battle. Boom! A series of thunderous sounds resonated overhead, dust cascading down, lights flickering erratically, and electrical sparks occasionally erupting. Even the tea in Yuan Gang's cup had turned into a muddy concoction. The instructors murmured, "Sir, it feels as though the roof may collapse. Shall we not consider relocating?" Chapter 44. Want to play dirty? You disrupted my breakthrough opportunity. What nonsense is this? Clang, clang, clang. Li Ziye and Wang Mian engaged in a fierce exchange, relentlessly clashing for nearly an hour. "Hey, aren't you tired?" Wang Mian gasped. "You're merely at the Zhan realm. Is it necessary to be this monstrous? What about my dignity?" Huffing and puffing, Li Ziye took a moment to catch his breath before responding. "I am indeed fatigued, but I wish to test the limits of my abilities without summoning my armor. I have been stuck at the Zhan realm for some time now. I need to push myself." Clang! Another round of clashes ensued. At that moment, Chao Yuan and Tian Ping awoke, joining the spectators. "Go, Captain!" Xuan was shouted at the top of his lungs. "The captain is the most handsome in the world." Bai Li, feeling a twinge of jealousy, thought to himself that he couldn't let their enthusiasm surpass his own. He promptly pulled out a trumpet-like artifact and yelled, "Ziye, go for it. Defeat him." His voice resonated like a lion's roar, echoing through the skies. After a moment of reflection, he decided to put away the trumpet artifact, fearing it might disturb the goddess. "Molly, the captain will surely win." Rose cheered. Lin Chiye merely smiled, remaining silent. He understood that Li Ziye had no intention of winning. If he truly aimed for victory, he wouldn't have relied on that particular set of armor. Bai Li, unwilling to back down, shouted, "Ziye is mighty. Ziye is formidable. Ziye is invincible. The captain is the greatest." Yu Gui echoed his sentiments. "Ahem, ahem." Bai Li pulled out a bottle of water from his pocket and downed it in one go. Glancing at the others, "You all should join in as the support team. We cannot lose face." Shen Qingzhu turned away, adopting a haughty demeanor, ignoring him entirely. Molly opened her mouth, finally managing to utter, "I'm not familiar with him, so I can't cheer." Li Ziye is amazing. Chao Yuan shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice cracking. Li Ziye is amazing. Li Ziye is the most handsome. Li Ziye. He continued until he lost his voice entirely. Ha ha ha. Even so, Chao Yuan persisted in his enthusiastic cheers. No, man. Why are you going so hard? Bali pulled out another bottle of water and forcefully made Chao Yuan drink. Stop shouting and have some water instead. Cough, cough. Clang, 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 clang. The blades clashed repeatedly, sparks flying, and only then did the two engrossed in combat snap back to reality, their bodies vibrating from the force. After a brief hesitation, Wang Mian raised an eyebrow beneath his mask. You see, my prestige in the team surpasses yours. Aside from that little chubby guy and the wielder of the Black King's annihilation, no one in your team supports you. What are you raising your eyebrow for? I can't see it anyway, Li Ziye replied, somewhat exasperated. Support or not, it mattered little. All I wish to know is where my limits lie. Wang Mian was taken aback. Can you see through things too? Let's chit-chat continue. All right, it's almost 9 anyway. Clang, 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 clang. Meanwhile, in another underground base, the monitoring room. Commander, who do you believe will triumph among them? Approximately 20 instructors encircled the screen, their gazes riveted on the unfolding images. What a profound observation you have made, interjected another instructor. Wang Mian is a seasoned divine agent and the captain of the mass squad. He certainly cannot be outdone by the newcomer, Li Ziye. Yet another instructor remarked, it's hard to say. What if Li Ziye actually wins? Other instructors murmured quietly, surely, we cannot allow the commander's boastful claims to dictate their immediate graduation, can we? If we were to do so, the higher-ups would likely cast us into oblivion, only to drag us back to face the consequences, using our own folly against us. Mark, silence. Yuan Gang inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Let's observe further. The outcome remains uncertain, and it is premature to discuss such matters now. Suddenly, an invisible ripple emanated from beneath Wang Mian's mask, a formidable divine pressure exploding from his eyes, crashing through Li Ziye's consciousness. This fellow shows no regard for martial ethics, he mused, likely having received clandestine orders through an invisible earpiece. Since you disregard the code, do not blame me. At that moment, Li Ziye abruptly activated Shadow Demon Eye, returning the glare, his first use of Shadow Emperor's Dread. In that instant, their gazes collided mid-air, unleashing a torrent of energy that altered the very atmosphere. Gale-force winds swept across the ground, thunder roared, and the earth trembled incessantly. The two divine presences seemed to manifest behind them, locked in confrontation. Shadow Emperor versus Kronos. Of course, neither was physically present. It was merely the divine powers residing within them at odds. Within a heartbeat, the victor emerged. An overwhelming tide of darkness surged into Wang Mian's mind, disorienting his thoughts, destabilizing his mental fortitude, and crushing his will, wreaking havoc from every angle. Consequently, Wang Mian stood frozen, the black dagger, Yearns slipping from his grip. However, this stupor could only last a fleeting moment. In that brief span, Li Ziye had already raised his hand to remove Wang Mian's mask, revealing a countenance both refined and composed. Gasps of astonishment escaped the onlooking mask members. Ziye is incredible, Li Pang Pan exclaimed excitedly. Below, the gathered instructors felt a collective jolt of apprehension, realizing the implications of the moment. I apologize, Wang Mian murmured, gazing into Li Ziye's eyes, only to be struck by confusion. Why can't I activate the divine realm? Why can't I dispel the boundary suppression? I declare that I did not care for victory or defeat. I merely wished to explore my limits. Li Ziye's expression darkened. Yet you chose to breach martial ethics with divine might's dread, interrupting my breakthrough opportunity, which leaves me quite displeased. With that, he turned to depart, casually shattering the king mask. As Li Ziye gradually receded into the distance, Wang Mian's abilities were restored, yet it was already too late. The reason for this occurrence lies in the moment when Li Ziye's emotions, fueled by dissatisfaction, briefly surged to their zenith, thereby amplifying the potency of the shadow's magnetic field. However, this enhancement was fleeting, lasting only a few seconds, yet it was precisely during this interval that Wang Mian found himself unable to resort to deceit. Upon regaining his composure, he realized that it was far too late to rewind time, as Li Ziye had already distanced himself, stepping beyond the reach of the temporal marauder. After all, to expend such resources merely to alter the outcome of a contest seemed rather imprudent. Wang Mian swallowed hard as he crouched down to collect the shards of his mask. Meanwhile, in the underground base, chaos erupted. What the hell? Not only did he stare Wang Mian into a daze, but he also crushed the mask. Why didn't Wang Mian rewind time? The instructors were embroiled in a heated debate. At that moment, Yuan Gang slowly rose, glancing at the clock. It was 9 o'clock. The battle had concluded. Chief, what about the outcome? The training must proceed. Yuan Gang sighed, casting a glance at the others, and spoke deliberately. Let go of this face-saving matter. However, for the sake of these children's future, the training cannot be cancelled. As time expired, the voice of Chief Instructor Yuan Gang resonated through the loudspeakers of the base, reaching every ear with clarity. The members of the mass team, who had been anxiously perched upon a stone, finally felt their hearts release from the grip of dread. Their captain had actually lost? Vortex was utterly astonished. Rose delivered a light punch to him, her expression somewhat displeased. Can you hold your tongue for once? The entire mass team fell into silence. Wang Mian approached, speaking slowly. I believe that both Chief Instructor Yuan Gang and I have made a grave error this time. One rooted in excessive confidence and a penchant for boastfulness. Now that we have encountered this setback, how shall we resolve it? Furthermore, it seems I interrupted his moment of breakthrough, and my conscience is troubled. Chapter 45. Although the new recruits emerged victorious, it must be said that apart from them, the rest are utterly incompetent. Half an hour later, on the training platform, the same 20 or so instructors, along with the entire mass team, stood present. Below, seated on small stools, were the new recruits. Yuan Gang stood at the forefront of the platform, gazing down at the recruits with an expression that was both complex and nuanced. As I called out their names, they rose slowly. Li Ziye, Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, Mo Li, Shen Qingzhu, and Bai Li Tuming. Those summoned stood up together. You performed admirably. Yuan Gang's smile flickered momentarily before he turned his attention to the seated recruits, declaring, I am truly disappointed in you all. To put it bluntly, aside from them, the rest of you are merely trash. Upon hearing his discontent, the masked team quietly lowered their heads. Despite the new recruits' victory, the fact remains that over 200 of you faced off against just 5. Apart from a select few, the vast majority could not even brush the hem of the masked team's garments. Therefore, training cannot be waived. You must continue to practice. Currently, your movements are sluggish. Your thoughts are disordered. Your coordination is utterly lacking. With such inadequacies, entering real combat will only lead to the demise of your teammates. Yuan Gang vociferously criticized them for an extended period, striving to reclaim his earlier bravado from the afternoon, yet still feeling somewhat insecure. He hastily added, of course, the 5 of them, as victors, shall receive their rewards, a monetary prize of 1 million each, with Li Ziye, the standout performer, receiving an additional prize of a forbidden artifact. One individual mused, this is more like it. A loss is a loss, and without some sacrifice, how can one command respect? However, rest assured, their training shall be no less rigorous. They shall not be elevated above their peers. This training period will last for 1 year and is divided into 2 segments. The first segment comprises the most fundamental physical training. Over the next 6 months, we will employ a forbidden artifact to suppress the forbidden ruins within you. During this time, you will lose the abilities you once took pride in and will be reduced to mere novices. Throughout this period, we will employ unimaginable methods to torment you. You will be placed on the brink of collapse at all times, wishing for death yet unable to attain it. Many recruits wished to flee, but escape was impossible. They could only weep silently within. They were utterly powerless to refute his words, particularly the few who had been coasting until the end. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the instructors, they would have nearly perished from the residual force of the 2 individuals' battle. Even the pressure generated merely by passing was sufficient to topple several lighter recruits, thoroughly enlightening these new recruits to the disparity in strength, leaving them utterly devoid of defiance. The town ruins monument is indeed a remarkable artifact. At that moment, however, Li Ziye smiled faintly, a glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes. The town ruins monument, a wide-ranging, area-type forbidden artifact capable of suppressing forbidden ruins and restraining spiritual power. As the saying goes, no destruction, no establishment. After all, without pressure, one cannot achieve breakthroughs. He intends to harness the characteristics of the town ruin monument to refine his mental strength and intent, using it as a launching pad to leap from the cup realm to the pool realm. As for the second part, it pertains to the practical instruction on how to seamlessly integrate forbidden ruins with tactics. You are not yet qualified to know the specific details. Endure this half a year first, and we shall speak of it then. Yuan Gang gestured for Wang Mian to come to his office after stepping down, then turned and departed. New recruits, this latter half of the night is your final moment of tranquility. Starting tomorrow, you will descend into hell. The instructors followed in an orderly fashion. The mass team feigned indifference, swiftly vanishing into the night, denying the new recruits an opportunity to discuss matters, primarily because they were not inclined to listen, having suffered a significant setback in this battle. Subsequently, Wang Mian proceeded to the chief instructor's office. As for the dormitory building reduced to ruins, it would be best left to the logistics department to repair. Wang Mian, what happened? Yuan Gang inquired as they sat at the tea table. At the critical moment, why did you not lift the realm suppression through temporal reversal to fabricate an illusion of victory? Could you not have later discreetly negotiated confidentiality terms with him? After a moment of hesitation, Wang Mian spoke softly. I couldn't unlock it at that moment. Why couldn't you? Yuan Gang pressed. Wang Mian sighed and recounted. At that time, I felt my mental strength was in disarray, utterly unmanageable, and I was unable to break through the realm suppression. Moreover, it felt as though my divine ruin was being suppressed by a massive black hand, rendering it inoperable. Although it lasted only a few seconds, by the time I regained composure, he had already distanced himself. After reflecting for a moment, Wang Mian added, he had exited the effective range of the temporal riot. I couldn't invoke divine-level time reversal just for the sake of a friendly sparring match's outcome. The cost would be too great, not worth it. In light of this, Yuan Gang pondered for a moment. Did this imply that the deity he represented was superior to Kronos in both rank and divine power? Once divine, might was unleashed. It would hinge on the deity backing each combatant. This tactic was invariably effective against lower-tier deity representatives, but against a higher-tier deity representative, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Clearly, Wang Mian had encountered such a disaster this time. Is it the crux of the matter, Instructor Yuan? Wang Mian pressed his lips together. Isn't the emphasis that he can interfere with mental strength and suppress divine ruins? He is a walking town ruin monument. This ability is indeed exceedingly formidable. As long as one is within the same realm, even if self-suppressing within that realm, evasion is impossible. Reflecting on this, one must wonder about the true extent of the power behind Li Ziye. At that moment, Yuan Gang silently resolved to intensify Li Ziye's training regimen to better unleash potential. By the way, Yuan Gang suddenly interjected. The records state that his unknown divine ruin can summon armor. What does that armor look like? What specific abilities does it possess? This was the aspect he was most curious about. Without clarity, his mind would be unsettled. Instructor Yuan, did you not notice his armor? Wang Mian paused, stating that he had been engaged in combat with him for nearly half a day while clad in armor. Did you not see? No. Do you honestly believe that the surveillance could capture a complete depiction of your battle? As he spoke, Yuan Gang retrieved a backup of the surveillance footage from his phone. The video revealed two indistinct figures moving rapidly. At times they were engaged in close combat, while at others, they exchanged blows from a distance. Even when slowed to the utmost limit, the details remained unclear. Lowering his phone, Yuan Gang continued. Aside from the initial probing exchanges between the two and the climactic clash at the end, the only discernible images were mere shadows. Wang Mian interjected, Instructor Yuan, have you seen Armored Warriors? He then pulled up a high-definition image of the Flame Dragon armor on his phone, saying, look, his armor is quite similar to this, albeit a darker, more shadowy version. Yuan Gang took the phone and glanced at the image. In the next moment, the expression on the subway elder's face vividly mirrored his own. All right, Armored Warriors is a documentary. Is it? Well, that is not of utmost importance. What truly matters is Li Ziye's attitude towards the Great Xia and the Night Watchman. As long as those two aspects are secure, it does not matter if he is a deity or transforms into Godzilla. Wang Mian gazed contemplatively at the teacup in his hands, remaining silent for a considerable time. After much hesitation, he finally spoke. Instructor Yuan, there is something I wish to discuss with you. At the critical moment, it seemed he was on the verge of a breakthrough, and yet you instructed me to play tricks which interrupted his opportunity. The tea Yuan Gang had just sipped was suddenly spewed forth as he stared wide-eyed. What? Are you saying he was about to break through to the pool realm, and then was interrupted? Instructor, please do not glare at me. It was your directive. Wang Mian's face bore a hint of grievance. Initially, I agreed to spar with him, but you instructed me to do so. If he harbors resentment, I shall certainly implicate you. You could choose not to obey my orders. You were my chief instructor back in the day. I must heed your words. At that moment, Yuan Gang felt an overwhelming desire to slap himself thrice. What kind of predicament was this? Had he not lost a watermelon in pursuit of a sesame seed? The unfortunate part was, even the sesame seed had slipped away. In the dormitory area, the scene was one of devastation. On one side lay the neatly shattered fragments from the cuts of Yuan's blade, while on the other, the charred ruins left by the infernal fire bore no resemblance to habitable quarters. Why had Wang Mian not come to repair the dormitory? Li Ziye gazed at the ruins ahead, his brow deeply furrowed. Due to the extensive damage, by the time the logistics department completed their repairs, it was already quite late. Chapter 46. Why don't you let the jeep run me over? A piercing whistle erupted above the dormitory area, echoing like a thunderclap. Damn, who is that wretched whistleblower? Never mind. Let us continue sleeping. Such reactions unfolded repeatedly within the dormitory, with only a handful of new recruits grasping the significance of the whistle. Hastily getting out of bed to dress. In dormitory 204, Chao Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, glancing at the sky. It was still earlier than the morning prayers at the temple. He swiftly donned his military uniform and was about to awaken Li Ziye, only to find that the latter's bunk was empty, the person having vanished without a trace. With a resigned sigh, Chao Yuan leaped out of the window, disappearing into the night like a shadow. Meanwhile, other newcomers gradually made their way to the training ground. The night still enveloped everything, and Lin Qi's Starry Night Dancer remained in effect, granting him astonishing speed. Upon arriving at the training ground, he spotted Li Ziye greeting him with a characteristic wave. Shortly after, Chao Yuan, Zhuang Gu, and Mo Li arrived in succession. This group constituted the earliest arrivals for assembly at the training ground, prompting a nod of appreciation from Instructor Hong. As for Bali Pang Pang, well, he was still absent. 2 minutes and 42 seconds, 3 minutes and 5 seconds, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Instructor Hong meticulously monitored the stopwatch, and once the last few recruits hurried to assemble, he inhaled deeply, grounding himself. Today marks the commencement of formal training. From this day forth, you must comprehend what discipline entails and what execution signifies. Upon hearing the whistle, regardless of your current activity, you must assemble at the training ground within 3 minutes. Instructor Hong's gaze swept over the new recruits, pausing to add, even if you are in the midst of a bathroom break, you must immediately pull up your pants and come to assemble. Even if you have a severe case of diarrhea, it cannot serve as an excuse for tardiness. At this moment, a recruit inquired, what if the diarrhea is so severe that one cannot hold it? Quite simply, go to the canteen in advance and request a corn cob. When the time comes, you can use it to plug yourself up. Instructor Hong narrowed his eyes, addressing the recruit. You, who just asked a question without prior notification. Run 10 laps. Recruit. Are you serious? Are your ears deaf? I instructed you to run 10 laps. Yes, sir. Seeing that this recruit had merely asked a question and was now saddled with the burden of 10 laps, the other recruits furrowed their brows, seemingly unable to comprehend this method of reprimand. Now, Instructor Hong turned to the group, his voice low and firm. Anyone taking longer than 3 minutes, step forward on your own. Do not make me pull you out personally, or else face additional penalties. Upon this declaration, More than half of the recruits stepped forward, including by Li Pangpang, while a few, visibly anxious, remained in line. Tang San, Zhao Si, you all step forward, go to the back of the line. The unfortunate souls whose disguises have been unveiled suddenly turned pale, trudging to the rear with resigned sighs, forming a separate line. Those who step forward must run 10 laps with weights around the training ground, while those who were singled out by me must run 20 laps with weights. No breakfast until you finish. Those who assembled on time may rest in place, under the oppressive authority of Instructor Hong. The tardy recruits begrudgingly donned their weighted gear and began to jog around the expansive, darkened training ground. Meanwhile, Li Ziye and his companions remained leisurely seated, feigning slumber to conserve their energy. At that moment, Instructor Hong received a notification and abruptly announced, Li Ziye, complete 30 laps with the weight. Li Ziye, taken aback, protested. But I was the first to arrive. He sprang to his feet, incredulity etched on his face. Instructor Hong, are you fully aware of what you're saying? Or is there someone else in this training camp with my name? You're the one I'm referring to, came the reply. Li Ziye was momentarily stunned, his confusion palpable. On what basis? On no basis at all. Simply because it is an order, and you must comply unconditionally. I refuse, Li Ziye muttered, shaking his head. I arrived on time. I certainly do not acknowledge this punishment. If you insist, why not have a jeep chase me instead? Instructor Hong's lips twitched slightly as he activated his earpiece. Sir, he presents a reasonable argument. It would be quite unjust to impose a punishment run. Would you prefer to drive the jeep and chase him? His words were a direct quote, emphasizing the absurdity of the situation. Before long, a military jeep approached, honking its horn as it barreled toward Li Ziye, maintaining a relentless speed. Wait, are you serious? Li Ziye exclaimed, bolting away. Li Ziye, run, Yuan Gong urged, pursuing him in a military jeep while maintaining a safe distance to avoid collision. Should Li Ziye dare to halt, he would certainly suffer the consequences. Commander, this is blatant retaliation, Li Ziye shouted while running, glancing back. I will report you for abuse of power. Retaliation? I don't comprehend. Yuan Gong replied, pressing down on the accelerator. I am merely assisting you with your physical training. Consider it a privilege. The other recruits, similarly burdened with weights, could not contain their amusement at the spectacle. What are you laughing at? Instructor Hong interjected, his voice booming. It seems that the punishment is insufficient. At 10 more laps. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously jovial new recruits turned somber, their brows furrowed as they buried their heads in their arduous task. Suddenly, one new recruit exclaimed, Where's my barrier? My formidable barrier has vanished? Did it sprout legs and run away? Panic swept through him, realizing he could no longer sense his protective energy. In that instant, all the recruits felt their barriers suppressed, save for Li Ziye and the unfortunate soul being pursued by the jeep. Concurrently, Li Ziye felt an overwhelming pressure on his psyche, constraining his mental energy. Though it was uncomfortable, it was precisely what he desired, and he lowered his defenses to fully absorb the experience. Stimulated by the oppressive barrier and the relentless jeep, it was nothing short of a hellish training regimen. Damn it, Yuan Gang is still chasing me. Keep going. Your physical limits are certainly far beyond this. Yuan Gang honked the car horn, urging Li Ziye to continue running without pause, only allowing a rest when exhaustion set in. He ran, the vehicle in pursuit, rendering him unable to escape, while the car's fuel reserves remained plentiful. Instructor Hong observed this scene and quietly remarked to several fellow instructors, Do you think the chief instructor's preferential treatment is rather conspicuous? What if it incites a rebellious spirit in Li Ziye? After a moment of contemplation, the instructors nodded in agreement. In my opinion, Li Ziye should receive the same privileges. After all, they are both agents of the divine, and such treatment is entirely reasonable. If only Li Ziye is subjected to this, it would be rather unusual. Instructor Hong nodded in strong agreement. Indeed, the agents of the divine must possess extraordinary qualities that warrant different training methods compared to ordinary individuals. Conventional training would be insufficient for such extraordinary beings. Beep beep. At that moment, Li Ziye found himself targeted by a military jeep driven by Instructor Hong. Keep running, do not stop, Li Ziye exclaimed in dismay. But with the military jeep closing in, He had no choice but to comply. Damn it, Instructor Hong is still after me. In the instructor's dormitory, Wang Mian awoke and stepped onto the balcony, instantly taken aback. When Xianyuan approached to see what was amiss, he too was stunned. Yu Guwei and Tian Ping followed suit. Equally astonished, on the training ground, two youths sprinted energetically, pursued by two military jeeps. Captain, it seems you were never subjected to such rigorous training back in the day. Were you? Xianyuan inquired. Could it be that the chief instructor deems them too formidable? That ordinary training has become ineffective? Wang Mian replied. Do I not care for my dignity? An hour and a half later. Damn it, Yuan Gang is still chasing me. Li Ziye muttered under his breath as he sprinted fervently. One cannot deny that such intense training yields remarkable results. The bottleneck of the Zhan realm has begun to loosen. P.S. Thanks, Chapter 47. Will you feed me? As Li Ziye exhausted his strength, the sun was already preparing to rise. Except for him and Lin Ziye, everyone else had returned to their dormitories to rest. Chao Yuan carried the nearly lifeless Li Ziye on his back, while the rotund, Li assisted Lin Ziye back to their respective quarters. The two collapsed into their beds, and, in the blink of an eye, they had left a human-shaped sweat stain behind. Damn it, Yuan Gang, this 882 is still chasing after me. Before Li Ziye could finish his incoherent murmurs, a familiar whistle echoed through the air. Sighing, Chao Yuan gazed at Li Ziye's peaceful sleeping face, then hoisted him up and jumped out of the window, heading straight for the training ground. The second-floor height was negligible to him. Yuanzi, let me down, Li Ziye. Jolted awake from the bumpy ride, patted Chao Yuan's shoulder. It would be quite embarrassing if someone spotted them. Chao Yuan shifted from carrying him to supporting him, and they continued towards the training ground. Meanwhile, Li hurriedly assisted Lin Ziye, arriving just in time. Fortunately, they had not been late. The new recruits, having learned from the previous assembly, exhibited significantly improved efficiency this time. However, a few had collapsed from exhaustion due to penalties, and as soon as they fainted, they were swiftly carried away, the process so smooth it was almost unsettling. Good, there is notable progress this time. Instructor Hong glanced at his stopwatch with satisfaction and continued. You now have 20 minutes for breakfast. If you're not back within 20 minutes, you are well aware of the consequences. With that, he turned and left with his assistant. In an instant, the hungry recruits surged into the mess hall, but upon seeing the food, they froze. The expansive hall featured neatly arranged, simple wooden tables, each adorned with two large basins, one filled with white steamed buns and the other with raw, bloody meat. If you're not eating, step aside. I'm about to starve. At that moment, the famished Li Ziye disregarded the situation, shoving aside the recruits before him, his eyes gleaming as he approached the nearest table and began to feast. With raw meat in one hand and a steamed bun in the other, he savored every bite. Chao Yuan sat at a nearby table, clasped his hands in prayer towards the raw meat, murmuring, Ba. The wine and meat passed through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Well done, well done. After reciting, he began to eat, though he found it difficult to swallow. He continued to devour his portion ravenously. At the front table, Lin Ziye frowned slightly. At the adjacent table, Li attempted to search for food beneath the large iron basin. Where is everyone? Li, with a serious expression, slammed the bun back into the basin, demanding, Who prepared this breakfast? Just as he finished speaking, an elderly man wielding a ladle emerged from the kitchen. His face darkened. Look at this. Li pulled a piece of bloody meat from the basin. This is still dripping with blood. Is this fit for human consumption? What do you take us for? Livestock? The old man glared and huffed, retorting brusquely, Who cares if you eat or not? If you don't want to, then get lost. Just then, the atmosphere shifted as several influential figures entered the room. It was the unmasked members of the mask team, each holding their masks. As they traversed through the throng of new recruits and settled at a round table distinct from the recruits' rectangular arrangement, instantly, the hall fell silent. Upon their arrival, the cook chuckled and exchanged a few words before retreating to the kitchen to prepare a proper meal. Gradually, some of the new recruits began to eat, yet the vast majority remained resolute, their faces etched with refusal, preferring to endure hunger rather than partake of the meager offerings before them. As the others struggled with raw meat, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, stirring everyone's senses. All heads turned in unison to witness the cook approaching with a grand tray, artfully arranged with an array of dishes, striding steadily towards the masked team. "Old son, is this feast truly for us?" Vortex licked his lips at the sight of braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, vermicelli with minced pork, and steamed base. "Simply exquisite." Old son wiped his hands and chuckled. "It's a rare occasion that you all return, so, of course, you deserve something special." "Thank you, old son." Several voices echoed in gratitude as they eagerly picked up their chopsticks, laughing and devouring the sumptuous meal. "Oh, there is something I nearly forgot," old son interjected suddenly. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang mentioned that 2 individuals require special attention. Mere raw meat might not suffice to provide the energy they need. Before he could finish, Wang Mian chuckled and interjected, "Old son, I know exactly who you mean. Those 2 were pursued by the chief instructor in a jeep for more than 2 hours this morning. They must be starving. I'll call them over to join us." Old son nodded, "Then take your time eating. If it's not enough, there's more in the kitchen." The once tranquil hall was soon filled with the sound of swallowing, as the enticing aroma rendered the raw meat even less palatable. At that moment, Wang Mian stood up and beckoned to a certain white-haired recruit who was gnawing on a piece of meat. "Ziye, Lin Ziye, come over and eat a little." Instantly, all eyes turned towards Li Ziye, filled with envy and resentment. Without hesitation, Li Ziye carried his meat bowl to the round table and plopped down. "Cool, come, enjoy some braised pork." Wang Mian ladled food into a small bowl for Li Ziye. "You can't just eat raw meat. You need salt and oil too. So eat plenty." Vortex passed some fish to Ziye. "Got it. This chicken stew is quite delightful. Have a few bowls of it too." "I'll go get them some chopsticks," Yu Gue said as he entered the kitchen. Rosa rose to open the rice container and glanced at Li Ziye and Lin Ziye. "Would you two like some white rice?" No, you all eat," they replied. Lin Ziye politely declined, stating that he was there to inquire about certain matters and could manage with the raw meat in his bowl. "He doesn't eat, but I will," Li Ziye remarked, snatching the small bowl meant for Lin Ziye. As he ate, he murmured, "Training time is approaching. I wonder how Yuan Gang will deal with me this time. It's essential to have something substantial." Upon hearing this, Lin Ziye furrowed his brow and retracted his previous statement, saying, "Well, perhaps I should eat a little after all. It's not that I'm craving it, but I'm concerned about what might happen later." The members of the mask team were initially taken aback, then burst into laughter, filling the table with merriment. Other new recruits could only gaze enviously at the succulent food, their hearts heavy with unspoken grievances. During the meal, Wang Mian discreetly promised Li Ziye a favor, as a form of apology for interrupting his breakthrough moment, to which Li Ziye readily agreed. Subsequently, Lin Ziye posed several inquiries regarding the relationship between agents and gods. Wang Mian, drawing from his own experiences, provided thoughtful answers, even adding a touch of emotion to his explanations. Suddenly, just as 20 minutes had elapsed, the assembly whistle unexpectedly blared. With a swift motion, the 7 members of the mask team sprang to their feet and dashed off, leaving Lin Ziye momentarily stunned. A classic scene had unfolded. Li Ziye discreetly retrieved his phone and captured a photograph, lamenting the lack of signal, wishing he could share it with Hong Ying and the others. However, just after a couple of steps, he snapped back to reality. Wait, Captain, we aren't new recruits. We are here to assist. Why are we running?" he questioned. "Never mind then. Let's sit back down and continue eating," Wang Mian said, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Chapter 48. Wang Su. 100 Picking soft persimmons, Doge. As the whistle blew, the new recruits abandoned their meals and dashed towards the training ground. Upon their arrival, Li Ziye and his companion were surprised to find that the instructor on the platform was not the familiar instructor Hong, but rather an unfamiliar one, meticulously timing with a stopwatch. Could this be the legendary instructor Han? Li Ziye mused, honestly curious about whether the rumors of his 100 failure rate were true. Once everyone had gathered, the unfamiliar instructor stepped into the center of the training platform and began to speak. "First, I must introduce to you the primary adversaries we face as night watchmen. They are mysterious beings hailing from various myths, legends, and folktales, endowed with bizarre abilities and unique characteristics. One thing is undeniably clear. They are far more formidable than mere mortals. The instructor scanned the crowd, exuding an extraordinary confidence, as if he could easily dominate every new recruit present. After all, how strong could these novices truly be? For Hon, guiding new recruits and taming the unruly is a trivial task. It was evident that Yuan Gang refrained from mentioning the previous day's encounter with the masked team to the newly assigned instructor, as doing so might intimidate Han. Report. The lazy voice of Zhuaiga cut through the air as he raised his hand. I believe we rely on the formidable Forbidden Ruins. After all, there's an old saying, any technique is futile in the face of absolute power. Forbidden Ruins, huh? Instructor Han scoffed, acknowledging its significance as a crucial asset for humanity's struggle against the mysterious. Yet, he insisted it was not the entirety of the solution. Unless your Forbidden Ruins ability enables you to annihilate the mysterious with just a flick of your finger. Let me ask you, recruit, can you accomplish that? With a light chuckle, Zhuaiga popped a piece of gum into his mouth. Actually, I can. Impressive bravado. So what is your Forbidden Ruins? Sequence 068. Chi Min. Instrukturang. Is there anyone else who knows another answer? He feigned ignorance, turning to the other recruits. At the back of the line, a portly young man with an air of affluence raised his hand earnestly. Report, instructor. I believe we rely on money. Instruktoran. Oh? Money? Do you plan to convert your entire fortune into coins to crush the mysterious? Amused yet frustrated, he waved his hand for the rotund recruit to lower his arm. He then spoke solemnly. All right, the Q&A session ends here. I can assure you that combating the mysterious requires not only Forbidden Ruins, but also a correspondingly robust physique and exceptional combat skills. Combat skills are categorized into melee and ranged weaponry, and in mid to high-level battles, ranged weapons tend to be less effective. Thus, we shall focus on melee weaponry. The true path of mastery. Today, I will instruct you on close-quarters combat with melee weapons. From a distance, Instructor Hong and two other instructors observe the unfolding scene, shaking their heads in disbelief. I hope he doesn't make a fool of himself. Forget it. Let it be. It has nothing to do with us. Let us return to our card game. So it was that the three departed, leaving behind not a single blade of grass. Meanwhile, on the training platform, Instructor Han remained oblivious to their presence, unaware that among the new recruits lurked several extraordinary individuals, enthusiastically elucidating the intricacies of cold weaponry. Within the ranks of the Night Watchmen, apart from a few who required custom-made weapons, the majority wielded standard-issue arms, such as the Stellar Blade. I held in my grasp. As he spoke, Instructor Han unsheathed the straight sword with a sharp clang, proclaiming that this Stellar Blade was essentially a straight sword crafted from a unique material. When it comes to straight swords, they offer numerous advantages, but time is of the essence, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Today's focus is primarily on mastering combat techniques with a straight sword. The essence of wielding a straight sword lies predominantly in one's reaction speed. The nuances of quickness are profound. On the platform, Instructor Han continued his animated discourse, demonstrating as he spoke, captivating the new recruits with his engaging instruction. However, below the stage, two veterans of battle, their names bearing the character for night, were nearly lulled to sleep. Notably, Li Ziye was particularly affected. It is worth mentioning that his mind was inhabited by the 5 dark shadow guardians: malicious water, malicious fire, malicious wood, malicious metal, and malicious earth, each adept in a distinct weapon. And he had already mastered 3/5 of their teachings, resembling a miniature weapon master. Moreover, he had the twin brother of an ancient sage, the Shadow High Priest, at his side. Additionally, yesterday's clash with Wang Mian had nearly devastated the entire training camp. In summary, the foundational knowledge being presented, aside from inducing slumber, served little purpose. As for Lin Xie, he was quite literally beaten in a muscle memory by Chun Mai. Now, Instructor Han cast aside the straight sword and retrieved 2 training wooden swords, announcing that he required a few individuals to assist him in a demonstration. With a keen glance, he singled out by Li Pang, beckoning him forward. Yes, you, the chubby fellow who just mentioned countering the mysterious with money. Step up and showcase your currency prowess. Damn it, Li Pang muttered under his breath, somewhat dazed, as he climbed onto the training platform and accepted the wooden swords. Moments later, Instructor Han swung the sword towards Li Pang, and just as the two were about to collide, a dazzling golden shield emerged, encasing the latter within its protective confines. Crack! The wooden sword shattered into 3 pieces. Instructor Han, Li Pang. Instantly, silence enveloped the arena, the previously vibrant atmosphere freezing in place. Like a light bulb, Li Pang scratched his head, hurriedly deactivating Yaowang, allowing everyone to finally open their eyes. He began somewhat sheepishly, Instructor Han. I truly did not intend to embarrass you. It was merely that this device reacted on its own. I had forgotten to disable the automatic sensing mode. Instructor Han, shall we try again? Very well. Whoosh! Boom! This time, the new wooden sword spontaneously ignited in flames. In but half a second, the training wooden sword in Instructor Han's hand was reduced to merely its hilt. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the plump Bai Li, Instructor Han might have been turned into a roasted delicacy. The latter hastily apologized, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I forgot to deactivate the automatic firewall. It was truly unintentional. My sincerest apologies. Would you like to continue?" "Please depart gracefully," came the curt reply. "Very well." After a brief pause, Instructor Han once again surveyed the new recruits, finally pointing at a white-haired youth with an intense expression. "You, the one with white hair, step forward." With an agile leap, Li Ziye gracefully ascended and firmly landed before him, extending his hand to receive the wooden sword. The fluidity of his movements was reminiscent of flowing water, exuding an air of sophistication. "Do you possess any restrictions?" Instructor Han asked, somewhat uncertain. However, Li Ziye remained silent, merely swinging the wooden sword and adopting a stance that was distinctly his own. "Excellent. It seems you are well prepared." Instructor Han nodded with evident pleasure, suddenly stepping forward. He swung the wooden sword at an acute angle aimed at Li Ziye. In response, Li Ziye lowered his body, deftly lifting the sword with one hand to parry the precise strike, while his other hand formed a tiger's paw, advancing with a determined step to deliver a powerful palm strike to Instructor Han's chin. With a resounding thud, Instructor Han was sent flying, landing headfirst into a patch of greenery. After several seconds, the wooden sword he had been disarmed finally thudded to the ground. Instructor Han, maintaining his upside-down posture, pondered in the mud for quite some time, unable to comprehend why a novice had managed to disarm him and send him flying. Meanwhile, Li Ziye, bewildered, wondered, what just flew out? A few minutes later, Instructor Han had extracted himself from the foliage, hastily wiping his face as he made his way to the training platform. Mentally rallying himself, "Kumaon, Fanli, you can do this. They are merely inexperienced rookies. They cannot possibly be that formidable. Stay strong. Do not give up." Taking a deep breath, he scrutinized the faces of each new recruit. "You, step forward." With ease, Lin Xie vaulted onto the training platform, effortlessly deflecting Instructor Han's attacks. "You may step down," Instructor Han said, eyes closed as he waved his hand dismissively. After a moment's hesitation, he opened his eyes and examined the recruits more closely, finally settling on a rather unremarkable young man with a blank expression who appeared somewhat frail. "You, step forward." Instructor Han tossed the wooden sword, but Chao Yuan did not catch it. "Why do you not accept the sword?" Instructor Han queried. "I cannot touch a blade without a sheath, not even a wooden one," Chao Yuan replied, casting a glance at Li Ziye below, remaining silent. Sensing the gaze, Li Ziye nodded. Chao Yuan crouched down to pick up the wooden sword when, suddenly, boom! A surge of malevolence erupted from Chao Yuan, a black pillar of flame shooting up, enveloping the surroundings in a terrifying aura. The slumbering Black King ought to emerge for a leisurely stroll. Instructoren. Sai, is there truly not a single sane individual in this new recruits training camp? P.S. Thank you. Chapter 49. A near exposure, startling me clang. At this moment, Instructor Han had cast aside his wooden sword and exchanged it for the star blade to engage in combat with the Black King, Chao Yuan. However, the former was undeniably constrained by the oppressive influence of the town ruins monument, relying solely on his combat skills to fight on. Gradually, he began to feel overwhelmed. Although the Black King, Chao Yuan, had lost his sanity, he was not foolish. Recognizing that Instructor Han was a formidable opponent, he swiftly redirected his focus and charged towards by Li Pangpang and Lin Ziye. Instructor Han sensed impending danger. "Run," he exclaimed, hastily trailing behind the Black King. "Gao Zhuang, behave yourself," Li Ziye glared, invoking the dread of the Shadow Emperor, pointing toward the edge of the training platform. "Sit there." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Black King's blood-red eyes regained clarity, and he obediently seated himself in the designated spot. Soon, the black flames began to recede, revealing his original skin. Chao Yuan discarded the wooden sword, which had now become merely a hilt, and his eyes returned to normal as the crimson hue diminished. In a brief moment, he was completely restored. "Indeed, it is you." Chao Yuan, bare-chested, lay at Li Ziye's feet, his gaze increasingly fervent, a genuine smile gracing his lips. Few possess the ability to subdue the Black King's annihilation. It is unheard of for someone to bring the Black King to tranquility with mere words. Only you have accomplished this. Suddenly, he sat up with a jolt, laughing heartily. "I have attained enlightenment. I finally understand. The 10 years of darkness were meant for me to follow you for a decade. After 10 years, I shall cleanse my sins." Li Ziye. Oh, has this child completely lost his mind? "New recruit, are you all right?" Instructor Han jogged over, scrutinizing Li Ziye to ensure he was unscathed. "Can you tell me how you managed to restore him to normal with just one sentence?" "You overestimate me. I was merely putting on a facade," Li Ziye shrugged. He then added, "Perhaps my voice awakened Chao Yuan's self-awareness, allowing him to resist the influence of the Black King's annihilation with his own will, thus returning to his former self." One cannot deny, this explanation was quite plausible. "Ziye, you truly are remarkable." Li Pangpang silently gave a thumbs up. Lin Ziye slowly remarked, "You are becoming increasingly extraordinary." Moments later, Ba. Chao Yuan approached Instructor Han, palms pressed together, bowing slightly. "Instructor Han, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion." Instructor Han waved his hand. "No worries. This incident is not your fault. I must take responsibility. Had I not insisted on having someone step up for a trial, it would not have escalated to this extent." Before long, the fully armed instructor team hurriedly arrived. Upon witnessing the training platform, nearly reduced to ruins, they all furrowed their brows, recalling the events of yesterday. Upon realizing that the only damage was to the training platform and no recruits were harmed, they collectively sighed in relief. Instructor Han approached Hong Hao and pulled him aside. "I believe I truly am not suited for the teaching role." Instructor Hong was taken aback. It was only the first day, and he was already contemplating withdrawal. Upon hearing this, Instructor Han recounted the series of events that had transpired. Sighing, he remarked that being an instructor and engaging in combat were entirely different matters, and he felt ill-equipped for the task at hand. "You must not think this way. Instead, you should consider it differently." After much persuasion, Instructor Hong managed to convince Instructor Han to stay on as a close instructor. "Go on. That group of novices is still awaiting your guidance." Nodding, Instructor Han took a deep breath, rekindling his lost confidence, and strode purposefully towards the training ground. The lecture lasted the entire morning, covering a plethora of weapons: knives, guns, swords, halberds, axes, polearms, hooks, forks, whips, maces, hammers, claws, staffs, rods, and meteor hammers, an exhaustive overview of 18 different arms. By the time Instructor Han grew weary of speaking, it was time for lunch. Lunch consisted of 2 large bowls of plain, steamed buns accompanied by raw meat, along with a small dish of pickled vegetables. Unfortunately, the masked squad was out on a mission, leaving Li Ziye unable to enjoy a hearty meal, and he could only sulk while gnawing on raw meat and steamed buns, along with that solitary serving of pickles. "What do you think the afternoon's physical training will entail?" Bai Li, the plump one, asked while tearing apart a steamed bun, stuffing a piece of raw meat and a few pickles inside, and taking a hearty bite. With the addition of pickles, the meal became quite delectable. "I have no idea," Lin Ziye casually replied, counting the pickles. "I only know that this small dish is insufficient for 2 bites." Li Ziye pushed his pickles towards Lin Ziye, saying, "Here, if you need more, take mine." At that moment, Chow Yuan silently offered his own small dish of pickles to Li Ziye, munching on his bun filled with raw meat and saying, "You can have my pickles." Indeed, this small square table was occupied by 4 rookie soldiers who nearly drove Instructor Han to the brink of despair. Li was momentarily stunned, then widened his eyes in disbelief. "Wait a minute, this is a rare treat. You two are actually sharing pickles with someone else." I saw that Li Ziye had none, so I offered him mine. "Gao Juan Ziplit Ao Sets Li." Li's mouth dropped open, momentarily forgetting his pickles and bun. "Brother, do you realize what you resemble right now?" "What do I resemble?" "A complete and utter sycophant." I willingly played a role of Ziye's sycophant. "What of it?" "All right then, you are indeed that." Li gave a thumbs up, his mouth twitching as he turned to Li Ziye, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Ziye, you wouldn't happen to be Chia's sycophant, would you? If you can't speak sensibly, then just remain silent." With that, Li Ziye shot him a glare, then pulled out a bottle of Lao Ganma from his pocket. The pungent and spicy aroma rapidly permeated the air. "I snagged this while sneaking food earlier this morning, so don't even think about having any, you fatso. I initially intended to share a bit with you." After speaking, he tore open the white steamed bun and rubbed it on the bottle cap before taking a delightful bite. Gulp. Li Pang swallowed hard, gazing eagerly at Lao Ganma. "Ziye, I apologize for my earlier words. Please grant me a taste of Lao Ganma. Call me adoptive father. If you do not reject me, I wish to be your sworn son. Eat up." "Thank you, adoptive father." "Wonderful." Li Pang dipped half of the bun in a touch of Lao Ganma, stuffed it with a piece of pickled vegetable and a slice of raw meat, then clamped it with the other half of the bun. It was a special homemade burger, delicious, healthy, and filling. While eating, he inquired Lao Chow, "Why do you choose to be Ziye's devoted admirer?" "He is a man, not a stunning beauty, because he can help me cleanse my sins and perfect my virtues." Chow Yuan clasped his hands together, silently chanting a Buddhist mantra. "What do you mean?" "I carry the souls of 333 innocent victims who met untimely deaths. My karma is profound, and the bloodshed is boundless. Only he can assist me in dissolving this karmic burden and liberate me from the flames of retribution." "Were you previously a ruthless bandit?" Li Pang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Not exactly." Then, just as Li Pang was about to blurt out a question, he reconsidered and rephrased, "How can you be certain that Li Ziye can help you?" "To atone for my sins, I secluded myself for 7 years on Jiwan Mountain, where Master Jinchan imparted a Zen saying to me." Chow Yuan replied calmly, "2 trees stand upright, 8 gods depart, 10 years of night, ferrying mortals." Li Pang paused, his eyes darting as he exclaimed, "But wait. Isn't that referring to Lin Chi?" A sudden realization struck. In that instant, Li Ziye felt a twinge of guilt but maintained an air of composure, reciting the earlier nonsense he had spun to deceive Chow Yuan. Li Pang. Oh, Lin Ziye. "I believe in Li Ziye," Chow Yuan stated earnestly, "for he possesses the ability to suppress Black King / with a single word, shielding me from the torment of karmic flames, a feat no one else can achieve." With the parties involved firmly convinced, Li Pang and Lin Chi, ye felt it unnecessary to say more. Attention everyone. Chapter 50. Is escape truly impossible? It's uncertain. Once again, the familiar interruption during mealtime occurred as Instructor Hong, accompanied by 2 assistant instructors, briskly entered the cafeteria. Instantly, everyone set down their buns except for Li Ziye, who deftly stashed a jar of spicy sauce in his pocket, and by Li, who, in a rush, swallowed an entire bun whole before finally standing at attention under the piercing gaze of the instructor. Instructor Hong surveyed the room, noting that everyone had assumed their positions. He spoke slowly, "Attention everyone. This afternoon marks your inaugural extreme physical training session. After finishing your meal, gather at the back door of the cafeteria. Is that understood?" "Yes, understood." The recruits responded with spirited enthusiasm. "Excellent." Instructor Hong nodded approvingly. "Allow me to impart a piece of advice. Do not underestimate my words. This afternoon's extreme physical training is quite literally extreme and will be incredibly demanding. You best finish both bowls of food. Otherwise, if you faint from hunger, it will be of no concern to me." With that, the 3 instructors turned and departed, leaving the cafeteria resonating with the sounds of eager consumption. "All right, let us resume our meal," Li Ziye said as he retrieved the jar of spicy sauce, distributing it among the three others. "Pair it with the meat and buns to stave off hunger." "Hey, what exactly will the extreme training entail?" Li inquired, perplexed, as he crafted a secret burger. "Zai tells you to eat, so eat without so much chatter." Chow Yuan shot him a glare. "Let us keep our conversation to a minimum and focus on filling our stomachs first," Lin Ziye insisted, gnawing on raw meat, compelling himself to consume more. Observing the instructor's demeanor, it was evident that the afternoon would be no joking matter. They were serious this time. 10 minutes later, having finished their meal, the four made their way to the back door of the cafeteria. "Wait, Zai, how is it that you can eat more than I can?" Li pondered aloud as they walked. "Even with my build, I couldn't manage to finish 2 whole bowls. How did you manage to fit it all in?" As they chatted and walked, Li Ziye shot him an irritated glance. "If you let Yuan Gang and the 882 chase you around in a jeep for an entire morning, you'd manage to eat just as much. Who knows, you might even devour an elephant." As the sound of horn blared, a fleet of black buses arrived nearby. Without a care for their destination, the four boarded the bus, seating themselves in pairs while exchanging glances across the aisle. "Brother Ziye, why don't you want to sit next to me?" Li looked longingly at Lin Ziye, who was seated beside a certain white-haired individual. "I refuse to sit beside this sycophant. I fear I might catch his affliction." Lin Ziye rolled his eyes at him. "It's because your feet stink. Even through your shoes, I can smell it." Li retorted. "It's clearly fragrant, not stinky at all." He bent down to sniff his feet, then turned to Chow Yuan. "You, sycophant, why don't you sit next to your idol?" "Zai switched seats with me, so I switched with him," Chow Yuan replied, silently producing tissue to block his nose. "And by the way, your feet really do stink." Before long, all personnel had arrived, and the vehicles slowly set in motion. A total of 5 black buses exited the training camp in an orderly fashion, hurtling towards the depths of the wilderness. Just then, Li Ziye, having perhaps overindulged in steamed buns during lunch, fell victim to a carbohydrate-induced stupor and promptly dozed off on the bus. The others, having consumed mostly meat and only a modest amount of buns, were not in the same predicament. He, however, had devoured 2 large bowls entirely. Suddenly, Li Ziye's head tilted and rested against the bus window, producing a crisp sound. Startled, he instinctively muttered a curse before slipping back into slumber. This time, he was truly asleep, not engaging in any mental gymnastics in the shadow space. Approximately half an hour later, the bus came to an abrupt halt. The sudden stop jolted Li Ziye awake. He opened his eyes and looked outside, initially unable to discern scenery. Rubbing his eyes gently, he instinctively queried, "Have we arrived at Yearning Mountain?" Having moved to Songnan City only in recent years, he was unfamiliar with the surrounding environment. While he was aware that the plot involved a journey to Yearning Mountain, he couldn't ascertain whether this was indeed the location. What if they hadn't arrived yet? What if the bus had broken down mid-journey? He could not rely solely on the textual descriptions he had read in his past life to confirm whether the mountain before him was Yearning Mountain. After all, he was notoriously directionally challenged, possessing a feeble sense of orientation and awareness of his surroundings. Not to mention, even if presented with a photograph, he might not recognize it. A mere change in angle could leave him utterly bewildered. Indeed, it was Yearning Mountain. Lin Ziye, being a native, recognized it instantly. I surmised that the so-called extreme training would involve a burdensome ascent. Songnan City, situated in the southeastern plains of the Great Xia, is characterized by flat terrain and lacks any notable mountains or rivers. Yearning Mountain, with an elevation of merely around 4,000 meters, is surrounded by a series of smaller peaks, forming a complete mountain range. Overall, its scale is not insignificant. Furthermore, Yearning Mountain is an unspoiled, primitive range, rarely visited by humans. Once all vehicles had come to a stop, the lead instructors rose simultaneously, turning to face the new recruits in their respective buses, their lips curling into a smile that bordered on cruel. "All personnel, heed my command, disembark." Soon, the recruits gathered in succession at the base of Yearning Mountain. Instructor, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled around them before finally positioning himself at the center, surveying the group. Taking a deep breath, he began to speak. "I believe you have all, to some degree, guess the primary content of the extreme training. Indeed, it involves a burdensome ascent. Shortly, each of you will be assigned a load of 35 kilograms, and your task is to traverse the mountain range behind me before dawn. Noticing some recruits wearing expressions of disdain, Instructor Hong smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. However, this burdensome ascent is not an ordinary one. It comes with special conditions. Buzz, 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 buzz. Immediately, a bus released a swarm of meticulously engineered drones, each equipped with a miniature firing mechanism. These drones, designed to bear their own weight, featured GPS tracking capabilities. Once the training commenced, they would swiftly infiltrate the mountains, indiscriminately pursuing all individuals. Those struck by paint bullets would be deemed failures. The vanquished would face a punishment of a particularly harsh nature. It is advisable to avoid such an experience. As he spoke, Instructor Hong's smile grew increasingly ominous, as if he found delight in witnessing the new recruits suffer. The rules are as follows. Listen attentively. Instructor Hong raised a finger, stating first, burdens may be exchanged among participants or unilaterally given to another. Once stamina is replenished, one may reclaim their burden. However, bear in mind, under no circumstances should one discard their burden, as this will be treated as a failure. With that, he extended a second finger, declaring, second, you must not attack or touch the drones in any form, nor obstruct the paint bullets. You are prohibited from hiding motionless in corners. Your sole task is to flee with all your might. After articulating this, he slowly raised a third finger. Third, while you may form groups for support, you must not attack one another, nor interfere with others' choices and actions. Upon concluding these points, Instructor Hong bellowed, do you all understand, rookies? Understood, came the collective response. Come forth to collect your burdens and proceed into the mountains. The new recruits took turns retrieving their assigned burdens, and Instructor Han distributed tactical knives to each individual. Yet, to Chow Yuan, he handed a mere soup spoon. Instructor Han, this is not right. Gao Yuan, vote. Instructor Han patted Chow Yuan's shoulder and solemnly stated, there's no other option. You cannot wield a knife. The moment you do, you would go berserk. For the safety of all, you must endure this. However, Chow Yuan glanced at Li Ziye, who was donning his burden. Li Ziye can help me suppress Black King's decimation. I should be fine with a tactical knife. But Instructor Han was adamant, forcefully placing the spoon into Chow Yuan's hands. Hey, you over there, the chubby one, come here. Instructor Hong called out to Bai Li, empty your pockets. Cheating is not permitted in this training. Bai Li felt despair wash over him. At that moment, Li Ziye had completed strapping on his burden. He was adorned with weights around his waist, arms, legs, and back, totaling over 200 kilograms, a special arrangement from Yuan Gang as 882. Despite the considerable weight, the burdens did not hinder mobility, as they consisted of elongated iron blocks that occupied minimal space. As long as one could bear the weight, they could move freely. Into the mountains. With Instructor Hong's command, all recruits began to enter the mountains in succession. Once everyone was inside, the drones commenced their relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, several instructors set up tactical tents and began conversing amongst themselves. Old Han, can you guess whether any new recruits will manage to traverse the mountains within the stipulated time? I have a feeling that Li Ziye, Lin Ziye, and that Chow Yuan all possess considerable potential. Before Instructor Han could finish his sentence, Instructor Hong could no longer contain himself and interjected, stating that, in fact, none of them would make it out. We have preemptively sealed the entire area with prohibitive measures, transforming the terrain into a labyrinth. Ha ha ha. Instructor Han. Chapter 51. The terrifying punishment in the heart of Jinan Mountain. As per customary practice, Li Ziye, Chow Yuan, Lin Ziye, and Bailey Pang Pang formed a small team, traversing the vast forest together. The woods were ancient, filled with sturdy trees that nearly obscured the sky, allowing sunlight to filter through the leaves, casting dappled patches of light upon the ground. A glance around revealed an abundance of foliage, rendering movement exceedingly difficult. I decided to ascend to a higher vantage point to survey the terrain. With a sudden surge of power in his legs, Li Ziye leaped onto a branch while carrying a weight of 200 kilograms. However, in the next moment, with a sharp crack, the branch broke under the strain, nearly causing him to tumble. Damn it! Li Ziye cursed under his breath. For him, the 200-kilogram load was merely heavy, certainly not unbearable. It proved too much for the ancient trees. After all, within the shadow space, he often endured electric shocks to stimulate every cell in his body, unlocking his potential. His physical stamina and strength were beyond reproach. Ha, Ziye, did you just experience a moment of embarrassment? Bailey Pang, panting and leaning against a tree, chuckled as he gasped for air. The way you almost fell had me nearly in stitches, ha ha ha. Be quiet, Chao Yuan admonished sharply, then turned to Li Ziye, concern flickering in his eyes. Ziye, that weight is excessive. Should I assist you in lightening the load? There is no need for that, Li Ziye replied, shaking his head as he brandished his tactical dagger to sever the vines obstructing their path. This weight is manageable for me. Let us keep moving. Lin Ziye observed the white-haired figure who could run and leap while bearing 200 kilograms, his lips twitching slightly as he remarked, "Is this still someone of the Zhan realm?" This is truly reminiscent of a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. The four continued deeper into the forest. Thus far, they had encountered no drones. Wait for me. Bailey Pang, struggling due to his corpulence, found traversing the woodland arduous, his stamina dwindling more rapidly than the others. Soon, he stumbled and fell. This thing may seem small, but why is it so heavy? I can't carry it anymore. Can you two help me out a bit? Why just the two of us? He reasoned that Chao Yuan would certainly refuse to assist. Seeing no response from either, he resorted to emotional appeal. Foster father. Bailey Pang looked up, his eyes pleadingly fixed on Li Ziye. Brother Ziye, I've called you foster father. You can't just abandon me. No, I already have enough with this 200 kilograms. Li Ziye coolly declined. Foster father. No. Seeing his daring refusal, Bailey Pang turned to Lin Ziye, his tone almost pleading. Brother Ziye, we share the same roof. Our bond is deep. You can't let that insufferable, white-haired fellow neglect me like this. I will only help you carry it for a short while. As the words fell, Lin Ziye crouched down to assist Bailey Pang in removing his burden, which he then hoisted onto himself. In truth, Lin Ziye harbored no such benevolence. He merely sought to elevate his own challenge. After all, as a fellow agent of the divine, if Li Ziye could bear a weight of 200 kilograms, could he not manage a mere 70 kilograms? Once relieved of his load, Bailey Pang immediately appeared much more at ease. After securing the burden back onto himself, Lin Ziye had scarcely taken a step when he inhaled sharply. Hiss! He promptly discarded Bailey Pang's weight, shook his head, and awkwardly remarked, Pang, perhaps you should carry your own load. I'm unable to assist, for I am no monster. Bailey Pang replied. Wait a moment, my friend. This bliss has ended rather abruptly, hasn't it? Buzzing. At that moment, the sound of a drone filled the air, causing the three to change their expressions. Bailey Pang, however, appeared unfazed. The drone is nearby. We must hasten our pace, or we shall be in dire straits. With that, Chao Yuan wielded a small spoon, attempting to clear the thorns obstructing their path. Simultaneously, the surrounding group of new recruits began to disband, significantly reducing the likelihood of being struck. Pang, hurry up, Li Ziye exclaimed, slicing through the thorns. If we linger, you'll be turned into a colorful fat figure by the drone. Huff. Bailey Pang struggled to resecure his burden, shaking his head. Forget it. I won't run anymore. You needn't worry about me. I've resigned myself to my fate. These little legs of mine cannot outrun a drone. Li Ziye chuckled knowingly, gesturing towards the drone hovering in the distance, and slowly replied, Very well. We shall leave you to your own devices. May fortune favor you. With that, he led Chao Yuan and Lin Ziye through the thicket. Bayou. Just then, a drone suddenly attacked, striking a panicked new recruit who seemed to faint as if under the influence of anesthetics. With a sinister cackle, two instructors clad in camouflage emerged from the shadows, dragging the new recruit into a mysterious grove, the purpose of which remained shrouded in uncertainty. Coincidentally, this new recruit was less than 200 meters from Bailey Pang. Burn bright, my little universe, Bailey Pang shouted, propelling himself forward like a war chariot. swiftly catching up to the trio that had previously distanced themselves. "Run! Quickly!" he yelled as he sprinted. "If we fail, we'll be dragged into the grove by the instructors." How terrifying! I cannot bear this. Chao Yuan paused, hesitating for a moment before exclaiming, "Could the punishment for failure be the loss of chastity? In that case, I might as well." In an instant, Li Ziye clamped a hand over his mouth. "Stop. Do not utter another word. If you continue, we shall not pass the review, and besides, I have no such proclivities." Seeing this, Lin Xie found it both amusing and exasperating, suppressing a chuckle as he spoke. "Old Chao, I must say, the situation may not be as you perceive it. Consider this. There are quite a number of female soldiers among the new recruits. If such a thing were to occur, their uniforms would surely be torn asunder." After a moment, Li Ziye picked up a stone from the ground and casually tossed it in a certain direction. "Enough of this nonsensical deliberation. Let us hasten our journey. Onward." The greatest reliance of a directionally challenged individual. Casting stones to inquire the way. Bai Li, feeling bemused, remarked, "So, you all are determining your path by casting stones to inquire the way. What if we end up lost?" Li Ziye replied with a hint of defiance. "Rest assured, we shall not stray." Lin Xie, with utmost seriousness, added, "Indeed, we are on the right course." Chao Yuan clasped his hands together in fervent devotion. "Amit Ba, Zai shall undoubtedly lead us correctly." Suddenly, a chime echoed. The Bluetooth had connected. An electronically synthesized, melodious female voice resonated from the burdens they carried, startling everyone, particularly Li Ziye. However, it was not the voice that unnerved him, but the tremor caused by the Bluetooth speaker. With a weight of 200 kilograms, he felt every minute vibration coursing through him, while others bore only 35 kilograms, rendering their tremors negligible. His burden was over 5 times greater, making the vibrations exceedingly pronounced. "Hello, 123, 321. Can you hear me?" Instructor Hong's voice emanated from within the weight. "Excellent. Since you can hear me, ahem, the punishment officially commences. You are Tang San, correct? What is the most shameful thing you have ever done in your life?" "I once had a female rabbit as a pet, kissing her daily and holding her close to sleep at night." Instructor Hong appeared momentarily flabbergasted, remaining silent for a considerable time before responding. "Has anyone ever discovered this behavior of yours?" "My father found out, and he roasted the rabbit. It was quite delicious." "Oh, do you wish to keep rabbits again?" "Indeed. I often fantasize about my rabbit transforming into a beautiful woman." And then, as the public shaming continued, the remaining 239 recruits began to laugh heartily. But soon their laughter faded into apprehension. "I do not wish to be subjected to public shaming. P.S. Thank you for your support and for taking the time to read." Chapter 52. The True Trial by Fire. The consequence of failure is public execution. Bai Li, the portly figure, widened his eyes in disbelief. His corpulent body surged with an unexpected swiftness as he sprinted, exclaiming, "This is worse than being caught." "Bayu, bayu, bayu." A barrage of tranquilizing bullets descended from above. Yet Bai Li deftly evaded them, reminiscent of the legendary Hong Jinbao. "You're running in the wrong direction." Li Ziye suddenly appeared at Bai Li's left, yanking him away. In open spaces, one meets their end more swiftly. Stepping closely, "You too. I and Qi Yi will lead the way." "Yes. Hurry, for I, the esteemed Lord Fat, have no desire to face public execution." The quartet raced along a winding and treacherous path. Li Ziye and Lin Xie wielded tactical daggers to carve a route, gradually penetrating the rugged mountain trail, successfully evading the swarm of drones. Although they managed to shake off the drones, both Li Ziye and Lin Xie bore scratches from the thorny underbrush. After advancing for a stretch, they unexpectedly found themselves cornered by the relentless drones into a dead end. The cramped space left them vulnerable to drone attacks if they retreated, while a sturdy ancient tree completely obstructed their path forward, rendering them trapped. Li Ziye exclaimed, "WOC. Is this the tunnel from Peach Blossom Spring?" Bai Li responded in confusion. Lin Xie interjected, "Zai, I have a plan." Chao Yuan cast a glance at the tactical dagger in Li Ziye's hand. "Hand me the dagger. I shall unleash Black King's decimation and cleave this tree, allowing us passage." "No need for that. Watch me." With that, Li Ziye took several steps back, glanced around to ensure no drones were near, and then charged forward. Just a step away from the ancient tree, he leaped and delivered a powerful kick. The combination of his body weight and the momentum from his run produced an astonishing force. Crack! The ancient tree splintered under the impact. The four used the remnants of the tree as a bridge to traverse through the tight crevice, emerging into another stretch of forest. Li Ziye dispatched an aggressive wild boar with a single kick, while Li Ziye severed the vines blocking their way. Just as they were about to traverse the woodland, they suddenly heard the sound of chopping and the ominous buzzing of drones. At that moment, Shen Qingzhu cleaved through the towering weeds, coincidentally encountering the quartet. Their eyes met in a moment of mutual bewilderment, though Li Ziye was the exception, as he shouted, "Run! The drones are almost here, do not dawdle." No sooner had he spoken than the menacing drones arrived, unleashing a hail of tranquilizing bullets. The two groups had no time for words and hastily fled. "Fatty, hand me your dagger." As he spoke, Li Ziye took up the tactical dagger belonging to Bai Li Pang Pang, initiating a dual-wielding frenzy with a berserker buff, striking with relentless fervor. In an instant, the vegetation lay strewn with corpses, green and white fluids pooling upon the ground. Observing the clear path ahead, Shen Qingzhu promptly led his three subordinates to follow suit. Unfortunately, fate was unkind, and two of the three fell victim to gunfire, collapsing unconscious. However, with urgency pressing upon them, Shen Qingzhu could not afford to linger. He could only flee desperately with the sole surviving subordinate. Bayu, bayu, bayu. The drones pursued relentlessly, showering them with tranquilizer rounds as if they cost nothing. Li Ziye tilted his head, effortlessly dodging a tranquilizer dart, and instinctively aimed to throw a knife at the drone. Yet, upon remembering the rules, he sighed in resignation. "This way," he declared, leading the group into a dense thicket. Although the terrain was challenging, the drones were unable to penetrate this refuge. Bayu, bayu, bayu. The tranquilizer rounds wasted themselves almost entirely against the trees, with only a scant few finding their way into the thicket, all of which were deftly avoided by the group, rendering them ineffective. With a crash, Li Ziye once again tossed a stone to ascertain the next course of action. "We shall proceed this way." With that, Li Ziye and the others followed him towards the direction where the stone had landed. "Hey, what are you all doing?" Shen Qingzhu hurried over. "You're not actually planning to traverse the mountains by throwing stones for guidance, are you?" "Indeed," Li Ziye nodded. Shen Qingzhu. Meanwhile, the burdened Bluetooth speaker blared once more. This time, the public execution targeted the two subordinates who had just been dragged away, one named Li Jia, and the other Li Liang, a pair of twins. "You must be Li Liang, correct?" "Yes." "Well then, tell me about someone you admire." "It must be my brother Shun." As Shen Qingzhu listened, his expression grew increasingly awkward. "Oh, how affectionate you are," Bai Li Pang Pang teased. Raising an eyebrow at Shen Qingzhu, "No wonder you have three devoted subordinates." "Ugh," Shen Qingzhu grumbled, continuing along the path revealed by the stone. They emerged from the forest to find themselves beside a small stream. Although the area was expansive and could not thwart the drone's assault, it was crisscrossed with numerous paths and cover, allowing for a swift escape whenever the drones appeared. It was truly a sanctuary of sorts. At that moment, Li Ziye, feeling parched, hurried to the stream, ready to scoop some water for a drink, only to hear Li Ziye call out, "Don't drink that. There is someone upstream who has urinated." Li Ziye paused, sighed, and stood up. "Better to eat some of these berries. They can hydrate you." Li Ziye produced a handful of berries from his pocket, indicating that all but the black ones were safe to consume. "Where did you gather these?" "Pick them along the way." "Are you certain they aren't poisonous?" "Absolutely." The group found a place to take cover and rest for a moment. In the stillness of the night, 7 nights, you must now comprehend the instructor's intentions, correct? As Li Ziye meticulously carved small wooden darts with his tactical dagger, he spoke, requesting that you enlighten Yuanzi, Fat Brother, and Zhuaiga. With that, he ventured alone into another stretch of forest. This place felt peculiar, evoking a sense reminiscent of the void of no restraint. It appeared that this entire mountain range had been enveloped by some forbidden substance wielded by the instructors, leading me to speculate that they had no intention of allowing us to escape from the outset. After consuming a handful of crimson berries, Li Ziye added, "If my assumptions are accurate, the instructor's objective is to exhaust us completely, pushing us to our limits." Gradually, other recruits began to arrive at the small stream, each wearing a look of despair. Suddenly, a wild boar was tossed from the woods, and shortly thereafter, Li Ziye emerged. "After our lengthy run, I imagine everyone is famished. Let us replenish our energy with a meal." Bali Fat looked taken aback. "Ziye, are you certain? What if a drone suddenly appears? Wouldn't we be caught in a net?" "Do not worry. I have discovered a loophole in the rules." With that, Li Ziye began to process the wild boar with his tactical dagger, striking a stone to create sparks. From his tattered clothing, he retrieved a bundle of cotton thread, successfully igniting a fire. Soon, the aroma of roasted boar began to waft through the air. Meanwhile, in the tactical tent, temporary base, the expression on Instructor Hong's face was one of incredulity as he observed the surveillance footage. How are these youngsters already feasting on roasted boar? I'm still gnawing on compressed biscuits. This is intolerable. Deploy the drones. Eliminate these brats. The drones' buzzing soon echoed through the forest, causing Li Ziye and the others to exchange concerned glances, ready to rise. "Do not panic. Sit tight." Li Ziye urged them to remain calm. "As I mentioned, I have identified the loophole in the rules. Rest assured, you may await your roasted meat in peace. I guarantee your safety." Chapter 53 Welcome to Wilderness Survival Buzzing. Several drones swarmed from all directions, unleashing a relentless barrage of tranquilizer paintballs. Whoosh! At that moment, Li Ziye deftly hurled a set of wooden darts he had just sharpened, each dart perfectly neutralizing a tranquilizer paintball without inflicting any damage on the drones, showcasing impeccable precision and force. For every bullet fired, he countered with an equal measure. Remarkably, he even had the leisure to check on the roasting meat. Inside the tactical tent, Instructor Hong wore an expression of despair, feeling as though the training had little effect on him. "We seemed like clowns in comparison." Instructor Han patted his shoulder, perplexed, and said, "Old Hong, isn't he violating the rules by doing this? Doesn't it state that attacking drones is prohibited? Yet, he is only targeting the paintballs, not even grazing a single hair on the drones. Goodness, it appears he has found a loophole." Whoosh! After using up the wooden darts, Li Ziye casually grabbed a handful of stones or berries from his pocket, effectively depleting the tranquilizer paintballs from the drones. After all, how could stones be outnumbered by bullets? As the drones returned to replenish their ammunition, Li Ziye and his companions shared the roasted pork, albeit slightly undercooked, but still edible. Parasites? None among them were ordinary. Any parasites entering their bodies would automatically become inactive. Quickly, the drones replenished their ammunition and revealed their menacing firing apparatus once more, this time targeting Li Ziye and his group. "Bayu, bayu, bayu! Run!" Li Ziye exclaimed, clutching a roasted pig leg as he dashed off. "Brothers, the drone's firing rate has significantly increased, and I can no longer guarantee I can shield you from the bullets, so let's make a run for it." Bai Li, panting heavily while gnawing on a pig's face, scrambled to keep up. Li Ziye carried another roasted pig leg, nimbly dodging the tranquilizer paintballs. "Umaba!" Chow Yuan murmured a prayer, carrying a roasted hind leg of the pig as he chased after Li Ziye. Minutes later, Deng Wei out, Shen Qingzhu out, in the dense forest. Four figures sprinted, one slightly plump figure gradually lagging behind, listening to Shen Qingzhu's public execution, offering a touch of solace to his weary spirit. After all, hearing others' little secrets always brightens one's mood. "Hey, it seems Brother Zhuang managed to have a hearty meal before his death," Bailey puffed, chuckling as he struggled to catch his breath, nearly gasping for air. "Running and still laughing," Chow Yuan retorted, choking on his words. Bailey, unable to continue, held his waist, taking a few steps before weakly saying, "Chow thief, would you die if you didn't choke me?" "Umaba, I'm merely concerned for you, fearing you might faint from laughing too hard." Fainting would indeed be a better option, as it would spare one from punishment. As seconds ticked by, an increasing number of new recruits were dragged into the mysterious grove, and correspondingly, the number of drones pursuing them escalated, making the escape increasingly arduous. The night gradually descended, with darkness enveloping the slick paths, rendering travel even more challenging. However, This disadvantage was primarily felt by Li Pang, while the other three remained largely unaffected. Lin Ziye activated the Starry Night Dancer, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. Li Ziye, as the Prince of the Shadow Universe, naturally possessed greater strength at night than during the day, and as for Chao Yuan, he was endowed with innate divine strength. Crash! Again, the stones were cast to seek a path. This way, Li Ziye declared, picking up a stone without hesitation and moving in that direction. If my calculations are correct, we should be able to exit in about 3 hours. Are you sure this method of seeking a path with stones is reliable? Li Pang followed, teetering precariously. Absolutely, for this is no ordinary method. It is a consultation with the deity behind me. Li Ziye pointed to the pitch-black sky, declaring, where there are 3 feet above me, there lies a divine presence. Casting stones is merely a means of guidance from it. Inyist, he revealed that he had merely employed the shadow magic eye to pierce through the illusions. From the very beginning, the forbidden entities cloaking Jinan Mountain were insignificant to Li Ziye, as he consistently led the group along the most direct path. A true straight line. By maintaining a singular direction, even those directionally challenged could find their way out. Let us push on. We are nearly there. The quartet resumed their frantic dash, appearing to run haphazardly, yet they were steadfastly progressing along a straight trajectory, eliminating any possibility of getting lost or wandering in circles. At this juncture, they had been traversing the mountains for over 5 hours, covering a distance of more than 20 kilometers. Even the most vigorous of spirits began to protest, and the remainder of the journey would require sheer willpower. Any hint of retreat would cause the body to collapse immediately. Even Li Ziye felt a twinge of fatigue. With a burden of 200 kilograms, to claim he was not weary would be a falsehood, yet it was not debilitating, merely far from effortless. Thud! At that moment, Li Pang fell due to exhaustion, yet he showed no intention of rising. Instead, his eyelids grew heavier, and he appeared on the verge of fainting. What state is this? What kind of expression is that? Li Ziye beloit soudainly. Do you think these will win over Mo Li's heart? Stand up, Li Pang. Is your will truly so feeble? Tell me, do you wish for Mo Li to see you in a new light? Yes. Li Pang, as heavy eyelids abruptly opened wide, and with great effort, he stood up. No, I cannot give up. I must keep running. Now, that is more like it. Thus, the quartet continued their dash towards the exit. At this point, they had entered the 8th hour within Jinan Mountain, and the darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Sizzle. Li Ziye tore his clothing, wrapping it around a conveniently found wooden stick, anointing it with a smidge of fat collected from the previously roasted pig. Utilizing a tactical dagger and stones, he fashioned a rudimentary torch. Although he and Lin Ziye had no immediate need for it, the other two certainly did. They were nearing their destination. They just had to hold on a little longer. As he spoke, Li Ziye seized a piece of spicy strip, using his tactical dagger to sever the snake's head, burying it before indulging in sashimi. Under Li Ziye's guidance, they traversed the terrain, snacking as they went. Behold the benefits of observing Bear Grylls and Ahea, adept at navigating such remote wilderness. In terms of endurance, even drones pale in comparison to them. Curiously, why had not a single drone been sighted? Li Pang, while savoring beef at 20 times the normal rate, voiced his confusion. Had the instructors experienced a change of heart? No, it was merely that the drones had run out of battery and none had been equipped with spare power. As night enveloped the landscape, the 4 of them scaled peak after peak. The vast Jinan Mountain was eerily silent, enveloped in a deathly stillness, save for the occasional chirp of insects or call of birds, making it seem almost like a dead mountain. Meanwhile, within the tactical tent, the instructors gathered around a gaming table. Instructor Hong glanced at the time and inquired, "Check the GPS positioning. How many are still lit and moving at this hour?" 5 remain. The seasoned Special Forces veteran Zheng Zhong, the agent of the Seraph Lin Ziye, the agent of the Shadow Emperor Li Ziye, along with Chao Yuan and the foolish son of the Li family. How can even that little chubby one still be holding on? The other instructors expressed their disbelief. Now therefore, as Zheng Zhong just fell into a ditch, the rescue team has already been dispatched. At that moment, Instructor Hong noticed a flicker of light approaching from afar and instinctively stepped outside to investigate. Ah, hello, Instructor Hong. Li Ziye gently waved his makeshift torch as he strolled closer. Surprised? Unexpected? Instructor Hong replied. Li Ziye, I hope you will show some respect for the rules in the future. He rubbed his forehead, wondering how this extreme training simulation had devolved into a wilderness survival scenario. Li Ziye shrugged nonchalantly. If your training lacks difficulty, is that my fault? Regardless, I must congratulate the four of you. Instructor Hong produced 4 bottles of Red Bull. You must be exhausted. Have a drink to replenish your energy. The 4 of them simultaneously downed their drinks. Thud. Barely 2.5 seconds after finishing, Li Pang collapsed backward, overwhelmed by the fatigue that had been building up, and fainted. Shortly thereafter, the medical team arrived to carry him away. Hey, Instructor Hong, may I ask you something? Li Ziye suddenly inquired. What about the forbidden item that Chief Instructor Yuan Gang promised me yesterday? Why is there still no word? Instructor Hong chuckled. It's under review. It's under review. By the way, would you like to play a game? As he spoke, Instructor Hong produced the Ring of Truth. Rest assured, it is merely for amusement. Without activating the Bluetooth speaker, others will remain oblivious. Very well. Who shall begin? I will. Li Ziye took the Ring of Truth, placing it upon his ring finger, and inquired, how did you manage to escape? It was akin to casting stones to find the path. Instructor Hong responded with a puzzled expression. I can attest to that, Chao Yuan declared, raising his hand with utmost seriousness. Indeed, he let us out by casting stones to determine our next direction each time. All right, your words shall stand as truth. With that, Instructor Hong removed the Ring of Truth from Li Ziye's finger. Next, it is your turn, Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan nodded and donned the Ring of Truth. What type of girl do you prefer? I do not like girls. Are you? I prefer intelligent, mature women, preferably those who have had previous partners. Chapter 54. The approval has been granted. What do you desire? Time swiftly passed, and half an hour later, within a training camp, in a certain chamber, inside a large wooden tub for bathing. Hiss! Li Ziye inhalat sharply, feeling the medicinal liquid permeate through his pores into his body. The sensation was even more exhilarating than electric shock, and he hoped it would prove beneficial. Breath. 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 Due to the slight sedative properties of the liquid, it wasn't long before he succumbed to a deep slumber, instinctively gripping the edge of the tub to prevent the risk of drowning. In other tubs, Chao Yuan, Lin Xie, Li Pang, and others were also immersed. At this moment, Li Ziye's consciousness had transitioned into the shadow space. Old Deng, cease this at once. I did not come here for training. Li Ziye raised his hand, interrupting the high priest's attempt to speak, plopping himself down on the main seat. I have already endured sufficient training for today. I am here to rest. The high priest chuckled silently, turned, and departed, taking the 5 shadow guardians with him. Within this vast palace, only Li Ziye remained seated upon the elevated throne, leaning against the backrest, one hand propping up his chin, his legs crossed in a relaxed manner, while the other hand mimicked the motion of turning pages in the air. As he swept his hand across, a virtual screen materialized. This screen served as a record panel, cataloging his various physical data. Since the initial recording, he no longer needed to utilize instruments for testing, as he could retrieve the data at any moment. Shadow, bloodline concentration, 100, bloodline potential development level, 15, mental strength, grade W, lower tier, mental strength equivalence, entry-level pool, willpower intensity, grade W, lower tier, armor mastery, 20 imitative ability, assimilation, disguise, combat performance evaluation, normal combat power, grade W, medium tier, pool, armor combat power, grade D, upper tier, river. This data feels inaccurate. Li Ziye gazed at the screen, instinctively stroking his chin. I feel extraordinarily powerful now. How can I possibly be classified as lower tier? At this moment, even facing the peak of the Ghost Face King, I could strike it down with a single blow, reducing it to a mere demonic scroll. Novels often depict a sense of exhilaration upon breakthrough. Why do I not feel anything? I am left with a sense of emptiness, as if something is amiss. Li Ziye pondered deeply while seated on the throne. After a while, he realized the truth. It was during the initial summoning of the armor that the Shadow Emperor temporarily bestowed a portion of its own power upon him, allowing him to experience genuine strength. Now, having merely broken through the pool realm, the disparity felt overwhelming, rendering any sense of exhilaration elusive. It only accentuated his feelings of emptiness. Suddenly, Li Ziye recalled something. He retrieved the Asura old model phone from his pocket, flipped open the cover, glanced at the battery level, and murmured, "Has it really dropped to 20? It is worth mentioning that this shadow space allows for the transfer of items from the real world. Why, with such feeble willpower, was I chosen by the Shura summoning device?" Li Ziye closed his phone, caressing the purple pattern on its casing. Could it be yet another counterfeit sent by the Shadow Emperor? Or perhaps the Shadow Emperor had descended to the mortal realm, disguised as the Flame Emperor, to deliver equipment? Was I, with my ability to self-destruct even while unleashing a powerful move, truly worthy of the Asura selection? What I ist. After much contemplation, Li Ziye could not bring himself to affirm that the Asura summoner in his possession was genuine, for he was acutely aware that he did not yet possess the might required to attract an Asura. Thus, he concluded that this summoner was likely a high-quality imitation, with a fidelity reaching 99. Why do you think so? Because of the Asura armor. After all, it was a regal armor crafted by Flame Star technology, and replicating a set would be significantly less challenging than duplicating an Imperial armor. Of course, even if the Asura armor were a naturally evolved innate armor of the universe, it would not be difficult for the Shadow Emperor to create a copy. However, unbeknownst to Li Ziye, this Asura communicator was indeed authentic. Deep within him resided this supreme righteousness, though he remained oblivious to it, yet to unearth its potential. The following morning, Li Ziye awoke from his bath. The initially foul-smelling liquid in the tub had cleared to transparency, yet he himself emanated an unpleasant odor, having expelled numerous impurities from his pores. His body coated in black filth. Startled, Li Ziye quickly leaped from the tub, scanning for a proper bathroom. He soon located one and took a refreshing shower, feeling somewhat rejuvenated afterwards. Upon exiting the bathroom, he did not immediately spot his clothing. Instead, he noticed a towel hanging not far from the tub. Wrapping it around his waist to cover his modesty, he casually grabbed a bottle of marble soda from the beverage cabinet by the door. It was then he realized that the bathing area was, in fact, a rather upscale bathhouse. Under the sunlight streaming through the window, the tattoo on his chest emitted a faint glow, imperceptible to the average person, thus requiring no caution. As he tilted his head back to drink the soda, a towel draped over his shoulder. His throat and abdominal muscles rhythmically moved with each sip, while a breeze from the open door stirred the towel around his lower half. "Li Ziye, the commander is looking for you." Instructor Hong pushed open the bathhouse door and stepped inside, cradling a fresh military uniform and undergarments in his arms. "Here, this is for you. Your previous uniform was torn beyond repair." "Indeed," Li Ziye acknowledged, recalling how he had shredded his uniform the previous night to stoke a fire. "Understood. Instructor Hong, please excuse me while I change." With that, Li Ziye found a secluded corner to change, emerging shortly thereafter. Instructor Hong then led him to the office of the chief commander. "Ah, you're awake?" Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards a chair before him. "Please have a seat. I have a few matters to discuss with you." "Sure, what shall we talk about?" Li Ziye nodded and pulled out a chair to sit down. Yuan Gang did not immediately address the main issue, but instead casually inquired, "How well have you absorbed those medicinal liquids? Have you noticed any improvement in your physique? To what extent have you refined the medicine into crystal clear water?" Yuan Gang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded appreciatively. "What a remarkable talent. You have completely absorbed the medicinal essence without any waste. If only everyone could be like you." Li Ziye was perplexed, wondering could it be that there are others who cannot fully absorb it? Yuan Gang replied, "Well, let's not dwell on that topic." He cleared his throat awkwardly and shifted the conversation. "The primary reason for my visit today is to inform you that the approval for the reward I mentioned earlier has been granted. However, I'm uncertain about what you desire. I thought it best to inquire directly about your preferences. What type are you considering?" Yet, Li Ziye did not respond directly. Instead, he countered with a question, "Is it true that you, as a new recruit, were unable to fully absorb the medicinal essence?" Yuan Gang dismissed the importance of that matter and urged, "Let us focus on your request." "My demands are modest," Li Ziye replied. "I seek forbidden items related to the dark attribute, preferably in the form of weapons. Additionally, If possible, I would appreciate your assistance in sourcing books pertaining to yin yang and the five elements, along with relevant rare materials. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Chief Instructor, you surely wouldn't want the incident where you nearly jeopardized the training due to a careless remark to become public knowledge, would you? Very well. Your requests are not excessive. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. It is imperative to nurture such promising talent and provide the utmost support to ensure their growth. I shall await your favorable news. Chapter 55. Nyx's brother and husband, Erebus. On that night, Li Ziye found himself wandering aimlessly in the training camp, seeking solace in the stillness. Suddenly, he felt a gaze from above, and he thought, when did such a stunning beauty appear in this camp? Under the moonlight, atop the dormitory building, stood an enchanting lady adorned in a sleek black evening gown, her skirt dancing with the wind. Her eyes seemed to harbor a multitude of stars, and just from a distance, she evoked a sense of longing in one's heart. Particularly captivating was the aura of darkness she exuded, which drew Li Ziye closer to her. In an instant, the dark aura resonated with the dark crystal necklace he wore, causing the Shadow Emperor armor to automatically merge with him. He even found himself teleported to the woman's side. This is not good. The armor's AI has taken over. Li Ziye felt a tinge of panic beneath the armor. Something feels off. I can't shake the feeling of being possessed. At that moment, the voice of the Shadow Emperor echoed softly. I see this girl possesses remarkable bones. She is particularly suitable to be my son's daughter-in-law. You must seize this opportunity. She is a goddess, the goddess of night, Nyx. Li Ziye esa consciosnas resista. The Shadow Emperor chuckled, noting that the low-dimensional deity was still far from matching his status. In terms of life level, she could not compare to them. How could a romance even be considered? To speak of it was to overreach for her. He already has plenty of children. So what? After uttering this, the Shadow Emperor withdrew his presence from the armor, returning control to Li Ziye. This entire exchange occurred before the teleportation, so Nyx was unaware, merely sensing a sudden dark energy beam before a figure in armor appeared before her. Hello, the Shadow Emperor greeted. The moon is quite round tonight. I assenti it? Nyx was taken aback, glancing at the crescent moon, and smiled. You are correct, brother. The moon is indeed quite round tonight. Then, she gently parted her lips and asked softly, but I am puzzled. Why would you appear in our sun's divine realm? Surely, you did not come merely to admire the moon? As she spoke, Nyx pointed at the crescent above with her gloved fingers. The Shadow Emperor responded, perplexed. I just came for a stroll. He took a step back, momentarily stunned. Wait, did you just call me brother? Yes, you are indeed my brother, Erebus, and also my husband. Nyx gracefully approached the Shadow Emperor, cupping his face. Though I am unsure why you wear this armor, the dark aura surrounding you is unmistakable. You are certainly my brother. A wave of concern crossed Nyx's face. Could it be that my brother has lost his memory? Meanwhile, beyond the cosmos, the Shadow Emperor observed the unfolding scene with a knowing smile. This could work in my favor. Erebus, for the lifelong happiness of my son, you may have to disappear forever. As he spoke, he gently tore apart the barriers of the cosmos, intending to extinguish this deity with a mere gesture. Wait, is he already dead? The Shadow Emperor paused, realizing that this was fortuitous, as it saved him considerable effort. He then reached through the river of time to find a fragment of the deity's essence, erasing its consciousness and unknowingly bestowing it upon Li Ziye. This act effectively enabled Li Ziye to assume the mantle of the Dark God. Meanwhile, the universe began to stir, as if awakening a dormant consciousness. Sleep well. With a sharp reprimand from the Shadow Emperor, that indescribable awareness fell back into slumber, as if it had never been roused, and the cosmic rift began to mend. Suddenly, a golden light flashed beyond the universe, accompanied by a voice filled with authority. Shadow, you are meddling in the lower dimensional realms again. Emperor, do not concern yourself with my affairs. The Shadow Emperor's gaze turned icy. I merely intervened slightly for my son's happiness. What is the big deal? I shall give you one final opportunity to retreat to your shadow realm. How many times have you given me final opportunities? The Five Saints' ultimate strike. The authoritative voice sounded exasperated. The ultimate strike of darkness. The Shadow Emperor retaliated with an equally formidable skill, a smirk upon his face. Have you forgotten? We are entwined in a cycle of mutual existence. Neither of us can best the other. Why waste your efforts? Enough with the idle chatter. Thus, light and darkness clashed in the vast chaos beyond the universe, battling fiercely while distancing themselves from this dimension, fearful that the residual energies might shatter this three-dimensional realm. I am Li Ziye, not your brother. The Shadow Emperor evaded Nyx's delicate hand, shaking his head. My apologies, goddess, but you have mistaken me for someone else. Nyx remained resolute, her expression earnest. No, I have not made a mistake. In the next moment, her armor disintegrated. Take a good look. I am truly not your brother. Li Ziye pointed to his own face. Goddess, your brother surely does not resemble me. Does he? Look closely. Though your appearance has changed, your divinity cannot deceive me. Nyx moved closer, cupping Li Ziye's face with urgency and sincerity. You are my brother, the dark god, Erebus. Li Ziye. Yatales has not seen you in ages. Come, let me take you to meet him. With that, Nyx took Li Ziye's hand and floated to the window of Li Ziye. Yatales, I have brought your father to see you. Li Ziye opened his eyes, instantly taken aback. The goddess of night held Li Ziye's hand, claiming he was his father. What? This was incomprehensible. His CPU was nearly overheating. The illustrious goddess of night, the supreme mother of the ancient Greek pantheon, holding the hand of a mortal and calling him her husband. Did this mean that Li Ziye was one of the 5 primordial deities of the ancient Greek pantheon, the dark god, Erebus? Indeed, this was a severe delusion. Perhaps an increased dosage of medication would be necessary in the future. Mother, is my friend. You have mistaken him for someone else. Li Ziye interjected, insisting, he is truly not my father. You must keep your eyes wide open and not be deceived by him. Nyx's expression darkened slightly. Dionysus, how can you speak in such a manner? He is your father. You have not seen each other for many years. Why this attitude? Li Ziye, feeling helpless, glanced at Li Ziye with gritted teeth. Father, after so many years apart, how have you fared? Have you thought of me? As his words fell, Nyx's healing rate increased by 5. Ah, indeed, a fine son one has. Li Ziye was quite fond of taking advantage of such situations. He leaned in and affectionately ruffled Li Ziye's hair. What a good boy. Let your father give you a pat. Li Ziye thought to himself, for the sake of the healing rate, I shall endure. At that moment, Nyx seemed to sense Li Ziye's inner turmoil and tentatively spoke. Dionysus, my child, do you harbor any concerns? I wish to temporarily leave this place to take a look. Brother, shall we accompany the child? Nyx gazed tenderly at Li Ziye. It has been far too long since our family has gathered. Very well, Li Ziye nodded, though internally he sighed in resignation, considering it a means to assist Li Ziye in treating this patient. Will you take the child? No, Nyx shook his head. I would prefer my brother to accompany us. This way, the two of you can cultivate your bond more effectively. Li Ziye felt a sense of helplessness as he sensed the plot veering into unpredictable territory. Shadow Emperor armor, unite. In an instant, 3 beams of dark energy descended, and the figures of the 2 men and 1 divine being vanished without a trace. Smash! In the commandant's office, Yuan Gang felt an overwhelming divine presence and, in astonishment, shattered his teacup. What on earth? A deity. Chapter 56. Upgrading the fire armor? The old residential area. On the rooftop adjacent to Ant's house, 3 beams of dark energy descended. Bark, bark, bark. Almost simultaneously, Ant's little black dog began to bark furiously, its bright eyes fixated on the distant buildings, exuding an air of impending danger. A Western deity, an extraterrestrial visitor. Is there not a single normal person around me? Yang Jin muttered to himself, inadvertently stepping on the little black dog, silencing its yelps. On the neighboring rooftop, Li Ziye's lips curled into a barely perceptible smirk. Let's return. So soon? A hint of confusion flickered in Nyx's eyes. If the child says to return, then we shall. The Shadow Emperor gently ruffled Li Ziye's hair. My dear son, prepare yourself. We shall count down from 3, and then we will go back. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh! Beneath the vast night sky, the figures of the 3 suddenly materialized on the rooftop of the dormitory, primarily to avoid awakening by Li Pangkong with the sound of the armor landing. At that moment, Yuan Gang was leaning on his star blade, standing not far away, intently observing Nyx and the Shadow Emperor. TSK. The Shadow Emperor inwardly cursed, having forgotten about Yuan Gang. Now his supposed trump card, the Shadow Armor, was exposed. Initially, he had only intended to use the Shadow Flame Dragon armor within the training camp. Yuan Gang looked at the trio, who resembled a family of three, equally bewildered, feeling more confused than ever. After a moment, he slowly approached, releasing a formidable psychic force, and calmly inquired, Deputy Captain of the Night Watch, Team 006 stationed in the capital, Yuan Gang. May I ask for your esteemed names? Nyx. At that moment, the goddess of night exhibited no divine energy fluctuations, merely utilizing her aura to subdue Yuan Gang. The Shadow Emperor remained silent, quietly dissolving the armor fusion. Li Ziye? Yuan Gang was even more perplexed. Why are you holding hands with the goddess of night? Furthermore, why does your armor differ from before? Li Ziye replied, He is my brother, as well as my husband. Nyx stated earnestly, gesturing towards Li Ziye. This is our child. We were just out playing with him. Despite her cold and elegant demeanor, her actions were exceedingly endearing. Yuan Gang was once again left in a state of confusion. However, amidst the nonsensical banter of Li Ziye and Li Ziye, Yuan Gang managed to grasp the situation from a reasonable perspective and reported back. On October 12, 2021, Night Watchman Yuan Gang, stationed at the Rookie Training Camp No. 039 in Sanan City, observed the Greek goddess Nyx, suspected of having a damaged divinity, classified under the divine sequence as number 044. Additionally, the Greek deity of darkness, Erebus, was presumed to be the representative of the extraterrestrial deity Shadow Emperor in this universe, confirming a romantic relationship with the goddess of night, Nyx. Confidential archives of the Night Watch divine sequence. Unofficial history. After reporting the situation, Yuan Gang slumped in his chair, instinctively rubbing his temples. What on earth is happening? Li Ziye has become the first dual deity agent, while Li Ziye seems to have inherited the divine essence of the dark god Erebus, and perhaps even his wife. What kind of monsters are these new recruits? Should I just resign next term? This wretched instructor, let anyone who wishes to take the position do so. The following day, training proceeded as usual. However, whenever Li Ziye cast a glance at Li Ziye, it was always imbued with a hint of hostility, to which the latter would respond with a smile, gently patting his head and uttering the phrase, good son. Yet, there was little he could do. Until Nyx recovered and was discharged from a hospital, Li Ziye had resolutely accepted this paternal role. How did you become the husband of the goddess of night? Li Ziye asked, his tone laced with irritation. Because I possess an abundance of dark energy, Li Ziye shrugged nonchalantly. The concentration of dark energy within me is so intense that it rivals that of the dark god, which led Nyx to make a mistake. Li Ziye paused in surprise, shaking his head. It doesn't seem like a mistake to me. Be honest. Are you the reincarnation of the dark god? You're quite the guesser, Li Ziye replied, both amused and exasperated. Ziye, stop overthinking it. I am nothing but an agent, just like you. In truth, Li Ziye's assertion was not entirely incorrect, albeit slightly imprecise. Li Ziye was not a reincarnation of the dark god, but rather an equivalent of the contemporary dark god, akin to the second generation of Erebus, albeit limited to the pool realm. After all, the first generation of Erebus had already been vanquished by the Shadow Emperor with a mere finger, and the residual divinity was bestowed upon Li Ziye. Thus, it could be said that the dark god had been replaced. Li Ziye chose to remain silent, casting a few more discerning glances at Li Ziye. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 months had passed. With a creak, Li Ziye pushed open the office door of the chief instructor and plopped down in the chair opposite. Chief instructor, have you prepared the forbidden items and the heavenly materials I requested? He quickly added, I have been waiting for almost 3 months. I have them ready. I was just about to inform you, but it seems you have come ahead of me. Yuan Gang chuckled, opening a drawer to retrieve a slender steel sword sheathed in white. This is the Forbidden Item Series 069, the Shadow Sword. Its ability is Radiant Sword Dance, which can convert dark attributes into light attributes and unleash sword energy, and vice versa. Following this, he produced another item from a drawer. It was a fiery red gem, translucent yet exuding a sinister aura. This is called the Hellfire Stone, discovered by the Night Watchers in a volcanic region. It contains terrifying dark fire, yet no one has been able to uncover its potential. I hope you can harness its true power. Thank you, Chief Instructor, for your generous gifts. I shall take my leave now. With that, Li Ziye took the 2 items and exited the office, requesting a leave of absence. Upon returning to his dormitory, he clutched the Hellfire Stone and fell asleep at once. Entering the shadow space, he sat cross-legged in the training room. With his heart directed skyward, Li Ziye placed the Hellfire Stone before him, silently reciting the incantations taught by the High Priest, employing metaphysical techniques to refine this stone imbued with fiery power. The shadowy magnetic field incessantly exerts pressure on the infernal flamestone, gradually fracturing the outer layer that encases it, releasing the infernal energy contained within. This energy is slowly refined through the rhythmic inhalation and exhalation of Li Ziye. According to the foundational logic of the 5 elements, fire begetting earth, earth generating metal, metal producing water, water nurturing wood, and wood giving rise to fire, Li Ziye's shadow fire element is significantly enhanced, while the shadow earth, metal, water, and wood elements receive a modest yet noticeable augmentation. Due to the inherent principle of mutual restraint, the shadow fire element will not emerge as the sole dominant force, thereby preserving the equilibrium of the 5 elements. As time progresses, the infernal flame stone continues to diminish. Within the shadowy realm, an indeterminate amount of time passes, and the stone is ultimately fully refined. However, only an hour has elapsed in the outside world, illustrating the exceptional suitability of this space for cultivation. At that moment, the High Priest materializes like a specter, a benevolent expression adorning his face as he strokes his long beard. Young master, your current prowess in the fire element is sufficient for the upgrade of the fire armor. Upgrade the fire armor? Indeed, the upgrade of the fire armor will elevate the Shadow Flame Dragon to the Infernal Flame Emperor. Its might may be slightly inferior to that of the Shadow Emperor, yet it remains formidable and is a prerequisite for transcending to the ultimate Shadow Emperor. Are you implying that? Precisely. To ascend the Shadow Emperor to the ultimate Shadow Emperor, one must not only master the 5 weapons to summon the Extreme Dark Sword and Extreme Dark Shield, but must also upgrade all 5 elemental armors to lift the restrictions placed upon the Shadow Emperor. Li Ziye remarca. Is the system of our shadow universe truly this stringent? His brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Why can I not simply utilize a fully leveled character? Must I progress step by step from the beginning? Because the power of shadows is far more turbulent than that of the bright realm. One must proceed with utmost caution. Otherwise, it is all too easy to succumb to madness or meet a tragic end. Very well, then what is the incantation for upgrading the fire armor? There is no incantation required. One need only comprehend the essence of fury as fierce as fire to achieve the fire armor upgrade. Chapter 57. Chunmai. A holiday is imperative. Otherwise, people will be snatched away. Another 2.5 months have slipped by, heralding the approach of winter. Since the new recruits enter the training camp, a substantial 5 months have elapsed. They have traversed half of their arduous journey. Yet, as long as they remain within these confines, they cannot consider themselves true night watchmen. They must continue to toil relentlessly. Inside the mess hall, a quartet had now become a trio, for Bai Li Pang was still jogging laps. "Come on, fat brother," Li Ziye exclaimed, holding a steaming bun, leaning out the window to tantalize Bai Li Pang, who had only 3 laps left before he could indulge in the fragrant meat bun. On the brisk training ground, Bai Li Pang suddenly surged with newfound vigor. Sprinting rapidly, "Ignite, my little universe." Witnessing Bai Li Pang's fervor, Li Ziye savored his food even more, whereas he used to relish a single steamer of buns. Now he could devour 2. As for Li Ziye himself, he was not overweight, yet he possessed an astonishing appetite. To put it loosely, 3 Bai Li Pangs combined would scarcely match the quantity he could consume alone. With labor breath, Bai Li Pang completed his 3 laps, hands on hips. He arrived at the mess hall. "Hey, did you save some food for me? I am famished." Just then, Li Ziye let out a hearty burp, patting his round belly. "My apologies, fat brother, but I may have devoured your share too." "Oh wow, the buns this morning were simply divine." I shall not rest until I have my revenge. Bai Li Pang's eyes glinted with ferocity. It appeared he could hardly suppress the urge to devour Li Ziye whole, radiating an intimidating aura. Chao Yuan clasped his hands together in prayer, muttering a Buddhist chant, before speaking softly, "If you insist on tormenting Ziye, dear fat benefactor, I may have to draw my knife." Ba. All right, I was merely jesting, Lin Shi said, walking to the kitchen window to request another steamer of buns from elder son, placing it in front of Bai Li Pang. "Here, I saved this for you." The trio engaged in light banter while waiting for Bai Li Pang to finish his meal. After a while, Bai Li Pang exclaimed, "Elder son's culinary skills are truly unparalleled. It's absolutely exquisite." Savoring the savory broth from his fingers, he lamented, "Far superior to what my own cook prepares." The thought of cooks led Bai Li Pang to reminisce about home. Unable to restrain himself, he murmured, "I wonder if we will have a holiday during the new year at the training camp. I dearly miss my grand mansion and the lovely sisters. Dream on. The year isn't even up, and you already wish to leave?" Chao Yuan sipped his black rice porridge through a straw. Is it even permissible to entertain such thoughts? Bai Li Pang savagely gulped down some pumpkin porridge and turned to the other two. "We've fought side by side for months. How about after the training ends? You come back to Guangshan with me for a few days? You will need to cover the expenses for the trip to Guangshan. Without some incentives, I shan't go." Bai Li Pang, what do you mean by that? Do you think I cannot afford to treat you? No. Inviting guests is a different matter. What I mean is, you must cover the expenses for my trip to Guangzhou and Shenzhen, which entails you spending money to take me on an outing. You need to pay my appearance fee. Bai Li Pang exclaimed in frustration. "Why don't you invite me along?" Chao Yuan inquired earnestly. "You? I disdain to associate with a rogue like you." "Arrange your own travel group," he retorted. "In the office of the chief instructor, it is indeed inappropriate to take a holiday during the new year." Yuan Gang, gazing at the handsome middle-aged man before him, displayed a hint of distress. "Captain Chun, please do not place me in a difficult position." Chun Mai replied with utmost seriousness. "This time is different, for there are individuals intending to target the new recruits. I have come to retrieve the two young ones from my family." After a brief pause, he added, "Deputy Yuan, our squad's frontline combat strength is already lurking outside this training camp. If you do not release them, they will storm in to rescue them." Yuan Gang was only partially attentive to his words, but he swiftly caught on to the fact that someone was plotting against the new recruits. "Wait, let's set aside the matter of rescue for now. Are you implying that someone is watching this batch of new soldiers? They're infiltrators among us, and their appetite is insatiable. I suspect they are targeting my two young ones within this entire training camp." Chun Mai's expression turned grave as he rapped the table. "Moreover, the young master of the Bai Li group is also within this training camp. Do you comprehend how many factions are secretly observing him? Should they initiate an operation against him, it will inevitably affect those two young ones. Additionally, can you assure me that there are no ghosts among the instructors? Do not forget, Li Ziye and Lin Ziye are agents of the divine and will undoubtedly become targets for the ancient cult, even if there are no ghosts among the instructors. What if they are swayed? In summary, I fear that this training camp cannot guarantee the safety of those two young ones. Therefore, a holiday must be granted." The more Yuan Gang listened, the more agitated he became. Just as he was about to argue, he noticed Chun Mai writing a phrase on the table with tea. "Golden cicada sheds its shell, divide and conquer." Being a person of high standing, Yuan Gang was far from foolish. He quickly regained his composure and grasped the meaning behind those words, nodding subtly. He understood the urgency of the situation and that it was not the time for prideful disputes. Even though he trusted that there were no traitors among the instructors, precaution was still essential. It was during the designated lunch break when the sudden assembly whistle rang out, prompting the new recruits to instinctively rise and rush towards the training field. Soon, all recruits were assembled. After a brief introduction, Instructor Hong got straight to the point. "After careful deliberation among our instructor team, we have decided to grant you a 4-day holiday before commencing the next training segment. However, the condition is that you are not permitted to leave Sangnan City. Should anyone be discovered leaving the city, they will be disqualified." Bai Li Pang remarked, "What? Everyone, listen carefully. Go back to your dorms and pack your things immediately. Assemble back here within half an hour." A special vehicle will transport you out of the training camp. You are not allowed to leave on your own. Do you understand? Understood. Dismissed. The new recruits, each brimming with excitement, scattered in different directions. After enduring 5 long months of grueling training, they were finally granted a moment to breathe, and their joy was palpable. "Chi, let us go," Li Ziye urged, patting Lin Chi on the shoulder, signaling him to gather his belongings. Lin Chi furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. "Father, no, Ziye, have you not noticed something amiss? This sudden holiday seems rather unusual." "Indeed, I have noticed. However, that does not conflict with our need to pack," Li Ziye replied. "What anomalies have you discovered?" Bai Li Pang inquired, his expression one of confusion. "Isn't a holiday a good thing?" "Do not worry. Go have fun," Li Ziye said, shaking his head with a faint smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Upon returning to their dormitory, the 4 of them quickly tidied up their luggage. Seizing an opportunity when Chao Yuan was not paying attention, Li Ziye magically concealed his belongings within a shadowy domain, emerging only with an empty suitcase. Standing at the doorway, he knocked on the frame, urging, "Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? How did you pack so quickly?" Chao Yuan asked, bewildered. A sage has his own clever strategies. Before long, the 4 gathered at the base of the dormitory. Li Ziye dragged an entirely empty, yet imposing suitcase. Lin Chi carried a hefty backpack, and Chao Yuan pulled a nondescript but fully packed suitcase, while Bai Li Pang carried nothing at all. Cursed offspring of the capitalists. Soon, all the new recruits assembled at the training ground, and the bus was ready, with a stack of black long boxes piled beside it. This time, as everyone was granted a brief holiday from the camp, all were to take their starry blades home. Instructor Hong stood on the platform, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority. "But remember, under no circumstances should you use them unless absolutely necessary. This is not a tool for reckless bravado. Even if you find yourself in a situation that requires drawing your blade, you must avoid the crowd and prevent unnecessary panic. Do you understand? Respond to me." "Understood." "Very well. Step forward one by one to collect your starry blades." Chapter 58, Encountering an Attack Startled. I rubbed my hands together, conjuring a black hole. The new recruits orderly received their star blades and boarded the bus. Finding their seats and waiting until the vehicle was full before it set off straight towards the training camp's exit. As the bus departed from the confines of the camp, the suppression of the townstone monument dissipated. Li Ziye's body trembled, and in the next moment, he nearly broke through to the Chuan realm on the spot. But he forcibly suppressed it. Such a breakthrough felt too insubstantial, and he was not fond of it. The instructor leading the group was momentarily taken aback and could not help but inquire, "How? How have you reached the brink of the Chuan realm already?" "Gifted beyond measure." As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone turned their astonished gazes towards Li Ziye, filled with envy and jealousy. Why not harbor resentment? Quite simply, this gentleman had nearly dismantled the entire training camp while still in the Zhan realm. If he dared to provoke trouble now, being half a step into the Chuan realm, it would truly be a fear of death at a slow pace. Lin Qia's lips twitched slightly, and he could not help but mutter quietly, "Indeed, comparisons breed contempt. Why must you progress so rapidly as a divine agent?" "Breakthrough." Bai Li Pang scratched his head, perplexed, and asked, "What does that feel like? Can you tell me about it?" "I lack the forbidden ruins and cannot experience it at all. I am genuinely envious of you all." His neighbor, Chao Yuan, retorted, "Shut up. I suspect you're being ostentatious." Just as Bai Li Pang was about to argue, Li Ziye suddenly shouted, "Instructor Hong, relay orders for all buses to temporarily halt. An enemy attack is imminent." Before he finished speaking, he summoned the Shadow Flame Dragon armor and, in front of everyone, punched through the bus's roof and leaped atop it. Twisting the valve on the right side of his belt, he summoned the Shadow Flame Bow. At that moment, 25 missiles streaked across the clouds, trailing a white dragon-like line as they descended toward them. Bayu, 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 bayu. In an instant, the Shadow Flame Dragon unleashed 25 hellfire arrows in one breath, each arrow accurately intercepting a missile, causing them to explode within a safe distance, ensuring no harm befell his side. Now all was silent. 25 missiles had been resolved so effortlessly. None present suffered even the slightest injury. aside from a bus roof that had been punctured by the shadow flame dragon's punch. But it was not over yet. Another barrage of artillery came, and at that moment, the shadow flame dragon slightly raised its head, transforming its armor into the Shadow Emperor. With a casual motion, it lifted its right hand, employing the shadow magnetic field to halt the incoming missiles. With a sharp fist, a gravitational force erupted from a point in the sky, drawing all the missiles toward it, causing them to explode instantaneously. Yet the flames of the explosion were swiftly consumed by the gravitational point, gradually fading into nothingness. Magnetic field manipulation, gravity. Just moments ago, a miniature black hole was created through the shadow magnetic field, absorbing all the shock from the explosion, thereby sparing the bus and the recruits below from any impact. To speak frankly, the gravitational pull of this simulated black hole is not particularly formidable. It can merely attract missiles. Those adversaries in the War Realms likely cannot be drawn in. It is not that the black hole lacks capability, but rather that Li Ziye's current energy and potential development are insufficient to manually craft a true black hole. The crowd disembarked, their gazes collectively fixed upon the black and silver armored figure atop a certain bus. Each face bore an expression of astonishment. Is this truly the divine realm of Li Ziye? My goodness, manually crafting a black hole. By Li Pang mater in disbelief. Realizing that he had indeed held back during his battle with Wang Mian 5 months prior, Chao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then clasped his hands together, uttering Ba. No wonder a single utterance could suppress Black King annihilation. It turns out he's far more ruthless than the Black King. I nearly met my demise. Good grief. Thankfully, Li Ziye's warning came in time. But is he truly a rookie like us? Surely he is not a powerful figure sent by the higher-ups to infiltrate the new recruits for covert protection? Under the sunlight, the Shadow Emperor slightly turned, casting a glance back at the crowd. The contempt upon his mask, paired with the crimson glow emanating from his eyes and the black and silver armor, exuded a complex aura. Dominance, disdain, brutality, and malevolence. It was as though everything in the world was trivial before him. Just that one glance pierced the hearts of numerous young men and women, giving rise to a tinge of peculiar emotion within them. How many more trump cards does he possess? Lin Xie was taken aback, incessantly murmuring to himself, wondering why he felt he could not catch up with him even with the assistance of a divine psychiatric hospital. He could not help but feel his heart race. Which man could resist the allure of the Emperor's armor? In that moment, everyone distinctly sensed the overwhelming presence of the Shadow Emperor. As is well known, a black hole is a passage, and the other end of this miniature black hole led to the missile launch base number 39, located hundreds of kilometers away. In an instant, the absorbed explosive shockwave was unleashed here. Boom! Although it did not obliterate the entire base, it was reduced to ruins. From the debris emerged a disheveled woman. What on earth is happening? The woman irritably raked her fingers through her hair, exclaiming, "The missile was supposed to target the training camp. Why did it explode right above my head?" If Li Ziye were nearby, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Damn it. What bad luck, it didn't even kill you." The Shadow Emperor's armor disassembled. With a gentle leap, Li Ziye descended from the bus roof, declaring, "All right, the crisis is averted. Let us continue our journey. It is unwise to linger in this desolate wilderness. Ziye, it has been half a year. I never expected you to have grown this much stronger." Upon finishing his words, Zhao Kongsheng emerged from the nearby greenery, boisterously patting him on the shoulder. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, "I was quite startled just now. I nearly summoned that snow mastiff armor. I was prepared to use Annihilation Moon Slash to intercept the missile alongside you. But to my surprise, you resolved it on your own." At that moment, Hong Ying rushed out and collided into Li Ziye's embrace. "You nearly frightened me to death. Thankfully, you were unscathed. If you had been hurt, I would have felt a profound ache in my heart." Li Ziye replied, "Not to that extent." He gently patted Hong Ying's shoulder. "Sister Hong Ying, our relationship is merely that of a typical landlord and tenant. Your actions are a tad too intimate, which is quite inappropriate. What are you thinking?" Hong Ying released her hold on Li Ziye, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. I was simply concerned that if such an exceptional divine agent like you were meet an untimely demise here, it would truly sadden me. Please, do not misconstrue my intentions." With that, she let go. Li Ziye could only respond with silence. At that moment, Zhao Kongcheng approached Instructor Hong, presenting his credentials and gesturing towards two small children. You are the leading instructor, are you not? I am Zhao Kongcheng, a member of the 136th squad stationed in Songnan City. Those two are our children, and we're taking them home now. Should any issues arise, please contact us directly at the squad. Chapter 59, Midnight. You are to protect Qi Yi closely, even in slumber. That afternoon, in the grand residence of Hong Ying, on the second-floor guest room, Hamia Li Ziye awakened from the luxurious bed of the villa, feeling utterly refreshed from his nap, a comfort he had not enjoyed for over half a year. Indeed, the villa was far superior to the dormitory. Stretching languidly, Li Ziye descended from the bed, slipped into his slippers, and pushed open the door. Leaning on the railing of the second floor, he glanced down to see the entire Team 136 gathered in the hall below, including Lin Qiyi and Instructor Hong. Are they convening? Li Ziye leaped from his second floor and casually found a spot to sit, wondering why he had not been called to join the meeting. At that moment, Hong Ying pushed aside Wu Xiangnan and patted the space beside her. Ziye, why don't you come sit next to your sister? It's just right here. Wu Xiangnan. This seems inappropriate. Li Ziye feigned reluctance, yet his body betrayed him as he sat down beside her. Have your mental faculties recovered? Chen Mai poured a cup of warm water and inquired with concern. You saved all the recruits single-handedly, which must have taken a toll. We apologize for waking you. In truth, there was no need to express it. I know how arduous it was for you. There is no need to put on a brave front. Know I enough. Ziye, I recognize you don't wish for us to worry, but I understand the price of wielding such immense power. I know you are remarkable. Seeing Chen Mai so resolute in his thoughts, Li Ziye chose not to clarify, accepting the misunderstanding as it was, a positive one without detriment. Moments later, Li Ziye, you have accomplished a great feat. Instructor Hong smiled. I have reported this truthfully. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, your medal is as good as secured. Thank you. Instructor Hong. There is something I do not comprehend. Lin Qiyi's brows furrowed, pondering for a moment before continuing. Do you know why we were targeted by missile strikes? Surely, such sophisticated weaponry is under strict military control. Is there a mole within our organization? Or has there been infiltration by external forces? Chen Mai and Instructor Hong exchanged glances. The former was about to speak when Li Ziye interjected, it must be the ancient god society's doing. Their true targets are only me, you, and Fatty. The others are merely collateral damage. I surmise the same. Chen Mai nodded. According to military intelligence, the ancient god society indeed has a significant likelihood of being involved in this attack. Instructor Hong nodded in agreement. When our forces arrived, we found only ruins. A plethora of shattered bloodstone statues, and a serpent's eye drawn in blood. We speculate that the agent of Medusa, the snake woman, launched the missiles before suffering an unknown attack. Yet she likely managed to escape, as we did not find any suspicious corpses. She managed to elude capture? Li Ziye narrowed his eyes, cursing inwardly. Damn it, what bad luck. How could she survive that? She truly has a hard life. After Commander Hong relayed some instructions, he turned earnestly towards Li Ziye and Lin Qiyi. So, you both can comprehend why we suddenly have a break, right? In summary, you two must be extra vigilant during these 4 days. Whenever you have free time, take a stroll outside. Understood, Li Ziye nodded, naturally crossing his legs. What you mean is for us to act as bait to lure out the mice lurking in the shadows. No problem. Indeed, we do not have the luxury of time to dawdle with them. We must draw them out swiftly. Subsequently, Commander Hong gave a few more instructions before rising to leave. However, just a few steps out the door, he abruptly turned back and said, Oh, the foolish son of the Bailey family asked me to inform you both that he has booked a room at the 5-star hotel, number 9039, and invited you to come over when you're free. Received. You may go back now. All right, you two don't need to see me off. I can return by myself. I had no intention of seeing you off. Commandez, on replie. Before I leave, I must mention that Ziye, you're slightly stronger than Qiyi, so I'll have to rely on you to protect him closely. Got it. You may leave now. Once the speechless Commander Hong departed, the members of Team 136 began to chat casually. Gradually, the conversation turned to their plans for New Year's Eve, and Lin Qiyi's expression grew somewhat nuanced. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, someone was about to take charge. How about we have the captain cook on New Year's Eve, and we can enjoy the reunion dinner at the office together? Li Ziye nudged Li Ziye at the waist. What do you think, Ziye? That sounds fine, Li Ziye nodded. In the evening, Li Ziye changed into a long black coat over a white bear-patterned thermal shirt, paired with black tactical pants and tactical shoes, the kind that conceal blades. He equipped the forbidden item sequence 069 Shadow Sword and the starry blade using a small black domain. Li Ziye, seated on the bed, looked puzzled and asked, "But we are here to find Fatty, not to head into battle. Why are you dressed so formally?" "Because I have a mission to fulfill." "To protect you closely," Li Ziye replied, adjusting his coat. He opened the door and gestured outside. "Let us go, big boy. Can we not bring that up again?" "Apologies. I'll mention it again next time." Vroom. Moments later, Li Ziye started the motorcycle, twisting the handlebars to warm it up. "Hey, big boy, hop on. We're heading to that hotel with the wire drawing machine. It's the Kalinsky Hotel," Li Ziye corrected. Then he sat on the back seat of the motorcycle, obediently donning his helmet. "All right, let us go." Vroom. Li Ziye released the brake and twisted the throttle, shooting forward. Along the way, he noticed a frozen old beggar, with several oranges scattered beside him. Suddenly, an audacious idea flashed through my mind. I observed as Li Ziye discreetly pierced his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to emerge. Once this blood merged with the old beggar's being, it swiftly activated the bloodline factors, invoking assimilation, and in the blink of an eye, transformed the latter into a clone. After they had distanced themselves, the clone abruptly opened its eyes, a glimmer of red brilliance flashing within. Now, it was time to pay a visit to Little Fish. The clone employed disguise to take on the appearance of the original, while simultaneously seeking information regarding certain elusive insects. Speaking of disguise, this technique is truly extraordinary. Not only can one alter their visage, but even their attire can be transformed. Thus, Li Ziye embarked on two separate paths alone. He aimed to visit the opulent five-star hotel, while also venturing into the sewers of Ankinju. Only through such endeavors could he ensure completeness. Having accomplished all this, he quickened his pace. "What were you just doing?" Li Ziye instinctively wrapped his arms around Li Ziye's waist. "And why did you suddenly accelerate? You nearly flung me off." "I merely adjusted my teeth. It was nothing significant." Chapter 60. Avatar number 1. Orange Brother Bay Meow, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets. He stepped into the shadows. "Hiss, perhaps it is time to bestow a code name upon this avatar." As he ambled along, an idea struck him. Since he was accompanied by an orange, he would name it Bay Meow. This assimilation avatar was the first of its kind and bore the closest resemblance to the original. Whatever the original could accomplish, so could he, albeit with diminished efficacy. Moments later, emerging from the shadows, Bay Meow found himself on a narrow street. Unfurling the shadow magnetic field to perceive the surrounding sewer system in search of Qing Yu's presence. "Is it here?" Bay Meow lifted the manhole cover and descended. Cough! Cough! After only a few steps, he was met with an unbearable stench and the sight of a pair of predatory eyes. An alligator. An alligator in the sewer? Bay Meow's eyes lit up. With his right hand forming a pinching gesture, a blank magical scroll materialized and flew toward the creature. "Surely, you have endured considerable pollution, and thus your transformation into an anomalous beast should not be feeble." He continued, hands still in his pockets, toward the location where Qing Yu awaited. After traversing several foul ditches, he arrived at an unprecedentedly expansive underground chamber, complete with an operating table, a set of tools, and a jar of formalin resting there. Thud! Thud thud! The alligator beast lumbered behind him with a heavy gait, standing at the entrance of the subterranean space. Knock knock! Bay Meow tapped the adjacent pipe, producing a crisp sound, and slowly spoke. "Little fish, it's been half a year. How has your research progressed?" "You already know." And Qing Yu removed her protective mask and approached. Bay Meow nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "The head of the Nanda snake demon was intentionally left for you to study." And Qing Yu paused, then smiled in return. "You truly have a keen eye for people." Unfazed by the alligator beast, she appeared even more exhilarated. "Brother Zai, is this creature you brought my research material?" Bei Miao glanced back at the beast. It possesses no skills, merely brute strength, lacking research value. However, I could provide you with a complete Nanda snake demon to enhance your study. Oh, Bei Miao pretended to rummage through his pocket, retrieving the Nanda snake demon. Magical scroll. Here it is, but to decompress it, a significant amount of electricity is required. Electricity? That is easily arranged. And Xingyu took the scroll and found a wire, clamping it to produce a crackling sound. But, Brother Zai, you aren't merely jesting with me, are you? Certainly not. In an instant, numerous streetlights in Sangnan City began to flicker. The magical scroll successfully decompressed, and the Nanda snake demon emerged amidst the electric sparks. Bei Miao immediately commanded, quickly, lie on the operating table. Do not keep little fish waiting. Biological compression technology. A dangerous smile curved in Qing Yu's lips. Brother Zai, you truly are a master of concealment. I never imagined you would have accomplished a feat akin to that found in science fiction novels. I am genuinely impressed. Bei Miao smiled faintly and spoke. I am not offering this to you for free. Rather, I seek your assistance, and this is essentially a preemptive reward. What assistance? This task requires you to employ your fish species. Bei Miao approached a stone platform, casting a glance at the pieces on the chessboard. Could you have your fish species ascertain the current whereabouts of the insects from the ancient god church? Are you solely interested in those affiliated with the ancient god church? And Xingyu interjected. Shouldn't we also investigate the crazy scorpion mercenaries? From your tone, they must be considered insects as well. Since you are so benevolent, why not provide me with their locations too? I can assist you in this matter, but you must inform me why they have come to Sangnan City. For my sake, by me a Shulgit. They wished to recruit me, but their enthusiasm was excessive. They nearly sent me skyward with a missile. Hence, I intend to return the favor. I see. And Xingyu nodded, then abruptly shifted the conversation. I apologize, but I have a sudden request. I would like to acquire a small sample of your blood. I believe your blood could enhance my current abilities with the fish species. Just a few milliliters will suffice, a simple injection. Once that's done, I shall reveal the desired information regarding the location of the ancient god followers in Sangnan City. Bei Miao's lips quivered slightly. What? The shadow of this avatar possesses a diluted bloodline of the 5 elements, with a maximum concentration of around 80. This can attract others. Is that not a bit too abstract? To be fair, and Xingyu indeed embodies the spirit of a modern-day alchemist, a truly audacious scientist. However, there's no issue. The bloodline factors of the avatar lack the ability to assimilate and are controlled by the priority of the original body. If you wish to take it, go ahead. It will bear no negative consequences. Go ahead and draw it. Bei Miao rolled up his sleeve, revealing his arm. Soon, the blood was drawn, totaling just over 5 milliliters, indicating Xingyu's precision. That's enough. And Xingyu adjusted her glasses and injected the 50 concentration of the shadow's 5 elements bloodline into a test tube. I'll have a fish species, a rat, guide you, but be cautious not to harm it. I cannot ensure any after-sales service. TSK, I've already provided you with blood for your research, and you won't guarantee after-sales service? I'm just joking. Of course, I will ensure it. Hurry along now. Until we meet again. Before long, Bei Miao exited the sewer, transforming the alligator beast into a magic talisman, and followed a large red-eyed rat down an alleyway. Disguise activated once more. Bei Miao's appearance morphed from Li Ziye into that of a small, elderly man with a sharp nose and sunken cheeks, sporting a thin mustache and a top hat, embodying a destitute scavenger masquerading as a wealthy individual. Even donned a pair of small round-frame sunglasses. In essence, Bei Miao had transformed into a dark emperor. The disguise was truly formidable. Guided by the fish species rat, Bei Miao felt an increasing familiarity with the path. It was not until he saw a low-rise residential building that he realized he had arrived in the old residential area, not far from the familiar old house. A tattooed man wearing red, triangular glasses lurked furtively. Is there such an abstract individual within the ancient deity cult? Bei Miao's expression appeared somewhat nuanced as he lowered his head and gently kicked the fish-type mouse. Hey, are you certain there is no mistake? Squeak. The fish-type mouse nodded while squeaking. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, Bei Miao approached intentionally colliding with the tattooed man before collapsing to the ground, feigning agony in a manner reminiscent of a con artist. Wailing and crying, he exclaimed, "Young man, you've knocked me down. I cannot rise without $1,000,000. Huh?" The tattooed man was momentarily taken aback, removing his glasses to reveal his small eyes, which blinked in surprise. "What are you old fools barking about? Do you know who I am?" "I am the illustrious believer of the 16th seat, the dashing Lu Yang, a formidable figure from the realm of Chuan. Do you think I fear mere con artists like you? Young man, I warn you, if you don't provide $1,000,000, this matter will not end well." "To hell with you." Lu Yang lifted his foot to kick. "Since you, young man, lack respect for the elderly, I shall not concern myself with the rights and wrongs of this situation, so perish." With that, Bei Miao delivered a swift kick to Lu Yang's most sensitive area. A piercing scream erupted as Lu Yang knelt, clutching himself. Even a mighty figure from Chuan could not withstand the anguish of such a blow. Subsequently, Bei Miao activated the Evil Wolf Beast's magic decree. Evil Wolf Beast. It's time to feast. As the words left his lips, the Evil Wolf Beast seized the opportunity while Lu Yang was writhing in pain, opening its gaping maw to bite off the latter's head, crunching and devouring it voraciously. The sounds of gnawing echoed, and before long, Lu Yang was reduced to mere bones. It was time to address the other insects. Chapter 61. What should we do if someone seeks to trouble us? Let us upend the table and confront them. Meanwhile, at the luxurious presidential suite of the Kyransky Hotel, with a resounding thud, Li Ziye kicked open the door, startling the charmingly plump figure who had just emerged from his bath. Without delay, he seized the man's arm. "Brother Fat, there's no time for explanations. We must leave at once. But I'm not dressed." "No time for that. When did you arrive?" Baile Fat asked in confusion. "Just now." Li Ziye called out to the living room. "Chow Yuan, let us go. If we linger any longer, this place will explode." Baile Fat. "Understood." Chow Yuan responded promptly, hastily vacating the premises. Lin Xie, standing nearby, wore a puzzled expression, soon realizing Ziye. "Do you believe those who intend to assassinate Fat have already begun their attack?" "Yes, so let us hurry." Boom! At that moment, flames surged through the window, igniting a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed the top floor in a sea of fire, propelling the four of them into the air. "Ah!" Baile Fat clutched his towel desperately, but it was futile. The fierce winds whisked it away, and the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness sent the 200-pound young man plummeting, emitting a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Shadow Flamme Dragon Armor, Merge. In an instant, Li Ziye completed the armor fusion and swiftly employed the Zen Seal to freeze time. He rapidly turned the left valve, summoning the Shadow Flame Dragon Steed. As the Shadow Flame Dragon mounted the Shadow Flame Dragon Steed, time resumed its flow. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Flame Dragon Steed rescued the other three, gently descending to the ground. "We have been trapped in the no-ring void." The Shadow Flame Dragon discerned the situation, spotting two enemies not far away. "Chow Yuan, draw your sword, take them one at a time." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chow Yuan unsheathed his sword without hesitation, unleashing Black King Annihilation. He. The Black King Chow Yuan grinned wickedly, brandishing the starry blade wreathed in malevolent black flames, aiming it at the burly man among the two. Yet, the burly man let out a thunderous roar, rapidly shrinking to a size reminiscent of Conan, while gaining terrifying speed and strength. Forbidding Abyss Sequence 214, Body Recombination. Nevertheless, the Black King Chow Yuan paid no heed. Swinging his blade with ferocity, the malevolent fire blade aimed straight for the Conan's neck. With a quick crouch, Conan evaded the strike and retaliated with a punch that landed squarely in Black King Chow Yuan's abdomen. Although the fist appeared small, it contained an astonishing force, propelling the latter skyward. However, in the Black King Annihilation state, Chow Yuan received inhuman enhancements, rendering the blow negligible as he continued to grin maniacally and unleash a relentless assault. That doesn't hurt. The power of the Black King, Chow Yuan, has grown immensely. The malevolent aura of his fiery attire surges violently, and the speed of his blade strikes accelerates, lacking any semblance of grace, resembling the swing of a heavy hammer. Clang, clang, clang. Ha ha ha, the malevolent fire blade ruthlessly crashes upon Conan, accompanied by the sinister laughter of the Black King, Chao Yuan. Conan is relentlessly driven into the concrete ground, utterly immobilized. Gazing upon this grotesque figure clad in malevolent fiery attire, a wave of fear surges within Conan. Meanwhile, Shadow Flame Dragon swiftly dispatches the three-sword-style man with just 3 punches. Placing his foot on the latter's chest, speaking with a distinctive accent from the Shadow Realm. Insect-like creature, do you dare to partake in the business of murder? You shall not extract any information from me. The three-sword-style man remains defiantly stubborn. Coincidentally, I have no intention of asking. With a powerful press of his foot, Shadow Flame Dragon shatters the ribs of the three-sword-style man, obliterating his internal organs in the process. For someone like you, there can only be one outcome: death. 3 punches and 2 kicks, exuding an air reminiscent of the galaxy's most devoted dog lover. Simultaneously, hundreds of meters away, on a towering building, Bei Miao stands in confrontation with a female archer. I wager a steel ingot that your quiver holds no arrows. Nonsense, retorts the female archer, glancing back at her quiver, which is indeed filled to the brim. She swiftly draws her bow and releases an arrow towards Bei Miao. You old fool, how dare you interfere with us? You have sealed your fate. Whoosh. Bei Miao merely tilts his head, evading the shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the female archer unleashes a flurry of arrows, each possessing the destructive power to demolish a low-rise building. Yet, Bei Miao remains unfazed, effortlessly dodging each one. Now your quiver is empty, isn't it? He strolls leisurely closer, declaring, I win the wager. Either hand over a steel ingot or die. It is evident that the female archer cannot produce a steel ingot. Suddenly, Bei Miao's right hand transforms into the dark, shadowy arm of a black rhinoceros, piercing through the female archer's heart, discarding her lifeless body to a nearby feral wolf. This corpse is deliberately left in a relatively intact state. Indeed, it is reserved for Qingyu. The personnel from the fasting temple have concluded their tasks, leaving only the frenzied scorpion mercenary group, Snake Woman, and Han Xiaoyan. Their levels seem inconvenient to handle with clones. At this moment, the quartet has breached the casually dispatching an enemy Mediterranean elder and stopping by a small noodle shop to indulge in a meal, thus resolving their dinner for the night. In the next instant, Shen Qingzhu enters with 3 subordinates. Boss, for bowls of clear soup noodles. Boss, give each of them a bowl of braised beef noodles, Li Ziye suddenly interjects, beckoning Shen Qingzhu with a finger and whispering, Bro, don't be hasty in declining. Come over here for a moment. What is it? Shen Qingzhu inquires. I plan to undertake a significant endeavor, and I need some assistance. Are you interested? What kind of significant endeavor? Shen Qingzhu pulled over a stool and seated herself. Expressing her annoyance, just say it plainly. There's no need to be so mysterious. It makes me feel uneasy. Li Ziye did not address her directly, but countered with a question. Do you know why we have a holiday? It's probably because of that rotund fellow and the 2 of you, right? Shen Qingzhu, though headstrong, was neither foolish nor dense. She could easily deduce the situation. Indeed, there are those who wish us harm, which is why I plan to take decisive action. If we don't go, they won't bother me anyway. Bro, given your character, I imagine you could use this opportunity. Li Ziye chuckled, extending 3 fingers and rubbing them together. During your initiation, Brother Fatty will give you 1,000 each day, and I'll add 500. What do you say? I can agree to join you, but do not involve the 3 of them. Shen Qingzhu pointed at her 3 subordinates, who were engrossed in their bowls of braised beef noodles. That's my bottom line, not an issue. Subsequently, Li Ziye succinctly recounted the pertinent details and relevant intelligence to them. Shen Qingzhu stroked her chin, pondering for a moment. The Scorpion mercenaries? The ancient god sect? Both seem formidable. Which one do you intend to confront first? The Scorpion mercenaries. Let us start by dealing with the weakest. Chapter 62. New Year's Eve Rush. Part 1. The 5 individuals finished their noodles and exited the eatery together. They had to resolve everything before tomorrow. Li Ziye flexed his wrist. With New Year's Eve approaching, Any act of violence would be inauspicious. Brother Zai, do you know where they are? Li Pang scratched his head, looking utterly perplexed. Li Ziye chuckled nonchalantly. Of course, I have my own intelligence network. Let us proceed. Our first target is an old KTV near the downtown area, consisting of only 9 individuals. I'll handle 5, and each of you can take 1. Are you sure you're not jesting? Shen Qingzhu's lips twitched slightly. Be honest with me. How confident are you about this operation? Don't lead me into a trap. 99%, at the very least. Fear not, I assure you. Shen Qingzhu replied, All right, I believe you. He smirked, recalling how Li Ziye had intercepted 2 rounds of missiles alone earlier that day. Owing to that life-saving grace, he would follow him into the depths of peril. Neither Li Pang nor Li Ziye expressed any dissent regarding the spring water operation, as they too had been targeted by that group of vermin. As for Chao Yuan, he would not dare to voice any objections. Shall we walk? Bai Li Pang Sudanli Inkirat. Li Ziye pondered seriously for a moment. Perhaps we should take a taxi instead. I will cover the fare for now, and you can reimburse me later. Why should I reimburse you? Li Ziye Esa Gaza Ardanat. Reimbursement is assured. Thus, the 5 of them squeezed into a taxi, heading straight to the old KTV near downtown. The driver, eager to return home, took shortcut routes, and soon they arrived at the worn establishment with little time wasted. Upon disembarking, Li Pang gazed at the neon-lit KTV and asked, Why do you think these desperados always indulge in entertainment before their missions? Because each operation could very well be their last. As he spoke, Shen Qingzhu nonchalantly popped a piece of gum into his mouth. Squeak! At that moment, Li Ziye gently pushed open the KTV door, stealthily incapacitating 5 attendants, dragging them out one by one while changing into their uniforms. Before long, 4 of them donned the attire of the staff, while Li Pang struggled to pull his pants up. Never mind, just enter as a customer. Li Ziye sighed in exasperation. Once we reach room 213, activate the barrier-type containment device to seal the room. Fine. Li Pang removed the uniform and switched back to his own attire. Soon, the 4 of them knocked on the door of room 213, 2B. Knock, knock. Gentlemen, our boss's wife is pregnant today, so the boss is particularly joyous and has provided a bottle of Ace of Spades for each room to celebrate this joyous occasion. Li Ziye spoke nonsense with ease. Then come in. A deep voice echoed from within. Bang! With a swift kick, Li Ziye forcefully swung open the door, and the 4 individuals outside surged forward. He gently closed the door behind him and gestured an OK to the rotund Li position outside. The command was clear, release. In an instant, the private room transformed into an isolated sanctuary, cut off from the outside world. Shen Qingzhu took the initiative, raising an air gun and swiftly dispatching a mercenary from the Scorpion Brigade, the exact rank of which remained uncertain. Perhaps it was Scorpion 5. Li Ziye, as you stated, 1 for each of us. My task is complete. Remember to transfer the payment, he remarked, crossing his arms and retreating to a corner, prepared to assist should any of his companions find themselves in peril. You won't be left out, Li Ziye replied, conjuring a miniature dark domain where the hilt of his shadow sword emerged. With a decisive motion, he unsheathed it and cleaved Scorpion 3 in 2. Remarkably, this strike did not employ his ability, Radiant Sword Dance, but was rather an unadorned slash. Quite sharp, he muttered softly before effortlessly bisecting Scorpion 4. A sinister chuckle escaped the lips of Black King Chao Yuan as he decisively severed the head of Scorpion 2. Simultaneously, Li Ziye executed a swift strike, ending the life of Scorpion 6. In under 3 minutes, the entire Scorpion mercenary group had been reduced to only Scorpion 1. These fools are better off dead. My status will only rise. Scorpion 1 cackled, tearing off the dog tag that hung from his neck. Do you know what this is? Yet, Li Ziye had no desire to listen. I have no interest in your words. Go speak to my Radiant Sword Dance, he declared. With that, he invoked Radiant Sword Dance. In the shadow, sword absorbed the surrounding dissipating dark energy, gradually converting it into radiant energy. Though it seemed a drawn-out process, it transpired in the blink of an eye. As Li Ziye swung the sword, a golden beam of light erupted forth. In a flash, the radiant energy surged, and within a moment, Scorpion 1 was reduced to mere fragments of flesh. With a flick of his wrist, Li Ziye cleaned the blood from a shadow sword, performing an elegant flourish before returning the blade to its sheath, executing the motions with seamless precision. "The boiling blood is now mine," he said, bending to retrieve the silver dog tag that had fallen to the ground. Ding! He promptly opened WeChat and transferred 500 yuan to a friend saved as Brother Zhuang. "The payment has been sent. Consider it your wage for today." "Ah, you actually kept your word," Shun Qingzhu replied, accepting the transfer and popping a piece of gum into his mouth. "So, shall we now pursue the so-called snake woman of the ancient god church?" "Indeed," Li Ziye nodded in agreement. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Let us first make a stop at the supermarket. Each of us should acquire a pair of sunglasses and a reflective mirror, in preparation for the snake woman's abilities." Shortly thereafter, the five departed the decrepit KTV, leaving the bodies behind for professional cleaners to handle. At the supermarket, is this truly of any use? Bailey Pang Pang was selecting sunglasses with one hand while clutching a mirror in the other. After all, the snake woman was an agent of the malevolent deity. Could she truly be countered so easily? Li Ziye donned the sunglasses and tucked the mirror into his jacket pocket. "Do you know how Medusa lost her head?" he inquired. "I have no idea," came the reply. Li Ziye stared at him in disbelief, akin to gazing at a simpleton. "Pang Pang, you don't even know this?" Li Ziye had already put on his sunglasses and took the opportunity to explain to Bailey Pang Pang. In the myth, Medusa was defeated by the hero Perseus, who utilized the reflective properties of a shield. Her petrifying gaze could be reflected by shiny surfaces. Hence, carrying a mirror was undoubtedly prudent. Upon hearing this, Bailey Pang Pang was taken aback, casting a glance at Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan, his wide eyes brimming with confusion, seemingly confirming whether this was indeed common knowledge. "I'm not aware. I'm a practitioner of Buddhism." Chao Yuan shook his head. Shun Qingzhu blew a bubble and then sucked it back, chewing thoughtfully. "I read this story in a street literature magazine when I was a child. It's quite a famous myth. How could both of you not know? That's just pathetic." Bailey Pang Pang. "Gao Juan." Then, Shun Qingzhu, amidst the furious glares of the two, selected her items and casually picked 2 boxes of gum with different flavors. She turned to Li Ziye and asked, "Hey, where should we go to find that snake woman?" "No need to search. She will be driven right to us." Meanwhile, in an obscure corner, Bei Miao was relentlessly pursuing a striking girl with emerald green hair, flanked by the 3 extraordinary beasts he had conjured thus far. "Little sister, why not stay with your uncle for a bit?" Despite her high heels, the snake woman ran with remarkable agility. "Who's this old man?" she pondered as she fled. "Why is he trying to kill me? And why can't those 3 mysterious creatures be vanquished? The extraordinary beasts, apart from the sealing talisman of the light and shadow armor, had no means to halt their advance. Petrification? No worries, if necessary. She could sacrifice her body and use the magic spirit stone to conjure a new beast. However, these 3 extraordinary beasts were mere newborns, lacking significant power. They merely serve as a meat shield or a means of intimidation. Only the vicious wolf beast, having tasted flesh, exhibited a slightly better combat prowess. "Here they come. Let us move." At that moment, Li Ziye sensed the aura of his clone Bei Miao and led the group forward, effectively blocking the snake woman's path. The 5 of them stood in a line, obstructing the entrance. "Hello, beautiful Miss Snake Woman." The 5 figures loomed at the entrance, their silhouettes elongated by the streetlights. Each adorned with a pair of stylish sunglasses, exuding distinct charisma, especially Li Ziye, who appeared more villainous than any antagonist. The snake woman momentarily froze, instinctively glancing back. Bei Miao and the 3 extraordinary beasts had already departed, prompting a sigh of relief. Naturally, her confidence was restored. As long as they are not the kind of indestructible monsters, would the illustrious lady, serpent, cower? To speak candidly, she is not incapable of defeating the aberrant beasts. Rather, she simply cannot kill them. Without effective sealing methods, petrification is utterly futile. It can at most immobilize the physical form, failing to completely confine the essence of the magical spirit stone. Aberrant beasts are akin to a bug-level existence, their corporeal forms merely temporary vessels for combat. Only by sealing the magical spirit stone can their movements be constrained. Regrettably, this universe lacks the luminous shadow armor. Faced with such a bug-like creature, Serpent can only choose to flee, for she is far from being able to shatter the temporary corporeal form of an aberrant beast with a mere slap. Should a war of attrition commence, her demise would be inevitable. Ah, little brother, I never expected you to be so handsome. Serpent cradled her face in her hands, her eyes seemingly ablaze with blossoms, a sickly yet enchanting expression gracing her features. Sister truly yearns to shower you with affection. In her eyes, there existed only Li Ziye. Even Li Ziye, the dual deity-s proxy, was disregarded. The dark aura that the former inadvertently exuded was exquisitely pure, rendering her utterly entranced. Your affection, I am unworthy of. Li Ziye shook his head. This is not for you to decide. Simultaneously, Serpent's demeanor turned icy, her voice laced with menace, promising that if he were to accompany her, not only would she offer high status, but also an unprecedented experience. He ought not to misjudge his future. Before Li Ziye could respond, Li Ziye interjected, You? Have you not taken a moment to reflect on your own character? You truly are a toad yearning for swan meat. You, Serpent, then realized there were others present. Are you the dual deity-s proxy of the radiant angel and the goddess of night? With a more sickly smile, she continued, Hee, I never anticipated encountering both of you at once. Thus, you shall accompany me. At that moment, Li Ziye snapped his fingers. The others understood immediately. The domain unfolds. Li Fat produced a domain-type artifact, isolating the street. All right, I'll maintain the artifact. You all take her down in one breath. Shen Xingzhu continuously blew explosive bubbles, not only disrupting Serpent's line of sight, but also causing some explosive damage, providing support. How ungrateful you all are. As her words fell, Serpent activated her ability, conjuring countless eerie serpent eyes within this isolated space, their icy gazes fixated on the five. Futile. Li Ziye tapped his sunglasses. The weaknesses of Medusa were clearly documented within mythological tales. She herself was merely a lowly creature, so how strong could her proxy truly be? The serpent eyes' gazes were entirely reflected by his sunglasses, rendering them ineffective. In the next moment, Chao Yuan and Lin Ziye simultaneously activated reflective mirrors, redirecting the serpent eyes' gazes back at Serpent herself. In an instant, she began to exhibit signs of petrification. TCH. The serpent woman clenched her teeth in silence. Having freed herself from petrification, do not be so complacent. Even without my stone gaze, you are no match for me. With that declaration, her figure abruptly vanished, teleporting through the serpent eye to appear directly behind Li Ziye. Bang! Yet, Li Ziye did not even glance back. He simply lifted his leg and executed a powerful side kick, landing squarely in the serpent woman's abdomen. Following that, he drew his shadow sword and, with a swift motion, unleashed a flare sword dance. The luminous sword energy surged forward with astonishing speed. However, the serpent woman's pinpoint mobility was even faster before being struck. She had already relocated to another serpent eye's position, brandishing a dagger resembling a serpent's fang, and lunged toward the portly Bai Li. The confines of this area were exceedingly narrow, necessitating the elimination of this rotund adversary to dismantle the restrictions of this domain. Ha. Let us see how you handle this. The Black King, Chao Yuan, cackled menacingly as he pursued her with inhuman speed, swinging a blade towards the serpent woman. Clang! The sinister fire blade clashed with the serpent fang dagger, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. Nevertheless, the serpent woman held an advantage in realm, and thus the blow did not significantly harm her. It merely caused her to forfeit an opportunity to eliminate Bai Li, Heavenly Angel's divine might. Just as the moment called for action, Lin Ziye momentarily stunned the serpent woman with his divine power, advancing rapidly to stand before her, the stardust blade poised to strike down. Under the cover of night, Lin Ziye was bolstered by the starry dancer's enhancement, significantly amplifying his physical prowess. This strike against all odds would likely be too much for the serpent fang dagger to withstand. Swish! Damn it, why are you all so bothersome? The serpent woman utilized the serpent eye to initiate another pinpoint teleportation, reappearing elsewhere. The harmonious sound of armor clinking resonated as the shadow flame dragon approached her. Wielding the shadow flame bow, thinking of escaping? Where do you think you can run? The blood-tinged hellfire arrows, accompanied by the sound of searing air and a piercing whistle, were suddenly launched, almost instantaneously reaching their target. Bayou. In the next moment, the luminous arrow struck the serpent woman with undeniable accuracy. Chapter 63. The Quick Passage Before New Year's Eve. Part 2. With a sudden splatter, the serpent woman was sent flying, blood gushing from her mouth. Her arms and chest charred and mangled by the infernal flames. Had it not been for the intentional restraint, that fiery arrow could have claimed her life. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I simply prefer not to slay you with my bow. Not that I am incapable of doing so. As the words left my lips, the shadow flame dragon discarded the shadow flame bow, adjusting the valve on the right side of his belt, allowing the shadow flame blade to spring forth from the Tai Chi emblem adorning his belt. Grasping it with an outstretched hand, the shadow flame blade materialized instantaneously. After all, only through a finishing blow or a sealing technique could I truly incapacitate her. It would be quite a loss to eliminate her with arrows. Let the infernal flames consume your sins. I uttered this aloud, though inwardly I berated myself, finding such lines utterly shameful. Perhaps it is best to adopt a silent demeanor befitting a master in the future. In an instant, the god-slaying strike, finishing move card was unleashed, and the shadow flame dragon raised the shadow flame blade, lightly tapping the card's surface to absorb the energy particles of the shadow flame. The shadow magnetic field erupted, ensnaring the bloodied serpent woman in place. The shadow flame dragon lowered his stance, preparing to unleash a devastating blow with the blade, gathering his strength. God-slaying strike. A crimson arc of the blade sliced through the air, threatening to cleave the serpent woman in twain at her brow. The searing inferno distorted the very fabric of space, while the surging heat caused her once alluring visage to deteriorate moment by moment. In but a fleeting instant, the enchantress was rendered into this wretched state. Boom! Just then, the barrier was shattered from the outside, as a gleaming silver spear descended from the heavens, accompanied by a terrifying gale, saving the serpent woman at the critical moment. Greetings, I am Han Xiaoyan, the 13th seat of the followers. A strikingly handsome middle-aged man landed gracefully, drawing forth the radiant silver spear. With a cold glance back at the serpent woman, he commanded, "Hurry and flee." With a crack, the meditation seal activated. The shadow flame dragon bypassed Han Xiaoyan, and as time resumed its flow, he unleashed a fiery punch, bringing an end to the serpent woman's nefarious existence. However, there were 3 serpent women, corresponding to the Gorgon sisters. This one was merely the weakest among them. Those I wish to eliminate shall find no salvation. With that, the shadow flame dragon stowed away the magic card before shaking his hand and addressing Han Xiaoyan. It is now your turn. I am pressed for time. Well done. If you manage to eliminate me, that would indeed be splendid. Han Xiaoyan replied with a slight smile, then turned to the others, warning, however, I advise the uninvolved to leave. I do not wish to harm the innocent. You may certainly fetch reinforcements to bring forth stronger foes against me. His tone was laden with resignation and a sense of fatalism, as though he were a mere pawn in an unfathomable game. Clang! In the next moment, the shadow flame dragon transformed into the shadow black rhino, wielding the shadow meteor gun, charging forth to collide with Han Xiaoyan's silver spear, unleashing a wave of invisible energy. Get ready, bro. The shadow black rhinoceros spoke while engaging in combat, having already entered a dual-wielding state. Although Li Ziye's physique was not on par with Han Xiaoyan of the Sea Realm, the shadow black rhinoceros armor was a statistical anomaly, boasting maximum defense and an attack power sufficient to send the snow mastiff tumbling down the stairs. Utilizing the might of the armor to entangle in battle was far from difficult. After all, in the realms of the sea, the most direct impact was on the power of the forbidden abyss rather than on physical strength. As for Han Xiaoyan's sequence 079, Great Wind Disaster, in the presence of Qi within our ranks, its absence would make little difference. The focus should be on honing physical prowess and martial skills. Everyone be cautious. I am about to unleash the forbidden abyss. As Han Xiaoyun's voice fell, a fierce whirlwind erupted, accompanied by a raging blizzard plunging the entire street into a calamity. At that moment, Shun Qingzhu snapped his fingers, halting the tempest. "Well done, my friend." Seizing the opportunity, while Han Xiaoyun was momentarily distracted, the shadow black rhinoceros thrust forward with a spear, but the latter reacted swiftly to block it. "Even if you can counter my forbidden abyss, your chances of victory remain exceedingly slim." While fighting, Han Xiaoyun offered this sage advice, urging, "Hey, you others, while I am otherwise occupied, hurry and seek assistance." "Thank you for the reminder, but I feel it unnecessary." The shadow black rhinoceros, using the water armor shield to fend off attacks, awaited the perfect moment to strike back with precision. "Tonight, I shall grant you liberation. I hope you can fulfill that promise." "I certainly can." The shadow black rhinoceros deftly parried Han Xiaoyun's gleaming silver spear, declaring, "Moreover, I shall grant you a dignified exit. I will expend all my might to assist in your release as a tribute to the heroes of yore." "Heroes of yore?" Han Xiaoyun chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Do not call me that. I am no longer worthy of the title hero. I am but a puppet now. That is not your fault. Murmurs are far stronger than you, leaving you with no choice." "How could you possibly know?" "I guessed." The two clashed back and forth in the street. Yet overall, the shadow black rhinoceros seemed to hold the advantage, for Han Xiaoyun was willingly seeking his own demise. Although he could not defy the contract, he could voluntarily disclose his vulnerabilities. "Are you still not prepared to unleash your full power?" Han Xiaoyun's gaze was filled with a longing for release. "I am weary. I wish to end this." Sighing deeply, the shadow black rhinoceros unleashed a surge of terrifying dark energy, propelling Han Xiaoyun away. Then, the Shadow Emperor emerged from the darkness, wielding a broad-bladed great sword. The extreme dark sword. Indeed, after half a year in the training camp, he had met the requirements to summon the extreme dark sword. "I grant you the mercy of water." The elemental wheel on the Shadow Emperor's belt began to spin automatically, positioning the black rhinoceros pattern at the forefront. Subsequently, a water seal was activated. He lightly tapped the seal's surface with the sword's tip, and icicles began to coalesce. Simultaneously, the shadow magnetic field was activated at maximum power, firmly suppressing Han Xiaoyun. "Do not dawdle, hurry." However, Han Xiaoyun, after all, found himself in a predicament. Under the influence of the contract, he began to fight back desperately, once again unleashing his forbidden domain, the Great Wind Disaster. With a snap of her fingers, Shun Qingzhu dispelled the Great Wind Disaster. "Quiet. I am adjusting the proportions. I wish to leave you with a complete body." The Shadow Emperor harnessed his thoughts to modulate the power of this technique, and after a moment, he declared, "All right, speak your last words. Be cautious of the murmur. He will surely come to kill you. He is formidable. You must remain vigilant." "I understand." The Shadow Emperor nodded, wielding the dark blade, inhaling deeply. "I hereby appoint the temporary worker from the Night Watch Team 136 in Songnan City to send off the captain of the Night Watch Team from the original Suzhou City. Han Xiaoyun, embark on your journey." As his words fell, the shadow water concealment was activated. Ice spikes, cascading like a curtain of rain, descended. Surprisingly, the seemingly razor-sharp ice spikes did not harm Han Xiaoyun at all. Instead, they continually coalesced, gradually transforming from the ground up into a solid, translucent ice coffin. "Thank you. It seems this cohort of newcomers is rather impressive." As Han Xiaoyun's final words echoed, the ice coffin was fully formed, completely solid without any voids or bubbles, instantly freezing his body in an extreme chill. He was dead, without a trace of pain felt. A hero deserves a grand farewell, worthy of this immortal ice coffin. Just then, a gentle evening breeze swept by. The Shadow Emperor's armor disintegrated, and Li Ziye approached the ice coffin, gazing at Han Xiaoyun's serene visage. "I will strive to ensure you rest alongside your former comrades. After all, you were once a hero." The others gathered around, engaging in conversation about various matters, all casting complex looks at Han Xiaoyun. "Initially, I believed he had betrayed the organization." Bali Pang spoke, but unexpectedly, he was a pitiful pawn under control. "That murmur is truly detestable. Chow Yuan clasped his hands together, bowing slightly towards the ice coffin. Ba, may the Buddha forgive you for the transgressions committed while under manipulation. I hope you ascend to paradise soon. The five exchanged silent glances, not leaving immediately, as if in mourning. Just then, the entire team 136 arrived, and simultaneously, the boundless domain unfolded. Let me see which fool dares to seek their demise in Songnan City. Zhao Kongcheng descended with the form of a shadow, snow mastiff, wielding two short sticks. Where the hell is that bastard? Soon after, Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, Hong Ying, and Si Xiaonan entered, draped in dark red cloaks, stepping through ripples of space. The cloaks billowed in the evening breeze, the five appearing exceptionally imposing under the moonlight. You are late. We have already resolved the matter. Li Ziye retrieved the serpent lady's magical talisman from his pocket, gesturing towards the ice coffin not far away. And the mad scorpion mercenaries, along with those who emerged from the abstinence, have also been dealt with. Team 136. Subsequently, Li Ziye recounted the entire sequence of events, omitting certain details that were best left unsaid. Originally, you were to be the bait, but instead, you caught the entire act. Shamai was slightly taken aback, but soon a smile graced his face. Well done. It seems our guidance was not in vain. He then turned to the others, remarking, these three must be friends you made at the training camp. It's wonderful that you can embark on this venture together. In that case, why not join us for the New Year's Eve dinner at my home tomorrow? Bai Li, plump and jovial, eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, that sounds splendid. Ba indeed. Meanwhile, Chow Yuan struggled to suppress a grin as wide as a crescent moon. The prospect of sharing New Year's Eve dinner with Li Ziye filled him with immense joy. However, Shun Qingzhu's expression shifted, and she quickly waved her hand, saying, don't count me in. I'm not familiar with them. I'm merely here for business. Stop pretending. You clearly want to go. After a brief moment, the group boarded the black van of Team 136. Inside the vehicle, following some discussions, Captain Chunmai agreed to assist in claiming the burial rights for Han Xiaoyan. Ah, Han Xiaoyan. He is indeed a pitiable soul. If we can help, we ought to do so. Thank you, Captain. While you handled things beautifully, I must still criticize you, Chunmai suddenly interjected. Fortunately, someone managed to restrain Han Xiaoyan's great calamity, or else you would have been in a dire predicament. Do you understand? Understood. This time, consider it a warning. There will be no leniency in the future. Got it. Zai, have you grown so strong that you now look down upon your sister? Redding interlaced her arm with Li Ziye's, her eyes questioning and her tone reproachful. You orchestrated such a significant operation without notifying your sister. Have you forgotten that I am your comrade? Do you know how worried I was when I couldn't find you at home? From now on, you must include us in all your endeavors. Seeing Red Ying's earnestness warmed Li Ziye's heart, akin to the gentle rays of dawn. He instinctively patted her shoulder and replied softly, I'm sorry, Sister Hong Ying. I want to do it again. Soon, the van arrived at their first destination, the Dream Butterfly Inn. WOC, what have you done? Bailey exclaimed in despair. Seven Night, are you serious? You want us to stay in a place like this? There's no choice. This is the best in that doesn't require personal information. You won't be attacked during the remaining days of our holiday, would you? Lin Xie shrugged nonchalantly. Shen Qingzhu furrowed her brow and sighed. The terms for protecting the plump one will need to be renegotiated. I demand more pay. Indeed, more pay. Chapter 64. Lin Xie. I don't want extraordinary reproduction. After Team 136 returned to the office in their van, Captain Chomai convened a brief debriefing meeting before promptly dismissing everyone to return to their respective homes. Upon arriving at Hong Ying's grand villa, Li Ziye hurried to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Once finished, without uttering a word, he retreated to his guest room on the second floor to indulge in a peaceful slumber. However, as soon as he lay down, he sensed a presence joining him on the bed. Opening his eyes, he was astonished to find Lin Xie there. What are you doing? Li Ziye asked, utterly bewildered. I came to sleep, Lin Xie replied nonchalantly. Did you forget the meeting? The captain instructed us to stay together for mutual support in case of emergencies. Fine, but don't get under my covers, Li Ziye warned. Don't worry, I brought another blanket, Lin Xie assured him. Thus, the two shared the bed, and soon, soft snores could be heard. Yet, while they appeared to be asleep, the reality was more complex. After all, Li Ziye possessed shadow space, and Li Ziye had God's psychiatric hospital, both of which were independent realms contained within their minds. Within the shadow space, as was his custom after every battle, Li Ziye began to inspect his attributes, and this occasion was no exception. Shadow bloodline concentration, 100 bloodline potential development level, 20 mental strength, upper level of grade Wu mental strength equivalent, mid-stage of pool realm, after suppression, willpower intensity, upper level of grade Wu armor mastery, 25 transplant abilities, assimilation, disguise, combat performance evaluation, normal combat power, lower grade Ding, Chuan, armor combat power, lower grade Bing, high. In the pool realm, he could contend with those in the Chuan and high realms. He sat upon the throne in the grand hall, comfortably crossing his legs, as he gazed at the ever-updating data on the screen, thinking to himself, I am indeed quite formidable. With each legitimate battle he experienced, the levels of bloodline potential and armor mastery would see slight increases, almost akin to proficiency. And as of now, he had yet to encounter any bottlenecks. Closing the data panel, Li Ziye retrieved the magical scroll crafted by the Serpent Woman. Scrutinizing her various abilities repeatedly, he shook his head in dismay, muttering to himself, Ugh, this woman's abilities are rather lackluster. The petrification ability is too easily countered, and the pinpoint teleportation is unnecessary. In summary, this magical scroll serves little purpose other than as a collectible or to summon her as a decorative figure. Just what I need, a maid to massage my shoulders. With that thought, Li Ziye activated the scroll, summoning the Serpent Woman. Greetings, young master, she said. This Serpent Woman was not the same as before. She had lost her former memories and consciousness, replaced by an entirely new awareness, wholly devoted to the shadow universe and Li Ziye. Come, massage my legs, he commanded. Yes, young master, the Serpent Woman responded respectfully, kneeling carefully beside Li Ziye's throne, her delicate hands gently beginning to massage him. Is this pressure suitable? As the scene unfolds, the high priest, that old rascal, suddenly makes his appearance. Young master, you must not neglect your training, he admonishes, stroking his beard as he approaches. You are still far from achieving the state of freedom. It is not yet time for you to indulge. Come, let us resume your training. What is this freedom state? The high priest chuckles softly and begins to elucidate. The so-called freedom state, formerly known as ultimate freedom, is a realm of martial arts mastery. It signifies the complete internalization of combat techniques, allowing one to instinctively counter any attack with the most suitable response without the need for conscious thought. Ultimate freedom? Li Ziye is momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he responds with a smile. Old Deng, it seems you have been indulging in Dragon Ball Super quite a bit. Haven to you? What is Dragon Ball Super? Irrelevant. Pray tell, how does one attain this ultimate freedom? First, you must train your reflexes. With that, the high priest suddenly launches a punch, striking directly towards Li Ziye's face with tremendous force, the wind from the blow howling ominously, showing no mercy. Bang! Li Ziye instinctively raises his arm to defend, but instead, he is sent flying along with his throne. Ouch! What the heck? He instinctively brushes off non-existent dust from his clothes as he rises. Why didn't you give me a warning before you struck? How could I prepare without a word? The high priest's benevolent smile remains unchanged as he replies calmly. Young master, that is where you err. Should one expect an enemy to announce their intentions before attacking? Perhaps, but at least the foes I've encountered tend to be quite vocal. The high priest. Less chatter, continue. Bang! Another person is sent flying. Meanwhile, in the reality of the Hong Ing Villa's second-floor guest room, Lin Ziye lies on the bed, his brow furrowed, breathing rapidly, his complexion flushed, and cold sweat trickling down his forehead, as if besieged by a particularly terrifying nightmare. Please, no. I do not wish to bear children. He cries out, his lower body writhing uncontrollably, sending the covers flying. I do not want extraordinary procreation. With a scream of sheer terror, Lin Ziye jolts upright, gasping for breath, casting a wary glance at Li Ziye beside him. Why would I dream such a thing? This is utterly absurd. Just moments ago, He dreamt that it had inherited a fragment of the dark goddess's profound essence, thus awakening the ability of extraordinary procreation, and it was with Li Ziye. It must be the lingering psychological trauma from nearly winning extraordinary procreation during the last lottery draw. Are you insane? Li Ziye, awakened by the commotion, leans against the headboard, bewildered as he gazes at Li Ziye. What the hell are you yelling about in the middle of the night? I'm sorry, I had a nightmare. Li Ziye's face flushes with embarrassment as he lowers his head. You had a nightmare? Li Ziye suddenly became intrigued and leaned closer, urging, come on, tell me. What did you dream about? Let me share in your joy. Li Ziye retorted, get lost. Just tell me, it won't cost you anything, Li Ziye insisted. I really don't want to share, so please stop asking. Li Ziye turned away, burying his head in the comfort of his blankets. All right, let us just sleep. Don't be curious. I want to tell you. Oh, but I must know, Li Ziye proclaimed, reaching into Li Ziye's blanket and tickling him, eliciting uncontrollable laughter. So, Li Ziye, will you speak? If you don't, I'll keep tickling you, and sleep will be out of the question. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Just stop tickling me. Seeing Li Ziye plead for mercy, Li Ziye relented, allowing a pause before asking, so, what did you dream about? I dreamt of the goddess of the night. And then? She gave me a divine sanctuary for bearing children. Oh, Li Ziye raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A sanctuary for childbirth? How does that work? Well, Li Ziye's face flushed crimson. But to avoid further tickling, he forced himself to continue. It's just how it is. Like this, and then like that, and it happens. Really now, with whom did you conceive? Li Ziye smirked, unable to contain his amusement. After all, the ability of extraordinary procreation was a tantalizing notion for every reader of god-slaying tales. How amusing it would be if Li Ziye were to possess such a power. With you. This isn't funny at all. Li Ziye immediately ceased his laughter. Enough of this nonsense, Li Ziye. It's truly not amusing, so let us just sleep. Chapter 65. New Year's Eve dinner the following afternoon, the quartet, accompanied by a rather arrogant gentleman, reconvened in Hong Ying's splendid villa. Li Ziye introduced the guests present in the house. As is my first visit, I have brought a few local specialties for all the esteemed seniors. Bai Li, the portly one, eagerly produced an array of exquisite watches and designer handbags, hoping that the seniors would not disdain his offerings. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan each received a Van Cleef Arpels piece, while Chun Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qimo, and Zhao Kongqing each received a luxurious timepiece. This gesture elicited exclamations of admiration, with the group acknowledging that the chubby fellow had a knack for socializing. In a corner of the sofa, Long Xian's expression grew increasingly frosty as he quietly retrieved an MP5 submachine gun from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table, murmuring, "Can you not see me?" Indeed, Long Xian lived up to his reputation, embodying the essence of modern-day invisibility. Oh, yes, indeed. Bai Li was taken aback, quickly retrieving a prestigious watch and hurriedly placing the gift box on the coffee table before Long Xian. Only then did Long Xian put away the MP5. As time approached, Chen Mai glanced at the clock, stood from the sofa, and announced, "I must attend to some matters. You all enjoy yourselves for a while. Dinner will be ready shortly." With that, he and Wu Xiangnan made their way into the villa's kitchen. Before the meal began, the guests engaged in leisurely activities. Long Xian discreetly slipped away to find an ideal spot for covert photography. Zhao Kongqing casually settled into a meditation position, honing his mental strength and willpower. Ever since awakening his forbidden realm and acquiring his armor, he had not wasted a single moment of free time. Meanwhile, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were engrossed in their favorite series on the Shujian brand plasma television. In a heartbeat, everyone found their pursuits, except for the quartet and their pompous companion. It was time for the Idea King to make his move. "I see everyone seems rather bored. I have a small proposal," Bai Li announced as he produced a deck of playing cards from his free space. "Shall we play cards, gentlemen?" "Not interested," Li Ziye replied, shaking his head while engrossed in his videos. "No time," Chao Yuan muttered, his attention fully absorbed in Jinping Mei, particularly fixated on the scenes with Pan's family and the grand official Shiman. Li Ziye, gazing out the window, reminisced about his family, entirely oblivious to Bai Li's invitation. After polling the group, Only by Li and Shun Qingzhu remained. The two resorted to playing a game of high card, resembling seasoned gamblers in a lavish Macau casino. They shuffled, drew cards, and compared their numbers to determine the victor. Bai Li, Diamond 5. Shun Qingzhu, Spade Ace. Huh, my number is larger than yours. Shun Qingzhu exclaimed, slapping the table with excitement. I won. Pay up. $1 is not too little, 100 is not too much. Why should I pay? Bai Li was taken aback. Shun Qingzhu countered, why shouldn't you pay? Come on, buddy, this is entertainment, not gambling. We cannot discuss money. That would be illegal. Bailey Pang Pang wore a serious expression and suggested, how about we wager some chewing gum? The loser will give a piece to the winner. All right, Shun Qingzhu nodded. Round 2. Shuffle the deck. Draw cards. Roll the dice, compare values, determine the winner. Bro, who goes first? Bailey Pang Pang inquired while secretly glancing at his card, which was the red 7. Feeling uneasy, he inwardly lamented, why am I so unlucky today? Meanwhile, Shun Qingzhu discreetly peeked at his own card, revealing a black 7. His heart sank as he thought, oh no, I'm going to lose a piece of gum. You go first. No, you should go first. Both felt a premonition of their impending defeat and hesitated to reveal their cards. Shall we show them together? Together. Bailey Pang Pang revealed, red 7. Shun Qingzhu revealed, black 7. According to the basic rules of same value but different suits and the hierarchy of suits were spades, hearts, clubs, diamonds, it was clear that this round belonged to the victorious Shun Qingzhu. A wager is a wager. Give it here. Shun Qingzhu extended his hand and weighed the gum. Bailey Pang Pang clenched his teeth and pulled out a box of grape-flavored gum from his free space, retrieving a piece. This isn't cheap, is it? Thanks. Shun Qingzhu accepted the gum and pointed at the box. That box looks nice. Where did you get it? I want one too. I bought it at a local 5-star supermarket in Sangnan City. Round 3. The two began a new round of betting, but the outcome remained to be seen. At that moment, Li Ziye received a WeChat message from Yuan Gang. I found the water attribute treasure. Come to my office to collect it when your break ends. Li Ziye responded with an OJBK emoji. If he was not mistaken, with the help of this water attribute treasure, the development of his bloodline potential could surge by 20, reaching a staggering 40. The upgrades of the 5 armors would unlock the restrictions of the Shadow Emperor armor. Each upgraded single attribute armor represented a 20 advancement in bloodline potential development. When all 5 armors were fully upgraded, it would perfectly reach 100. Refining external materials could swiftly enhance one's comprehension of the 5 elements. Although it may seem like a shortcut, it was undeniably effective. Suddenly, Li Ziye remembered something and took the opportunity to report his achievements, including but not limited to hunting down fugitives from the fasting institution, eliminating the Scorpion mercenary group, slaying the Snake Woman, and aiding Han Xiaoyun in his liberation. Naturally, he also reported the accomplishments of the others. Time passed, minute by minute. Gradually, the kitchen door could no longer contain the enticing aromas wafting out, causing everyone to pause their tasks and gaze longingly towards the kitchen. With a flourish, the door swung open, and Wu Xiangnan emerged, presenting an array of delectable dishes. Soon after, Chun Mai emerged with the pai si de, our assistants, gently placing it at the center of the dining table. He removed his heat-resistant gloves, cleared his throat, and declared, enough of the games, it's time to feast. With a spirited cheer, the others promptly gathered around the table, taking their seats with alacrity. Don't just sit there, dig in. Chun Mai was the first to wield his chopsticks. In an instant, the members of Team 136 sprang into action, their fervor akin to a whirlwind, transforming the atmosphere with their exuberance. Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan exchanged a glance, hastily joining the fray, fearful of missing out on any delectable morsels, embodying the essence of ravenous spirits as they devoured their meal with fervor. Shun Qingzhu felt a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth, sensing that the team's dining etiquette was somewhat unconventional. Come on, Brother Ziye, eat up, Li Ziye reminded amidst his culinary endeavors, adding, I must tell you, our captain's culinary skills are unparalleled. If you don't partake, you might find there's nothing left later. Simultaneously, Long Xian remained poised to draw his weapon, prepared to quell any adversaries that might hinder his pursuit of the meat. The allure of the dishes was simply irresistible, And ultimately, Shun Qingzhu succumbed to temptation, forsaking her reservations to join the fray, even engaging in a playful tussle with Bailey Pang Pang over a piece of rib. As laughter and merriment filled the air, the New Year's feast gradually approached its conclusion. "Allow me to say a few words," Chen Mai announced, glancing at the clock as he raised his glass. "Firstly, I wish you all fruitful experiences in the latter half of the training this year. Secondly, may your paths ahead be smooth and prosperous. And lastly, Happy New Year." Wu Xiaonan lifted his glass and echoed, "Happy New Year." Zhao Kongchang followed suit, declaring, "Here's to all of you. May the upcoming year bring even greater successes." When Qima raised his glass as well, exclaiming, "Happy New Year, everyone," Hong Ying joined in, smiling sweetly at Li Ziye, wishing him a year of remarkable progress and charm. In that moment, the table's atmosphere shifted as many exchanged curious glances. Yet, at this juncture, breaking the formation seemed inappropriate, so they suppressed their thoughts. Si Xiaonan lifted her glass, proclaiming, "Happy New Year, everyone." Simultaneously, Li Ziye, Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, Bailey Pang Pang, and Shun Qingzhu raised their glasses in unison, exclaiming, "Happy New Year to all." As Lung Xian raised his glass, the shutter of the preposition camera clicked, capturing the moment. Snap! A fresh family portrait for the new year was born. Chapter 66. The award ceremony in the blink of an eye. The 4-day holiday had come to an end. On this day, Li Ziye and his companions packed their bags and made their way to the designated boarding location. Climbing aboard the familiar black bus, where they also surrendered their temporary starry blade. The 5 of them settled together in the last row. Lin Xie occupied the window seat on the right, gazing out at the passing scenery, lost in thought, while Li Ziye, sitting beside him, succumbed to slumber. Upon arriving at the training camp, the esteemed chief instructor Yuan Gang granted everyone an unexpected day of rest within the camp. The following day, the assembly whistle pierced the air, causing all the recruits to instinctively spring from their beds, don their military uniforms, and dash toward the training ground in a frenzy. Eager to be first, as anticipated, Li Ziye was the first to arrive. As a member of the Shadow Realm, his physique already surpassed that of his peers, further enhanced by extensive training and cultivation, making him unmatched in speed among the recruits. This assembly was unlike any before. In addition to the recruits, the instructor team had also gathered. A closer look revealed that the instructors were impeccably attired, adorned with a plethora of medals, varying in size and color, with Yuan Gang boasting the most. For those familiar with the instructor team, it was apparent that 3 instructors were conspicuously absent. It was likely that they had been dealt with severely, perhaps even executed. However, Yuan Gang had no intention of elaborating. "Today's morning training is cancelled," he declared, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "We have a far more important matter at hand, an award ceremony for a select group of recruits." As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to Li Ziye. They vividly recalled how, during the missile attack, Li Ziye had single-handedly intercepted all the missiles, safeguarding everyone present and protecting the training camp. They were utterly convinced that the central figure of the award ceremony would undoubtedly be Li Ziye. The recruits were filled with admiration. To receive an award before even being officially recognized was a remarkable feat, promising a bright future ahead. Despite their envy, there was not a trace of jealousy or resentment. After all, Li Ziye was truly deserving of the honor. Every recruit present owed him a debt of gratitude for saving their lives. Who would dare to harbor jealousy? Who could possibly feel envious? The merit system of the Night Watchman organization is as follows. Spark, Medal, Entry Level. Awarded for completing significant mysterious cleansing tasks or protecting a large number of civilians. Starlight Medal, Intermediate Level. Awarded for eliminating extremely high-risk entities or averting major disasters. Stardust Medal, Advanced Level, with the minimum requirement of eliminating entities of the infinite realm or resolving significant societal upheavals, held by less than one within the organization. Starcy Medal Super Level, with fewer than 10 holders nationwide. Next, the first recipient of the award will be announced. Yuan Gang took the small black box, his gaze penetrating deep into the crowd as he calmly declared, Li Ziye. He single-handedly intercepted all the missiles during the assault on the recruits. ensuring the safety of all new soldiers and safeguarding the future of the Night Watchman. Subsequently, he allied with Li Ziye, Bailey Tuming, Chao Yuan, and Shun Qingzhu, uniting their strengths to vanquish the ancient deity of the Serpent Woman cult, annihilating the 13th seat of the Believers, and completely decimating the entire 9-member Scorpion mercenary corps. Furthermore, he personally eliminated the 16th seat of the Believers, El Liang, aiding the instructor in purging a portion of the fugitives from the sanctuary. Upon hearing this, Bailey, with a rather peculiar expression, could not help but inquire, "Father, have you been secretly enhancing your achievements behind our backs?" Just took down a few pests. Li Ziye dismissed nonchalantly, waving his hand. As everyone directed their gaze towards him, there was a palpable sense of reverence, tinged with a subtle hint of fear. On the day of vacation, he had slain no fewer than 15 individuals, with a rough tally bringing the total closer to 20. This meant that on the day of respite, Li Ziye had devoted himself entirely to the act of killing, relentlessly traversing from south to north, his eyes unwavering. And he was still not finished, a veritable machine of slaughter. However, before he could ascend to the status of a mysterious killing machine, he had already become a bane to his enemies. Ahem! Yuan Gang cleared his throat several times, signaling for silence, and solemnly presented the medal, declaring, "Hereby, I bestow upon Li Ziye the Starry Medal." The revelation sent shockwaves through the ranks of all the new recruits. It is important to note that the Starry Medal is second only to the Sea of Stars Medal in terms of prestige. This medal not only symbolizes honor, but also heralds a path of future opportunities, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Li Ziye is destined to rise to the upper echelons of the organization. "Li Ziye, please step forward to receive your honor," Yuan Gang proclaimed gravely. "Yes," Li Ziye responded with heartfelt respect, swiftly ascending the stage before the watchful eyes of all, taking center stage and awaiting the presentation of the medal. Yuan Gang opened a small black box, retrieving a beautifully crafted deep blue and resplendent medal, within which seemed to encapsulate a star, radiating a dazzling brilliance. This medal was gently affixed to Li Ziye's chest, after which he performed a rare and precise military salute. Thus concluded his awarding ceremony. However, Yuan Gang did not allow him to leave the stage immediately. Instead, he instructed him to wait at the side. Next, the second recipient was to be honored. Yuan Gang picked up another black box and earnestly announced, "Shun Qingzhu." He assisted Li Ziye in eradicating the Scorpion Mercenary Corps, aided in the defeat of the Serpent Woman and the 13th seat of the Believers, and promptly mitigated the impact of the Great Wind disaster, thereby safeguarding the city. For this, he is awarded the Starlight Medal. Huh? Shun Qingzhu, taken aback, stood in stunned silence for quite some time before daring to approach the stage. And upon completing the awarding ceremony, he too was not permitted to leave. Now, I shall announce the third recipient. Yuan Gang once again reached for a black box. "Li Ziye, for your valuable assistance, I bestow upon you the Starlight Medal." In truth, had it not been for the necessity of keeping the secrets of Sangnan City, Li Ziye would have already started with the Starry Medal. Moments later, Li Ziye slowly approached the stage, completing the ceremony. Meanwhile, a certain plump individual had made a notable observation. The 5 of them were acting together. Now, among the 5 individuals, 3 have already been honored with awards. Could it be that all 5 of us will receive accolades? Bai Li Pan, filled with excitement, fixated his gaze on the stage, murmuring anxiously, hurry up, announce my name." Bai Li Tuming, in a moment of valor, timely unleashed a field-type forbidden object, mitigating the extent of damage and inadvertently saving numerous innocent lives. "Thus, we bestow upon you the Starlight Medal." After the award ceremony, Bai Li Pang exuberantly exclaimed, "I've made it. Chao Yuan, we hereby commend you, hoping you will continue your efforts. Remember the Night Watchman's oath. Remain true to your original aspirations, and rest assured, you will undoubtedly earn your recognition in due time." With that, the award ceremony concluded successfully. Gao Juan, there are 5 team members, and 4 have received honors. Chao Yuan, you are not one of them. Don't get your hopes up. Li Ziye patted Chao Yuan's shoulder, offering consolation, Once you fully master the Hei Wang Zhan, yeah, your medal will surely come seeking you. Now, let us go and enjoy a meal. Chapter 67. Do you want to eat? Call your foster father. The latter half of the year evokes a sense reminiscent of military school. In the classroom, Instructor Gu is delivering a lecture. However, the minds of two individuals are elsewhere, quietly drifting away. Ziye, may I inquire about something? Lin Ziye begins mysteriously. Is the deity you represent truly a deity from another universe? Indeed, comes the affirmation. Do you believe that the world we inhabit is real? Yes, Li Ziye nods, elaborating, to be precise, all worlds are real. They merely exist in different dimensions. Higher dimensional realms can create lower dimensional worlds, and they can also project themselves into these lower realms, allowing the latter to become aware of their existence. Conversely, lower dimensions can strive for ascension and seek the so-called creator, even to the extent of imposing their will upon him to enhance the world. Lin Ziye contemplates this, then queries, so, do you believe we are creations of a higher dimensional existence? In response, Li Ziye merely smiles, withholding further commentary. After a brief pause, he adds, isn't there a knowledgeable teacher on the stage? Our conversation is but idle chatter. It would be wiser to let a professional assist you in seeking the answers. Reflecting on this, Lin Ziye acknowledges the wisdom in his words. Consequently, she raises her hand, presenting the inquiry regarding the authenticity of the world to Instructor Gu on stage. As the morning theory class concludes, during the lunch break, Li Ziye approaches Yuan Gang to obtain a water attribute treasure, preparing to refine it that night. Soon, the afternoon training for the Forbidden Ruins commences. Now, let me elucidate the three categories of evaluation for the Forbidden Ruins. The first category pertains to the capabilities and lethality of the Forbidden Ruins. These are inherent conditions that cannot be influenced by human intervention, thus requiring no further elaboration. The second category involves the level of synergy with the Forbidden Ruins. The third category concerns the duration and scope of the Forbidden Ruins. In essence, the criteria for evaluation are straightforward. It hinges on the precise control of mental energy. As the words leave his lips, the familiar Instructor Hong produces several large boxes, extracting a silver device resembling a wristwatch. This device is called dazed, though we prefer to affectionately refer to it as the acrobatic detonator. Once donned, it continuously emits a stream of mental energy, which, while non-lethal and non-injurious, possesses a more terrifying quality. It will stimulate your muscles and meridians, compelling you to perform comical movements, rendering you a source of ridicule. Moreover, the fluctuations of this mental energy are erratic. You must consistently counteract it with the appropriate mental force, neither too much nor too little, even in slumber. At this point, Instructor Hong beams with the delight of a schoolboy witnessing a spectacle. In summary, as long as you engrave the concept of mental control into your very DNA, you shall be fine, for henceforth, this device will remain your constant companion, until the day the training concludes. Furthermore, do not attempt to find loopholes or think of removing anything. Otherwise, there will be an explosive boom. Next, in an orderly manner, step forward to receive your silver wristwatch. Driven by curiosity, the new recruits eagerly claimed their silver timepieces, hastily adorning their wrists. The outcome was predictable. In no time, the area transformed into a circus. Bai Li and Xiao Yuan were executing wild backflips, nearly leaving afterimages in their wake, their expressions remarkably nuanced, especially the former, who was astonished by his own agility. However, it was Xiao Yuan who merely flipped once, while Bai Li had tumbled right out of the training ground. Li Ziye, favored by the commander, observing Instructor Hong hand over a pair of wristwatches and ankle rings, a certain white-haired individual fell into silence. Li Ziye. Oh, and one more thing. Instructor Hong suddenly remembered something and produced a belt, stating that this was also for you, as the commander believed that with your talent, you must be fully equipped. Li Ziye. What is the meaning of this? Enduring electrocution in the shadow realm was one thing, but receiving 4 times the mental shocks in the real world? Damn it, Yuan Gang, that 882. Reluctantly, though this was bothersome, it was indeed beneficial for training. Thus he had no choice but to wear it. Perhaps with the aid of these 5 acrobatic detonators, his abilities might soar, and who knows, he might even summon the Shura armor. However, as soon as Li Ziye donned the equipment, he found himself in an awkward situation. Instructor Hong, believe me, I truly did not intend to use a flying kick on you. His body, subjected to 5 times the mental current stimulation, instinctively executed a challenging maneuver, leaping into the air and spinning 3.5 times before launching a kick towards. Huh? Instructor Hong's body reacted faster than his consciousness, narrowly evading the strike. Then, he quickly distanced himself and tossed a pair of wristwatches to Li Ziye. Li Ziye, in silence, he quietly put on the wristwatch, and his body promptly executed a flawless somersault, landing in a heroic pose, sighing at the unexpected difficulty. Whoosh! Following that, Li Ziye performed another somersault. Ha ha! Your flips are truly impressive. Li Ziye, hands on hips, remarked nonchalantly, Ziye, what happened to you two? You really are lacking. Weren't you also caught off guard just now? Li Ziye infused the appropriate mental energy to counteract the current, landing steadily. Li Ziye discreetly glanced at the distant instructor Hong, rubbed his nose, chuckled, and slowly spoke. That was intentional. Since I had to wear 5 of these, if I didn't create a scene, wouldn't it make the instructors like Yuan Gang lose face? I've grown accustomed to it. Enduring electric shocks has become second nature to me. However, this acrobatic trigger is no joke. Li Ziye nearly found himself in quite the embarrassing predicament, fortunate to have reacted swiftly and infused the appropriate mental energy. You are still as bizarre as ever, Li Ziye remarked, exasperated. At that moment, Li Pangpang was still tumbling about, and a multitude of new recruits were engaged in similar antics, making the training ground livelier than a circus. It's about time to disperse. Let's head to the dining hall. The instructor could no longer maintain his composure. If it comes to it, you may even continue tumbling your way to the cafeteria. We want to laugh. The new recruits stared in silence. While the instructors couldn't contain their laughter, we tried to hold it in but failed. Ha ha ha. Under the guise of the acrobatic trigger, Li Ziye fully embraced the moment, prancing towards the dining hall with his hands behind his back, reminiscent of a certain character named Talikia. At the dining table, the same quartet gathered. Eat up, fat brother, Li Ziye teased, relishing his meal with exaggerated enjoyment. Casting a disdainful glance at Li Pangpang. Why aren't you eating? Are you not hungry? Or do you simply not wish to partake? Li Pangpang azitata. But ultimately succumbed to temptation. Suddenly, the braised pork held between his chopsticks erupted with astonishing force, sending him tumbling backward as if he had performed a backflip. Li Pangpang lamented, Oh, in a swift motion, Li Ziye reached out, deftly intercepting the falling pork before it hit the ground. He then purposefully waved the piece of meat before Li Pangpang's eyes. Care for a taste? Do you want it? Call me adoptive father. Haven't you always regarded me as your most esteemed adoptive father? Open wide. Chapter 68. The assessment commences. The latter half of the year's intensive training sessions proved to be considerably more relaxed than those of the first half. Of course, this refers solely to the physical ease. The mental strain was unparalleled, with some recruits even finding themselves tumbling into the restroom mid-slumber. Particularly, Bali, the foolish son of a wealthy landowner, had been worn down to a slim figure. Time passed swiftly, and now it had been over 2 months. On this particular day, a session of free shooting training was underway. At the shooting range, fully armed, Li Ziye assumed a professional stance, aiming at a stationary target 30 meters away. His eyes were filled with seriousness, his heart brimming with confidence, and his hands remarkably steady as he repeatedly squeezed the trigger. Bayo, bayo, bayo. The sounds of gunfire echoed, each shot narrowly missing, creating a perfect circular pattern around the target. Ziye, perhaps we should abandon this endeavor, sighed Li Ziye, patting Li Ziye on the shoulder. You simply aren't suited for firearms. Don't squander your time on this. Li Ziye responded, tears welling in his eyes. I refused to believe it. Undeterred, he was determined to continue trying. At that moment, Li Ziye, filled with playful curiosity, eagerly volunteered to take on the role of coach, keen to see if Li Ziye would miss entirely from 20 meters away. However, the truth was as expected. No matter how earnest or skilled he attempted to be, As soon as the distance exceeded 20 meters, Li Ziye was bound to miss. Thus, Li Ziye's initial playful approach transformed into a mindset akin to that of Lung Xian, rendering a lofty assessment of Li Ziye's lack of talent. How about we have a competition in close combat, then? Li Ziye retorted angrily, setting down his pistol. Let us do it. The two proceeded to another training area, ready to engage in combat. Half an hour later, Li Ziye descended from the sparring platform, his face glowing with satisfaction as he pulled a lollipop from his pocket, relishing the sweet treat with delight. Ah, Li Ziye groaned, curled up on a bench beside the platform, applying special ointment. Ziye, you could be a bit gentler. Look who is talking. I was much gentler than Captain Shun, Li Ziye replied, sitting beside him and offering Li Ziye a lollipop. Here, take this. A bit of sugar might lift your spirits. Li Ziye snatched the lollipop and began chewing it vigorously. Li Ziye raised an eyebrow. I like chewing it. Is that a problem? Fine. The following day, the free shooting training resumed at the range. Li Ziye was in utter despair, gazing at the unscathed target 30 meters away, truly feeling defeated. Brother Ziye, your shooting skills require further improvement, remarked Chao Yuan, unable to hold back his words. We have only 2 to 3 months until graduation, and all aspects will be assessed. A score ranking list will be drawn up, akin to a final examination. Therefore, you must practice diligently. Li Ziye lamented, it seems I must excel in other areas to accumulate points. What if I flunk and have to repeat the year? Damn it, return my shooting talent. With the mention of the assessment, the quartet lost interest in training and gathered to converse, intending to prepare for the evaluation in advance. Brother Chao, what exactly determines the ranking scores? Li Ziye inquired. Upon hearing the term Chao thief, Chao Yuan's lips twitched slightly. It is said that this ranking assessment comprises numerous components, encompassing all areas of our training. Besides the basic physical fitness and shooting skills, there are also theoretical examinations and papers. Papers? Li Ziye suddenly felt a sense of dread. His dragon form shuddered, and his countenance soured. I detest writing papers. This is pure hell. Although he was aware that there were hidden points to earn, he still felt no ease at the mention of papers. For the paper monster is indeed the nightmare of every university student. Have you ever written a paper? Li Ziye asked, taken aback and curious. Aren't we both high school students? When did you write a paper? Li Ziye. Oh no, I've let it slip. His past life as a university student was exposed. What should he do? After pondering for a moment, he replied, I saw it in a TV drama. Just the thought makes my scalp tingle. Although I haven't written one yet, I already have PTSD. Li Ziye nodded, seemingly convinced. Bai Li, equally pained, wore a grim expression. Theoretical exams and tactical papers were his nightmares as well. In truth, if one fails to write a good paper, it may not be a significant issue. For it seems that the final assessment offers hidden points to earn, Chao Yuan said with little confidence. How can one earn those? Bai Li spirits lifta, his brows dancing with excitement. Are we to present gifts to the higher-ups? Speaking of this, I'm suddenly wide awake. No, Brother Fat, what are you thinking? This matter is not permitted by policy, Li Ziye interjected. I suspect the hidden points are mostly related to practical combat, so you can't rely on your financial prowess. As the year-long training camp approached its conclusion, the group couldn't help but feel sentimental. Gazing out at the scenery, Li Ziye began to murmur within himself. Under normal circumstances, the assessment involves 3 mysterious Chuan realms, yet my presence will surely introduce some changes. If not handled properly, it could transform into 6 or more Chuan realms. After all, the original trio was significant to Li Ziye, and now with the addition of Li Ziye, it only makes sense to have a bit more mystery. Otherwise, it simply won't suffice. Noticing him lost in thought, Li Ziye couldn't resist turning back to ask, Ziye, what are you pondering? Oh, nothing much. I was just contemplating what to have for dinner tonight. The following morning, the sun's rays dispelled the world's fog. However, on this day, the familiar bugle of the training camp did not sound, which made Li Ziye realize one thing. The trial had already begun. Good morning, Chao Yuan greeted, opening his eyes. Yes, good morning, Li Ziye nodded, quickly donning his clothes. Hurry, let us find Ziye and the others. The trial has commenced. It has already begun? Indeed, at this hour, the assembly whistle would typically have sounded. It seems plausible The two departed their dormitories and made their way to the communal wash area for a brief cleansing, only to encounter Li Ziye, who had just arrived. "Have you sensed something peculiar?" Li Ziye inquired after washing his face, casting a glance at Li Ziye. At this time, the instructor has yet to blow the whistle. "Not unusual," Li Ziye replied, shaking his head. "Since the trial has commenced, they have likely retreated by now, probably securing their viewing points." "Hey!" At that moment, Shun Qingzhu approached with a serious demeanor, stating, "I have observed a strange phenomenon. It appears that Deng Wei and his group have fallen into a mental trap. Is our training camp under attack?" "I don't believe it is an attack. It should be a trial," Li Ziye replied, his eyes narrowing as he spotted strands of spider silk. The individuals ensnared in slumber would not be in peril, provided the instructor's arrangements did not go awry. In his sight, each thread connected to a sleeping individual, ultimately converging in one direction. However, Li Ziye had no intention of voicing this observation, as he wished to grant Yuan Gang, this 882, a modicum of respect. "A trial? Damn it!" Shun Qingzhu erupted, defiantly raising a middle finger at the corner surveillance and mouthing, "Damn it." Meanwhile, outside the training camp at a certain underground base, Instructor Hong scrutinized the surveillance footage, retrieved a blank grading sheet, and inscribed Shun Qingzhu's name upon it, subsequently marking it with a -1. Impulsive and emotionally unstable, acting on a whim. A point must be deducted, he muttered to himself. Furthermore, he had insulted the instructor. In every sense, this point deduction was justified. Instructor Han incurred, Instructor Hong. Is it truly wise to introduce 6 mysterious entities into the training camp? "No problem," Hong replied confidently. "This is the commander's directive. We must have faith in the commander." Chapter 69. The mysterious explosive equipment. A coat, a pair of gloves, and a pair of shoes, self-set. A piercing scream erupted from outside, resonating with an intensity that cut through the air. Li Ziye turned towards the source of the sound, which was in the direction of the cafeteria. He glanced at the other 3 companions, resolute in the belief that in the face of danger, one must not remain passive. "We must take the initiative." Before he could finish speaking, he threw open a window and leapt out. It is noteworthy that after nearly a year of rigorous training, Li Ziye's physique had reached or even surpassed that of an average Chuan realm adept, rendering armor unnecessary for protection. As for his mental fortitude, he had already achieved the ability to break through within the Chuan realm, but he desired to further consolidate his strength. "You're truly unconventional," he remarked. Due to the second phase of the training camp focusing on the Forbidden Ruins, the town ruins monument had long been deactivated, allowing the group to unleash their potential without restriction. Consequently, Shun Qingzhu effortlessly manipulated the air to achieve a wind-riding effect and followed suit, while only Li Ziye and Chao Yuan were left to ascend stairs. Soon, the 4 arrived at the cafeteria. What should have been filled with the savory aroma of food was instead overwhelmed by the acrid stench of blood, with cobwebs draping the space, including a gruesome corpse of a man, his remains entirely unrecognizable. "Let us venture deeper," Li Ziye suggested, drawing forth the shadow sword from his micro-black domain. He activated the shadow magnetic field, creating an invisible force field shield around him, and strode boldly into the depths. Meanwhile, Li Ziye activated Ultimate Dark Ruins, Mortal Realm, Starry Night Dancer, and followed with the warehouse's Stellar Blade in hand. Similarly, Chao Yuan and Shun Qingzhu entered the fray. In the web-laden cafeteria, the 4 figures moved cautiously, akin to navigating through infrared security systems, careful not to disturb a single strand of web. Suddenly, a bat's screech echoed from the dark recesses. A moment later, a massive bat, towering over 2 men, soared into view, its appearance imposing. With blood-red eyes and a coat that shimmered, exuding an oddly unsettling aura, reminiscent of a frightened boy feigning bravery. In an instant, an unusual commotion arose. A gigantic, grayish-white spider clung to the ceiling, measuring approximately 2 meters in length, with legs that, when fully extended, spanned 4 meters. Simultaneously, the bat emitted a terrifying sonic wave, while the spider's multitude of crimson, compound eyes glimmered with a sinister red light. Both of these creatures possessed the capability for mental assault. However, in the blink of an eye, their spiritual attacks were dispersed by Li Ziye's Shadow Emperor, dread, leaving no impact on anyone. I shall handle the bat. The spider is yours, he declared, drawing the shadow sword and launching into a dazzling flash sword dance, aimed at the bat. At that moment, the bat, a creature of Chuan realm mystique, was struck with terror upon seeing the golden blade's radiance, instinctively attempting to flee, but it was already too late. As the dusk settled, Li Ziye extended his hand and cast 3 magical talismans. The beast of the evil wolf, the thornwood beast, and the crocodile beast emerged, pinning the bat to the ground, rendering it immobile. Step by step, Li Ziye approached, sword in hand. Please do not kill me. I implore you, spare my life. The bat, surprisingly articulate, pleaded, as long as you spare me, I will do anything you ask. I swear I have harmed no one. I was brought here against my will. I am merely a 110-year-old bat, still so young. Tears streamed down the bat's face as it spoke, its voice resembling that of a bullied child. What benefit do I gain from sparing you? Li Ziye paused, yet his sword remained unsheathed, indicating his skepticism. What can your continued existence offer me? I can transform into a garment that allows you to fly. The bat's face was filled with trepidation, uncertain of its fate. Are you saying you're a sentient piece of clothing that has taken the form of a bat? Li Ziye inquired, stroking his chin, his gaze calculating. Yes, the bat nodded, too frightened to utter another word. And if you were to betray me, that would never happen. I only wish to survive. Very well. Li Ziye conceded with a nod, gesturing for the 3 beasts to release their grip. I will tentatively trust you, but should you deceive me, your fate is sealed. No sooner had he spoken than the bat transformed into a rather stylish blue coat. To his surprise, it fit him quite well. He donned the blue coat, testing its flexibility and discovering its exceptional resilience. They say that a white-haired figure in a blue coat exudes a certain charm. After a moment, he queried, what else can you do besides enabling flight? The blue coat did not respond verbally, but communicated through mental waves, in addition to flight. I can assume various forms and provide protection from harm. It seemed to possess capabilities that might surpass those of a night watchman's cloak. Li Ziye nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the spider, witnessing the bat's swift subjugation, was taken aback and hastily crashed through the window, vanishing into thin air. Lin Chia, Gao Zhuan, Shen Qingzhu. This scenario is utterly incongruous. One menacing creature capitulates and becomes a mere accessory, while another flees in terror. Is this truly how it unfolds? Shen Qingzhu furrowed her brow, glancing at Li Ziye. What should we do next? Should we pursue it or... Brother, you return to guard our dormitory against intruders. Understood. Chie and Yuanzi will head to the 3rd building to rescue the others. Very well. And as for me, Li Ziye turned his gaze toward the shattered window. I shall pursue that spider and indulge in a little game. With that, he soared out into the night. Having determined their course of action, the 4 proceeded according to plan, each fulfilling their designated role. After the crowd had dispersed, 2 enigmatic figures stealthily emerged. How curious that these 2 little fellows were so timid. One surrendered immediately while the other fled, leaving the situation rather anticlimactic. One figure sighed with exasperation. Alas, the other figure lamented. By the way, have you taken care of that corpse? We must avoid any slip-ups. It has already been sent away. Located in the underground base outside the training camp. That's good to hear. With that settled, our task is complete. And now we await the performance of the atmosphere team from Building 3. Although Li Ziye claimed to be pursuing the gray-white spider, he had no intention of doing so. Instead, he was on the lookout for other mysteries. Aside from his curiosity about the newly added enigmas, the spider child held no utility for him. Soon enough, Li Ziye stumbled upon a solitary Chuan realm stranger. He promptly summoned the Shadow Flame Dragon armor, vanquishing the foe and refining it into a magic card. Clearly, this act was intended to demonstrate his prowess, signaling that he was more than capable of dealing with mere Chuan realm mysteries, compelling it to behave and cease its antics. At that moment, the Shadow Flame Dragon gazed silently at the freshly minted magic card. A card, the size of a mobile phone, floated in the air, its face depicting a pair of half-finger gloves. No, he was taken aback, speechless as he stowed away the magic card, muttering to himself. How could this possibly be a pair of gloves? Please don't tell me the next item is a pair of shoes. After a while, an explosive sound erupted. Boom! Shadow Flame Fist. A surge of blood-red flames burst forth, coalescing in the air into a shoe magic card. Goodness. It seemed Li Ziye had come to browse a clothing store. A Chuan realm coat, a pair of Chuan half-finger gloves, and a pair of Chuan shoes, all possessing auxiliary functions. The coat could fly, the gloves could manipulate objects, and the shoes could teleport. Was it possible that Yuan Gang had deliberately provided him with these items? Meanwhile, outside the training camp, in the underground base, the surveillance screens displayed scenes of Li Ziye swiftly dispatching 2 Chuan realm mysteries, prompting a collective look of astonishment among the instructors. This young man, disregarding risks at such a tender age, had already acquired the ability to instantaneously eliminate Chuan realm mysteries. He was destined for great achievements in the future. Of course, slaying Chuan realm entities wasn't particularly surprising. What was astonishing was that these mysteries were indeed equipment. Commander, what are these 3 mysteries? Instructor Hong glanced at Yongong, wondering if these were the equipment you specifically provided to Li Ziye. They were equivalent to 3 forbidden items already. What a substantial investment. Yongong chuckled, clarifying that they weren't specifically for him, but whoever could obtain them would rightfully claim them. Subsequently, he dispatched a message to Li Ziye. Since you have reaped the rewards, it would be prudent to allow the other recruits some opportunity for training. Chapter 70. Midnight Brother, why are you merely standing there? Huh? Just as Li Ziye had released his armor fusion, he noticed an instructor emerging from the shadows, fervently gesturing with his eyes and body language. After a moment of contemplation, he finally grasped the intended message and silently nodded. With no one else around, why not simply convey the message directly? The cryptic expressions are perplexing. One could just remain still if that was the case. After muttering quietly to himself, he approached the entrance of the 3rd dormitory. At this moment, Li Ziye, Chao Yuan, and several new recruits were gathered at the door, seemingly unaware of why they had not entered. Damn, I failed to catch up. Li Ziye feigned an exasperated expression as he joined Li Ziye and Chao Yuan, pretending to gasp for breath. Why haven't you 2 gone in yet? Is that spider so swift that you lost track of it? Li Ziye frowned. That is of little consequence. Li Ziye feigned embarrassment. But what truly mattered was that you both were lingering at the entrance, dawdling. It's not that we don't want to, it's that we cannot enter. Chao Yuan shook his head. Li Ziye squinted slightly, keenly sensing the 3rd dormitory, discovering a spatial barrier that separated it from the outside world, thus preventing their entry. Just as a new recruit, namely Xiao Wang, was about to speak, Li Ziye interjected. There exists a spatial barrier here, dividing the 3rd dormitory from the current realm. We merely need to breach this barrier. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shadow Flame Dragon armor, fusion. Everyone step back. Seeing everyone retreat in unison, the Shadow Flame Dragon took a deep breath, attuning to the surging shadow fire energy within, its aura continuously ascending, snapping open a particular restriction. Shadow Flame Dragon armor, upgrade. Boom! A blood-red pillar of hellfire soared into the sky as the Shadow Flame Dragon armor underwent a transformation, its horns becoming increasingly majestic, and the chest plate extending to the shoulder armor, rendering the entire armor significantly more formidable. The overall design and style of the armor closely resembled that of the Shadow Emperor armor. Shadow Flame Dragon armor upgrade, Hellfire Emperor. With a thought, the fire character scroll automatically flew forth, and the Hellfire Emperor lightly touched its surface with his right fist, subsequently assuming a stance of a horse stance punch. The fire scroll morphing into shadow fire particles absorbed by his right fist, with a powerful punch unleashed. Boom! An overwhelming surge of blood-red hellfire erupted, distorting the air with scorching waves, instantly shattering the invisible spatial barrier. Just as the 3rd dormitory was about to be caught in the aftermath, the Hellfire Emperor released his right fist, pulling his palm back. The roaring Hellfire fist energy seemed to be drawn, converging into his right hand, which he then gently clenched, extinguishing it with a soft pop. At this moment, he had achieved perfect mastery over the shadow, fire energy. Everyone, huh? In the next moment, the Hellfire Emperor armor disassembled. Well, the spatial barrier has been shattered. Li Ziye gently pushed open the dormitory door. Let us go. The situation is urgent. We must swiftly eliminate the mystery. Let us move. A group of individuals entered the dormitory building in succession. Meanwhile, the spirit of the plump by Li awakened and severed the threads with the soul-cutting blade. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, staring at the surveillance footage for an extended period, murmuring, "How has this young man conjured a new set of armor? Is it possible that his divine realm can evolve?" On the screen, Li Ziye summoned an armor they had never witnessed before and then shattered the barrier of the Chaos Cube with a single punch. This scene caused all the instructors to collectively gasp in astonishment. "Chief, this..." Instructor Hong's lips twitched at a loss for words. "Sigh." Yuan Gong sighed deeply. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream echoed from halfway up the second floor. The group's expressions shifted in unison as they hurried upwards, only to halt abruptly at the sight before them. Logically, the staircase should have spiraled upward in a conventional manner, leading to the second-floor corridor, where one could easily see the stairs to the third floor. However, what lay before them was entirely different. Instead of connecting to the second-floor corridor, the staircase led into an incongruous dormitory, its door ajar, revealing a clean and orderly interior adorned with skincare products and personal clothing, yet devoid of any human presence. The entire situation was imbued with an inexplicable strangeness. What on earth is going on? Lin Ziye stared blankly at the scene before him. After a moment, he turned to Li Ziye. "Brother Ziye, what do you think?" Li Ziye remained silent, merely shaking his head. His gesture did not indicate ignorance of the situation, but rather an inability to assist, as he had already been singled out by Yuan Gang. "Lin Ziye, this is abnormal. Extremely so, perhaps even overwhelmingly so." Typically, Li Ziye would have pointed out the issue without hesitation and employed a direct and forceful approach to resolve it. Yet now he merely observes? "Brother Ziye, why are you just watching? Who exactly are you? Get off Li Ziye at once." Sighing in resignation, Lin Ziye decided to utilize his clever mind to examine the meticulously arranged corners around them. He quickly discerned that the junction between the dormitory and the staircase was unsettlingly perfect. The cut was unnaturally smooth to the point of eeriness. If I am not mistaken, the layout of this dormitory has been utterly disrupted from within. To put it simply, you may consider the internal space of this building as a cube which has now been scrambled. It is evident that the mystery within this dormitory possesses profound expertise in spatial manipulation. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ziye signaled with his eyes for Li Ziye to shatter a specific wall. However, Li Ziye remained silent, shaking his head resolutely. Lin Ziye, I see. You've been placed under an order from above? Haven to you? He was remarkably intelligent, quickly grasping the situation. Very well. Then you may observe while we handle this ourselves. Li Ziye nodded appreciatively, slowly articulating, "What a good child. You've learned to be independent." Lin Ziye, feeling exasperated, reacted with a frown. Suddenly, the spatial arrangement was once again disrupted. All those who had entered together were separated. Yet fortunately, Lin Ziye and Chao Yuan remained by Li Ziye's side. The trio pressed onward, and before long, they stumbled upon a bisected female corpse as well as a terrifying headless man wielding a beheading sword. This headless figure was a mysterious entity known as the Sound Hunter, whose power could be succinctly summarized. The louder the sound, the stronger it became. However, upon discovering them, the Sound Hunter abruptly changed its target, moving towards another corridor, prompting the Chaos Cube to rearrange the space to protect it. Lin Ziye pondered, "Ziye, why do we have the sensation that this mysterious being seems to be evading us? Gao Juan Muset? Could it be that it fears Maihei Wang Slash?" Li Ziye touched his nose, remarking, "It should be evading me, indeed." This made sense. At that moment, Bailey Pang Pang left the soul-severing blade with Shun Qingzhu, instructing her to deal with the spider, while he himself, stepping onto shaking light, made his way to the 3 dormitories. After traversing numerous dormitories, the further they advanced, the more disoriented they became, as the space grew increasingly chaotic. After a moment's hesitation, Bailey Pang Pang took a deep breath, grounding himself, and called out, "Molly, where are you? I'm coming to rescue you." Chapter 71. Because of hunger, I shall expedite my progress. After all, those from the Shadow Realm are not known for their integrity. Gurgle. At that moment, the sound of a growling stomach echoed through the air. It was time to eat. Li Ziye rubbed his belly, gazing at the ever-shifting surroundings, and let out a sigh before quietly turning away. He made his way to a corner, where he found a surveillance camera and silently mouthed, "I am hungry. I intend to expedite the assessment exercise and then go for a meal just like that." Indeed, he had changed his mind. He had initially promised not to interfere with the exercise, but hunger had persuaded him to hasten through it. After all, what could be more important than a meal? Moreover, human nature is fickle, and this was hardly a grave matter. It was merely the Carnival Day exercise. Shadow Flamme Dragon Armor, Merge. He believed that to deal with the two assessment entities using the mysterious Chuan realm, he need not employ the Infernal Flame Emperor, nor the Shadow Emperor. The standard Shadow Flame Dragon armor would suffice. Previously, he merely wished to experience the sensation of the fire armor after its upgrade. On another front, Yuan Gang, having deciphered the silent message, frowned but felt powerless. After all, one could not brazenly pull Li Ziye out. Is Brother Fatty here? Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated within the shadowy domain, prompting Shadow Flame to spring into action, demolishing walls and traversing the terrain towards the source of the sound. Molly, Chia, Gao Juan, Father, where are you all? Ah, indeed, it was by Li Fatty who, after a prolonged search with no success, had resorted to calling out. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Simultaneously, the sound of objects being dragged and the ominous creaking of doors approached by Li Fatty's location. Suddenly, bang! A figure clad in armor of dark red and silver descended from above, landing heroically before rising slowly. He shook his wrists and walked towards the sound. Li Fatty paused momentarily, murmuring to himself in disbelief, "I can't believe I actually summoned someone. Could it be that I possess the talent of summoner?" As Shadow Flame Dragon advanced, he adjusted the valve on the right side of his belt, causing the Shadow Flame blade to materialize. He then turned the valve on the left side, and the slay, lethal seal appeared. Tapping the blade's tip against the seal, he gathered shadow, fire energy, then swung the blade fiercely, unleashing a blood-red infernal blade aura that soared skyward. Swish! The blade aura struck the hunt caller, igniting it in blood-colored hellfire, with a blood-red taiji symbol manifesting behind it. The next moment, the fire seal burst forth. Shadow Flame Dragon leaped high, passing through the seal, and landed a punch on the hunt caller, which promptly exploded. Yet, strangely, before the blast could reach the dormitory, it inexplicably compressed and fused with its original form to become a magic seal. He then stowed the magic seal into his belt. Just as he was about to rush out to help Li Fatty cover his mouth, Molly stood frozen in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Such a formidable entity from the Chuan realm, reduced to a mere insect before him? How could the hunting sound that has slain numerous sisters meet its demise so easily? The very monster they feared and meticulously prepared to confront appeared as fragile as a bug in his presence. Is this the disparity between individuals? No, he is not merely human. He is a monster, a relentless killing machine. The Shadow Flame Dragon merely nodded at the two of them before vanishing into the shadows, fully extending its shadow magnetic field to sense the location of the Chaos Cube. Boom! A prison fire arrow shattered the wall, creating a spherical void with a radius of over 3 meters. At the core of this void floated a silver cube. Found you. The Shadow Flame Dragon sheathed its blazing bow and seized the Chaos Cube, twisting it forcefully in its grasp. Under the influence of Shadow Emperor, intimidation, the cube dared not resist. The space within the 3 dormitories began to warp as the cube twisted, descending into chaos. Li Ziye, clad in armor, furrowed his brow and viciously hurled the Chaos Cube to the ground, only to retrieve it again. Hey, I know you can understand human speech. Restore this place, or your life will be forfeit. Swish, swish, swish. The Chaos Cube immediately began to twist on its own. As it did, the space gradually returned to its original state, and the 3 dormitories resumed their normal layout. Almost simultaneously, outside a storage room in the training camp, a frantic chase unfolded. An ostensibly powerful entity from the Chuan realm, paralyzed by fear, fled desperately, caught in a predicament of being hunted. By sheer coincidence, it sprinted toward the 3 dormitory buildings. How splendid. I finally have an opportunity to strike. Li Ziye's expression brightened as he activated the divine might of Goddess of Night, Nyx, and Archangel, Michael, nearly obliterating the already severely injured soul of the spider with a single glance. Huh. The entity actually felt pain. How could this be possible? I must be hearing things. Li Ziye narrowed his eyes slightly, invoking darkest divine ruins, enveloping the surroundings in shadows, and wielding his blade from afar, piercing the giant spider through to its core. Asylum for the gods won. I managed to complete the kill just before that killing machine arrived. Li Ziye gazed at the spider's corpse, nodding in satisfaction, then sighed. If it had been slain by him, it would have turned into a card. And how would I perform the sacrifice for the summoning array then? Moments later, everyone gathered on the first floor of the dormitory. Are you saying that the object in your hand is the mystery capable of altering space? Z pointed at the silver cube in Li Ziye's hand. Are you certain it is a mystery and not a forbidden ruin? Absolutely, Li Ziye confirmed, gesturing to his trench coat, gloves, and shoes. Besides this cube, these 3 pieces are also Chuan realm mysteries. Surprised? Unexpected? Amidst the crowd, a voice echoed. So, we are risking our lives while you merely come here to gather supplies? Is such audacity truly necessary? At this moment, the mysterious presence had cleared away any threats, and all was tranquil. Consequently, the group began to converse. However, as their discussion progressed, the atmosphere gradually shifted to something more somber. Suddenly, Molly sighed, her tone tinged with melancholy. Thank you for eliminating that wretched sound hunter and avenging us. We are grateful, but our sisters can never return. Just yesterday they were well. And today, Li Ziye exhaled deeply and explained, this was merely a drill. The bodies were all fabricated. Molly and the other female soldiers stared in disbelief. Their jaws agape. This was a drill. Seeing their astonishment, Li Ziye offered a wry smile and elaborated further. Upon concluding, he cast a frantic glance towards Bai Li, urging him to console her. Truly, the well-being of his adopted son weighed heavily on his heart. As the female soldiers absorbed the news of the drill, the shadows of despair began to lift. Molly, do not grieve. After a brief pause, Bai Li finally comprehended the unspoken cue and hurried over to offer words of comfort, only to trip and stumble. At that moment, he inadvertently caught sight of something he ought not to have seen. Molly's face flushed crimson as she inadvertently placed her foot upon Bai Li's face. Shouting in a mix of embarrassment and indignation, "Was that intentional, you scoundrel?" Bai Li, grinning, thought to himself, this moment is worth it. Their playful scuffle elicited quiet laughter from the onlookers. Meanwhile, Li Ziye leaned against a tree in the greenery, fiddling with a chaotic cube, his mind preoccupied with a matter of significant importance, whether he could confront the murmur with his current capabilities. Presently, without summoning armor, he possessed combat power exceeding the Chuan realm. When he summoned the upgraded fire and water armors, his strength reached the high realm, and with the Shadow Emperor armor, he could attain high realm plus. If he encountered a clone, victory was assured. Against the main body, he could not guarantee a win, but defeat was out of the question. Buzzing sounds suddenly broke his contemplation as military jeeps sped toward them, kicking up clouds of dust before skidding to a halt before the group, with instructors disembarking in disciplined order. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang approached, hands clasped behind his back, a subtle twitch at the corners of his mouth betraying his composure. All new recruits quickly fell into formation. Excellent. Yuan Gang surveyed the assembly and sighed internally before speaking slowly. I hereby declare the Carnival Day drill concluded. His voice resonated through the training camp, leaving some bewildered and perplexed. A drill? When did this occur? I seem to have been asleep the entire time. Indeed, due to the hunger of a certain white-haired individual, the drill had been expedited, leaving many newly awakened recruits oblivious to its conclusion. However, Li Ziye was certainly not to bear the blame for this mishap. All of this can be attributed to their deep slumber, during which their souls were ensnared by the Chuan realm spider, causing them to awaken only just now. It is entirely their own shortcoming. They cannot blame anyone else. Rest assured, those who sacrificed are all safe and sound, without a hint of danger. Yuan Gang's words completely assuaged the worries of Molly and the other female soldiers. It has been a considerable time. Yuan Gang paused, glancing at Li Ziye, his expression slightly nuanced. He had never witnessed a carnival day as particularly unique as this one. He felt both gratified and exasperated regarding Li Ziye. The gratification stemmed from his formidable combat prowess, capable of annihilating the Chuan realm in an instant within the Qi realm, shattering space with a single punch. The exasperation arose from the unpredictable nature of his actions. One moment, he could agree wholeheartedly, and the next, he might change his mind for any trivial reason. Moreover, Li Ziye's overwhelming power rendered everyone else, save for a select few, rather lackluster. This made it challenging for Yuan to assign a score. Yuan Gang continued after a brief pause. We have all observed your performances, and the score should be announced in the next day or two, so remember to check your results then. Due to today being Carnival Day, training is canceled for the next 2 days, so take the time to relax. With that, he dismissed them. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in cheers and skipped away, while some who had not participated in the exercises could only curl up in bed, secretly shedding tears and resenting their tendency to oversleep. Li Ziye, what are the mysterious corpse? Yuan Gang asked, a hint of a smile on his lips. Upon hearing this, Li Ziye's eyes darted as he concocted a response. You must have reviewed my dossier. The cost of my divine ruin is immense, requiring the essence of powerful beings to replenish. The corpse has been promptly refined. Yuan Gang chuckled and ceased his inquiries. It is worth noting that he is a seasoned fox in a high position, naturally capable of discerning that there was something amiss, yet it mattered little, for after all, he was a promising asset on our side. The mysterious corpse could be relinquished. What about that magic cube? Not a chance. Yonggong. That is my trophy. Li Ziye shook the chaos cube, adding, moreover, it now completely submits to my command. It has been incorporated into my possession, so do not expect to reclaim it. After a moment's thought, he added, and that bat will not be returned either. I find it rather comfortable to wear. Yuan Gang, very well. I shall submit a request on your behalf. With that, he sighed and walked away, hands behind his back like a leisurely elder. Suddenly, Yuan Gang discovered that Lin Ziye intended to steal the spider child corpse, promptly calling out, Hey Lin Ziye, what are you doing? The mysterious corpse must be reclaimed. I'm hungry and wish to feast on braised spider legs. Lin Ziye blurted out, quickly switching to another excuse. Am I not a dual divine agent now? The cost of the night goddess's powers is too great and also requires. I understand, Yuan Gang sighed helplessly. Chapter 72. I feel terrifyingly powerful. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Ziye collapsed into slumber. His consciousness drifted into the shadow space, where he luxuriated in the serpent woman's massage while establishing a connection between the chaos cube and this realm. With a mere flick of his fingers, he summoned the ability transplant laboratory before him. A subtle snap of his fingers sent the hunter's sound magic tablet soaring through the air, prompting the serpent woman to promptly activate it by pressing the switch and extracting its powers. The extraction was a resounding success. Hunter's sound, the louder the noise, the swifter its pace, thus amplifying its strength. Shortly thereafter, Li Ziye stepped into the transplant chamber, where the ability transfer was soon completed. Young master, the high priest suddenly materialized. It appears that the garments and the cube you possess are not entirely loyal to you. Would you require my assistance in forging a contract? Yes. Upon hearing his consent, the high priest snapped his fingers, conjuring 2 pitch-black seals that traversed the void, landing directly upon the coat and the chaos cube. The contract was established, rendering betrayal impossible. Li Ziye nodded in acknowledgement. A moment later, he inquired, Is there a forging workshop within this space? I wish to modify that sword, perhaps by adding a small iron ring or a bell to the hilt. Such trivial matters are best left to me, replied the high priest. Very well, but do not damage it. Li Ziye retrieved the shadow sword, adding, just ensure the modifications are not unsightly. It should produce sound during combat, yet remain aesthetically pleasing and devoid of noise. With that, He handed the sword to the high priest. After a brief interval, the high priest departed, cradling the sword, leaving behind a parting remark. While it is indeed feasible to enhance one's understanding of the 5 elements through the refinement of external objects, it pales in comparison to genuine comprehension. One must take time to reflect. Essentially, he conveyed the notion that rapid advancement leads to an unstable foundation, making future progression difficult. He advised against hastily seeking treasures of the other 3 attributes, suggesting instead to first comprehend the essence of fire and water. Got it, Li Ziye muttered, rolling his eyes as he opened his attributes panel. Shadow Elemental Bloodline Concentration, 100 Bloodline Potential Development Level, 40 Mental Strength, Peak Level of the 5th Grade, Mental Strength Equivalence, Pinnacle of the Pool Realm, Suppressed, can advance at any moment, Willpower Strength, Peak Level of the 5th Grade, Physical Strength, Upper Class of the 4th Grade, Armor Mastery, 30 Lower Tier Armors, Shadow Flame Dragon, Infernal Emperor, Shadow Black Rhinoceros, Abyssal Rhinoceros Emperor, Shadow Wind Eagle, Shadow Snow Mastiff, Shadow Earth Tiger, Transplanted Abilities, Assimilation, Disguise, Hunter's Sound, Forbidden Item, Shadow Sword Combat Performance Evaluation, Standard Battle Power, Upper Class of the 4th Grade River, Armor Battle Power, Upper Class of the 3rd Grade Sea. I feel extraordinarily powerful right now. A thought crossed Li Ziye's mind as he manipulated the cube, summoning the 5 great Shadow Guardians before him. Hey Jean, practice with me. Evil Jean. Why? A grotesque visage manifested a fleeting glimpse of humanity, its owner overwhelmed with an insatiable urge to engage in combat. Reluctantly, the malevolent guardian acquiesced, for it was a command from the young master. The duel commenced. The 2 combatants exchanged blows fervently, but as the intensity escalated, Li Ziye, in a fit of exasperation, merged with the Shadow Emperor armor. Emperor's Raging Cascade. The Shadow Emperor unleashed a formidable strike upon the grotesque figure, akin to a tsunami's violent surge, propelling the latter into the air. With a woeful cry, the grotesque figure soared away, only to rise moments later, patting itself in disbelief. Oh, unscathed. The Shadow Emperor, with a hint of disdain, remarked. According to the theory of the 5 elements, metal generates water, and water cannot directly conquer metal. Thus, this Emperor's Raging Cascade is merely a formidable basic attack against the malevolent guardian. In contrast, had this technique been employed against the evil Fire Guardian, it would have likely cost him a significant portion of his vitality, leaving him in a state of near demise, trapped in an insipid seal. Emperor's Flame Fist. The sight of the grotesque figure hopping about incited the Shadow Emperor's ire, prompting him to teleport directly before his opponent and deliver a powerful punch that sent him soaring into the sky. Quantum Abyssal Ray. The Shadow Emperor, weaving his hands in a Tai Chi formation, concentrated dark energy, controlling it with intent, compressing what should have been a widespread explosion of dark energy into a potent beam aimed at the airborne grotesque figure. The dark energy ray pierced through the clouds of the Shadow Realm, striking the grotesque figure and eliciting cries of despair. Young master, this is utterly unfair. You are bullying an elder. The grotesque figure crossed his arms, enveloped in shadowy golden energy for protection. Had I not been careless and failed to evade, your punch would have never reached me. Yet, his lamentations would not garner the desired response. To his surprise, the results of his improvised combo were rather impressive. The Shadow Emperor's masked smile seemed to grow even more vibrant as he declared, Brother Jean, who instructed you to be so tough-skinned? If you were to harm someone else, it would be quite troublesome. Henceforth, you shall serve as my professional practice partner for my combos. This fluid sequence of strikes drew inspiration from the renowned Painting Noah versus Zaki, beginning with a fiery fist, followed by an extended light-based skill. Such is the advantage of having watched tokusatsu dramas in a past life, where various techniques are at one's fingertips. Notably, the Quantum Abyssal Ray was entirely Li Ziye's original creation, absent from the skill roster. The grotesque figure grumbled in frustration. Testing of the combo complete, declare the Shadow Emperor as the armor disassembled. Li Ziye twisted the magic cube, returning the Shadow Guardians to their realm. Before resuming his seat upon the throne, squinting in delight as he enjoyed the services of the Serpent Maiden. While indulging, he contemplated the forthcoming actions of the ancient god society, which, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would dispatch Asura realm cannon fodder, accompanied by 4 River Realm minions, along with Asura realm avatar of Whispers. Additionally, a magma dragon. A magma dragon, indeed. Li Ziye's lips curled into a slight arc, clearly indicating that he was a promising candidate for the fire armor beast. I must seize the opportunity to study him further. At this moment, his strength was utterly formidable. Calliope, merely a trivial mutter. Yet should you dare to approach, I shall effortlessly pluck you apart. Suddenly, at that very moment, Li Ziye noticed a peculiar formation materializing beneath his feet. He hastily manipulated the magic cube, relocating the evil gold, and summoned a protective barrier. Whoosh! In an instant, the evil gold had yet to react before being enveloped in a radiant magical light, subsequently vanishing without a trace. Evil gold. Winky face, huh? Lin Ziye gazed upon the shadowy figure before him, a humanoid monstrosity, caught in a daze, muttering to himself, "Where's my grand little mummy?" Indeed, a slight error in the summoning spell had inadvertently connected to the shadow realm at the last moment. However, in the next instant, pop the recently summoned evil gold transformed into a wisp of black smoke, dissipating into nothingness. Given Lin Ziye's current realm, he was utterly incapable of genuinely summoning such a high-tier entity. Witnessing the disappearance of the evil gold, Lin Ziye let out a sigh and glanced at the spider corpse nearby. No worries, it still had 2 legs. I can summon it once more. Little mummy. Wait for me. Chapter 73, 99. 9 points, just 0. 1 point away from perfection. 2 days later, the rankings were announced. All the new recruits gathered around the announcement wall, eagerly searching for their names. 19.5. Li Pang was taken aback, glancing at Li Ziye, who was sitting under a tree, sipping on a cola. Adoptive father. You were just half a point away from a perfect score? Incredible. Li Ziye capped his cola bottle and chuckled. Stay calm. It's merely the basics. The rankings of the new recruits were as follows. First place, Li Ziye. Score, 19. 5. Second place, Lin Ziye. Score, 19. Third place by Li Tu-Ming. Score, 17. Fourth place, Chao Yuan. Score, 17. Fifth place, Shun Xingzhu. Score, 16, having been penalized a point by Hong for personal grievances. Beyond the top 5, the remaining rankings were of little consequence. Apart from these top contenders who genuinely participated in the exercises, the performances of the others were rather mediocre, merely converted from their routine scores, lacking substantial merit. Bai Li Tu-Ming, are you present? Instructor Hong approached. The commander wishes to see you. Come with me. Do not utter a word, just follow. He offered Li Pang no opportunity to speak, dragging him away. Li Pang expressed his bewilderment. Initially taken aback, he soon realized he was being led away. What have I done? He struggled desperately, akin to a pig destined for slaughter. Instructor Hong, I am innocent. I truly have done nothing wrong. I am wronged. However, Instructor Hong paid him no heed, resolutely pulling him toward the commander's office. Witnessing this, Lin Ziye felt a twinge of guilt. He understood that Li Pang was likely being misunderstood due to the free space incident, the armaments in that warehouse. Feeling the weight of scrutiny, he instinctively swallowed hard. Had he been discovered? Lin Ziye glanced around, swiftly slipping away from the crowd and returning to the dormitory. Li Ziye cast a significant glance at Lin Ziye, internally reflecting on the absurdity of his summoning array, which could connect to his shadow space. Though it made sense, considering it was a summoning array capable of transcending dimensional realms. Subsequently, he downed the remainder of his cola, departing from the shade as the astonished gazes of the crowd followed him. Approximately 20 minutes later, damn it, who the hell stole from the warehouse? Li Pang stormed back to the dormitory, plopping down on his bed. I truly cannot believe that guy. He caused me to be misunderstood. Aha, you really are quite unfortunate, Lin Ziye admitted, feeling increasingly guilty. At the end of August, the comfortable spring quietly slipped away, giving way to the sweltering heat of summer. In a corner of the canteen, a group of 4 sat around a table. Plates of cold appetizers and chilled drinks lay before them, chatting as they ate. As the time draws near, only 2 days remain until a year has passed. Chao Yuan savored a piece of pork jelly, contemplating that in 2 days, we may all part ways. Alas, it is difficult to bid farewell. Li Ziye took a sip of ice-cold cola and smiled, saying, "Our destinies are intertwined. Even if we separate, it shall not be for long." Noticing the fervent glimmer in Chao Yuan's eyes, he coughed lightly and added, "What I mean is, we brothers share a bond, and fate will surely bring us together again." Chao Yuan nodded in agreement. "If only I could be assigned to Guangzhou or Shenzhen, how delightful it would be to guard the night in my hometown," Li Pangpang remarked while indulging in food. As was customary, Chao Yuan playfully chided him. "You shouldn't speak so lightly. Being a night watchman entails discretion. You can't just flaunt it." Eating and sleeping while teasing Pangpang, Chao Yuan was in high spirits. "Bai, could you possibly perish if I don't chide you?" Li Pangpang exclaimed, slamming down his chopsticks. Yet, within a heartbeat, he picked them up again, resuming his meal, too lazy to engage further. "Let us focus on eating. Banner pales in comparison to a good meal." Ding dong. At that moment, the phones of everyone in the cafeteria chimed in unison. After the assessment, the training camp had lifted the signal jammers. Aside from basic confidentiality requirements and restrictions on leaving the premises, the new recruits faced no further limitations. 99.9? Li Ziye checked his phone, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he thought, "Is that 0? One deduction meant to keep me humble? Yuan Gong, you wretched soul. How dare you deny me a perfect score?" He set his phone aside and looked at Li Ziye, asking, "The results are out. What did you score?" 95. Li Ziye sighed, then continued, "If it weren't for that wretched shooting segment, my score could have been higher." Truly infuriating. Chao Yuan glanced at his phone, smirking slightly. "About what I anticipated, an overall score of 91, ranking 4th. As he spoke, he turned to Li Pangpang, teasingly inquiring, "Well, Fatso, you're last. Aren't you going to share your score?" Li Pangpang remained silent, staring at his phone in disbelief, unable to fathom his score. When Chao Yuan pressed him again, he quickly locked the screen. "The system glitched. I didn't see it. Fatty, I found you," Chao Yuan exclaimed, pointing at the list on his own phone. Laughing heartily, "You scored only 74, ranked 185 overall. This is what happens when you don't put in the effort. You're embarrassing the rest of us." Indeed, within their small circle, Li Pangpang was the only one to fall outside the top 10. Li Ziye ranked 1st. Li Ziye ranked 2nd. Shen Qingzhu ranked 3rd. Chao Yuan ranked 4th. Li Pangpang ranked 185th. "Damn it!" Li Pangpang exclaimed, "This grading must be erroneous. I'm clearly exceptional. Wielding one sword transforms into 3,000, unmatched in prowess, and my Yaoguang defense is unparalleled. That's merely your money ability, which doesn't T-count in the assessment." Chao Yuan shook his head. Li Pangpang ignored Chao Yuan and sighed, turning his gaze towards Li Ziye. "You two are undoubtedly destined to join the capital team. After graduation, it may be challenging for us to meet again." "The capital?" Li Ziye was taken aback, then promptly replied, "However, I would prefer to remain in Songnan City." As for Li Ziye, he astounded everyone by declaring, "The capital team? I shall not go. Instead, I intend to form my own unique team, with myself as the captain." Li Pangpang. "Oh, Gao Duan." Li Ziye, "I have even thought of a name." Li Ziye continued, undeterred by their astonishment. "It shall be called the Shadow Realm Team, initially composed of 6 members. Moreover, the application has already been submitted." Chapter 74. To guard the light of every home. Even if none shines for me, as dusk descended, raindrops began to fall. This rain heralded the dawn of a new chapter, cleansing the past and illuminating the path to the future. The story was finally set to commence. Li Ziye strolled through the training camp beneath an umbrella, making his way towards the training grounds. "I hope Yuan Gang, that 882, will approve my application. I have no desire to travel to the capital as a subordinate." Moments later, the signal sounded. Within 3 minutes, all the recruits had gathered at the training field. At that moment, the training ground seemed to be enveloped by a transparent canopy, shielding them from the rain. "Excellent. Everyone is here." Instructeur omstu datop à plateforme. Retrieving a document from his leather bag. "This is your respective deployment order. I will now announce it, so prepare yourselves mentally." The atmosphere was charged with excitement and tension. As each name and corresponding station was called, the sound of rain from the outside grew increasingly thunderous. Mali, Team 017, Suzhou City. Chao Yuan, Team 010, Huaihai City. Bailey Tuming, Team 010, Guangzhou Shenzhen City. Shun Qingzhu, Team 006, Shangjing City. Lin Ziye, Team 136, Songnan City. At this point, everyone was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by Lin Ziye's assignment. Then, they were completely dumbfounded. Li Ziye. Instructor Hong glanced at the document, inhaling sharply. Following rigorous discussions at the higher levels, you are approved to establish a special team temporarily affiliated with Team 136 until your team is formed. However, I must remind you, this special team will be unnumbered, and its function may change at the whim of the higher-ups. It is both free and constrained. What is happening? Promoted directly from a temporary worker to the captain of a special team? A leader of a pool-level team? What are the higher-ups thinking? That concludes everyone's deployment orders, which must be obeyed. This is your duty as soldiers. Instructor Hong's expression was indescribably strange. With that, you may disperse. The documents will be distributed to you shortly. Report. In the ranks, Shun Qingzhu suddenly raised her hand. Speak. I have an objection to this arrangement. Shun Qingzhu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Lin Ziye is the second best in the training camp and has performed excellently. He should not be left in Songnan City. Oh, Shun Qingzhu, with a serious demeanor, continued. I am not as good as he is, yet he remains in Songnan City, while the higher-ups expect me to go Shangjing. I, Shun Qingzhu, have my pride and cannot bear this humiliation. I have stated that obedience to orders is our duty as soldiers, even when such orders seem absurd and unreasonable. With that, Instructor Hong turned and departed, ignoring the perplexed gazes of the recruits. Boom! A thunderclap erupted, and in an instant, the sky transformed dramatically. However, the group remained sheltered beneath the canopy, shielded from the rain, though they sensed the ominous weather outside. Bro, thank you for your righteous words. Lin Ziye approached and gently patted the applicant on the shoulder, remarking, I believe this arrangement is the most suitable for me. Shun Qingzhu was taken aback. Do you not feel it is unfair? Where does the night watchman not serve? Lin Ziye chuckled and glanced at Li Ziye. There remains a captain of a special squad station in Songnan City, so what do I have to feel is unfair? At that moment, Li Ziye's shadowy magnetic field detected a distinct tremor emanating from the distance. Has it begun? His eyes narrowed as he gazed into the horizon. Suddenly, a military green tent vehicle approached with haste. Chief Instructor Yuan Gang strode forward, bellowing, 10 minutes ago, Jinan Mountain experienced a massive landslide and mud flow due to an earthquake. Nearly all 10 surrounding villages have met with disaster, with initial estimates of casualties nearing the previous count. Now, everyone board the vehicle. We must proceed to the disaster relief. Several troop carriers sped down the muddy road as Instructor Hong retrieved a map, marking the 3 severely affected areas among the 10 villages. Li Ziye, you are well-versed in wilderness skills, so you will lead the first rescue team. Instructor Hong pointed to the first area. The situation here is dire, and the task is formidable, but I believe you are capable. Yes, Li Ziye replied without hesitation. Next, I shall assign your teammates. Bailey Tuming, Shun Qingzhu, Mo Li, Deng Bei, Li Ziye, Li Liang. These 8 individuals are entrusted to you. Having completed the assignments for all rescue teams, Instructor Hong then indicated the second area. Lin Ziye, you will lead the second rescue team, with your teammates being Chao Yuan and Wen Qingqing. Suddenly, Li Ziye exclaimed, traveling by vehicle is too slow. He directly summoned the Shadow Emperor armor, utilizing the Shadow magnetic field to lock onto his teammates, initiating a group teleportation that instantly transported them to the front of the first area. The Great Xia army is here. Death itself shall retreat. Survivors shall live. His voice resonated through the heavens, reaching every soul in the vicinity. You go save the people. I will hold back the mud flow. With that, the Shadow Emperor swiftly positioned himself near the foot of the mountain, guarding the village. Bailey Fatty quickly retrieved his monocular, searching for the location of the victims. Drawing a deep breath, the Shadow Emperor released his suppressed mental energy, breaking through from the pool realm to the mid-river realm, raising his hand toward the rushing mud flow, commanding, lift. Simultaneously, the shadow magnetic field expanded beyond its previous limits, attempting to envelop the entire village. In that fleeting moment, debris, collapsed houses, and surging mud began to defy gravity under the influence of the magnetic field. The Great Xia army is here. Death itself shall retreat. Survivors shall live. The Shadow Emperor repeatedly uttered these words, straining against the rapidly depleting mental energy and willpower. Yet he could not relent. If he did, the village would be lost. Since he possessed the ability, he had no reason not to give his utmost to save lives. As long as the mudslide is obstructed, the damage to all villages can be minimized to the greatest extent. He must persevere. He stands alone to confront the forces of nature on Yearning Mountain. Born as a shadow, with a heart directed towards the light, he harnesses the power of shadows to safeguard the warmth of countless homes. Even if not a single light shines for him, this embodies the indomitable spirit of the Great Xia and the romanticism inherent in every son of the Great Xia. Meanwhile, as the mudslide was brought under control, his teammates hastened the rescue efforts. Suddenly, a deep yellow blade of energy surged upwards, cleaving the ground and creating a profound chasm. The wielder was none other than the timely arrival of his doppelganger, Beimiao. At that moment, Beimiao had summoned the Shadow Earth Tiger armor, drawing upon the Earth's strength to split the ground beneath him, providing a proper outlet for the mudslide to dissipate. Indeed, although this doppelganger was named Beimiao, he could summon all 5 armors. Immediately thereafter, the Shadow Emperor guided the mudslide to divert entirely towards that outlet. Quickly redirect the mudslides affecting the other villages. He cast a glance at the Shadow Earth Tiger and, in the name of his true self, commanded, "Rescue as many as possible." Understood. The Shadow Earth Tiger nodded, adjusting the belt valve to summon the Shadow Earth Tiger steed, racing at full speed towards the other villages, using the ground-splitting technique to redirect the mudslides upon arrival. With the assistance of the Earth Armor, disaster situations across various locations were brought under control. Their sole focus could be on saving lives. At the foot of Yearning Mountain, the temporary disaster relief command center, the satellite tracking equipment was connected and the electronic communication network was successfully established. All teams, report your status, Yuan Gang said, picking up the walkie-talkie. Rescue Team 1 has arrived at the target village, came the weary voice of Li Ziye. Moreover, I have redirected the mudslides flowing towards all villages. Other teams can concentrate on the rescue efforts. Team 1 was the only rescue team without an instructor accompanying them. Thus Li Ziye wore the communicator himself. Thank you for your hard work. You have saved many villagers' lives, and I extend their gratitude to you. Chapter 75. Time for reckoning. As Yuan Gang uttered these words, the surrounding sounds faded into an eerie silence, the rain from the outside world seemingly frozen in midfall. The 2 instructors who had been present moments ago vanished without a trace. It was as if he were the sole inhabitant of this world. After a brief moment, Yuan Gang sensed a peculiar shift and turned his gaze towards the entrance of the tent. A figure emerged slowly from the horizon. A gentleman clad in a black tailcoat, his long hair cascading loosely. Adorning his chest was a purple kite brooch, and every gesture exuded an air of refined courtesy. Whisper. Yuan Gang's expression darkened instantly. Oh. The gentleman raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, expressing that it was quite an honor for one of the vice captains of the esteemed Upper Capital City Squad to recognize him. Your pretentious demeanor as a noble is easily discernible. Yuan Gang maintained a calm facade. For who in the world did not recognize Lord Whisper, one of the ancient gods of the Eldritch Church, the illustrious creator of the covenant of followers? Yet, such details were trivial. What truly mattered was that you were the most repugnant of them, all within the Eldritch Church. Unperturbed, Whisper merely smiled, though the atmosphere around him grew 10 degrees colder. Commander Yuan, your words are rather uncouth. Gazing upon this grinning visage, Yuan Gang felt an even heavier pall settle upon him. Everything began to make sense. This bizarre calamity was orchestrated by Whisper himself, a veritable nightmare, a disaster born of human folly. Your targets are Lin Ziye and Li Ziye. Yuan Gang's brows knitted together, his countenance growing even more grim. However, he revealed no trepidation in his words. Is your church truly so bereft of personnel? You would personally intervene for 2 mere pool realms? You are correct, but not entirely so. Whisper sighed with a look of resignation. My true form is still being pursued by that pack of mad dogs from the medium squad. Pausing momentarily, Whisper continued, Alas, even if you discern my intentions, it is of no consequence. The strongest presence in Songnan City has already fallen into my snare, while the 136th squad station locally is too occupied to intervene. Dealing with a bunch of rookies is a gross underutilization of my current capabilities. Seeing the confidence radiating from this man, Yuan Gang comprehended an unsettling truth and immediately declared, Whisper, you wretched being have embedded followers within the ranks of the Night Watch. Correct, but there is no reward for your insight. Whisper waved his hand gently through the air. Commander Yuan, our idle chatter concludes here. You shall now succumb to my nightmare. Meanwhile, within the tent, the instructors discovered their commander had vanished. How strange. Where has the commander gone? I just saw him moments ago. In the midst of Jinnan Mountain, beneath the torrential rain, the visor of the Shadow Emperor's armor glistened with raindrops, pooling at his feet, a figure resembling a sorrowful monarch, who, despite shedding tears, forced a smile before the populace. Exhausted, utterly spent, his mental fortitude was insufficient to sustain the vast telekinetic manipulation, compelling him to slow the pace of rescue operations. The commander is missing. Instructor Hong's voice crackled through the earpieces of all the leaders. Everyone, remain vigilant. Should anything appear amiss, call for assistance immediately. Received. The rescue teams proceeded in an orderly fashion, promptly administering treatment to the injured. With the disaster now subdued, Li Ziye removed the Shadow Emperor's armor and began to assist in the rescue alongside by Li Pangpang, Shun Qingzhu, and Mo Li. Soon, all the injured and those fortunate enough to have escaped harm were gathered at a safe location. The official rescue team would not arrive for another day. Leaning against a crumbling wall, Li Ziye turned his gaze toward the others, stating that they must remain here and withdraw in advance to avoid contact before the team's arrival. The group nodded, all understanding the rationale behind this arrangement. As time ticked away, silhouettes clad in black military coats leaned against the wall, huddling together for warmth. Gradually, they closed their eyes, utterly exhausted. These were merely young individuals, all under the age of 20, yet they had been wrestling with death, nearly exhausting their every ounce of strength. Only Li Ziye dared not close his eyes. He would keep watch for all, guarding against any enemy ambush. Observing by Li Pangpang and Mo Li leaning together, a smile crept across his lips. Ah, what a delightful sight, indeed worth commemorating. After musing, Li Ziye discreetly took out his phone to capture the moment, though rain obscured the lens, rendering the image unclear. Meanwhile, in a shadowy grove, Bei Miao was meticulously searching with a flashlight, leaving no corner unchecked. As he walked, he muttered to himself, I intercepted the mudslide directly. Surely, Yiya's parents are safe. But where are they? Indeed, to prevent trouble for Brother Zhuang's underlings, Li Ziye had dispatched his avatar to navigate the danger. As Bei Miao continued, he spotted a burly man wielding an axe. Hey, big brother. He feigned being a lost victim of the disaster and hurried over. I'm desperate to escape and lost my way. Could you guide me out? I promise a generous reward. After all, not everyone wielding an axe was a killer. One must test the waters first. Guide you out? I don't know the way. The burly man chuckled, revealing a set of large yellow teeth. But I can take you to the road of the underworld. He grinned malevolently and swung his axe with ferocity. Clang! Bei Miao raised his right hand, and the shadow-black rhinoceros armor materialized, absorbing the blow. With a sudden exertion, he deflected the burly man's axe. Is that all you've got? As his voice faded, the shadow-black rhinoceros armor completed its transformation. How is this possible? The burly man clutched his painful palm, disbelief etched on his face. My forbidden domain is mighty force. How did you achieve this? I have no time to explain. You are unworthy of hearing it. With that, the shadow-black rhinoceros seized the burly man's neck and hurled him deep into the forest, where he crashed into several trees before coming to a halt. Whoosh! The shadow-black rhinoceros moved at an astonishing speed, closing the distance to the burly man in the blink of an eye. grabbing the man by the crown. He yanked with ferocity, pulling both head and neck free. You lack even the qualification to enter the demon sealing box. He forcefully cast the head of the burly man onto the ground, crushing it beneath a brutal stomp, a fitting demise for such repugnant vermin. At that moment, a torrential rain began to pour. The deluge would only enhance the potency of the shadowy black armor, even in its shadow form. Moments later, in the tranquil depths of the mountains, the shadowy black rhinoceros emerged from the gloom, stepping forth to stand behind a figure clad in a cap, raising its right hand to sever the latter's head. With a casual toss, it crushed the second. On this rain-soaked day, the power of water reached its zenith. The insignificant Chuan realm ants paled in comparison to the shadowy black rhinoceros. It is essential to note that this was merely a summoned armor. Should the true form initiate the summoning, its strength would at least triple. Before long, every Chuan realm and above ground had been decapitated. Suddenly, a rumble echoed as the earth dragon stirred, causing the shadowy black rhinoceros to plummet into a cavern. Before him lay the lair of the fiery, vain earth dragon. He pondered for a moment, then marked the spot. High realm. Time to retreat and allow the true form to handle this. Chapter 76. The Fiery Pulse Earth Dragon, the village of Number 1. Situated far from the lair of the Earth Dragon, remained unscathed. Where is it located? Li Ziye lifted his gaze towards a certain direction and then produced 3 magical talismans, releasing them one by one. Guard this place well. Do not let them come harm. As his words echoed, a large wolfhound, a thorny creature, and a massive crocodile materialized. To avoid alarming the injured, these 3 extraordinary beasts assumed a camouflage form, particularly the crocodile, which burrowed into the ground to prevent frightening anyone. It truly was heart-wrenching. Shadow, fiery dragon armor, merge. He mounted the fiery dragon steed and soared towards the location of the fiery pulse earth dragon. Arriving in the blink of an eye, he descended directly into the cavern, landing steadily within. Why not use the Shadow Emperor armor? Because his current energy and mental strength were insufficient. He could only manage the 5 armors or their upgraded versions at best. In simpler terms, the burden of the Shadow Emperor armor was a bit too great, and it was not yet necessary to deploy it. You take my form and keep watch. The shadow fiery dragon glanced at Bei Miao, who was leaning against the cave wall. It's our turn to switch. Understood. Bei Miao nodded. It is noteworthy that the clones produced through assimilation possess a degree of self-awareness, yet they remain entirely under the control of the original, eliminating the need for additional mental division. Subsequently, Bei Miao mounted the shadow steed and departed. Upon entering the cavern, he beheld a landscape dominated by searing crimson lava, illuminating the entire cavern with its brilliance. As the shadow fiery dragon traversed the lava, he felt not the slightest discomfort. Rather, he found it quite soothing, and his armor automatically upgraded to Infernal Emperor. The overwhelming flow of fire energy swiftly replenished his stamina. Within the lava, an immense gray dragon stretched its body, measuring approximately 70 meters in length, with fiery red patterns flowing along its form, resembling genuine lava, a sight of exquisite beauty. Opposite the dragon stood a disheveled man, seemingly on the brink of death from burns. Lord murmuring, I have discovered AC Realm Fiery Pulse Earth Dragon. The man produced a small orb, crushing it with force to utter these words. This man, Ma Yiqian, was the 14th seat of the Believers and the execution head of the Dual Night hunting operation. Seizing the opportunity, he prepared to launch a surprise attack. The Infernal Emperor summoned an even more formidable Imperial Flame Bow, standing upon the lava, drawing upon the natural fire energy, and aimed an arrow directly at Ma Yiqian. Whoosh! Boom! Golden ripples reverberated through the mountains, instantly demolishing several peaks. Amidst the flying debris, Yuan Gang stood upright, his fists enveloped in golden ripples, emanating an immensely powerful aura. Truly, as the vice-captain of the Beijing City team, his resilience was remarkable. Murmuring, unscathed, leaned casually against a tree, not a single hair out of place, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Thud! Yuan Gang remained silent, relentlessly attacking. With just a single punch, he shattered a great mountain. General Yuan, utterly futile. The murmurs deftly evaded the attack, hovering in midair. Though you may be deemed a half-step Wuyong, attempting to contend with me is akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Furthermore, your existence is confined to this moment. You lack even the qualifications to become one of my disciples. Just as he contemplated further tormenting Yuan Gang, he received a message from Ma Etienne. My sincerest apologies. An unexpected turn of events. Let us conclude here for today. As the words fell, the murmurs gestured towards Yuan Gang, and the storm clouds above seemed to animate, forming a terrifying visage with a gaping maw of thunderous teeth, roaring and lunging forward. In an instant, the surrounding world crumbled, his figure gradually fading. In Yuan Gang suddenly fell to weightlessness before crashing heavily outside the previous tent. The nightmare awakened, yet the damage endured remained. General, it's the general. The general has returned. Upon hearing the sound of landing, the instructor who had temporarily taken charge rushed out, only to gasp in shock at the sight of Yuan Gang, battered and bruised, with not a single unscathed patch of flesh. General, what has happened to you? Such details are inconsequential. Yuan Gang waved his hand dismissively, his voice grave. What matters is the situation in the mountains. Relay every detail to Wu immediately. One instructor hesitated briefly before speaking. Report, General. Not long ago, a subterranean dragon emerged beneath Jinnan Mountain, causing half the mountain to be affected by the dragon's upheaval. Fortunately, the first rescue team, led by Li Ziye, facilitated the safe relocation of everyone. And one of him, uncertain, the instructor shook his head. Li Ziye is suspected to have split into two. One ventured to the dragon's lair, while the other remained at the village to safeguard the residents and Bai Li Tuming. If Li Ziye had been present, he would surely have cursed under his breath. Damn, when did I become exposed? Ah, that scoundrel has concealed his duplication ability without disclosure. A smile crept across Yuan Gang's face, and he promptly inquired, what is the status of the rescue efforts? Naturally, our General Yuan intended to assist Li Ziye in maintaining the secrecy of this matter, for the higher-ups have their disciples. The rescue is complete. We merely await the arrival of the professional rescue team in a day's time, and we shall be able to depart. Excellent. Under the assault of the infernal arrows harnessing the power of magma from the Earth's veins, Ma Etienne's abdomen was pierced through, his organs instantly carbonized, leaving no hope for survival. After all, Ma Etienne had already been severely weakened by the fiery dragon, his mental energy nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of fortifying his physique, barely stronger than an ordinary individual. Thus, a single strike proved sufficient. However, the vitality of a master at the Sea Realm is remarkably resilient. Ma Etienne would not perish immediately. When did you arrive? He clutched his pierced abdomen, his eyes wide with confusion and malice as he glared at the armored figure, adorned in red and silver, not far away, his body plummeting rapidly until he fell into the magma. The searing pain of the molten rock engulfed him, and Ma Etienne emitted a harrowing scream until he was completely consumed. Believer, Chapter 14, The End. Just as the prison flame emperor was about to strike the flame pulse earth dragon, the latter unexpectedly lowered itself, nestling into the magma. Affectionately rubbing its dragon head against the emperor, its eyes narrowed in apparent enjoyment. The earth dragon, belonging to the category of earth dragons, is not a true dragon. Before it stood a genuine dragon, prompting it to bow in submission without the need for conflict. Recognizing the situation, quite commendable, the prison flame emperor gently patted the massive head of the flame pulse earth dragon and said, "You should understand human speech. Now, roll over and restore Jinnan Mountain to its original state. Be good." Roar. The flame pulse earth dragon emitted a dragon's roar, activating absolute earth domain, restoring Jinnan Mountain to its previous form, but the commotion was so great that it alarmed everyone. "I have a splendid place for you to dwell. Will you go?" The prison flame emperor produced the sealing demon box. The flame pulse earth dragon, trusting him, nodded. Whoosh! In an instant, the sealing demon box radiated a dark light, drawing the flame pulse earth dragon inside, confining it within an independent space, and generating a magic scroll. This scroll was not forged through refinement, but rather acquired through subjugation. Although there is a distinction, the difference is minimal. Until now, Bailey Tumming and the others remained unaware of this clandestine feat. Meanwhile, what was that commotion? Bailey Fatty jolted awake from his slumber, glancing at Bei Meow, who was disguised as Li Ziye, and inquired, "Foster father, did you just feel an earthquake? Perhaps it was an aftershock." Bei Meow casually replied, then turned to the others who had awakened. "You all continue to sleep. I will keep watch for you. Rest assured." What is this? Deceiving everyone into slumber while secretly farming monsters for experience. Chapter 77. Ah, you have arrived, Ziye. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. The Inferno Emperor turned to see Li Ziye. Chao Yuan, an instructor Hong approaching. What brings you here? As the Inferno Emperor stepped out of the magma's reach, his armor disintegrated. The commander was concerned for your safety and sent us to assist you, Instructor Hong remarked. You may be strong, but you cannot always act alone, should anything happen. The loss would be immense for the Night Watchers. Li Ziye touched his nose and softly replied, I thought everyone was quite exhausted with the rescue efforts. So I took it upon myself to come out, fearing I might disturb your rest. Those headless corpses along the way, did you slay them? Instructor Hong suddenly inquired. I suppose so, Li Ziye nodded. They were assassins from the ancient god church, dispatched to the Chuan realm. I believe I have dispatched them all. It was merely a trivial task. No, there are still a few lurking in the shadows. Li Ziye shook his head and then smiled. But fret not, I've already dealt with them. Upon saying this, he wore a somewhat self-satisfied expression. Chao Yuan glanced around, puzzled. Brother Ziye, where's the Earth Dragon? Before Li Ziye could respond, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Buzz! In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged forth, and a gentleman clad in a black tailcoat, adorned with a purple kite brooch, entered the scene, instilling a sense of oppression among those present. Accompanying him was another high realm expendable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Murmur from the ancient god church. Murmur greeted with a standard gentleman salute, then turned his gaze towards Li Ziye and Li Ziye. With both targets present, my time has been well saved. Murmur paused, seemingly searching for the presence of the Inferno Earth Dragon. It appears you have deprived me of a catastrophe-level follower. He seemed quite distressed. Given that, I suppose this loss can only be offset by having you few join the church. Is the young master of the Bailey family not present? Murmur scanned the surroundings, sighing. What a pity I was so close to grasping the Bailey family. Instructor Hong stepped forward, a look of disdain on his face. Murmur, what are you posturing for? You are merely a cursed hound being pursued by our medium team. Why flaunt your bravado here? At this moment, Li Ziye instinctively tightened his grip on his straight blade, having concluded communication with his mother in the spiritual realm, ready to unleash the celestial-level combat skill, Ghostly Ascendance. Swish! Just then, Li Ziye abruptly sprang into action, wholly disinterested in conversation, wielding the shadow sword, and executed a flashing sword dance that struck the high realm expendable. How rude of you, Murmur advanced, restraining Li Ziye. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes. Since you are unwilling to converse, I shall resort to force. I will penetrate deep into your soul and explore thoroughly. I am eager to discover what kind of magic you possess that has drawn such attention from them. Murmur's smile grew increasingly eerie. What? Li Ziye feigned bewilderment. You intend to forcibly delve into the depths of my soul? What? Are you frightened now? It is too late. Your previous interruption was exceedingly rude, a path to your own demise. I shall uncover all your secrets and then shatter your soul with my own hands. Li Ziye curled his lips, swiftly altering his demeanor. So, will you enter or not? I have little patience. Murmuring, why so suddenly aggressive? Not to worry, after all, this is merely a nightmare projection at the pinnacle of the sea realm. Dealing with a mere agent of the river realm is hardly a challenge. Since you are so eager, I shall oblige. With that, his eyes shimmered with a ghostly light, and his soul forcefully penetrated Li Ziye's mind. Sigh. Upon witnessing this, Li Ziye instantly became furious. The powers of Darkest Divine Ruins, Starry Night Dancer, and Dual Divine Might erupted simultaneously, ready to take advantage of the moment when the murmuring soul was distracted to strike him down. Hey! King Chao Yuan approached with his blade, the edge mere inches from the throat of the murmurer. Just then, the Sea Realm's cannon fodder unleashed a tremendous pressure, firmly suppressing the three, rendering them utterly immobile. Fear not. Lord Murmurer will ensure your reunion. Li Ziye gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure as his spirit plunged into the asylum of the gods. Mother, someone is trying to harm Father. He rushed to Nyx's side. Father has been invaded by a soul. You must think of a way to save him. Nyx paused, then smiled. Dionysus, there is no need for fear. Your father is very strong. Within the spiritual realm of Li Ziye, amidst the boundless darkness, the Murmurer was utterly disoriented, catching only a glimpse of a magnificent palace in the distance. Yet, no matter how he moved, he cannot approach it. What is this situation? Is the agent he faces a great evil god? Time passed, and the Murmurer sat exhausted on the ground, having yet to reach the palace, as if he were merely treading water. What does this signify? It indicates that he, at the Sea Realm, does not even possess the qualification to step into the palace. I refuse to believe it. The Murmurer gritted his teeth and stood, disregarding his gentlemanly demeanor, and sprinted toward the palace. As the esteemed Murmurer, I cannot be thwarted here. Even if he encountered obstacles, he was unperturbed, as it was merely a nightmare projection. However, he cannot pass. The darkness before him appeared endless. This place is truly peculiar. Perhaps it is best to let my true form investigate later. The Murmurer ultimately decided to retreat, preparing to leave. Just as he turned to depart, a black hand rested upon his shoulder. The young master requests your presence. Please accompany me. As soon as the words were spoken, the Murmurer felt a shift in his surroundings. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself within a splendid, cool-toned palace, where Li Ziye sat upon the highest throne. The flame pulse earth dragon coiled behind the throne, its massive head fixated on the Murmurer, exuding an imposing aura. The high priest stood beside the throne, casting a cold gaze upon the Murmurer. The serpent woman knelt beneath the throne, equally cold in her scrutiny of the Murmurer. The four great guardians stood at the front of the hall, arrayed in 2 lines. Young master, the individual has been brought forth. The malevolent would bowed respectfully, then swiftly kicked the Murmurer to his knees, his crimson eyes glaring fiercely at him as he knelt before the young master, exclaiming, "You wretched insect!" The Murmurer was bewildered. What is happening here? A dignified projection at the peak of the Sea Realm has been brought to its knees by a black, monstrous figure, and utterly powerless to retaliate. At this moment, the Murmurer recognized a familiar face, pointing to the woman with emerald green hair beside the throne. Serpent woman, you have betrayed the ancient god church. Do you comprehend the punishment that awaits you? The serpent woman regarded him with disdain, even spitting in contempt. What is that supposed to be? It is less than the stones in the restroom of our shadow realm. Truly the refuse of refuse. Pausing momentarily, she declared with utmost reverence, "Only the young master is the true god in my eyes. The ancient god church comprises nothing but false deities, all heretics." What? The Murmurer was instantly taken aback, then suddenly shouted, "No, no, serpent woman, did you not perish? How can you be present in the depths of his soul? It is the young master who has granted me a new life." The serpent woman looked at Li Ziye with fervent devotion. Ahem. Li Ziye lightly cleared his throat, signaling for silence. He crossed his legs, reclined against the throne, and rested his left fist against his chin, looking down upon the Murmurer with an air of superiority. What? No longer formidable? Do you think you can contend with me? Do you possess that capability? Chapter 78. The night of Lin's wife and the loss of the first kiss. In this moment, EU was utterly terrified. 5 grotesque figures devoid of discernible realms, alongside an ancient being surpassing even the gods. This assembly, should it manifest in the outside world, would instantaneously rival the ancient deity's church, if not eclipse it entirely. Suddenly, Imu struck EU with a dark, forceful blow, growling, "You wretched insect, the young master is inquiring of you. Are you deaf? Or have you lost your tongue?" EU, trembling, responded, "Who are you?" His face a mask of fear. Another strike followed. "I command you to answer, not to question. Here, you possess no right to inquire. You are merely a helpless insect awaiting slaughter." Silently, EU clutched his swollen jaw, tears streaming from his eyes. Would the esteemed lord, EU, concede to cowardice? Absolutely not. It was merely the loss of a nightmare projection. What weight did that carry? Choosing silence? Such tenacity. Li Ziye furrowed his brow and waved his hand. Very well, I shall indulge you. All of you attack. Strike into the smoke. Yes. The 5 guardians of shadows complied. EU, cradling his head, desperately sought refuge beneath the feet of the guardians, feeling an odd pain that, though physically absent, pierced his heart. How peculiar, truly perplexing. The guardians of shadows moderated their strength, ensuring that EU would not perish from a single blow while allowing him to fully experience the torment. Presently, EU had entirely lost the imposing aura of the 3 ancient gods of the church, reduced to a pitiful figure akin to Chun Erniu, enduring relentless kicks. Before long, Li Ziye grew weary of the spectacle. He waved his hand, declaring, "Cease the assault. It is tedious to witness and irritating to hear. Silence him." Yes. Thus, EU found his mouth sealed, reduced to uttering only incoherent sounds. "Master, how do you intend to deal with him?" The high priest inquired. Let me ponder," Li Ziye mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully for a moment. "I have a question for you, high priest. Can you trace his true form through this avatar?" "Of course," came a reply. An idea strikes me." Li Ziye's eyes gleamed. "Let us implant the soul of a disposable mutant beast into his true form's consciousness, compelling him to inflict harm upon himself, thus driving him to madness." "As you wish, young master." The high priest, upon finishing his words, extended his hand into the void, inscribing 2 dark characters, Demon 10, and with a flick of his fingers traversed space and dimensions, vanishing from sight. In that instant, the soul of Demon 10 seamlessly integrated into EU's true consciousness, rendering him, hidden in an obscure valley from the medium squad, momentarily vacuous. One moment, he appeared dazed. The next, sharp-witted, slapping his own face, then pinching his left hand with his right. "What on earth is happening?" EU's true self murmured within, bewildered. "What madness has overtaken me?" The murmurs were oblivious to the chaos surrounding them, for their nightmare projection had not perished, rendering them incapable of receiving any messages. "Stop it, you fool! Damn it! The medium is still pursuing me." Simultaneously, the soul of the nightmare projection was transformed into a feline entity of extraordinary abilities. In the lair of the Earth Dragon, it seemed there was no alternative. Instructor Hong clenched his teeth in silence, stepping forward with determination. He took a deep breath and solemnly retrieved a seal from his pocket, identical to the one previously used by Zhao Kongsheng, the only distinction being their names. Faced with the Sea Realm, in a bid to protect Lin Xie, Chao Yuan, and the uncertain fate of Li Ziye, he had no choice but to invoke Demon God S summoning to temporarily elevate himself to the Sea Realm. There was no other option. With a swift motion, Lin Xie grasped Instructor Hong's hand, offering a gentle smile. "Since I is currently occupied, allow me to shield you." He then closed his eyes slowly, a mysterious aura emanating from within him, manifesting. In an instant, the soul of Nyx, the goddess of night, descended to the mortal realm. Her expression radiant as she approached Lin Xie, their silhouettes gradually merging. Her sleek, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin became fair and delicate, and her bosom gradually rose. Subsequently, the true divine pressure swept across the realm. In that fleeting moment, the Sea Realm's minions were utterly paralyzed with fear. Lin Xie opened his eyes. Thus, darkness enveloped the world. Yet, this shroud of darkness awakened an even more sinister presence. This sensation, Li Ziye opened his eyes, inhaling deeply, feeling his previously depleted energy and mental fortitude completely replenished. Turning his gaze towards Lin Xie, a subtle smile graced his lips. The residual divinity of Dark God, Erebus, within him resonated with the divinity of Goddess of Night, Nyx, causing his white hair to uncontrollably surge and dark red markings to emerge upon his skin. He too had entered the manifesting mode, although Dark God, Erebus was utterly deceased, who dictated that residual divinity could not manifest. Goodness, Li Ziye was momentarily stunned, sensing the newfound force within him. What was happening? Why did he resonate with Lin Xie? Though puzzled, he surmised that it was likely orchestrated by his father. "Brother, You have awakened. Lin Ziye sensed this aura and turned back, his eyes brimming with tenderness as he spoke sincerely, his voice possessing a neutral tone, leaning slightly towards the feminine. Imbued with profound affection. Under the influence of the heaven stage combat technique, possession, his actions were inevitably shaped by Nyx. Are you Lin Ziye? Or rather, are you Nyx now? Li Ziye inquired as he approached, his expression indescribably nuanced, adding, shouldn't you refer to me as father? As Lin Ziye tilted her head, she spoke. Brother, I am now both Nyx and Lin Ziye. We are one and the same. Since you wish for me to address you as father, then I shall do so, if it pleases you. Something felt amiss, profoundly amiss. This was undoubtedly a severe glitch. According to the original narrative, during the moment of bearing, Lin Ziye would solely embody Lin Ziye, never like this. Yet now, within Li Ziye, the divine essence of Nyx's consort, Erebus, resonated, causing the current predicament. Furthermore, Lin Ziye had inherited a fragment of Nyx's divine essence, namely, the abyssal god Ruin, resulting in a dual resonance that made the existence of a glitch almost inevitable. This indicated that Lin Ziye was currently in a peculiar state of superposition. Well, that matter was of little consequence. Li Ziye nodded and turned towards the Sea Realm's cannon fodder. The priority was to eliminate this bothersome insect. Let us relocate to avoid collateral damage, she suggested. As her words faded, Lin Ziye gracefully lifted her delicate hand and pointed towards the rocky ceiling above. Instantly, a beam of black light shot forth, piercing through over 2 kilometers of rock, eradicating everything in its path into utter nothingness, thereby creating a spacious passageway. In the next moment, Li Ziye stepped forward, and the Shadow Emperor armor swiftly melded with her, propelling her at incredible speed as she struck the Sea Realm's cannon fodder squarely on the chin with a concentrated fist, sending him soaring into the sky. The Sea Realm's cannon fodder ascended along the passage, heading straight towards the heavens. At that moment, Lin Ziye grasped the hand of the Shadow Emperor, utilizing Night Flicker to materialize before the Sea Realm's cannon fodder. Simultaneously, the Shadow Emperor armor disassembled. There was no error. The armor's fusion was solely for delivering that concentrated fist. The primary concern was that in the armored state, a single blow might obliterate the Sea Realm's cannon fodder, thus negating the opportunity to test this newfound power. High above, Li Ziye gazed down upon the Sea Realm's cannon fodder. Visions of dark god Erebus and divine authority flickered through her mind. She grasped a crucial insight. This divine sibling couple possessed a significant overlap in their divine powers. Their abilities within the ruin were remarkably similar. In the next instant, the two exchanged a knowing glance. One opened her left hand, and the other her right, slowly intoning Dark Night Judgment. This technique was the pinnacle of divine prowess, jointly executed by the god of darkness and the goddess of night. As the words echoed, the surrounding night and darkness coalesced into a tangible form, transforming into chains of night that firmly bound the Sea Realm's cannon fodder, treating him as a condemned sinner awaiting judgment. Following this, the stars fell. Of course, these could not be genuine stars, a goddess of night whose powers had yet to fully return. Alongside a dark god with only vestiges of divinity, could at best simulate the stars with their might. With a thunderous crash, the illusory stars descended, creating a genuine impact crater in the earth. The tale does not conclude here. The boundless darkness coalesced into a tangible form, transforming into a fearsome beast that devoured the illusory stars along with the land and the sea remnants entirely. The devotee was unaware of how many seats had passed, and the sea remnants were extinguished. Subsequently, the two combined their efforts to restore the void left by the consumed land. Father, in the next moment, a shocking event unfolded. Lin Ziye stepped into the void, approached Li Ziye, cradled his face, and gently pressed his lips against his. Li Ziye's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to resist. Just then, Lin Ziye suddenly emitted a muffled groan, losing his divine power and nearly plummeting from the clouds. Fortunately, the coat draped over Li Ziye bestowed upon him the ability to fly, allowing him to catch Lin Ziye just in time. Nyx's spirit lingered in the air, observing Lin Ziye with a hint of regret in his gaze. "I'm sorry, my child. I do not know what just transpired. It was all so confusing." He was filled with both remorse and bewilderment, gazing deeply at Lin Ziye, sensing that the child's feelings toward his father may have undergone a transformation. He had never intended for such unnecessary matters to occur. He understood that the longer he carried this burden, the more harm it would inflict upon his son. Such actions were utterly out of the question. Thus, only one possibility remained. Perhaps Lin Ziye's subconscious had harbored such impulses all along, coinciding with certain bugs in the carrying process that influenced him, leading to the earlier scene. If he truly did not wish for it, he likely would not have initiated the kiss. Yet, it was not his fault. After all, the allure of Li Ziye, the Shadow Prince, was undeniably potent. Lin Ziye, leaning against Li Ziye, his pupils dilated, his complexion flushed crimson. How did this happen? Although the sensation was rather pleasant. No, Lin Ziye. You must not entertain such thoughts. Gather yourself. You are a true man. Ahem. Before Nix's spirit completely dissipated, he added, Darnatus, your body and soul have reached their limits. You cannot continue. Within half a year, you must not carry again, or the consequences will be unimaginable. After Nix returned to the hospital, Lin Ziye's body relaxed completely, returning to its original state. Once he regained control, he instinctively touched his lips, tears cascading down his cheeks. I am tainted now despite uttering such words. An unfamiliar sentiment began to stir within Lin Ziye's heart. Chapter 79. What? 7 nights is a woman. With a graceful princess carry, Li Ziye gently descended from the sky, cradling Lin Ziye in his arms, and landed steadily before Instructor Hong. He spoke, Instructor Hong. I hope you can keep what just transpired confidential. Understood. Instructor Hong pondered for a moment before nodding solemnly. He then glanced at the unconscious Lin Ziye and inquired, Ziye, what has happened? Is there trouble? It's nothing, just exhaustion. Li Ziye shook his head slightly. He had pushed his abilities to the limit, exhausting his mental energy, but a night's rest would suffice. After a brief pause, he added, let us return. The enemy has been dealt with. Agreed. The group departed from the dragon's nest. Before long, Bei Miao appeared, employing disguise to transform into a half-dead figure, awaiting the arrival of a certain delusional individual. As time passed, the darkness gradually receded and sunlight bathed the earth.